Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes a Chief. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In Camaraderie, a woman in her mid-20s found solace in the tranquility of the park, seated on a weathered bench. Beside her, Mitsuki Bakugo, a longtime friend, shared the latest misadventure of her son Katsuki, who had managed to break yet another dish. Amidst their conversation, the park echoed with the laughter of children playing near the sandbox. Two youngsters, Izuku Midoriya with his unruly green curls and Katsuki Bakugo with a mop of blonde hair, sat in the sand pit, eagerly awaiting the manifestation of their quirks as they approached their 4th birthday. Katsuki, the more outspoken of the two, boasted confidently, "When I get my quirk, it will be as strong as All Might's. I'll be the next #1 hero, and you'll be my sidekick." Izuku, his eyes gleaming with admiration, nodded in enthusiastic agreement. Unbeknownst to the mothers engrossed in their conversation and the aspiring young heroes absorbed in their dreams, a shadowy figure observed the scene with mild interest. The entity, imprisoned within the depths of the forest for centuries, had found amusement in witnessing the innocent aspirations tainted by society's hero labels, even among the youngest generation. His tar-black skin blended into the shadows, rendering him invisible to ordinary human eyes, thanks to the sealing efforts of those he called damned angels. Considering the spectacle before him, the entity contemplated returning to the depths of the forest when a peculiar occurrence caught his attention. Izuku, the green-haired boy, was staring directly at him. Intrigued, the entity raised an eyebrow, his stoic expression revealing no emotion. To his surprise, the child approached, excitement radiating from his every step. Within minutes, the boy stood before the entity, bubbling with curiosity. "Hey, sir, what's your quirk?" Izuku asked, his eyes wide with wonder. "Are you a hero?" The entity chuckled, lowering himself to the child's eye level. "And why would you like to know that, child?" he inquired, awaiting the boy's response. Eagerly, Izuku rambled, "Well, because I find quirks so cool. Plus, to be a hero, you must have a quirk. So, knowing as much as you can about it would be something everyone else should have." Intrigued by the child's innocence, the entity peered into Izuku's soul. What he saw in the tapestry of fate compelled a twisted chuckle to escape his lips. "Oh, child, life is about much more than quirks or heroes. Life is actually much less. No, life is about survival, and it appears that you will have to learn that, perhaps a bit too soon." As the entity's words hung in the air, a sense of foreboding settled over the park, the invisible threads of destiny weaving their complex patterns around the unsuspecting children. In the heart of a dense forest, a secluded lake cradled the entity's moments of reflection. Whenever the entity grew weary of wandering, it sought solace near the calming waters, listening to the rhythmic melodies created by nature. Amidst the tranquil setting, memories of the distant past resurfaced, like ghosts returning to haunt the present. The entity's mind journeyed back to an era when freedom was its only companion. In those times, it reveled in chaos, orchestrating the downfall of villages and entire nations. Its loyal army, although now lost to the annals of history, had once carried out its every command with unwavering dedication. As the entity assumed a meditative pose by the lakeside, the echoes of its malevolent past danced within its consciousness. However, a decision took shape within the recesses of the entity's ancient mind. Fate had cast its darkened gaze upon the green-haired boy, Izuku. While the entity harbored no altruistic intentions, the prospect of a new source of amusement beckoned. Life in the forest, marked by the monotony of stalking wildlife, had begun to lose its luster over time. A lifeless crow, devoid of the vitality of the creatures that once soared the skies, alighted on the entity's shoulder. The entity's lips curled into a cruel smile, relishing the power it held over this animated messenger. A decision hung in the air, one that would undoubtedly draw the attention of the elusive entities that had confined him to this earthly realm. With a calculated command, the entity addressed the crow, its voice a sinister whisper carried on the wind. "Find that boy, green hair, green eyes, small, energetic, and all that. When you do." The entity affixed an amulet to the crow's beak, a sinister token that bore the weight of impending malevolence. "They can bleed on it." With its master's charge embedded in its hollow existence, the crow took to the skies, leaving the forest in its wake. Its wings sliced through the air as it ventured into the unknown, its eyes scanning for the telltale signs of the hero-loving child whose fate had become irrevocably entwined with the ancient force now in pursuit. The forest held its breath as the cogs of destiny continued to turn, the sinister dance of past and present setting the stage for a malevolent encore. On a serene Sunday morning, Izuku awoke with the anticipation that only a child on the brink of his 4th birthday could harbor. The routine of preparing for the day unfolded in a blur as he rushed through the bathroom rituals, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the impending revelation of his quirk. It had been a year since the peculiar encounter with the mysterious man near the park, a memory now distant and overshadowed by the excitement of the day. Today was not just any birthday. It was his 4th birthday, a day he believed would usher in the manifestation of his long-awaited quirk. Little did he know, fate had a different plan, one that would shape his destiny in ways he couldn't fathom. In his eagerness, Izuku descended the stairs, passing his father engrossed in paperwork without a second thought. The kitchen, a hub of morning activity, welcomed him. Clutching his cherished All Might plushie, he positioned himself beside his mother, who orchestrated the morning routine. Mom, it's today. I'll get my quirk. Can we go to the doctor's now? So I know my quirk immediately, Izuku exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. In response, his mother, Inko Midoriya, chuckled and promised they would leave shortly. As the minutes passed, Izuku devoured a plate of katsudon, his mother's culinary creation. The prospect of discovering his quirk fueled his excitement as they eventually sped towards Musutafu General Hospital. On the way, they passed the city center, adorned with a towering statue of All Might, the symbol of peace and the #1 hero. Izuku, gazing at the statue, declared, "One day, I'll be as strong as you, All Might." His mother, glancing in the rearview mirror, chuckled sweetly, recognizing the innocence in her son's aspiration. Arriving at the hospital, the air buzzed with anticipation. In the waiting room, fate's invisible threads tightened around Izuku's destiny. When they were finally ushered in, a friendly old doctor greeted them, initiating the pivotal moment. During the examination, the doctor, feigning cheerfulness, inquired about Izuku's aspirations. With unwavering enthusiasm, Izuku expressed his desire to be a hero like All Might. A subtle scowl flashed across the doctor's face, swiftly concealed by a false smile. However, the scissors of fate cut through the tapestry of Izuku's destiny as the doctor delivered the crushing news. "Miss Midoriya, I am sorry to inform you, but your son is quirkless." Inko's eyes widened with shock, and as she turned to look at her son, a surge of motherly protection was born. Confusion clouded Izuku's eyes as he sought an explanation. The doctor, with feigned pity, explained, "It means, small one, that you cannot be a hero. Now, there are many other." But Izuku ceased to hear. Static drowned out the doctor's words, his world collapsing with the revelation. Unbeknownst to both the boy and fate, hands devoid of light reached across the ethereal plane, retying the severed cords of destiny. The entity, who had defied fate's plans, had intervened, and the story rewrote itself. As tears streamed down Izuku's face, his mother, burdened with the weight of pain, led him back to the car. Above, a crow with a black amulet flew unnoticed, its mission accomplished. Little did they know, the first chapter of a tale drenched in blood, pain, and chaos had begun. And the gods, both benevolent and malevolent, observed from their cosmic perches, seated on a chair amidst a macabre scene. The entity, surrounded by the metallic scent of blood, casually perused a newspaper. Bodies lay scattered, remnants of a manifestation of its destructive power. Within this gruesome tableau, an endless void unfolded, divided into two realms, one bathed in light with a central green flame, and the other shrouded in darkness, at its core housing the ancient entity. The entity raised its gaze from the newspaper, contemplating the formidable barrier that separated it from influencing the mind of the quirkless green-haired boy. The child, now 5, blissfully unaware, accompanied his mother to kindergarten. Unbeknownst to both, the entity had occupied the boy's mind for a year, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. The entity found itself facing a translucent barrier, tinted in a subtle yellow hue. Despite the entity's most potent attacks, the barrier stood unyielding. The real challenge, however, was the flame within the child that fueled his aspirations. The news of his quirkless status had momentarily dampened it, but over the year, it had rekindled its vigor. A sinister chuckle emanated from the entity, recognizing the upcoming challenge of corrupting the child. It acknowledged that it wouldn't need to exert much effort. Society would play a significant role in breaking down the barriers. The quirkless boy, already an outcast in kindergarten, had lost his best friend due to societal prejudices, forming small cracks in the once impenetrable barrier. The entity chuckled, contemplating the child's dreams of heroism. It decided to allow Izuku, once the barrier shattered and the entity bestowed a fraction of its power upon him, to pursue his dreams. Why? The entity's purpose wasn't solely to destroy or heal society. It sought amusement, having grown bored of its prolonged imprisonment. Back in the forest by the lake, the corpses of 3 beings from another universe lay as evidence of the entity's previous source of entertainment. These beings, part of the group that had imprisoned the entity since the time of the Holy Roman Empire, had met their demise at the hands of a mythical creature, the Nu. The Nu returned to the void within Izuku's mind, an arsenal of mythical creatures controlled by the entity seated on its chair. Observing through Izuku's eyes, the entity witnessed the quirkless child being tormented by his once best friend Bakugo Katsuki and his lackeys. A cruel laughter echoed within the entity, anticipating the inevitable breakdown of the barrier. As more cracks appeared, the laughter intensified, partly from the misfortune of its victim and mostly from the satisfaction of expectations being met. The entity ceased its laughter, returning to the newspaper. The headline foretold a fate even more brutal than Izuku's, an unborn child with gray hair and the power to rewind time. A dark chuckle escaped the entity, acknowledging that perhaps it wasn't the cruelest being in existence after all. The entity immersed itself in the intricate tapestry of fate, finding amusement in the unfolding tragedies and orchestrations. The morning after my 5th birthday felt different. Mom's smile seemed a little forced, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. But I was excited to go to kindergarten, especially after a year, the news of not having a quirk still in my mind. As Mom and I walked hand in hand to the kindergarten, I couldn't help but notice the vibrant colors of the flowers in the neighborhood gardens. They always made me feel hopeful, even on cloudy days like today. We reached the kindergarten gate, and I took a deep breath, ready to face whatever challenges awaited me inside. Mom squeezed my hand reassuringly, her eyes filled with unwavering love and support. "Have a wonderful day, Izuku. Remember, I'm always here for you," Mom said, her voice warm and comforting. I nodded, trying to muster up the courage to face the unknown. With a final hug from Mom, I stepped through the gate, the familiar sounds of laughter and chatter filling the air. Inside the kindergarten, my heart sank as I realized that my best friend, Katsuki, was nowhere to be seen. The other kids seemed to avoid me, their whispers echoing like distant thunder. I tried to put on a brave face, plastering a smile as I made my way to the play area. But my attempts at blending in were futile as the other children formed their cliques, leaving me alone on the sidelines. Feeling isolated and dejected, I wandered aimlessly, my thoughts swirling with confusion and sadness. Why had Katsuki abandoned me? Was it because I didn't have a quirk? Did I do something wrong? Lost in my thoughts, I barely noticed when the teacher called for circle time. Reluctantly, I joined the other children, my mind still weighed down by the events of the morning. During circle time, the teacher asked us to share what we wanted to be when we grew up. My heart skipped a beat as I thought about my dream of becoming a hero like All Might. But as I opened my mouth to speak, doubts clouded my mind. What if the other kids laughed at me? What if they made fun of me for not having a quirk? My palms grew sweaty, and my throat felt dry as I struggled to find the courage to speak up. But then I remembered Mom's words about being brave and true to myself. Taking a deep breath, I squared my shoulders and raised my hand, determined to voice my dream despite my fears. "I want to be a hero, like All Might," I said, my voice trembling but resolute. The room fell silent, all eyes turning to me in surprise. For a moment, I feared their judgment, their ridicule. But instead of acceptance, there was only rejection. Laughter erupted, and whispers of mockery filled the air. The teacher's smile faltered, replaced by an uncomfortable glance, and she swiftly moved on to the next child. Alone and rejected, I felt the weight of their judgment, the sting of their laughter, crushing my dream and spirit. As the day went on, I found myself surrounded by a sea of indifference and hostility. And as I looked out at the world beyond the kindergarten walls, I knew that the challenges ahead would be even more daunting. But I vowed to face them with the same determination and bravery that had brought me here today. The air hung heavy with tension as I stormed into the kindergarten, an unsettling feeling gnawing at the pit of my stomach. The events of the past year had changed everything, and not for the better. My once best friend, Izuku Midoriya, was now nothing more than a shadow in my memory. I pushed through the entrance, my eyes scanning the room for any sign of the quirkless green-haired kid. There he was, standing alone, his eyes filled with a mixture of determination and sadness. As much as I wanted to deny it, I couldn't shake the guilt that lingered within me. The whispers and laughs of the other kids surrounded him, an invisible barrier of rejection that he seemed oblivious to. I clenched my fists, a surge of anger boiling within me. Why did he have to ruin everything? Why did he have to be so damn stubborn about his hero dreams? I approached him, the words bubbling up like molten rage. "Hey, Deku, still dreaming of being a hero? Pathetic." His eyes flickered with a mixture of hurt and defiance, but he didn't say a word. I smirked, relishing the discomfort in his eyes. But deep down, a part of me, a tiny voice I refused to acknowledge, whispered that I was the pathetic one. The teacher called for circle time, a chance for each kid to share their dreams. My eyes locked onto Deku, his hand hesitantly rising as if challenging the storm of laughter and mockery that awaited him. "I want to be a hero, like All Might," he declared, his voice wavering but unwavering. The room fell silent, and for a moment, I wondered if the others were actually buying into his nonsense. But then the laughter erupted, a tsunami of ridicule crashing over him. I joined in, unable to resist the current, the satisfaction fleeting but potent. The teacher moved on, and the room buzzed with whispers. But in the midst of the chaos, Deku remained resolute, his dream undeterred. It infuriated me. How could he stand there, facing all this mockery, and not break? As the day unfolded, I found myself avoiding him, unable to shake the nagging feeling that I had crossed a line. I scoffed at the sentiment, convincing myself that he deserved it. But in the depths of my soul, an uneasy truth lingered, an uncomfortable awareness that our friendship had shattered, leaving behind nothing but regret and resentment. It had been a long 9 years, but finally, the cracks in the barrier had grown into gaping chasms, threatening to shatter the fragile divide between light and darkness. In the realm beyond the barrier, the entity observed the impending collapse with a sense of anticipation, its blackened form contrasting against the snow-covered landscape. Mountains rose majestically, mythical creatures roamed freely, and the entity's sentient arsenal awaited its command. But amidst the tranquility, a sense of unrest simmered, echoing the tumultuous events unfolding in the human world. Izuku Midoriya sat at his desk, lost in the world of hero analysis, his thoughts consumed by the aspirations that had fueled him for so long. The whispers of ridicule surrounding him only fueled the cracks in the barrier, each taunt another blow to his already fragile spirit. Meanwhile, the entity savored the bitter taste of tobacco, the smoke curling around its form as it perused the newspaper. Lady Nagin's tragic tale unfolded before its eyes, a grim reminder of the darkness that lurked within the world of heroes. As Izuku's tormentors cornered him, their words cutting deeper than any blade, the entity watched with a mixture of amusement and disdain. Katsuki Bakugo's sneer dripped with contempt, his superiority casting a shadow over Izuku's dreams. "I'm meant for greatness in UA, and I won't let a quirkless little nobody ruin it," Katsuki spat, his words a cruel reminder of Izuku's perceived inadequacy. But Izuku refused to back down, his voice trembling but defiant. "You don't know if you don't try, right?" he stammered, his hope flickering in the face of Katsuki's scorn. Katsuki's response was swift and brutal, his explosion engulfing Izuku's notebook before sending it soaring out the window. The smoking remnants landed in the tranquil koi pond below, a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding within the classroom. As Katsuki's hand rested menacingly on Izuku's shoulder, the final blow came in the form of a callous suggestion. "If you want to be a hero so bad, why don't you take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a better quirk in your next life?" Katsuki taunted, his words cutting deeper than any physical wound. The cracks in the barrier widened further, the entity's amusement tinged with a hint of curiosity. Despite the pain and humiliation, Izuku remained steadfast, his spirit unbroken amidst the storm of cruelty. For Izuku Midoriya, the battle was far from over. With each insult and taunt, he forged a resilience that would carry him through the darkest of days. And as the barrier between light and darkness threatened to crumble, Izuku stood as a beacon of hope in a world consumed by shadows. As for the entity, it chuckled darkly, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. The stage was set, and the final act was about to begin. In the clash of dreams and despair, only time would tell who would emerge victorious. Izuku clutched his burned notebook, the pages wrinkled and smeared with pond water. His heart weighed heavy with the realization that his dreams faced a seemingly insurmountable barrier. As he walked home, he pondered his existence in a world dominated by quirks, questioning the cosmic injustice that labeled him as different. Taking a shortcut under a bridge, Izuku's thoughts were interrupted when a slimy force snaked around his leg. Before he could react, a sludge villain emerged, delivering a cold ultimatum. Panic set in as the noxious substance enveloped him, and the world blurred as his struggles proved futile. Inside his mind, the entity observed with an indescribable expression. A brief flicker of anger passed through its white pupils. The world was shaking, and as Izuku teetered on the brink of darkness, 3 thoughts crossed his mind: his inability to save himself, the impending pain for his mother, and a resigned acceptance of his fate. Suddenly, a distant voice roared, "Smash!" A jolt of energy surged through Izuku as he gasped for air. Blinking back consciousness, he found himself saved by none other than the symbol of peace, All Might. In the entity's perception, amazement mirrored the flame on the other side of the barrier, burning brighter than ever. Back in reality, Izuku was awestruck, stammering his gratitude. Overwhelmed, he managed to squeak out a request for All Might's autograph. The hero complied, signing Izuku's notebook with a practiced smile. The entity chuckled internally, finding the scene oddly amusing. All Might, with a booming voice, assured Izuku not to fear and directed his attention to the autograph already adorning the notebook. As All Might prepared to leave, Izuku, a shade redder with embarrassment, summoned the courage to ask a burning question that had lingered for a decade. "Can I ask you one more question, All Might?" The hero, crouching in preparation for takeoff, regretfully declined, citing his duty to apprehend a villain. However, as All Might soared into the sky, he discovered an unexpected hitchhiker clinging to his cargo shorts, Izuku Midoriya. Baffled, All Might exclaimed, "What the young one, what are you doing?" Izuku, realizing the recklessness of his actions, could only gasp, I don't know." Surveying the cityscape, All Might spotted a public apartment complex rooftop and landed carefully. Turning to the breathless teen, he questioned the impromptu airborne journey. Izuku, still catching his breath, could only manage an unsure response. As Izuku caught his breath, relief washed over him as All Might stood beside him, a beacon of strength and reassurance. Yet, the moment was abruptly shattered as All Might coughed, spurring out a bit of blood. Smoke surrounded them, and in its midst emerged a frail form of a man so thin he resembled a skeleton. All Might's voice, once booming and confident, now carried a hint of vulnerability as he began to explain a secret not widely known. He revealed the toll hero work had taken on his body, the near disappearance of his stomach, a brutal encounter with a villain kept hidden from the public eye, the strict time limit of his powers, and the scar that marked his struggles. Izuku listened intently, his eyes widening with each revelation. The realization dawned on him that even the symbol of peace, the pillar of heroism, was not invincible. The weight of All Might's words hung heavy in the air as he finished his explanation. As the smoke cleared and silence settled between them, Izuku found the courage to voice the question that had haunted his thoughts for years. All Might, can a quirkless person become a hero? All Might's expression softened, a mixture of empathy and solemnity in his eyes. He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, a gesture of both comfort and truth. No, he said, his voice gentle yet firm. Even someone like me can get seriously hurt in the line of hero work. There are many powerful villains, young one, and if someone like me can get hurt, then it is not safe for you to become a hero. Dreaming is okay, young man, but they must remain a bit realistic. Izuku's heart sank at the resolute answer, the reality of his situation crashing down upon him. As All Might left the roof, Izuku's world shattered. The barrier that had held back the encroaching darkness finally crumbled, and the entity walked freely around the now diminished green flame. It ordered the shadows to stay put as it extended a hand above the weakened remnants of the once vibrant light. Back in the real world, Izuku stood at the edge of the roof. The weight of All Might's words pressed heavily on his shoulders, and the despair within him mingled with the shadow of darkness that had been steadily growing. Contemplating following Kaken's advice and taking a swan dive, he teetered on the edge of a precipice. Yet, as the echoes of Katsuki's harsh words lingered, memories of his mother flooded his mind. The warmth of her smile, the tenderness in her voice, a lifeline that kept him anchored to reality. Deciding against the leap, Izuku turned away from the edge and approached the door leading to the stairs of the apartment complex. Unbeknownst to the boy, the reason his mother's image popped into his mind was because the entity had made it so. It understood that too much darkness would not bode well for the boy. While it couldn't care much about his well-being, it preferred that the kid stay on the path he was currently treading, the path toward becoming a hero. You see, in a few days, the entity would introduce itself to him. It would reveal what it was and why it had taken residence inside his mind. Now, why would an entity of chaos steer its vessel toward heroism? Well, for entertainment and amusement, of course. And the path of the hero promised far more entertainment than the path of a villain ever could. Chapter text. It had been a few days since Izuku's encounter with All Might. He found himself locked in his room, grappling with the shattering of his dreams by his idol. Scrolling through the internet, he explored various job options such as police work, security, or analysis, anything that might divert his path from the once cherished dream of heroism. Unbeknownst to Izuku, within the depths of his mind, changes were unfolding. The snowy lands of the darkness remained largely untouched, while the light side, now adorned with flourishing vegetation, had transformed into an aged oak, beech forest, adorned with the occasional white willow. At the center, on the border between the two worlds, a holder of a dwindling green flame sat. Ignorant of the metamorphosis within him, Izuku closed his laptop and reclined on his bed. In the recesses of his mind, a cabin stood, hosting the tar-skinned entity. Sipping on rum, the entity, with a predilection for alcohol-induced demise, perused a newspaper. The headline chronicled the fate of an emerging villain named Dabai, whose true identity was Toya Todoroki. A smirk graced the entity's face, recognizing that fate and destiny could be far more ruthless than itself. It had allowed the abuse of a child by his father, and when discarded, rather than letting the soul rest, it fueled a vengeful spirit that now roamed the streets as a burned arsonist, claiming numerous lives. The entity folded the newspaper, stepped outside the cabin, and approached a shrine with a green flame. In its hand, a multicolored marble, predominantly black, white, and gray, symbolizing three powers. The first was black and white flame, the ability to generate black and white fire, among the hottest known. The entity relished in using this power, a formidable attack in its arsenal. The second power was Animal Summoner, responsible for the menagerie within Izuku's mind, allowing the summoning of almost any existing animal, with some limitations. Lastly, Arsenal, the power to materialize any weapon humanity had crafted. The entity chuckled maniacally as it placed the marble over the flame, infusing it with the power it craved. As the flame consumed the marble, burning it away, Izuku Midoriya, blissfully unaware, was no longer powerless. In the outside world, Izuku struggled to find sleep, rest eluding him as he tossed and turned. An unsettling feeling lingered in the air, disrupting the tranquility of his room. Opening his eyes, he rose from his bed and silently treaded to the bathroom. There, he confronted the reflection in the mirror, a haunting image of fatigue, with deep eye bags, disheveled hair, and glazed eyes. The stark contrast to the vibrant, hopeful Izuku of weeks past was unsettling. As he prepared to splash some water on his face, a sudden shift in the air filled the room with tension and malice. Intrigued, he glanced back at the mirror only to find a mysterious stranger standing beside him. The figure donned a black military trench coat, matching dress pants, combat boots, and a cap reminiscent of a military officer. The most striking features were the tar-like skin and the eyes, an endless black void with a white core, forming the iris and pupil. With a sadistic and malevolent tone, the stranger addressed Izuku as if they were old acquaintances. Bewildered, Izuku searched for the stranger in the physical space beside him, finding nothing but empty air. Returning his gaze to the mirror, he discovered the enigmatic figure still present. The stranger spoke again, revealing a connection that sent a chill down Izuku's spine. Midoriya Izuku. It has been a long time since we last spoke, the figure uttered, its words lingering in the air. Confused and alarmed, Izuku questioned the identity of this mysterious being. Who are you? Stammered Izuku, his voice betraying his timidity. The stranger, seemingly relishing the uncertainty, offered a name, the last name it had carried years ago. Well, I never really had a name that stuck. Names come with renown, and that's not something I need just yet. For now, call me by the last name I had some years ago. Gaimai. The revelation hung in the air, leaving Izuku grappling with the unsettling presence and the implications of his newfound connection to this enigmatic entity. What do you want with me? Izuku questioned, his voice trembling with uncertainty. Gaimai, the entity that had now revealed its presence, responded with a chuckle, an unsettling amusement underlying its words. What I want with you, Midoriya, is entertainment. For a long time, I had none. However, 11 years ago, our paths crossed. Initially, I dismissed our conversation, but after weeks spent in my nature-bound prison, I made a decision. I realized that fate intended for you to take a leap from a roof, a swan dive as your old friend so eloquently put it. Yet, I intervened. You became the source of my amusement. And to keep that entertainment alive, I intertwine myself with your mind. In return, you gain power, an ancient power that predates even the ancestors of dinosaurs, Gaimai explained cryptically. The entity hinted that 3 abilities had intertwined with Izuku's body, leaving the specifics for Izuku to decipher. Gaimai expressed a wish for luck in Izuku's future endeavors, implying that challenges lay ahead. Without further warning, the mysterious figure vanished, leaving behind a bewildered and confused Midoriya Izuku. The encounter left Izuku grappling with the newfound knowledge of an ancient entity dwelling within him, its motives wrapped in shadows and enigma. Chapter text. Gaimai, the ancient entity, nestled in the snowy forest, clad in a snow camouflage suit, observed 3 intruders in the mind of its vessel, Midoriya Izuku. They set camp around a campfire, unaware of the peril lurking in the shadows. A raven perched atop their tent, eavesdropping on their conversation. Hashino, seen any more animals? Questioned the deep blonde-haired individual. Negative, Kumagai. Those deer were the only ones, replied Hashino. The trio conversed, their casual banter juxtaposed against the tension of their surroundings. Gaimai's gaze narrowed as it aimed its rifle at Kumagai's head, the cause of the deer carcass that alerted the entity. Lighten up, Hashino, remarked the third member, Kanishi Hibiki. Why did we even accept this mission? Pondered Kumagai. Don't know, but regretting it, retorted Hashino. I told you, it's Hibiki, she retorted. The atmosphere tensed as Gaimai's finger hovered over the trigger. A lurking grizzly bear and a pack of wolves awaited the entity's command. With a pull of the trigger, Kumagai fell, initiating the assault. The wolves pounced, and the grizzly bear emerged from the shadows. Hashino, armed with a sword, fought back, but the wolves overwhelmed him. The raven watched with anticipation as the forest echoed with screams. As the carnage unfolded, Gaimai rose, its presence looming over Kanishi. With malice dripping from its voice, it demanded answers, threatening torture. Kanishi, paralyzed with fear, attempted to escape, but Gaimai's warning went unheeded. With a swift blow, she fell unconscious. The entity, unsatisfied, commanded the beasts to consume the intruders' corpses, leaving a warning for any who dared trespass. With Kanishi in tow, Gaimai departed for its cabin, leaving behind a scene of darkness and dread. The forest whispered tales of its wrath, a grim reminder of the consequences of crossing paths with the ancient entity within. Meanwhile, Izuku sat at his desk, pondering the events of the previous day. A notebook in front of him contained a futile list of quirks he considered, all to no avail. Perhaps it was just an illusion, he thought, sighing in exhaustion. Suddenly, a tap on the window caught his attention. A buzzard, an uncommon sight in Japan, greeted him. The bird tapped with its beak, and Izuku, fatigued, opened the window. The buzzard flew in, perching on his desk, and dropped a letter before swiftly flying away. Curious, Izuku opened the letter and found a message from Gaimai. "Hello there, my vessel. Do not question how this works, I won't explain it to you. Due to a situation, I'll clarify 2 of the 3 abilities you possess through me. Firstly, Animal Summoner allows you to summon any non-extinct animal, with their loyalty guaranteed. Start with birds, they'll be very useful. The second one is Arsenal. You can materialize any weapon crafted by humanity, from small blades to vehicles partially used in war. While seemingly modest, your clever mind will soon unveil their true potential. Yours truly, Gaimai." As Izuku absorbed this information, he thought of a small switchblade. To his amazement, a blade slowly materialized in his hand. A laugh escaped him, realizing that with these newfound abilities, he might just have the means to become the hero he aspired to be. Chapter text. Kanishi Hibiki found herself bound to a chair in a dimly lit cabin, the cold metal of the chair sending shivers down her spine. The room contained an eerie light, a sturdy metal door, and a table adorned with an array of ominous tools: pliers, a hammer, saws, knives, a canister of gasoline, and other instruments of torture. Her mouth was tightly sealed with duct tape, limiting her ability to respond. The metal door creaked open, revealing the ominous figure that had claimed the lives of her 2 comrades. This time, it donned a black military trench coat, a matching cap, sturdy boots, and dark pants. As the door closed behind it, the figure began to speak. "Look here, lady. I'll tell you once more," it began, its voice dripping with a sinister edge. "You'll tell me how you got here and who sent you. You can either cooperate willingly, or we can explore the less pleasant alternative." The tape sealing Kanishi's mouth was removed, prompting her to defiantly spit at the entity's face. "How's that for an answer, huh?" she defiantly shouted, only to be met with a brutal strike, a hammer breaking one of her fingers. Now, miss, no need to be this feisty," the entity chuckled, relishing the defiance. "I'll ask again. Who sent you here?" The woman responded with a scowl, resolute in her refusal. "Like I'm telling you," she growled. The entity chuckled again, savoring the challenge. "Well, then, I've always liked a feisty one. It's fun to see them break. Now then," it reached for a pair of pliers, a sinister intent lingering in the air. "Let's start with the fingernails, shall we?" Izuku Midoriya found himself sitting amidst the wreckage of Takoba Municipal Beach Park, a desolate and abandoned place. The gentle sound of the waves crashing against the shore provided an eerie backdrop as he contemplated the letter from Gaimai and the newfound abilities it bestowed upon him. Surrounded by the remnants of what was once a lively place, Izuku looked up to see a gathering of crows and pigeons, forming a small army of feathered creatures. The crows cawed, and the pigeons cooed, their collective presence both fascinating and unsettling. With a thoughtful expression, Izuku began to address his newfound companions. "Okay, so you all are here to help me, right?" he questioned, unsure of how the whole animal summoner ability worked. The crows and pigeons seemed to respond with a mix of caws and coos, creating an odd symphony in the air. Izuku scratched his head, processing the situation. "I mean, this is pretty cool and all, but I need to figure out how to use you effectively. Can you guys understand me?" The crows cawed louder, and a particularly bold pigeon landed on Izuku's shoulder as if claiming the role of a messenger. He blinked at the avian audience, realizing the potential of his new abilities. "Right, so, let's start simple. Crows, can you scout the area? Pigeons, I guess you can. Keep an eye on the sky or something." The crows took off, soaring into the sky, while the pigeons fluttered their wings and perched on nearby structures. Izuku couldn't help but feel a sense of connection with his newfound allies, even if the circumstances were bizarre. As the crows returned, Izuku tried to decipher their message. "So, what did you find?" he asked, almost expecting them to reply. Of course, the birds only cawed in response, leaving him to interpret their actions. "All right, it's a work in progress," he mumbled, contemplating the possibilities of his animal summoner ability. "Maybe I can use you all for reconnaissance, or, I don't know, distract villains or something." Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that his life had taken an unexpected turn. With a determined glint in his eyes, he stood up, surrounded by his feathery army. "All right, team, let's figure this out together. We might just become an unconventional force for good," he declared, addressing the crows and pigeons as if they were his trusted companions in a battle yet to unfold. Chapter text. Gaimai sat in its cabin, immersed in the unsettling melody of Tansit Tip of Arasa. A newspaper unfolded before it, revealing the fate of a girl named Himiko Toga. The tragic tale amused the entity, showcasing the harshness of society towards those with unconventional quirks. As it reveled in the darkness of the report, Gaimai couldn't help but notice a recurring theme among these individuals. In its hand, a report detailed every word spilled by the tortured woman. 2 days of relentless agony broke her spirit, and the entity now held a pistol, a permanent addition to its arsenal, a cold instrument that had brought an end to her suffering. The laughter echoed through the cabin as it reminisced about the woman's screams, highlighting the brutality that lay beneath the surface. Her final desire, for death, resonated as a testament to the entity's ferocity. The woman's revelation about the Hero Public Safety Commission intrigued BGMI, a villain's portal, an unwitting journey to an unknown destination. It contemplated the option of dealing with the commission later, but for now, the newspaper grasped its attention. The connection with its vessel, Izuku, relayed news of an army forming, a legion of 78 birds, a blend of pigeons, crows, and house swifts. The entity felt a peculiar sense of pride in its vessel's growing power. As it chuckled to itself, the newspaper provided a gateway to the world's happenings. The story unfolded, and BGMI reveled in the tales of chaos, despair, and the unpredictable nature of humanity. The entity knew that the boy, Izuku, would soon command both predators and prey, crafting an army under the shadow of his newfound abilities. The song's melody continued, intertwining with the laughter of the entity. The chapter unfolded, words weaving a narrative that danced on the edge of the shadows, capturing the essence of a world spiraling into the unknown. Izuku, surrounded by a swirling flock of 78 birds, pigeons, crows, and house swifts, stood at the thrashed Takoba Municipal Beach Park. As he marveled at the sight of his newfound avian companions, a realization dawned upon him. If he focused intensely, he could perceive the world through their eyes. While he lacked complete control, this revelation offered a unique advantage. The army of birds was now his eyes, extending his reach across Musutafu. With the sun setting in the horizon, casting an orange glow across the city, Izuku couldn't help but feel a surge of exhilaration. He raised his hand, prompting the birds to take flight. The murmuration of feathers created a mesmerizing dance in the evening sky. As the birds dispersed across Musutafu, Izuku focused his mind on seeing through their eyes. A kaleidoscope of visions flooded his consciousness. A pigeon soaring above bustling streets, a crow perched on a high-rise building, a house swift darting through narrow alleyways. The world unfolded before him in fragmented snapshots. In the midst of this avian symphony, Izuku's eyes glazed over, a distant look as if he were peering into another realm. His voice, a soft whisper, resonated with the breeze. It's like seeing the world from 1,000 perspectives. The city breathes, pulses, lives. The connection with the birds granted him an unexpected gift: the ability to gather information from multiple viewpoints simultaneously. It was as if Musutafu's heartbeat reverberated through the fluttering wings and keen eyes of his feathery companion. A realization struck him. This newfound perspective could be an invaluable asset in his quest to become a hero. Maybe I can make a difference after all, he mused. The birds returned, gradually reassembling around him. Izuku's eyes gleamed with determination as he felt the pulse of the city resonate within him. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the park. Izuku, now accompanied by his avian allies, stood ready to navigate the complex tapestry of Musutafu. Little did he know that these birds, his eyes in the sky, would become his guiding lights in the unforeseen challenges that lay ahead. Izuku sat at his desk, the new notebook titled Numbers of the Army, Birds, Types, Small laid out before him. The numbers had grown from 78 to 84, with the addition of 5 Kentish plovers and 1 western sandpiper. His heart swelled with a small sense of accomplishment as he gazed upon the paper, documenting the expanding ranks of his avian allies. Just then, a tap on the window disrupted his thoughts. This time, a majestic Blackiston's fish owl perched outside, a letter clasped in its beak. Izuku opened the window, and the owl gracefully flew in, dropping the letter onto his desk before departing into the night sky. With curiosity piqued, Izuku eagerly unfolded the letter. Its contents bore the familiar tone of BGMI's counsel, offering guidance and strategic insight. The entity urged him to expand his bird army to a minimum of 500, emphasizing the importance of creating a network of sentinels across the city. The larger birds would serve as defenders, while smaller varieties would act as scouts, vigilant eyes in the sky. BGMI's suggestions extended beyond avian reinforcements. He advised Izuku to incorporate native Japanese species to avoid suspicion and recommended the addition of ground-dwelling creatures like cats for added defense. The entity also encouraged Izuku to embark on training in swordsmanship and firearms, starting with small arms and progressing to larger weapons. As Izuku absorbed the instructions and recommendations, a sense of empowerment washed over him. Despite the challenges and uncertainties of being BGMI's vessel, he found solace in the knowledge that he possessed the means to protect and defend. With determination burning bright within him, Izuku resolved to heed BGMI's counsel and continue his journey towards becoming a hero. A smile graced his lips as he contemplated the path ahead. Perhaps being the vessel of this enigmatic entity held more promise and potential than he had initially imagined. With newfound resolve, Izuku set his sights on the future, ready to embrace the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. Chapter text. Izuku made his way through the cluttered paths of Takoba Municipal Beach Park, his destination clear in his mind. The camper, nestled amidst the debris, served as his makeshift base of operations. As he approached, the creaking door swung open, and a gentle breeze carried the fluttering sound of wings. Entering the worn-down vehicle, Izuku found several birds resting inside. They acknowledged his presence with subtle nods before taking flight through the open windows, embarking on another patrol across the city. The interior of the camper was modestly arranged, with a broken-down couch and a map pinned on a board hanging on the wall. Seated on the couch, Izuku surveyed the map of Musutafu, adorned with different colored marks. 3 zones were distinguished: green for safe zones, yellow for moderate areas, and red for danger zones. His birds, now numbering 613, had become a vigilant force in monitoring and safeguarding the city. "All right, team," Izuku murmured, addressing the birds that remained perched inside. "Another day, another patrol. Let's keep our eyes open, especially in the night sector. Stay low, stay vigilant." The birds acknowledged his words with a series of coos, caws, and chirps, a silent communication between them. Izuku, understanding their unspoken responses, couldn't help but smile. Turning his attention to the map, he noted the concentration of marks in the night sector. "That's where we need to be most cautious. Crime tends to thrive in the shadows there." As he spoke, a tree swallow perched nearby, tilting its head as if in agreement. Izuku chuckled, feeling a connection with these creatures that went beyond words. After a brief strategy session with his avian allies, Izuku turned to his notebook, where he meticulously recorded the expanding ranks of his bird army. Pigeons, crows, house swifts, Kentish plovers, western sandpipers, tree swallows, Chinese leaf warblers, black kites, merlins, saker falcons, and Manx shearwaters, all playing their unique roles in his unconventional army. The thought of adding flightless birds for base protection lingered in his mind, a consideration for the future. But for now, he had another important task at hand. Izuku reached for a container filled with water, making his way to the improvised sink. Carefully, he refilled the water supply for the birds. "Stay hydrated, my friends. We've got work to do," he murmured, knowing that the success of their patrols depended on the well-being of his feathered companion. As the birds continued their patrol across the city, Izuku closed the camper door, ready to face the challenges that awaited them in Musutafu's night sector. With a determined glint in his eyes, he whispered to the birds, "Let's make a difference, one flight at a time." The camper stood as a silent witness to their unconventional journey, a haven for both hero and birds alike in the city's tumultuous landscape. Meanwhile, in the depths of Izuku's mind, the entity lounged in its cabin, an eerie parallel to the unfolding events in Musutafu. A peculiar TV, displaying everything through Izuku's eyes, adorned the space. The entity, seated with a pipe in its mouth, took a drag, its focus fixed on the unfolding spectacle. The screen showcased the intricate dance of birds under Izuku's command, weaving through the city sky as silent sentinels. Gaimai observed the scene as if it were an engrossing show, the corner of its mouth curling into a sinister smirk. Beside the entity, a lifeless hero, Mr. Blaster, lay sprawled out, the result of an encounter in the endless pine forest, where Gaimai swiftly ended the hero's futile attempt to explore the unknown. A grim reminder that the entity reveled not only in the chaos of the external world but also in the dark recesses of Izuku's mind. Gaimai chuckled, smoke swirling around its form as it continued to watch Izuku coordinate his avian forces. The boy, unaware of the entity's omnipresent gaze, commanded his growing army with determination and purpose. Yet, Gaimai had plans beyond mere observation. Unbeknownst to Izuku, a personal encounter with the enigmatic entity loomed on the horizon, a meeting that would transcend the boundaries of the mind, as Gaimai had lessons to impart upon the young vessel. As the TV screen flickered with the continued exploits of Izuku and his bird army, the entity leaned back in its chair, contemplating the impending interaction. The lessons to be taught were not born out of benevolence, but rather a twisted desire for amusement. The cabin in the mind's recesses became a staging ground for the intricate dance between chaos and order, with Gaimai pulling the strings in the shadows. The narrative unfolded, and the entity awaited the moment when Izuku would step into the surreal realm within his own consciousness, a place where reality and illusion collided in a macabre display. Little did Izuku know that his journey toward heroism held far more complexities than he could fathom. The entity, with its cryptic motives and sadistic amusement, awaited the inevitable collision of their paths, as lessons in chaos and power lurked just beyond the horizon chapter text. As Izuku lay in his bed, drifting into sleep, he found himself suddenly jolted awake by a surreal encounter. He was no longer in his room but rather on a couch, facing the enigmatic entity that resided within the depths of his mind. Gaimai's presence loomed over him, a mixture of amusement and cryptic wisdom emanating from its form. "Welcome, my vessel, to your mind," Gaimai's voice echoed, drawing Izuku's attention with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Izuku, taken aback by the sudden intrusion into his mental sanctuary, gazed at Gaimai with a blend of confusion and intrigue. The entity's tar-like skin and enigmatic aura made it a presence both unsettling and captivating. Sir," What do you mean, my mind? Izuku questioned, his voice laced with uncertainty. Gaimai chuckled, its amusement palpable as it addressed Izuku's inquiry. Oh, come on, boy. No need to be so formal. I've been in your head since you were 4. The only person who knows more about you than me is your mother, and you're the only one in Japan aware of my existence. So just call me Gaimai. And as a reminder, Gaimai is not even a real name. It's a codename an associate gave me. Feel better now? Izuku, still grappling with the surreal nature of the conversation, nodded hesitantly. Sure, Gaimai. So, mister, why am I in my mind? Gaimai leaned back, its smirk never faltering as it delved into the purpose of their meeting. Well, you see, child, I'll be telling you some things you need to have drilled into your head, all right. Izuku nodded again, his curiosity piqued yet wary of what revelations awaited him. First things first, Gaimai continued, its tone taking on a more serious undertone. We'll need to talk about which hero you want to be. I have a suggestion for that. I suggest you become an underground hero. Izuku's mind raced with questions, his thoughts swirling in a whirlwind of uncertainty and possibility. The suggestion of becoming an underground hero sparked a glimmer of intrigue within him, opening doors to a world beyond the conventional confines of heroism. As the conversation unfolded within the recesses of his own mind, Izuku realized that the lessons he was about to learn would shape not only his understanding of heroism but also his very identity as a hero in the making. With Gaimai as his enigmatic guide, the journey ahead promised to be one of self-discovery, challenges, and invaluable lessons learned in the shadows of Musutafu's hero society. Gaimai's tar-like form seemed to ripple with a strange mixture of shadows and ethereal energy as it responded to Izuku's question. Why? I mean, not that I'm against it, of course, I'm just interested why. Izuku inquired, seeking clarity. Gaimai leaned forward, its eyes fixed on Izuku with an intensity that conveyed both wisdom and a touch of melancholy. Well, you see, boy, not only do you already have an analytical mind, which will make you more useful, but there are a few key reasons. Firstly, becoming an underground hero would allow you to easily gather information in the underworld. You'd be uniquely positioned to navigate the shadows and uncover the secrets that elude others. Izuku absorbed this information, his mind racing with the implications of a hero's role in the shadows. Gaimai continued, another reason is the importance of secrecy. If you were to become a limelight hero, everyone would know your last name. Heroes, civilians, and, most importantly, villains. A quick search on the internet would reveal a social media profile of Inko Midoriya, your mother. By staying in the shadows, you protect not only yourself but those close to you. As Gaimai spoke, it all began to make sense to Izuku, the weight of the responsibility and the necessity for discretion. The entity's tone shifted, hinting at a more personal reason that it chose not to disclose. Izuku, respecting the boundaries presented, didn't press further. Another reason, Gaimai continued, is because you know what it feels like to be an outcast. Many villains turn to their path of darkness due to the hardships and alienation they face. Your ability to empathize with the marginalized may be a powerful force for change. Izuku nodded, realizing that his own experiences could be a driving force in understanding and combating the roots of villainy. And, lastly, Gaimai added with a knowing gaze, you can trust no one. No matter how close you are to someone, circumstances can change. Take Bakugo, for example. It didn't take much to go from best friend to tormentor. The mention of Bakugo stirred a mix of emotions within Izuku, memories of a friendship strained by ambition and rivalry. The gravity of Gaimai's words sank in, reinforcing the importance of vigilance and self-reliance in the tumultuous world of heroism. As the conversation unfolded within the confines of Izuku's mind, the path to becoming an underground hero took on new significance. It wasn't just a career choice, it was a strategic decision rooted in the complexities of human nature and the shadows that lurked beneath the surface of hero society. The valuable lessons had only just begun, and Izuku found himself at the threshold of a journey that would redefine his understanding of heroism and the intricate dance between light and darkness. Izuku listened intently to Gaimai's proposal, contemplating the adjustments to his personality that becoming an underground hero would necessitate. The entity spoke of adopting a cryptic demeanor, cultivating an air of darkness, and embracing a cold and knowledgeable facade. It was a stark departure from the earnest and compassionate Izuku Midoriya that people knew. Gaimai's words hung in the air, the weight of the decision evident in the gravity of the task ahead. Now, to be an underground hero, we're going to have to change your personality a bit. While you can keep your old one with your mother and all that, your new one will be with classmates, co-workers, and teachers. I'm thinking of an underground hero, so best to be cryptic, have some dark tendencies, act a little cold, and know a lot of things about the criminal world. Luckily for you, I fit most of the criteria. So, do you accept this, Midoriya? For a whole month before you can apply to UA, I will train you to become an underground hero before you even enter a heroic school. Do you accept? Izuku pondered the proposition, weighing the potential consequences and the sacrifice of part of his identity for the sake of a strategic approach to heroism. The path of an underground hero held secrets, challenges, and a different kind of heroism, one that operated in the shadows, fighting against the darkness that lurked beneath the surface. After a moment of contemplation, Izuku looked up at Gaimai with a determined glint in his eyes. I accept. If this is what it takes to be the hero I want to be, then I'm willing to make the necessary changes. Train me, Gaimai. Train me to become the underground hero Musutafu needs. Gaimai circled around the meditating Izuku, who sat atop one of the many towering mountains in the darker recesses of his mind. The purpose: to cultivate patience. 3 days had already passed, and in this mental realm, where time moved at a different pace, each outside hour translated to 3 days within the mind world. As the 4th day dawned, Gaimai spoke. All right, that's enough. Tell me, how do you feel? I feel a lot calmer, Izuku responded, his voice carrying a newfound serenity. Gaimai chuckled, a sound echoing within the ethereal landscape. All right, it worked. I wonder, Izuku muttered, should I call you Gaimai-sensei? To this, Gaimai raised an eyebrow. I'm not a teacher, Midoriya. So, no, you don't have to. Yeah, I'm calling you Gaimai-sensei, Izuku declared with a smirk. Gaimai sighed, feigning irritation. All right then, the next thing we'll need to do is… And so, a demanding month and a half unfolded for Izuku. At times, he was in the real world, physically training, while at others, he delved into the mind world. In this ethereal space, Gaimai imparted the basics of swordsmanship, spears, and hand-to-hand combat. They honed Izuku's proficiency with firearms, ensuring he could handle a pistol or revolver with semi-professional skill. In the tangible world, Izuku immersed himself in books, delving into the realms of anatomy, weapons, warfare, and combat strategy. It was an exhaustive pursuit, piecing together the knowledge necessary to become a hero of unparalleled intellect. Gaimai's lessons extended beyond the physical and intellectual. He coached Izuku on the art of masking his true personality, guiding him to create a cold, impenetrable wall as if it were a mask. Upon Gaimai's suggestion, when Izuku visited Takoba, he navigated the maze of trash, discovering small, easily accessible yet well-hidden holes. In these clandestine spots, he strategically placed sentinels and alarms in the form of Burgish criers, 6 of which surrounded the camper where the main army would reside. 2 more found their places within the camper, and 1 perched on its roof. Patrolling around the camper were 4 Dongtao roosters, aided by 10 great white pelicans, and the latest addition to the army, a wild boar. As the weeks passed, Izuku's connection with the feathered vanguard strengthened, and his skills expanded exponentially. The training, both mental and physical, set the stage for a hero unlike any other. In the shadows of his own mind, Izuku forged himself anew, ready to face the challenges that awaited him, both within UA and the darker corners of the hero world. The last few weeks of August had arrived, casting a sense of urgency over Izuku. A roll call among his ranks revealed the unity among his diverse army. No longer just a feathered battalion, with the recent addition of a wild boar. The need for a name change lingered, an acknowledgement of their evolving composition. Gaimai, ever the strategic guide, recommended a shift to weight training for the final stretch of preparation. Though not an extensive regimen, it marked a departure from Izuku's earlier routines. On the sandy shores, 3 training dummies stood as silent adversaries, awaiting the onslaught of Izuku's honed skills. Izuku positioned himself a few meters away, a Glock 18 in hand. The sun dipped toward the horizon, casting a warm glow over the beach as the ocean waves provided a rhythmic backdrop to his training. With a focused gaze, he squeezed the trigger, sending controlled bursts toward the dummies. The crack of gunfire echoed across the beach, punctuated by the thuds of bullets hitting their targets. 2 of the dummies bore the evidence of Izuku's accuracy. He holstered the Glock, contemplating the progress made in these final training sessions. Gaimai's ethereal presence materialized beside him. Not bad, Midoriya. Your aim is improving. Thanks, Izuku replied, wiping the sweat from his forehead. But it feels like there's more we need to do. Gaimai nodded, his expression cryptic. You're right. The physical aspect is crucial, but don't forget the mental preparation. Your journey is about more than just strength and skill. What else is there? Izuku inquired, a tinge of curiosity in his voice. Gaimai circled him, the air tinged with an otherworldly energy, perception, strategy, and the ability to adapt. Heroes are not just defined by their physical prowess, but by their minds. The battles you'll face will demand more than strength. They'll require cunning and resilience. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows on the beach, Izuku absorbed Gaimai's words. The combination of physical and mental training had become the cornerstone of his preparation. The Feathered Vanguard, or whatever they would soon be called, needed a leader whose abilities surpassed the conventional. The following weeks unfolded with a balance of rigorous physical exercises and mental conditioning. Izuku's interactions with his diverse army intensified, solidifying their unity. The boar, now named Kuro, became an integral part of their unconventional team. As the sun set on the last day of August, Izuku stood on the beach, gazing at the horizon. The imminent challenges at UA and beyond beckoned, but he felt a newfound confidence. The training, both physical and mental, had forged him into a hero of extraordinary potential, ready to face whatever trials lay ahead. Chapter text. Gaimai stood in its cabin, flipping through the TV channels as Izuku headed to the entrance exam. Though Izuku was still officially labeled as quirkless, wielding a sword wasn't precisely a quirk. For now, he would remain officially quirkless until someone figured it out, or until Izuku remembered it himself. Gaimai decided not to warn him. Entertainment was essential, after all. Above Izuku, one of Gaimai's animals soared through the sky. A bald eagle that had long been deceased, brought back to life. It acted as an extra precaution against potential threats in the alleys. Several of Izuku's Saker falcons followed closely behind, forming a squadron ready to strike if the need arose. As Izuku stood in front of the gate, one of the Saker falcons landed on his shoulder. Dressed in jeans and a hoodie with a bag slung over his shoulder, Izuku carried two essential items in the bag: a falchion sword and a disassembled Armalite R50. Yue had strangely allowed the presence of an anti-material rifle, thanks to Gaimai's skill in creating forged documents. As Izuku approached the entrance, he suddenly remembered he was still officially listed as quirkless. Panicking, he considered the possibility that if he refrained from using his quirk during the exam, everything might be fine. He rationalized that he'd only used the birds for reconnaissance, convincing himself that it wouldn't be a significant issue. After a sleepless night of researching, he concluded that the exam involved robots. No big deal. Lost in thought, he tripped. As he was about to hit the pavement, he found himself floating. His narrowed eyes questioned whether Gaimai had something to do with this. Sorry that I used my quirk on you," a feminine voice exclaimed. Izuku looked at the speaker and realized it was another exam participant. The birds nearby snickered. "No worries. Now, could you maybe let me go back to the ground?" he asked. Her eyes widened, a small blush forming on her cheeks. Sorry, I forgot to let you go." She held the tips of her fingers together, and he descended. 5-point touch activation, Izuku muttered. Soon, he was a muttering storm of theories, suggestions, and questions. When he stopped, he offered a small smile and said, "Good luck," before turning around and heading to UAS examination hall. The brown-haired girl had a starstruck gaze before shaking her head and joining the stream of potential heroes in training. The examination hall buzzed with applicants as Izuku settled into his assigned seat, number 5004. Casting a glance around, he searched for familiar faces, but the room seemed devoid of anyone noteworthy until his eyes landed on a certain blonde a few seats away, Katsuki Bakugo. A sigh escaped Izuku. The prospect of attending the same school with his ex-friend wasn't something he particularly looked forward to. After all, he wasn't inclined to seek friendship after the less-than-friendly advice Bakugo had given him. Placing his bag under his seat, Izuku focused as small robots distributed the written tests. Question after question, he navigated through the exam, finding most of them surprisingly easy to answer. A few, however, puzzled him, such as inquiries about his hypothetical merch store's name and the company he'd partner with. Opting for simplicity, he wrote Underground Hero for those and moved on. With 15 minutes to spare out of the 40 allotted, Izuku marveled at Gaimai's unique teaching methods. Whether it was heartless, crazy, or sadistic, there was an undeniable effectiveness to the way it drilled information into his head until he mastered it. In Izuku's case, the method worked well. As he descended the stairs, some onlookers cast strange glances his way. One boy, with blue hair and glasses, dressed in a private academy's uniform, shot him a glare that could rival an intense grudge. Undeterred, Izuku returned the stare with a quick, cold gaze and proceeded to hand his test to Present Mike, stationed at the podium in front of the hall. In a hushed voice, Present Mike queried, "Little listener, are you sure you wish to submit your exam paper already?" Izuku, maintaining a composed demeanor, offered a closed smile and a nod. Present Mike received the exam paper, and with each passing question, a perplexed expression crept onto his face. Internally, a small part of Izuku's personality, influenced by Gaimai's chaotic nature, found amusement in the confusion. Externally, he remained calm and composed as he returned to his seat. The room's atmosphere shifted slightly, whispers circulating about the mysterious examinee who had finished the test so quickly. Ignoring the curious glances, Izuku awaited the next phase of the exam, his thoughts contemplating the upcoming practical challenges. The enigmatic aura around him seemed to deepen, hinting at the uncharted path he was about to tread in his pursuit of becoming a hero. As Izuku sat at his seat, he rummaged through his bag, sorting the parts of the R50 rifle. Alongside it lay a bipod and around 250 BMG rounds. The R50, a single-shot rifle, had materialized at Gaimai's suggestion after Izuku consulted an old, forgotten website called Wikipedia. With Gaimai's assistance, he had it signed off as a support item. First, he created a false identity, Gaimai Krob, and established a fictitious gun store that had purportedly existed long before his birth. Following this, he filled out an application, accepted it, and sent the rifle as a support item. Gaimai even tweaked his birth certificate to show a familial tie, ensuring legality. As the minutes ticked by and more people finished, it was time for the explanation of the practical exam. Present Mike, utilizing his quirk, belted out, "Hello there, listeners. I hope all of you are confident in your answers. Now then, can I get a hell yeah?" Silence ensued, followed by Present Mike's muttering about a tough crowd. "Anyway, the practical exam is basic," he continued, projecting the silhouettes of 4 robots onto the big screen. "There's a 1-pointer, 2-pointer, and 3-pointer. The third is the hardest to kill but offers 3 points. Now," interrupting, the blue-haired boy from earlier raised his hand and exclaimed, "Sir, there appear to be 4 robots on the screen. If you forgot to explain that, it's unprofessional." Pointing at Izuku, he criticized, "How you acted is completely unprofessional and disgraceful to UAS legacy. Bags aren't allowed, and you broke the rules." Izuku maintained an unreadable expression as the boy gestured robotically. In a voice reminiscent of Gaimai's, he calmly retorted, "How about you ensure you don't accidentally perform the Nazi salute there, buddy," before turning back to the podium. Confusion spread among the crowd at the reference, given World War II had ended centuries ago, and pre-Quirk era history had largely faded from memory. Only 3 people seemed to catch the implication: the bespectacled boy, Bakugo, and the teacher himself, who nervously chuckled at the remark. "Well, someone has a dark sense of humor," the teacher commented, addressing the blue-haired student. "Next time, please wait your turn to speak and refrain from rudeness. And examinee number 5004, please be mindful of potentially offensive remarks." Izuku smirked at the teacher's response, while the blue-haired student slumped in his seat, deflated. Present Mike interjected, clarifying that the 4th robot was a 0-pointer, merely an obstacle. With instructions given, the examinees dispersed to their assigned mock cities, anticipation building for the practical segment of the exam. Izuku's mind buzzed with readiness, prepared to face the challenges ahead and prove his worth as a potential UA student. Chapter text. As Izuku stood before the gate of City A gathering of examinees surrounded him, including the blue-haired boy rapidly approaching. The boy stopped abruptly and, to Izuku's surprise, offered an apology. He began, "I wish to apologize for my rudeness. I realize now I might have gone a bit overboard, thinking you were mocking the prestigious institute with how you acted." No, I get it," Izuku replied. "It was a bit weird how I finished so fast. I had a very good teacher. Also, in the bag is a support item. My quirk isn't really for offense, so I'll mostly need to use support items to even the playing field. And yes, support items that have been accepted by the company you requested them from are allowed. I read the whole rule book." Ida Tenya, the blue-haired boy, nodded. "And also, sorry for the remark about the Nazis. I have an uncle who makes a lot of dark jokes and has been an influence for that side of my personality." Izuku chuckled. "Well then, good luck to you." Ida Tenya, "Good luck to you too." Midoriya Izuku, "Tell your uncle he might have to tone back with his jokes then. I wish you goodbye. Maybe we'll be future classmates." Maybe. And I'll tell him." Izuku thought to Gaimai, uncertain if his uncle would take the advice. The alarm rang, and the doors opened. Izuku expected everyone to rush out, but to his surprise, no one moved. Present Mike's voice boomed through the speakers, Go. What, do you think there is a timer in a real villain fight?" With that, the examinees scattered into the mock city. Izuku waited until the initial sounds of clashes echoed through the air before slipping into an alleyway. Following the plan he had devised, the mock city unfolded before him, a maze of streets and buildings populated with robotic villains. Izuku navigated the shadows, employing his birds for reconnaissance. His avian allies soared above, keeping watch as he planned his strategic moves. The first clash of examinees with the robotic villains reached his ears, and he knew it was time to put his plan into action. As he stealthily moved through the city, a mix of excitement and tension surged within him. The unpredictability of the practical exam fueled his determination to showcase his abilities and prove that unconventional methods could be just as effective. With each step, he embraced the challenges that lay ahead, eager to demonstrate the unique skills honed under Gaimai's guidance. The journey through the mock city had just begun, and Izuku was ready to face whatever obstacles UA had prepared for him. As Izuku stealthily traversed the alleyways, skillfully avoiding cameras and staying vigilant, his bag slung over his shoulder and the falchion in hand, he left behind a few broken 2-point robots. A strategic move that added 12 points to his tally, even though he hadn't intended to encounter them just yet. Reaching a spot shielded from faculty cameras, Izuku carefully retrieved items from his bag. Besides the disassembled Armalite R50, thanks to Gaimai's guidance and his uncle's suggestions, he had a M1942 Stahlhelm, a black blazer with holstered combat knives, a military-grade bulletproof vest, combat boots, and shades. Completing the ensemble, he donned a metal mouthpiece shaped like a jawbone, bearing a sinister engraved smile. With the attire complete, practical yet menacing, reminiscent of many underground heroes, Izuku entered a furnished fake building. Climbing to an upper floor, he found a vantage point through a window. A combat knife shattered the glass, allowing him to assemble the R50, creating a sniping nest. Meanwhile, in the observation booth, various faculty members watched the examinees. The principal, Nezu, sat alongside Eraserhead, Midnight, Present Mike, Cementos, Ectoplasm, Vlad King, Power Loader, Snipe, and Recovery Girl. All Might, Toshinori Yagi, arrived late, panting heavily, and smiled as he spotted Itsuka Kendo, his newly chosen successor. Observing the screens, comments flowed about the promising heroes. Midnight's provocative remark garnered Eraserhead's sigh, who admitted some potential. However, Nezu remained silent, focused on a specific monitor. Eraserhead joined him, and both noticed a glimmer in one of the apartments. A 3-point robot, chasing a crow, appeared on the screen. The crow dodged and led the robot past discarded comrades, where it fell with a hole in its head. All Might questioned the use of a deadly weapon inside the school, and Snipe explained it was the result of a .50 BMG round, commonly fired by an anti-material rifle. Concerned, All Might queried, "Wait, a child somehow brought a deadly weapon inside this school. Is that allowed?" "No," Nezu answered succinctly. He swiftly typed a command, transforming the screen displaying the blonde boy demolishing robots into a dark, night vision view. The haunting silhouette of a figure holding the rifle in its hands became visible. Nezu found it intriguing. With another press of a button, a screen displayed a scan of the rifle, accompanied by a report. Support item, type, rifle. Manufacturer, Krob Weapons Industries. Modeled after Armalite R50. Application, accepted by default. User of support weapon, Midoriya Izuku. Examinee ID, number 5004. Present Mike. Now aware of the connection, exclaimed, "Wait, it's that kid." Nezu inquired, "Which kid?" "The one who finished the test in 15 minutes and only had some technicalities wrong." "Oh, that one. Let's see his profile, shall we?" Nezu responded with a smile. He brought up an application trial on one of the screens. Name of applicant, Midoriya Izuku. Guardian, Midoriya & Co. Age, 14. School, Aldera Junior High. Date of birth, 5/07/2309. Place of birth, Musutafu, Japan. Quirk, quirkless. All Might express concern. Wait. Are quirkless people allowed to partake in the exams? Cementos clarified, "Of course. Everyone is allowed to participate, quirk or not. It is the heart that makes the hero, not the quirk." All Might acknowledged the sentiment but continued, "I know that, but isn't it kind of dangerous for a quirkless individual to be in the line of hero work?" Eraserhead provided insight. "Hero work is dangerous for everyone, Yagi. What matters is how people act, not how dangerous it is." Nezu adjusted the night vision to reveal the full scene of the teen adorned in Inkai black clothing, a military-grade bulletproof vest, and a helmet modeled after a M1942 Stahlhelm. The figure lay with their back to the camera, preventing a view of the face. Nezu wondered aloud, "Now, where did he get all that?" With another click of a button, Nezu revealed a website titled Krob Weapon Industries Clothing, featuring military clothing replicas from the 1900 seconds to the late 2022 seconds. All were offered for reenactment purposes and support reasons. A search for support companies sponsoring the school yielded one result for Krob, added to the database a few months ago, explaining its acceptance by default. Aizawa sighed. He abused a loophole. By using a sponsored company, one not widely known, he managed to make the system accept the support application without notifying us. Nezu chuckled. So he has the backing of a semi-military manufacturer and a smart mind. Let's see his score. He read out the figures, 71 villain points, by actions calculated 25 rescue points. Present Mike, fascinated, exclaimed, "That's quite a remarkable score." Eraserhead nodded. "It seems he's utilizing every advantage available to him. A smart move." All Might, a hint of skepticism in his voice, questioned, "But is it fair for a student to bring in such heavy artillery?" Shota Aizawa quickly intervened. "He's not breaking any rules. If anything, he's leveling the playing field. Heroes come in all shapes and sizes, and so do their tools." Vlad King chimed in hero work, adaptability and resourcefulness are crucial. If he's using the system to his advantage, then he's already displaying important qualities. Recovery Girl added, "Let's not forget the essence of hero work, saving lives. He seems to be balancing the scales by rescuing people despite his unconventional methods." Nezu concluded with a mischievous grin. "It appears we have a very resourceful and strategic individual in our midst. This should be an interesting year." The faculty continued to observe as the mock city scenario unfolded, intrigued by the variety of approaches the examinees took to tackle the challenges before them. As Izuku continued his solitary vigil in the room, he peered through the scope, keeping an eye on one of his crow decoys, strategically placed to lure the robots into view. The cold, metallic world of the mock city felt eerily real, yet Izuku remained focused on his objective. After a few minutes, the telltale movement of the crow caught his attention, and in one point a robot emerged, charging towards the decoy. Izuku pulled the trigger with precision. A hole appeared where the core of the robot's chest would be, and he noted down the score, 72, in his journal. Satisfied with his accumulated points, he murmured, "Should be enough for now." As he pulled the bolt of the rifle back, he savored the moment of accomplishment. The smoke still wafted from the barrel as he leaned against a table, situated sideways for cover. In the silence, under the bone-shaped mouthpiece, a smile formed. Skill, training, and strategic planning had enabled him to master the rifle. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a brief rest, the sound of approaching footsteps stirred him back to alertness. Swiftly, he reached for the amped hardballer holstered at his side, aiming it at the door while maintaining cover behind the table. As the door creaked open, a group of examinees entered, oblivious to the danger lurking within. With the sudden illumination of lights, a conversation unfolded among the newcomers. Izuku listened quietly, still concealed behind the table, feeling a sense of security as the minutes ticked by. Just as he prepared to relax, he heard a familiar sound, footsteps. Clearing his throat, he opened his eyes and aimed the pistol at the door. The surprised trio inside turned towards the voice, and Izuku revealed himself fully. The two conscious members took a cautious step back, eyeing the green-clad figure. The green-haired girl, Takage Setsuna, spoke first. "And who are you supposed to be, shithead?" Izuku nonchalantly replied, "The name's Midoriya Izuku. Now go far away, so I don't hear the moans, alrighty." Redhead Kendo waved her arms dismissively. "Hey, no, we don't do that. I mean, there are cameras everywhere. Who in their right mind would do something like that during an exam?" Izuku responded with a shrug. "Don't know, don't care." He stood up, revealing himself fully, causing both conscious individuals to take a step back. "Relax, will ya? I'm an examinee for a reason. I ain't stupid enough to fire this willy-nilly," he assured, showcasing the pistol in his hand, finger off the trigger, safety engaged. "So, you three are." Kendo introduced herself. "I'm Kendo Itsuka. The greenette is Takage Setsuna. And the guy is Monoma Nito." "What's with the clothes?" Izuku shrugged casually. "Wanted to see if the hero costume I designed worked. The weaponry are all support items, so don't think I bought a weapon illegally." "So, what brings you here?" he asked, settling back against the table. Chapter text. The room filled with a curious silence after Monoma's inquiry. Izuku leaned against the table, casually holding his pistol as he shared the story of his unconventional support items. "Oh, my Oji-sen owns a weapons manufacturer company, so I kinda got it for free," Izuku replied, his tone nonchalant. Kendo's eyes widened with interest, and she immediately saw an opportunity for personal gain. "What's the name of the company? I would like to see if I could buy some high-grade boots," Kendo inquired. She complained about the poor quality of the boots she had for the exam and expressed her desire for something more reliable. "Prob Weapons Industries. And if you want clothing, go to the online website and check the clothing sector. You'll find some there," Izuku informed her. His response triggered a mental note for Kendo, who envisioned upgrading her gear for future challenges. Monoma chimed in. "So, your uncle seems like a pretty cool dude." There was a hint of curiosity in his voice as he tried to understand more about Izuku's connections. "Oh, you have no idea," Izuku replied with a sarcastic undertone. His thoughts drifted to the entity, now officially recognized as his uncle on paper. The entity had taken on the role of his mother's husband's cousin when introducing itself to her. The mention of his father arose, a distant memory from years ago when the man passed away in the USA. Gaimai's manipulation of documents had revealed a surprising truth. Most of the individuals on Izuku's father's side had died a few years ago. The news didn't evoke any strong emotions in Izuku. His distant relatives had distanced themselves when he was diagnosed as quirkless. Technically and legally, Gaimai's powers were not quirks, considering the entity's ancient existence and witnessing the dawn of humanity. However, for simplicity, they referred to them as quirks. As Izuku reflected on his newfound identity, Gaimai's powers granted him the freedom to wander outside at times, engaging in activities that remained enigmatic. The concept of identity, family, and the entwining of the supernatural with the mundane occupied Izuku's thoughts. The conversation flowed, delving into personal anecdotes and experiences. Monoma and Kendo shared stories of their own, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie among the examinees who, despite their initial skepticism, found common ground. The exchange of laughter and shared challenges formed the foundation of new friendships in the midst of the UA entrance exam. As the minutes ticked by, Izuku, Monoma, and Kendo continued to converse, unknowingly forging bonds that would play a crucial role in their future endeavors at UA. The mock city scenario outside echoed with the clashes of examinees and robots. But within the room, a sense of connection and understanding blossomed. The unexpected camaraderie among these examinees hinted at the potential for alliances and collaborations in the challenging days ahead. Little did they know that the bonds formed in this room would shape their journey as aspiring heroes, navigating the complexities of UA and the unpredictable path that lay before them. Chapter text. The aftermath of Monoma, Takage, and Kendo's departure left Izuku alone once again, perched atop the building with the anti-material rifle in hand. The distant rumbles of the exam persisted, creating an eerie ambience as Izuku scanned the landscape through the scope. A colossal robot, resembling a zero-pointer but towering over the buildings, caught Izuku's attention. He focused on the target through the scope, evaluating its movements and potential weaknesses. Determining that the conventional bullets weren't effective, he pondered his next move. With a hum of contemplation, Izuku summoned a crow and a Chinese leaf warbler. As they landed on the massive robot, he carefully maneuvered himself for a strategic shot. Examining the back of the colossal machine, he identified a hatch, likely housing a crucial component. The realization sparked a plan in his mind. The anti-material rifle roared to life as Izuku pulled the trigger. The .50 BMG round sped towards the hatch, piercing the metal but seemingly having little impact. Undeterred, Izuku thought on his feet, calling upon his avian allies. A crow and a Chinese leaf warbler descended, attempting to enter the newly created hole. The crow, too large to fit through, gave way to the smaller and more agile Chinese leaf warbler. As it entered the machine, chaos ensued. The warbler tore through wires, disrupting the robot's internal systems and causing a cascade of malfunction. Meanwhile, on the ground, Monoma, Takage, and Kendo hesitated a few steps away from the colossal robot. Monoma, ever the strategist, voiced his opinion. "I think we should book it. It has no real points, so it won't be of much use. Plus, it might just hinder us. There's only like 3 more minutes left, so..." A sudden scream interrupted Monoma's thoughts, emanating from the rubble in front of the zero-pointer. The trio rushed towards the source, discovering a brown-haired girl trapped beneath the debris. Concern etched Kendo's face as she inquired about the girl's well-being. "I'm fine, but I can't get the rubble off me. I used my quirk too much," the girl explained. Monoma, ever curious, asked about her quirk. "Zero gravity. If I touch something, then activate my quirk by linking my fingers, I erase the gravity of the object," she revealed. Monoma seized the opportunity to help, poking a bit of her arm before using his quirk to lift the rubble. As the debris floated in the air, Kendo, with determination in her eyes, decided to unveil her second quirk, given to her by All Might. Yellow and orange lightning enveloped her as she crouched and leaped into the air. Just before landing a powerful punch on the colossal robot's face, she noticed a peculiar detail. The lights on the machine dimmed and went out. The robot shut down. Before anyone could process the sudden turn of events, Kendo shouted smash. Her fist connected with the robot's face, leaving a massive dent as it toppled backward. As Kendo descended from her powerful leap, a realization struck her. How would she land? A few meters above the pavement, she felt a gentle tug on her clothes. Birds, a mix of crows, pigeons, and an unfamiliar small species, had come to her aid. They stopped her fall before releasing her just centimeters above the ground. With her feet safely on the ground, the avian saviors scattered into the surrounding mock city, disappearing from view. The unexpected alliance between the examinees and the avian helpers marked the end of the UA entrance exam's final part, leaving questions and anticipations lingering in the air. In the observer's booth, a collective sigh of relief echoed through the air. The zero-pointer, having lost control for an unknown reason, did not shut down after it was freed. All Might, now in his buffed form, stood on the brink of leaping into action, his pride swelling in his chest as his chosen successor, Kendo Itsuka, emerged victorious and averted a potential disaster. As the tension subsided, the focus shifted to the upcoming class assignments for the students who had successfully navigated the challenging entrance exam. 20 coveted seats awaited the chosen ones, and discussions buzzed among the teachers from both Class 1A and Class 1B. Eraserhead, contemplating the placement of Midoriya Izuku, voiced his opinion to Vlad King. "I think he should be in my class." Present Mike, chiming in with support, added, "The kid wrote Underground Hero on the questions about merch incorporation. I believe it's best if he joins 1A, especially since Eraserhead is an Underground Hero himself." Vlad King considered the proposal. "I can vouch for that. But I'll need a student from your class in exchange." Kendo Itsuka. "She seems to be friends with 2 of the students in your class," Eraserhead suggested. "I can accept that," Vlad King agreed. With a nod between the teachers, the decision was made. "Well then, it's official. These examinees are hereby students," Principal Nezu declared as he clicked a button, sealing the fate of the successful candidate. All Might, though still harboring some skepticism about Midoriya's ability to navigate hero work without a quirk, held his reservations. He knew the principal's decisions were well thought out, and Nezu's intricate understanding of the student's potential far surpassed his own. As the gears of UAS academic machinery began to turn, the chosen students prepared to embark on their heroic journeys, each with a unique set of skills and a destiny intertwined with the prestigious institution. Izuku stood outside the imposing gates of UA, clad in his distinctive military-like uniform, garnering a few curious glances from passers-by. Unfazed by the attention, he couldn't shake the nerves that accompanied the uncertainty of whether he had passed the entrance exam. Nonetheless, he held on to the hope that his impressive 71 points would secure his place. As he pondered his fate, a familiar, feminine voice called out, breaking his reverie. Turning to the source, he found Kendo and Monoma approaching. Kendo's teasing remark about him potentially ditching them earned a chuckle from Izuku. They exchanged a few words, swapped contact numbers, and then Izuku heard a distinct toot. An ink-black Daimler Regency waited nearby, ready to ferry its passenger. "Looks like I need to go. My uncle's here," Izuku explained. Kendo whistled appreciatively, commenting on the car's apparent opulence. "Yep, he's the owner of a weapons store. Some of his customers are private militaries for hire. You'd be surprised how much money you make out of that," Izuku replied casually, hinting at the unconventional nature of his family's business. With a wave, he bid farewell to his newfound friends and headed towards the waiting car, the doors automatically opening for him. As he settled into the luxurious interior, the Daimler Regency glided away from the school gates, leaving behind the bustling campus and a curious crowd. Izuku's journey at UA had just begun, and the mysteries surrounding him seemed to deepen with each passing moment. As Izuku settled into the plush interior of the Daimler Regency, the enigmatic entity, Gaimai, which inhabited his mind, took control of the conversation. "So, how'd it go?" Gaimai inquired, steering the conversation toward the recent events at UA. "Pretty well, I think." "So, what now?" Izuku questioned, his curiosity evident. Gaimai's response was cryptic. "Well, you continue your years at UA until you pass." Or what?" Izuku probed, sensing an ominous undercurrent in Gaimai's words. Gaimai's next statement sent a chill down Izuku's spine. "You helped me overthrow the government." "Wait, what? Why would I do that?" Izuku exclaimed in surprise, the notion seeming preposterous. "I'll explain once we get to, when we get to our destination. You better know that you'll be learning about a grudge that has been growing since 2154, Gaimai revealed, adding an air of mystery and urgency to their impending conversation. The car continued its smooth journey, carrying Izuku toward a destination that held not only the promise of education at UA but also the revelation of a long-standing vendetta that would shape his destiny in unforeseen ways. Chapter text. In the dimly lit warehouse filled with an array of weaponry, Izuku found himself seated across from Gaimai. Crates surrounding them contained a myriad of weapons, each holding its own tale of history and conflict. Gaimai began, "So, are you familiar with the NCC?" Izuku shook his head in response. "Expected that." So, for basics, the NCC was an emergency unit in the Japanese government that evolved into a military force of its own. However, after the Quirk collapse, the Hero Public Safety Commission was formed. Now, this isn't very special on its own, but in 2154, a member of the NCC found out that the then president of the HPSC had made a deal with a villain, a very dangerous villain, which is basically treason. However, the HPSC made it look like it was the NCC who had committed these crimes, and so the National Crisis Committee was disbanded. That's where it ends, or where they think it ends. Gaimai reached for a map and unfolded it, revealing a giant representation of a territory labeled NCC. It covered the entirety of Siberia and Korea, parts of China and Mongolia. Russia and China were split into multiple borders, each outlined in gray, while the NCC territory was marked in an ominous ink black. Puppet states. Those things are puppet states, balkanized. While the whole of Earth doesn't know it, this place has been in the making for more than 200 years, with yours truly at its head. You see, while I was trapped in that forest for 15 years, I didn't sit around in silence. I made my soul, which could go through the barrier and take over someone else's body. I met some exiled members of the National Crisis Committee and took them in. They're all dead, of course, having passed away somewhere between 2170 to 2180. But when they died, I took control. I've been holding them there for now. The weight of Gaimai's revelation hung in the air, unveiling a history that stretched beyond centuries, with the entity at the center of a clandestine plan that defied time itself. "But I'm not too sure about my first plan, though," Gaimai admitted, prompting Izuku to inquire further, and that was, to just bomb Japan to rubble and ash. "But I don't think I would like that." Gaimai contemplated, pondering alternative courses of action. "Well, I'll tell you this. I'll hold off on invading Japan for now and we'll just go deal with Belarus. Having some more puppets never does any harm." But there's been a rise in criminal activity in Japan. Someone is preparing something, Gaimai divulged, shifting the focus to the growing unrest in Japan. Meanwhile, a tall man sat in a metallic chair surrounded by a life support system, feeling the urge to sneeze. Back in the warehouse, Gaimai continued, "So what I think is that once criminal activity spikes, I'll send in some troops in the confusion and fight both sides. How about that? And if you still don't like it, do you think the HPSC are a good influence on hero society?" The proposal hung in the air, leaving Izuku to grapple with the weight of Gaimai's intentions and the implications of his own choices. The conversation delved into the complexities of power, morality, and the blurred lines between heroism and villainy as Izuku found himself navigating a path fraught with uncertainty and moral ambiguity. But what about the casualties? Izuku questioned, expressing concern for the potential loss of innocent lives. In war, there will always be death, people caught in the crossfire, Gaimai responded coldly. "I'll tell you this, the HPSC has killed more people than 16 years of civil war in Japan. So seeing that the protectors have killed more than a civil war, I believe they should be gotten rid of." "Oh, excuse me, the National Crisis Committee wants them gone." "I could care less, it's the chaos I'm after." "But that doesn't matter. See them as a helping hand in the future. There is a war coming. Maybe it will take a few years, but something is coming. And better to have a fighting force ready in case." The ominous declaration hung in the air, emphasizing the impending conflict and the ruthlessness of those vying for power. Izuku grappled with the weight of the decision ahead, torn between his desire for a heroically just world and the grim reality of the choices presented to him. The path ahead seemed clouded with uncertainty, and the echoes of war loomed on the horizon. The Black Daimler Regency smoothly pulled up to Izuku's destination, the apartment complex standing tall against the cityscape. The rhythmic hum of the engine ceased as Gaimai brought the car to a stop, and silence enveloped them. The radio, playing some random song, provided a distant backdrop to the moment. Izuku stepped out of the car, the military-like uniform still clinging to him, and closed the door with a solid thud. The night air carried a cool breeze, a stark contrast to the weighty conversation that lingered between them during the drive. As he faced Gaimai, uncertainty clouded his expression. "Well, here is your destination," Gaimai remarked, breaking the silence. "Also, I suggest raising the ranks of your animal army to 900 now. The more, the merrier, they say. Don't worry about food, they don't need it. The only thing the animals we summon with Animal Summoner can do is follow the orders of its master." Izuku nodded in acknowledgement, his mind processing the new information. "I'll keep that in mind," he replied, a hint of determination in his voice. As Gaimai prepared to leave, the apartment complex's entrance loomed in the background. The cityscape behind Izuku held a mix of artificial and natural lights, creating an atmosphere that mirrored the conflicting emotions within him. The journey home had taken an unexpected turn, unveiling a clandestine world and a role Izuku never envisioned. The car door closed with a soft thud, and the Daimler Regency gracefully departed into the night, leaving Izuku standing at the threshold of his complex. The weight of responsibility settled on his shoulders, and as he ascended the steps, the path ahead seemed both challenging and uncertain. The echoes of Gaimai's plans for chaos and war lingered, and Izuku couldn't escape the realization that he was now entangled in a destiny far more complex than he had ever imagined. Chapter text. Corporal Andrij C. Verbulize and Private Stanislav Liepa, both from Latvian origin, patrolled the base they called home, Fort Sokol, nestled in what used to be Russia but was now part of NCC territory. They traversed the grounds, passing by the imposing sniper tower, and greeted their replacements, a Russian soldier and one from China, as they prepared to end their patrol duty. Back at the barracks, they exchanged their military gear for sleeping clothes, settling into their bunk beds amidst the diverse group of soldiers from various nations occupying Fort Sokol. The camaraderie among them spoke of the bonds forged in the face of uncertainty and distance from their homelands. The next day dawned early, and Company 4 of Division Spine assembled for roll call, Major Yijin Chai addressing the 250 soldiers with authority. Standing beside him was a figure draped in a black military trench coat, an insignia denoting his rank as General Director, a title reserved for times of crisis. The General Director, with tar-black skin and eyes like voids, stepped forward to address the soldiers. His voice carried an eerie weight, and silence fell among the ranks as he outlined his plans for a covert operation in Japan, specifically the Kagoshima Prefecture. "I hope you like it here," the General Director began, his words tinged with an unknown foreboding. "Now then, do you know why I am here?" His question hung in the air, met with silence from the soldiers. With a chuckle, he continued, unveiling his intentions for the operation and the need for 30 volunteers from Division Spine. Andrij listened intently, knowing that his fate, like that of his comrades, rested on the choice to volunteer or remain behind. As the General Director departed, leaving the soldiers to ponder their decision, Andrij couldn't help but feel the weight of uncertainty settle upon him. The day unfolded with the weight of impending decisions, as the soldiers grappled with the call to serve in a distant land, far from the familiarity of Fort Sakal. In the quiet moments that followed, amidst the routine of military life, Andrej knew that regardless of his choice, the path ahead held challenges and sacrifices yet to be revealed. And as the day waned, the echoes of the general director's words lingered, casting a shadow of doubt over the barracks of Fort Sakal. Meanwhile, asleep at his desk, Izuku Midoriya had spent the entire night delving into the mysteries surrounding the NCC. Frustration had clouded his initial attempts to find relevant information in Japanese sources, but a stroke of insight led him to switch his VPN to foreign servers. It was there that he uncovered a trove of details on Informatica, considered the successor of Wikipedia. The page chronicled the formation of the NCC in 1940, its role as an emergency unit, and subsequent disbandment, highlighting leaders, divisions, and branches. Amidst the vast array of information, a particular entry captured Izuku's attention: the position of General Director. The name attached to this title was Klaus Krob, a surname he recognized from Gaimai's fabricated identity. The record unfolded as follows: date of birth, 5/09/2091. Date of death, 8/12/2135. Place of birth, Koppis, Germany. Place of death, Somatic, Indonesia. Nationality, German, Polish. Occupation, First General Director of the National Crisis Committee. Mother's name, Dorota Ch. Meal. Father's name, Gregor Krob. Wife's name, Miho Ueno. Children, 2. Sons, 1. Daughter, 1. The discovery left Izuku with a web of questions. Klaus Krob's connections to Gaimai's fabricated identity hinted at a deeper link, a puzzle piece waiting to be unveiled. As daylight began to filter into the room, Izuku contemplated the implications of this newfound knowledge, sensing that the path he treaded was leading him to a nexus of hidden truths and intertwined destinies. Chapter text. Izuku remained seated within the recesses of his own mind, the ethereal space where Gaimai had imparted knowledge on manipulating the mental landscape. Here, the oak forest retained its familiar presence, albeit now populated by lifeless doppelgangers scattered amidst the trees. These were not real individuals but mere constructs of Izuku's imagination, crafted for a singular purpose: training. In his hands, Izuku conjured a glaive, its gleaming blade reflecting a spectral light. The air was charged with anticipation as Izuku took a defensive stance, eyes focused on the surroundings. Among the training dummies, one armed with a dao attempted a stealthy approach. However, Izuku, attuned to the nuances of his mental realm, heard the subtle footfalls. With preternatural reflexes, he swiftly evaded the sneak attack, maneuvering with grace. The glaive in his hands became an extension of his intent as he struck decisively, impaling the would-be assailant. A deft twist of the weapon followed, dislodging the dummy, and with a strategic kick, Izuku sent it tumbling away through the imaginary foliage. As the silent forest echoed with the phantom clash of metal and the muted thuds of defeated training dummies, Izuku continued honing his skills. The mental landscape served as a canvas for his growth, each confrontation within his own psyche a stepping stone toward mastering the unique abilities bestowed upon him by the enigmatic Gaimai. After hours of intense training within his mental realm, Izuku stood amidst the aftermath. The field was strewn with the lifeless training dummies, and scavenger birds, drawn from the shadowy depths of his mind, had already begun their feast. With a spadroon in hand, he surveyed the results of his relentless practice, having defeated 52 dummies in a display of skill and precision. Seating himself under the comforting shade of one of the numerous oak trees that adorned his mental landscape, Izuku placed the spadroon on the ground, watching it dematerialize. Closing his eyes, he immersed himself in a moment of calm reflection. When he reopened them, he found himself back in the reality of his bedroom, morning sunlight filtering through the curtains. Routine tasks followed: a shower, teeth brushing, and a change into casual attire. As he anticipated the letter from Yue, signaling the approaching end of summer vacation, Izuku knew he had 3 more days of wait ahead. A message on his phone interrupted his thoughts, revealing a newly formed group chat initiated by Itsuka Kendo. The members included Nido Monoma, Setsuna Takage, and Achako Uraraka, familiar faces from the exam. Monoma, true to form, had shared another self-made meme, asserting his supposed superiority, with Kendo responding using a facepalm emoji. The banter within the chat provided a light moment amid the anticipation for the next phase of their journey at Yue. Meanwhile, Gaimai strolled through the silent scrapyard, a recent acquisition of his. Though officially closed for years, it served as a convenient front for some less-than-legal activity. With a legal identity secured, Gaimai could now indulge in such endeavors without the need for elaborate cover-ups. The small house within the yard had only 3 rooms, a bathroom, a compact kitchen, and a modest office. Entering the office, Gaimai placed 2 logbooks on the desk, one of which he opened and perused. The other found a secure spot in a hidden safe beneath the desk. From a drawer, he materialized a baluster, Molina pistol, securing it carefully. His attention shifted as the distant rumble of an approaching truck echoed through the yard. A shipment of decommissioned cars awaited. The driver, upon arrival, stepped into the office. "Where from?" Gaimai inquired. "Listenberg," the driver replied calmly. Gaimai rose, motioning for the driver to follow him. They entered the small kitchen, where a hatch in the ground revealed a concealed room, bathed in light and stocked with an array of weapons. "Choose your pick. If you don't find anything noteworthy, I have a book filled with weapons for you to peruse," Gaimai offered. The driver nodded and began to explore the collection. After a few minutes, he halted and declared, 12 of these will do." He had selected an M26 mass shotgun. Gaimai smirked. "Well then, let's finalize the deal. 12 of those will be $6,000. Chapter text. In his office, Gaimai sat amidst the silence, surrounded by the remnants of transactions past. The air hung heavy with the scent of old metal and disused machinery. His attention focused on a briefcase, the contents of which amounted to a tidy sum of $10,000. The last customer, a dealer in scrap appliances, had utilized the covert code, Listenberg. The reference was a nod to times long past, a joke born in an era when humor seemed simpler. Few recognized the term, but it served its purpose as a discreet signal for those seeking something beyond the realm of legality. In exchange for a collection of broken-down washing machines and toasters, the previous customer had walked away with 2 AA-52 machine guns. Closing the briefcase, Gaimai tucked it away beneath the desk. Its contents would soon be converted into gold, a timeless investment strategy passed down from the father of a host he had occupied in the early 2020s. The man had stressed the importance of gold, emphasizing its immunity to the pitfalls of inflation and counterfeiting. Though quirks existed, capable of bestowing a Midas touch upon their wielders, the criminal underworld operated discreetly, shielding such individuals from the prying eyes of authority. And so, gold remained a secure and reliable asset in Gaimai's financial portfolio. As Gaimai calmly surveyed the scrapyard from his office window, he was met with an unexpected disruption. A loud crash shattered the stillness, prompting him to turn his gaze toward the source. The once empty scrapyard now resembled Takoba Municipal Beach Park, filled with life and bustling activity. Birds from Izuku's vast avian army patrolled the area, maintaining a watchful eye on the surroundings. The scrapyard's strategic location on the outskirts of Musutafu, adjacent to the Night District, was a calculated move. Rundown businesses in the area provided a convenient cover for Gaimai's clandestine activity, a realm of illegal arms dealings and covert transactions. Despite the unexpected influx of activity, Gaimai had yet to visit the headquarters of Izuku's bird army. Pigeons had discreetly observed him, adding an extra layer of surveillance to his operation. Positioned on the edge of the city, his base remained inconspicuous amid the neglected structures of the Night District. As the crash echoed through the scrapyard, Gaimai decided to investigate. He reached for a pistol tucked away in a drawer, securing it in the pocket of his revamped attire. His new ensemble consisted of a black blazer, red tie, white shirt, black pants, leather shoes, and a stylish black Borsalino hat, a change from his previous military-like uniform. Stepping outside, Gaimai sought the cause of the disturbance. What he hadn't anticipated, however, was the sight of a pink-haired girl clad in blue overalls, covered in soot and immersed in the inner workings of a rusty old car. Gaimai cleared his throat, a polite attempt to draw the attention of the pink-haired girl immersed in her work. "Excuse me, miss, but what are you doing?" His words seemed to startle her, causing her to swiftly turn around, tool in hand. "Oops, sorry, didn't mean to startle you, but you're kinda." "Well, in my scrapyard," Gaimai explained, wearing a convincing expression of mild concern. As if a realization struck her, Mei Hatsume's face lit up with a bright smile. In an instant, she moved to the front of Gaimai, enthusiastically shaking his hand. "Hi, I'm Mei Hatsume, but just call me Mei." Gaimai was immediately struck by the girl's exuberant demeanor, finding it somewhat unusual for a Japanese citizen to be so casually friendly. Nonetheless, he decided to go along with it. "Nice to meet you, Mei. I'm Gaimai Krob, but just call me Gaimai, I guess. Now, could you explain what you're doing?" Mei's response intrigued and puzzled him simultaneously. "Well, I want to be a future support designer, and so I'm trying to find spare parts for my babies," she explained, producing goggles from her pocket. The notion of calling inventions babies raised an eyebrow from Gaimai. "Didn't know people so young had children," he remarked, to which Mei promptly shook her head. "Not those babies. These babies," she clarified, displaying the goggles. "And, oh, you call your inventions babies?" "Yep, I mean, they're always so cute, and seeing how I create them, like babies, so they're my babies," Mei cheerfully elaborated, showcasing her unique perspective on her creations. Gaimai decided to let the peculiar logic slide for now. "Still doesn't explain what you're doing here, though." "Well, I'm searching for scrap parts. You see, I got accepted to the support course at UA, and so I think I should look around in Musutafu to see if I have any supplies in case needed. I already went to this beach, but it was filled with birds, so I left it alone." May explained, providing context to her presence in the scrapyard. Well, alright. I don't really lose money to this, but could you tell me on which days you will come over to search the yard? Gaimai inquired politely. May, picking up on the formality, beamed at him. I would mostly come when I don't have school, so weekends and when school has finished. Is that all right with you? Of course, just when you do this somewhere else, be sure to warn the owners of the scrapyard. Well, I'm inside that small house over there. Also, there will be some shipments of faulty factory equipment, so watch out you don't get run over by a truck. Gaimai cautioned. May, now sporting her goggles and a smile, responded with determination, will do. Before returning to the task of stripping the car for spare parts, Gaimai just hummed, turned around, and made his way back to his office. Gaimai, settling in his office, fired up his computer. With precision, he meticulously filled out an application to establish a conglomerate. He then listed all the businesses he had acquired. 3 scrapyards, 12 bars, 2 clothing stores, 5 retail stores, a small supermarket, and a maintenance store. Strategically, he transferred the 2 clothing stores to Krob Weapons Industries, intending to sell military clothing. Creating Rosenfeld scrap dealers, he placed the 3 scrapyards under its umbrella. Both KWI and RSD were then organized under the newly established Eagle Incorporated. The remaining retail stores, small supermarket, and maintenance store were bundled under Badger Everyday Store, another addition to the Eagle Incorporated family. As for the bars, Gaimai decided to let them remain independent, allowing them to flourish. His immediate plans included expanding into additional, less affluent districts of Musutafu. Gaimai's decision to establish and organize his businesses under a conglomerate had its roots in practicality. He had lost all his previous savings when his last host died, leading to the collapse of both his criminal and legal ventures. In a bid to rebuild, he opted for a fresh start. The capital generated from these various enterprises would primarily be invested in accumulating gold. This precious metal held intrinsic value, and Gaimai recalled the advice from his host in the 2020 seconds about its stability. The gold reserve would serve as a means of funding the NCC sleeper cell he was assembling in Kagoshima, ensuring that the financial transactions remained discreet and undetected. The meticulous planning was a testament to Gaimai's experience, and he acknowledged the influence of the kid from the 2020 seconds in shaping his approach. The chosen names and strategies were a nod to the past. Even though most of those connections were severed with the demise of his last host, Gaimai continued his strategic expansion, eyeing potential properties in the nearby warehouse district. This district, marked by its dual identity as part industry and part dockyard, seemed promising for his future endeavors. He scoured listings for suitable warehouses to house his growing inventory, a vital component for his various businesses. Among the opportunities he discovered was an out-of-business scrap yard. Recognizing the potential value in repurposing such a location, Gaimai added it to his growing list of acquisitions. The warehouse district presented a fresh frontier for his operations, and Gaimai was keen on establishing a strong presence there. The calculated moves aimed to bolster his conglomerate and ensure a steady stream of resources for his clandestine activity. Gaimai, after finishing his corporate activities for the day, shifted his focus to a different kind of business, one involving the removal of certain obstacles in his path. Flipping through his logbook, he located a record of a group that had threatened him in the past. Realizing that their presence could disrupt the delicate balance he sought, he decided it was time to eliminate the potential problem. Picking up a burner phone, he dialed a number that would set things into motion. On the other end of the line was Jurin, a notorious figure in the underworld. Gaimai, despite being a newcomer to this particular era, knew how to navigate the criminal landscape. Hello, Jurin. Yeah, you don't know me, I know. Gaimai smoothly began the conversation, playing his part as a discreet client seeking services. Listen, I need some mercs, and I'll give a pretty penny for it too. Could you do that for me? A brief negotiation followed, sealing the deal at 20 grand, 10 up front and 10 after the job was done. With a simple "we got a deal." Great, Gaimai closed the conversation. He promptly crushed the burner phone between his hands, ready to set in motion the chaos he intended to orchestrate for his amusement. The promise of entertainment was his driving force in this endeavor, aligning with the underlying motivations that fueled his actions. Chapter text. As Izuku pondered the recent developments and the mysterious actions of Gaimai, he couldn't shake the feeling of unease that lingered in the air. The camper, once a place of solace, now seemed filled with uncertainty. He watched as the crows perched nearby, a silent audience to the unfolding events. Today was the day the letter from UA would typically arrive, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos that surrounded him. Despite the odds stacked against him, Izuku held on to the belief that this letter would signify a turning point, a chance to forge his path as a hero. But Gaimai's recent activities cast a shadow of doubt over Izuku's hopes. The creation of a conglomerate, dealings with mercenaries, it all hinted at a darker agenda lurking beneath the surface. Yet, Izuku hesitated to take action. Reporting Gaimai's actions to the authorities felt futile, given the magnitude of the situation and the mysterious entity's power. In the midst of uncertainty, Izuku resolved to remain vigilant. He would continue to monitor Gaimai's movements, striving to decipher the entity's intentions while safeguarding his own. As the crows rested around him, Izuku awaited the arrival of the letter, a beacon of hope in a world teetering on the edge of darkness. The room was dimly lit, shadows dancing across Gaimai's face as he addressed the 4 mercenaries. Ta, Phobos, Teshub, and Aeneas, a formidable team assembled for a dark mission. Gaimai's white irises pierced through the darkness as he delved into the details of their task. "If I'm correct, you are looking for a job," Gaimai began, his tone laced with a calculated confidence. Aeneas, the only one to respond, cut to the chase. "Correct. Now tell us what to do and how much we get for it. We're not here to chit-chat." A sly smirk formed on Gaimai's face as he outlined the mission. "There is this small extortion group in Musutafu. They've been a pain in the ass for a bit. What I need you for to do is eliminate 3 of their members." With a swift motion, he placed 3 files on the desk, each containing information on a target. Junichi Takuchi, codename Ender. He's the advisor to the leader of the group and his brother. You'll find him at a cafe in the Western District most of the time, Nico's coffee shop. Second, Atsushi Takuchi, codename Pure. He's the son of the leader and oversees some rackets. Third and last, Shichiro Takuchi, codename 7. Another brother of the leader, overseeing some of the group's extortion rackets. You'll find both Atsushi and Shichiro somewhere in the warehouse looking through some merchandise, mostly opium, but some other things as well. Gaimai leaned back, his eyes still fixed on the mercenaries. "Now, the payment is 40 grand, 10 grand each. How does that sound?" The room fell silent, the mercenaries contemplating the task ahead and the tempting reward offered by the enigmatic Gaimai Krab. Aeneas responded, her tone unyielding. "If it will be raised to 60 grand, then we'll do it." Gaimai's expression shifted, his smirk fading into a darker visage. Of course, I'll do that. How do you want it paid?" Teshub, another of the mercenaries, spoke. "Wireless transfer. It can neither be traced back to us or you." Gaimai's smirk returned, now tinged with a subtle malice. "I can do that. Now then, I don't care how you do it. All I want is to have these 3 dead by the end of the week." Aeneas joined in with her own polite smile, and Gaimai understood the significance of her codename. It might not be affecting him, but he knew its historical context. "Well then, I guess we have a deal." With that, Aeneas and her group exited the office and the scrapyard, leaving behind an air of ominous agreement that hung heavily in the room. The darkness of the office seemed to linger, concealing the secrets that transpired within its confines. A new phone materialized in Gaimai's hand. He contacted a number saved only as the profiler, and as it connected, he spoke briskly. "Collins, you hear me? Great. Now I want 4 profiles about 4 mercs. Ta, Phobos, Teshub, and Aeneas." "Yep, could you do that for me?" "What? Family, real names, anything that can be exploited, really." "All right, then. I'll see you soon." With that, Gaimai ended the call, his mind already churning with plans and possibilities. The profiler, known for his meticulous research and deep understanding of the criminal underworld, would provide the necessary information to exploit the weaknesses of these mercenaries. Gaimai took a thoughtful drag of his pipe as he watched May work diligently on removing parts from an automated wrapper in the scrapyard. The sunlight streamed in through the open curtains, casting a warm glow over the room. His mind buzzed with plans, and a new idea began to take shape. There are still more members of the Takuchi clan to contend with, 9 in total, including Ikure Takuchi himself. Ikure had 5 sons, 3 daughters, 7 cousins, and various other relatives deeply entrenched in the family business. Shin Takuchi, the patriarch and founder of the clan, was still actively involved as well. However, the 3 targets Gaimai wanted eliminated were more personal. They had been the ones who had come knocking at his door a few days ago, causing quite a disturbance. The rest of the Takuchi clan would be dealt with in due time. But for now, Gaimai's focus remained on his immediate objectives. Izuku sat at the dinner table, his mother, Inko, seated across from him. Gaimai was at the side, donned in his usual scrapyard clothes rather than his general director uniform. Inko didn't seem fazed upon learning about Izuku's uncle, and dinner proceeded as usual. The aroma of udon noodles with rice and chicken filled the air, a dish that might not have been Izuku's favorite, but when his mom made it, everything tasted delicious. In the midst of the meal, Inko initiated a conversation. "So, you're one of Hisashi's cousins, right?" Gaimai adopted a soothing tone, a skillful change of personality that showcased his adaptability. "Yes, indeed. I'm one of the sons of his aunt. My father, a Flemish man, married her, and I've been living in Japan for about 12 years now. Izuku discovered our familial tie and reached out to me for help with some support items. I never really knew Hisashi had a family, as he was in law the last time I heard of him. Inko sighed. Yes, it's a shame he had to move due to his job. Gaimai nodded in agreement, maintaining a sympathetic expression. Indeed, the demands of certain jobs can lead to such separations, but family connections persist, and I'm glad Izuku reached out to me. Inko smiled warmly, appreciative of Gaimai's support for her son. It's wonderful that family can always come together when needed. Thank you for helping, Izuku. Gaimai returned the smile, his eyes showing a hint of kindness. It's my pleasure. Families should always look out for one another. As the dinner conversation continued, Izuku couldn't help but feel a mixture of gratitude and curiosity towards his newfound uncle. Gaimai, on the other hand, continued to play the role of the caring family member, concealing his true intentions beneath a facade of normalcy. The evening unfolded with familial warmth, unaware of the looming shadows that had been set in motion. Well then, I believe there is a letter to be opened, Gaimai said with a calm voice. A letter lay in the middle of the dinner table, Yue stamped on it. Izuku's hands trembled slightly as he unfolded the letter, his heart pounding with anticipation and nervousness. The contents confirmed what he had hoped for yet dreaded to know. His eyes scanned the words, revealing his scores and the confirmation of his acceptance into Yue. A mixture of relief and apprehension washed over him as he absorbed the news. Inko's tears of joy flowed freely, her heart overflowing with pride for her son's achievement. She reached out and embraced him, her emotions too profound for words. Beside them, Gaimai continued to eat his meal, his demeanor calm and collected. However, beneath his composed facade, a storm of dark intentions brewed, his plans inching forward with each passing moment. Izuku's mind buzzed with a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions. He couldn't shake the feeling of unease, sensing that his journey into Yue would be fraught with challenges and dangers beyond his imagination. But for now, in the warmth of his mother's embrace, he found solace amidst the uncertainty that lay ahead. The atmosphere in the warehouse was a mix of camaraderie and nostalgia as Elton Britt's voice crooned through the radio. The soldiers from Company 4, Division Spine, had found themselves stationed in Kagoshima, far from their homes. Andrej Zverbulize and Stanislav Liepa, amidst their poker game, couldn't help but appreciate the familiar tunes that resonated with the hardships of military life. Adjutant Major Ottos Jokinen, known for his stoic demeanor, sat with an air of authority, observing the interactions of the soldiers under his command. First Sergeant Sebastian Bogomolov, a seasoned soldier with a weathered look, shared a quiet moment beside him. Across the table, Corporal Risto Kroon, engaged in the poker game, seemed to enjoy the brief respite from the rigors of duty. As the song continued, the soldiers found solace in the music, a connection to their shared experiences as they awaited their next orders in the distant land of Kagoshima. The rotation blues were real, but in these moments, the bonds formed between them provided a semblance of home far from the familiar landscapes of their origins. The atmosphere in the warehouse shifted as the door swung open, allowing the commanding figures of Captain Bruno Bellotes and Major Yejin Chai to step inside. The resonant tones of Elton Britt's song were silenced as Captain Bellotes took charge, switching off the radio to signal the beginning of a serious discussion. Men, Major Chai addressed the gathered soldiers, his authoritative voice cutting through the air. Our first objective and assignment have been given. We will have to scout different crime clans and families to see which ones will be allies and which enemies. The soldiers listened attentively, preparing for the mission that lay ahead. Major Chai continued, You are asked to adorn civilian clothing. 4 squads, each led by a staff sergeant, will be formed for this mission. He then proceeded to announce the composition of each squad, assigning specific soldiers to their respective teams. Squad 1, under Staff Sergeant Boldizar Aggs, consists of Corporal Risto Kroon, Corporal Daniel Weaver, Corporal Petr Ottoson, and Private Stanislav Liepa. Squad 2, led by Staff Sergeant William Tarosian, includes Corporal Andrej Zverbulize, Corporal Yuri Kazlo, Corporal Hendrik Vonnegut, and Staff Sergeant William Tarosian. Major Chai meticulously detailed the assignments for Squad 3, under Staff Sergeant Riardas Petrades, and Squad 4, led by Staff Sergeant Marcos Vidal. Each squad had its unique mix of experienced soldiers ready to embark on the reconnaissance mission. All of the men listed are to report to the base commander, Colonel Paul Ingolfsson, Major Chai concluded, emphasizing the importance of the mission. The soldiers responded with a unified salute, acknowledging their orders. With that, Major Chai and Captain Bellotes exited the warehouse, leaving the soldiers to prepare for their new assignments. The weight of their responsibilities hung in the air as they contemplated the challenges that awaited them in Kagoshima. Meanwhile, as Ta, Phobos, and Teshub observed their targets, Atsushi and Shichir Tekuchi, who were busy counting yen in a small hut, a sense of tension lingered in the air. Ta, seated in the passenger seat, initiated the conversation, seeking confirmation about their targets. Bet them, Teshub, focused on the task at hand, confirmed, yep, they were very easy to trace. Phobos, the third member of the group, interjected with a hint of skepticism. Anyone else thinks this is a trap? Ta, dismissing the notion, snorted, come on Aniki-sama, it's just your paranoia. Phobos blushed slightly, insisting, I told you to stop calling me that, we're not children anymore. Teshub, taking a more pragmatic stance, sighed, oh, for the love of, I'm the youngest here and the most mature at the same time. Now is not the time for playing. We're on a job. The trio refocused on the mission, setting aside any personal dynamics. The air remained charged with a sense of caution as they continued to observe their targets. It became clear that their assignment might not be as straightforward as it initially seemed, and the possibility of a trap lingered in the minds of the mercenaries. In his scrapyard office, Gaimai sat absorbed in the profiles Collins, also known as the profiler, had provided. As he perused the information, a subtle amusement played on his lips. The activation of the Black Eagle network marked the first time in 50 years. And though many of the original members had long since passed away, Gaimai anticipated the forthcoming events. The profiles of the mercenaries intrigued him. Aeneas, or Ayakubo, turned out to be the matriarch of a family comprising 3 mercenaries, Arata Kubo, or Phobos, as the eldest son, Suzumu Kubo, or Ta, as the middle child, and Sabaru Kubo, or Teshub. Gaimai chuckled as he discovered that the father of the family, Hinata Kubo, was a shoe tailor with hidden depths. The 4 decided to embrace the life of mercenaries to settle Hinata's debts, a revelation that added an unexpected layer to their characters. Amusement colored Gaimai's thoughts as he contemplated the impending fate of the Kubo family. The Takuchi clan had grown suspicious of someone tailing them, and it wouldn't be long before the Kubo family faced a reckoning. Hinata, blissfully ignorant of the covert lives his wife and children led, was off securing a business deal in Atlanta, unaware of the impending surprise awaiting him, a financial deal that would plunge him into a depth he couldn't anticipate. Fate, with its capricious turns, played a hand in orchestrating events that Gaimai found both intriguing and capricious. Aeneas discreetly observed her target from a dimly lit corner of the bar. Junichi Takuchi, a womanizer by nature, was surrounded by 2 adoring ladies in his booth. As she watched him, Aeneas couldn't help but feel a certain disdain for individuals like him, those who wielded their charm and influence to manipulate others for the sake of social standing and wealth. In her hierarchy of contempt, such people ranked lower than even Gaimai, the enigmatic figure who had employed her services. While her feelings toward Gaimai were tinged with a degree of ambivalence, the disdain she felt for the likes of Junichi was unambiguous. Yet, she understood the pragmatic necessity of her undertaking. Her husband, Hinata Kubo, a shoe tailor with dreams beyond his means, had unknowingly accrued a substantial debt. To extricate him from financial ruin, Aeneas had accepted the mercenary lifestyle, infiltrating the dark underbelly of crime to secure the means to settle her husband's debts. It was a path she had chosen for survival, and though it led her to uncomfortable compromises, she had to remain focused on the goal. With a determined shake of her head, Aeneas pushed aside her conflicted emotions. This mission required her to approach Junichi, to play the part of a seductress in order to achieve her objectives. It was a role she had come to accept, no matter how distasteful it felt. As she rose from her secluded vantage point, Aeneas navigated through the bar's smoky ambience, her movements calculated and purposeful. The distant hum of conversations, clinking glasses, and subdued music served as the backdrop to her mission. She approached Junichi's booth with a practiced confidence, her features concealing the inner turmoil she grappled with. Mind if I join you? She asked, her tone suggestive and inviting. Junichi, momentarily taken aback by her sudden appearance, grinned in response. Well, what do we have here? He quipped, gesturing for her to take a seat. The ladies surrounding him eyed Aeneas with a mix of curiosity and slight hostility. As she settled into the booth, Aeneas embarked on a delicate dance, playing the part, engaging in conversation, and keeping her true intentions veiled beneath a facade of allure. The bar's ambience echoed with the complex interplay of motives, as Aeneas tread the thin line between personal distaste and the necessary steps to secure her family's future. A few hours before this, in the dimly lit office, Gaimai pondered over the crossroads he faced. The Kudo mercenaries, unwittingly headed into a trap set by the Takuchi clan, presented him with an unexpected dilemma. He contemplated the various paths laid out before him, knowing that each choice held its own consequences. A sense of detachment lingered as he evaluated his options. On one hand, he could allow the Kudo mercenaries to walk into the impending danger, possibly facing capture, torture, and an inevitable demise at the hands of the Takuchi clan. This, in turn, would create an opportunity for Gaimai to handle the situation with the Takuchi clan in his own way. However, as he considered the matter further, an alternative plan began to take shape. Gaimai envisioned leveraging the strength of Division Cerberus, an intelligence division he had deployed in the CHBU region. Though their primary role was surveillance and intelligence gathering, their capabilities extended far beyond. He envisioned the eradication of the Takuchi clan, a resolution to the complex situation that had unfolded. A flip phone materialized in Gaimai's hand, a relic in the era of modern smartphones. He dialed the number of a trusted ally, the man known as Watchman, or Florian Niemes, the commander of Division Cerberus. The order he issued was clear and uncompromising. Activate Order 34 on the Takuchi clan. The directive was explicit, giving the division the authority to exterminate any members of the clan they encounter. In addition to this, Gaimai tasked Division Cerberus with a rescue mission. Aya Kubo, along with her sons Arata, Suzumu, and Sabaru Kubo, were to be retrieved. The order emphasized the use of force if necessary. The flip phone crunched under the pressure of Gaimai's hand, sealing the fate of those entangled in the unfolding conflict. The decision to intervene had been made, aligning the mysterious machinations of the Black Eagle network with the unfolding events. The web of plans and counterplans continued to weave itself, driven by an entity with motives beyond mortal comprehension. Florian Nemen, the seasoned commander of Division Cerberus, reclined in his chair within the covert confines of Fort Gate, the facade known to the world as Icta Labs. His steely gaze remained fixed on the floor-to-ceiling glass case, a repository of secrets housing a button that could set into motion a sequence of events that had long been reserved for moments of utmost gravity. The recent conversation with G.D. Krob, the second incarnation, echoed in his mind. It wasn't the first time that the enigmatic general director had beckoned him into action, but this particular summons hinted at a level of urgency that demanded the full might of Division Cerberus. The shadows seemed to stir with whispered promises of clandestine endeavors, and Niemes knew that the time had come to deploy his covert operatives. With a measured precision, he retrieved a key from a secured drawer, the metallic jingle a prelude to unfolding events. The glass case harbored the key to unleashing the silent specters of Cerberus. As he turned the key, a soft mechanical click resonated in the room, and Nemen felt a palpable shift in the atmosphere. The display concealed an innocuous button, innocently waiting for the touch that would set an intricate network of covert bases into action across the CHBU region. He hesitated for a moment, his fingers hovering over the button. In the silence, memories of past operations flickered before his eyes. Faces hidden behind balaclavas, the weight of FNFALs cradled in gloved hands, and the unmistakable aura of discipline that marked his division. Now, it was time for a different deployment, a deviation from their usual uniform of grayish-black. This time, the operatives would don pitch black attire, devoid of any insignia. Balaclavas and shades would shield their identities as they ventured into the unknown, ready to carry out the covert orders issued by G.D. Krob. Niemes, ever the stoic commander, grabbed his own FNFAL, a weapon that had seen more shadows than daylight. The familiar heft of the firearm served as a harbinger of the impending mission. As the Hungarian commander loaded the weapon, a subtle yet undeniable sense of gravity pervaded the room. Division Cerberus, the enigmatic force birthed from the clandestine depths of the NCC, stood poised for action. The shadows, now summoned to life, awaited their call to arms in the name of an intricate game orchestrated by unseen hands. Satoshi's heart raced as he crouched behind the makeshift barricade of overturned crates, realizing that something had gone terribly wrong. The quietness of the phone on the other end, refusing to connect with Kenta, was an ominous precursor to the chaos that unfolded. He, Shikiro, Atsushi, and Masayuki had successfully handled the trio of pursuers, capturing them to extract information. The last member's capture was reported to Junichi, expecting Kenta to retrieve them. However, their expectations were shattered when instead of Kenta's familiar vehicle, 3 ominous armored cars rolled into view. Confusion turned to horror as a black-clad figure swung open one of the van doors and lethally fired at Atsushi, who fell lifeless to the ground. The gang's retaliation, armed with outdated Tommy guns, proved futile against the ruthless precision of the assailants wielding advanced automated battle rifles. In a desperate attempt to escape, Shikiro and Masayuki sped away in the van, leaving Satoshi and the rookies exposed to the hailstorm of bullets. The abrupt cessation of gunfire heightened the tension, replaced by a sinister ultimatum. Takuchi Satoshi, show yourself or end up like your friend here, a cold, threatening voice echoed. Caught in a dilemma, Satoshi cautiously raised his hands, emerging from his cover. The apparent invitation for surrender was a ruse, as the machine gunner perched atop an armored car unleashed a barrage of bullets, tearing Satoshi apart before he could comprehend the betrayal. The scene was a macabre dance of violence, a ruthless ambush orchestrated with precision. The consequences of underestimating their adversaries became gruesomely apparent, leaving the once confident Takuchi clan members in shock and disarray. As the echoes of gunfire faded, the ominous armored cars remained, serving as a silent testament to the ruthlessness of an unknown force that had infiltrated their operation. The aftermath was a chilling reminder of the dangers that lurked in the shadows, ready to strike at the heart of the Takeuchi clan. Kenta Takeuchi found himself in a dimly lit bar, surrounded by the oppressive silence that contrasted sharply with the once vibrant nightlife. The barricaded interior housed Kenta and a handful of members from smaller branches of the Takeuchi clan. The sudden intrusion of an unknown force had left the streets littered with the lifeless bodies of those who couldn't secure refuge inside. Initially, the bar had buzzed with the activity of its occupants, engaging in the diversions offered by an in-house casino, a testament to Kenta's contribution to the clan's revenue. However, the sense of normalcy was shattered as 5 armored personnel carriers rolled in, their foreboding presence an ominous prelude to the impending onslaught. Desperation etched on his face, Kenta attempted to contact Akiro, either seeking assistance or at least issuing a warning. But the cruel irony of fate denied him this lifeline. With his phone displaying the dreaded no-service message, armed with a Colt 1911, Kenta took refuge behind the bar counter, awaiting the inevitable doom that seemed to loom closer with every passing moment. The assault commenced as the invaders ruthlessly massacred the outside guards and bouncers, creating an eerie stillness that gripped the once lively establishment. A sudden explosion shattered the sturdy entrance door, and the clan members inside instinctively aimed their weapons, only to be met with a barrage of shots penetrating the walls and filling the bar with chaos. Kenta, attempting to counter the unknown assailants, rose from his cover, but a searing pain in his shoulder abruptly halted his movements. A cry of anguish escaped him as he collapsed to the ground. His son-in-law, Masami Inaba, rushed to his side, only to meet a grim fate as a bullet struck his neck, leaving him lifeless atop Kenta. In the deafening aftermath, the haunting sound of approaching footsteps resonated through the bar. Figures clad in all black attire, armed with advanced battle rifles, stepped into the dimly lit space. Their calculated movements displayed a cold efficiency as they executed any surviving clan members with ruthless precision. 2 of the invaders focused their attention on Kenta, shooting him in the legs without delivering the final blow. The merciless assailants then proceeded to douse the bar with canisters of gasoline. Helpless and incapacitated, Kenta could only watch in horror as a match ignited the flammable liquid, engulfing the once thriving establishment in an inferno of death and destruction. Ryo Takeuchi, despite being considered the weakest among the clan's lieutenants, always prided himself on being resourceful and cunning. His territory comprised only a small drug market, and his influence extended to a handful of men, including the 2 sons of a distant relative, a cousin of Kenta's son-in-law, and his own son, Ai Takeuchi. Ai, who had always admired and respected his father, now lay lifeless beside him, a stark reminder of the brutality that had unfolded. As Ryo surveyed the aftermath of the sudden and merciless assault, he found himself face to face with an enigmatic figure, no distinguishable features, just an entity cloaked in an all-black uniform. Surrounding him were others similarly attired, armed with FNFAL rifles. Ryo, recognizing the firearm, couldn't help but express his fascination. "Where did you get that?" he inquired, his voice tinged with curiosity. One of the assailants, their voice distorted to conceal their identity, responded, "Why would you like to know?" Ryo, already weakened and having coughed up a bit of blood, smiled grimly. "Well, I'm a bit of a gun nut. The best rifle my men and I ever got our hands on was an Agam divided by 42. The rifle in question now lay beside him, a relic of the battles they fought. So, where did you get it from? And if you're concerned about me revealing your secret, well, I'll die anyway. So what does it matter?" The mysterious figure hesitated for a moment before deciding to share a glimpse of their truth. "Our leader," they disclosed, "can create any weapon known to man out of nothing." Ryo, despite his imminent demise, couldn't help but hum in acknowledgement. "Well, guess that's a very useful quirk, huh?" he mused. With that, Ryo Takeuchi uttered his final words as he drew his last breath, leaving behind a scene of death and destruction in his small territory. Yumeseki's life had been a testament to struggle and hardship. Born into a family marred by debt and violence, her father, Yasuke Seki, toiled endlessly as a dock worker while her mother, Chizuru Seki, squandered their earnings on gambling at the Sunshine Casino, accruing a hefty debt owed to none other than the Takeuchi clan, a prominent force in the Night District. Yasuke's efforts to repay the debt only led him to an early grave, leaving Yume and her mother at the mercy of the clan's influence. Her mother's new beau, Hideo Takeuchi, subjected Yume to relentless abuse, but when Yuki Takeuchi, a patriarch of the clan, discovered the maltreatment, Hideo faced consequences. However, Yume's relief was short-lived as she soon found herself coerced into a nightmarish existence by Kid Takeuchi, another son of Yuki. Enduring unspeakable horrors night after night, Yume's spirit waned as she silently sobbed, fearing repercussions if she dared to make a sound. As the chaos of Yuki Takeuchi's birthday celebration engulfed the lower floors of the mansion, Yume remained trapped in her torment, the cries of revelry and gunfire echoing ominously through the halls. Suddenly, the cacophony subsided, replaced by the chilling sound of boots ascending the staircase, accompanied by more gunfire and screams. Then, the door was breached, and a figure clad in black stood before her, his weapon aimed but his gaze merciful. In broken Japanese, he inquired about her allegiance to the Takuchi family, to which Yume vehemently denied any association. With a report to his comrades, the masked man approached her, liberating her from the chains that bound her to the bed. With a directive to flee, he assured her safety as he ushered her toward the exit. Descending the stairs, Yume bore witness to the aftermath of the bloodshed, the lifeless bodies of Takuchi clan members strewn across the mansion. Amidst the carnage, a sea of armored vehicles and operatives obscured her path to freedom. Summoning her courage, she approached one of the operatives, beseeching assistance as a survivor of captivity. The man, devoid of a ski mask, regarded her with a discerning eye, eliciting her name and circumstances. "Seki Yume," she murmured, her voice quivering with trepidation. Recognizing her plight, he offered sanctuary at a place called Ikeda Labs, promising guidance and protection under their orders. As Yume cast a final glance at the smoldering ruins of the mansion, engulfed in flames at the behest of the operatives, she embarked on a journey toward an uncertain future, her fate now intertwined with those who had liberated her from the clutches of despair. In the dimly lit cabin of the van, Masayuki grappled with a swirl of emotions, haunted by the recent events that had unfolded. The trio of captured mercenaries lay in the back, blissfully unaware in their unconscious slumber. Beside him, Shikiro, his older brother, navigated the winding roads, their escape marred by the relentless pursuit of an ink-black BMW 32 OCS, an ominous shadow in their rearview mirror. Satoshi's fate lingered in Masayuki's thoughts, a silent prayer echoing for his brother's safety amidst the chaos that had unfolded at the forest massacre. The loss of Atsushi, his nephew, hung heavy in the air, a somber reality that Shikiro voiced with a venomous curse directed at their persistent pursuer. As the van sped through a sharp right turn, Masayuki's hopes for Satoshi's well-being intensified. However, the persistent BMW 32 OCS continued its relentless pursuit, a looming specter in their escape plan. Shikiro, determined to shake off their pursuers, executed a sharp left turn, unaware of the black and armored BMW X4 that closed in from behind. With a sudden impact, the BMW X4 collided with the rear of the van, sending Shikiro hurtling through the windshield with a sickening crunch. Masayuki, battered but conscious, found himself pinned in the wreckage, the twisted metal blocking his exit. The trio of mercenaries, previously dormant, were jolted awake by the collision. From the BMW X4 emerged four enigmatic figures, clad in black, their identities concealed. Swiftly, they opened the van's trunk, extracting the unconscious mercenaries and ushering them into another waiting vehicle, an ominous act that seemed to materialize from the shadows. The process unfolded with an eerie efficiency, leaving Masayuki unable to intervene. As the BMW 32 OCS, driven by the relentless pursuers, sped away with a vengeance, the BMW X4 slowly retreated. One of the masked men disembarked, a malevolent figure against the backdrop of the unfolding tragedy. In a cruel twist of fate, he tossed a hand grenade at the compromised van. The explosive device landed at Masayuki's feet, the impending doom leaving him with nothing but a curse on his lips and a sense of resigned helplessness in the face of an uncertain fate. In the dimly lit confines of the Little Cat, Haruki and Kazuki Takuchi reveled in the debauchery of the Sujita-controlled establishment. The atmosphere, tainted by power dynamics and strained alliances, was underscored by the presence of Tsubei Moriyama, a captive from the smaller Moriyama clan. Haruki, the younger of the two brothers, held her in a vice grip, her attempts to resist futile against his overpowering strength. Meanwhile, Kazuki engaged in conversation with Mitsuaki Sujita, the head of the club and the second eldest son of the Sujita clan's leader. The Little Cat served as a symbolic ground for the uneasy alliance between the Sujita and Takuchi clans, a delicate balance maintained through a complex web of power dynamics. Unbeknownst to them, two nondescript figures entered the club, seeking out Haruki and Kazuki. After obtaining their location from a Sujita member, the mysterious duo departed, setting in motion a sequence of events that would shatter the fragile peace between the clans. As the night unfolded, a fleet of 5 BTR 60 petabytes M-Duns descended upon the scene, parking strategically nearby. Patiently waiting, the armored vehicles became silent harbingers of impending chaos. When the moment struck, a calculated assault unfolded. A group of masked men, numbering between 20 to 30, stormed the club with ruthless efficiency. Bullets pierced the air, cutting down Sujita and Takuchi members indiscriminately. The chaos spared no one. Even Kazuki, attempting to escape the office, met a swift demise with a bullet to the head. Mitsuaki Sujita, bravely attempting to defend his turf, found himself incapacitated with a leg wound. Disarmed and helpless, he became a prisoner of the masked assailants. A bag was forcefully placed over his head, marking the beginning of his journey into captivity. In the seedy back rooms, Haruki was abruptly interrupted. Thrown off Tsubame, he faced a violent assault that rendered him unconscious. Unbeknownst to him, Tsubame, traumatized by the unfolding horror, was escorted away from the blood-soaked scene and into a black Mercury Monterey. As the car whisked Tsubame to an uncertain fate, Mitsuaki Sujita was brought to his knees before the club entrance. The ominous execution followed swiftly, marking the end of his reign. Haruki, still unconscious, was loaded into a Hunter TR-12, leaving the decimated club behind. With a chilling finality, the BTR-60 petabytes M-Dunes carried out their grim task. Machine gun fire tore through the night, leaving the once infamous The Little Cat in ruins, a testament to the swift and brutal upheaval that had befallen the Sujita and Takuchi clans. Tatsuya stood sentinel like atop the water tower, casting his gaze over the sprawling expanse of the night district below. It was a domain ruled by three formidable clans: the Uchimura in the west, the Sujita in the middle, and the Takuchi, to which he belonged, in the east. As the flames licked the skyline, an ominous portent of downfall, Tatsuya knew that the era of their dominance was drawing to a close. He had made a difficult decision, leaving his loyal men behind to aid Akiro, the patriarch of their clan. Tatsuya's unique quirk, familial te, bestowed upon him the ability to sense the souls of his kin, his brothers, parents, and all those connected by blood. Earlier, he had felt the abrupt extinguishment of some of those souls, a grim testament to the bloodshed that had unfolded. As he stood in silent contemplation, the solitary sound of a car echoed in the night, followed by footsteps ascending the ladder to the water tower. Tatsuya turned, facing the two individuals who had come for him, his lone request tinged with resignation. "Before you end my life, may I know who you are?" he inquired, his voice tinged with a mix of curiosity and acceptance. The man, devoid of any mask or disguise, responded with clarity. "Florian Nemen," he stated matter-of-factly, a name that held no recognition in Tatsuya's consciousness. "We're not a clan," Nemen clarified, his tone somber and resolute. "We're part of a military organization, tasked with executing Order 34, a directive to eliminate members of specific criminal groups." Tatsuya absorbed the revelation, his gaze turning inward as he processed the gravity of the situation. With a resigned nod, he turned away, accepting his fate with a sense of calm resolve. Nemen's hand tightened around his pistol, the sleek Beretta M9 gleaming in the moonlight. In that fleeting moment, Tatsuya found solace in a memory of his younger brother, Ryo, sharing stories of firearms. His thoughts lingered briefly on Ryo's peaceful departure, a stark contrast to the violence that surrounded them. "It was a privilege to converse with you, Florian Nemen," Tatsuya remarked softly, his voice carrying an undertone of serenity amidst the chaos. Nemen's response was brief, devoid of sentiment, as the air filled with a single, decisive gunshot. Tatsuya felt only a faint sting as the bullet pierced his skull, bringing an end to his existence atop the water tower, his soul joining the chorus of those lost to the night. Hiroshi Takuchi ran for his life, his heart pounding with the rhythm of panic, as his men followed suit, desperately attempting to push back the tide of masked adversaries that flooded the warehouse. The arms deal with the Sujita had begun smoothly enough, weapons stolen from Ryo now poised to be exchanged for profit. But the tranquility was shattered in an instant. With a deafening explosion, the fortified gate crumbled, and the entrance was swiftly breached, allowing a torrent of armed assailants to pour into the space. Gunfire erupted from every direction, echoing off the walls as chaos enveloped the once quiet warehouse. Kuki Sujita, the intended buyer, lay motionless in a crimson pool, his life extinguished in a hail of bullets. Hiroshi ducked instinctively, his fingers fumbling to reload his Tommy gun as he sought to retaliate against the encroaching threat. But his efforts were futile. The bullets ricocheted harmlessly off the armor that encased his adversaries. Cursing under his breath, he braced himself for another futile attempt, determined to defy the inevitable onslaught. Suddenly, the air filled with the deafening roar of an approaching LAV-25, its imposing silhouette casting a pall over the scene of carnage. In a merciless display of firepower, the armored vehicle unleashed a barrage of devastation, mowing down every living soul caught in its path. Bodies fell, grotesquely twisted and broken, as the warehouse became a charnel house of blood and destruction. Hiroshi's world dissolved into agony as a searing pain tore through his abdomen, his gut rent open and his lifeblood spilling onto the cold concrete floor. Gasping for air, he gurgled a final breath, his eyes glazed with the grim realization that his fate had been sealed amidst the merciless chaos of war. In the end, amidst the relentless onslaught, Hiroshi Takuchi's existence flickered and faded, a mere whisper in the cacophony of violence that engulfed the warehouse, leaving only silence and the lingering specter of death in its wake. Junichi Takuchi reclined in his chair, an air of smugness enveloping him as he gazed upon the woman bound before him, her eyes betraying a mixture of defiance and fear. His words dripped with cruel amusement as he taunted her, reveling in the power he held over her fate. "So, how's your day been, sweetheart?" Not so peaky, I'd wager, he jeered, his voice laced with malice. The woman's scowl faltered, replaced by a mask of worry as his words sank in. Junichi chuckled darkly, relishing the fear he instilled in her. We've already snagged those other 3 troublemakers, you know. They're probably getting quite the welcome party by now, he continued, his tone dripping with sadistic pleasure. Her silence only fueled his delight as he painted vivid images of the torment awaiting her companion. But then, a crash shattered the tense atmosphere, the deafening sound of destruction heralding the arrival of chaos. An ominous vehicle, a Degori 2, careened into the bar, its monstrous minigun raining death upon the Takeuchi occupants with ruthless efficiency. From its dark confines emerged 3 figures, their presence commanding and foreboding. 2 of them were masked, their identities shrouded in mystery, while the third, a figure draped in a black military trench coat, his skin an unsettling shade of tar, stole the spotlight. His eyes glowed with an eerie luminosity, piercing through the chaos with a chilling intensity. Junichi's world dissolved into agony as the minigun tore through flesh and bone, leaving devastation in its wake. His left leg obliterated, he writhed in excruciating pain, powerless beneath the boot of his mysterious assailant. A voice, dark and foreboding, resonated through the chaos, addressing him with an unsettling familiarity. Junichi Takeuchi, a pleasure to make your acquaintance, the figure intoned, his words dripping with sinister intent. In his hand, he brandished a grisly offering, a blood-soaked bag containing the severed head of Junichi's younger brother, Haruki. The twisted laughter that followed sent shivers down even Junichi's spine. As the scene unfolded in grotesque detail, the entity addressed another present, Ayakubo, known as Aeneas, a survivor whose presence seemed to elicit both amusement and disdain. With a cruel display of power, the entity tore out Junichi's spine, a macabre testament to his dominance over the Takeuchi clan. With an air of finality, the entity vanished, leaving behind a scene of unparalleled brutality and despair. Junichi, his lifeblood draining away, could only gurgle in shock and disbelief as the darkness closed in around him, sealing his fate in the annals of history's darkest chapters. Akira Takeuchi, the once mighty patriarch of the Takeuchi clan, found himself in a grim tableau. His office, once a symbol of power and authority, had transformed into a makeshift fortress as the remaining members of his family huddled together for their final stand. The air was thick with tension, and the muted sounds of preparations filled the room. Beside him, Shin Takeuchi, the aged founder of the clan, clutched his trusty hunting shotgun. The room bore the signs of hurried barricades, tables overturned, makeshift cover arranged. The news of his brother's deaths had triggered a lockdown, every family member taking up arms to defend their legacy. Akira had made the difficult choice to send his wife and daughters away, hoping they'd escape the impending bloodshed. The distant rumble of approaching vehicles signaled the onset of their adversaries. The mansion was a fortress, a bastion that had withstood countless trials. But this time, it felt different. The sound of gunfire erupted outside, a cacophony of chaos and death that echoed through the once grand halls. Reports over the radio hinted at the relentless onslaught. The defenders outside valiantly fought back. But the mention of a tank sent shivers through the air. An explosion shook the mansion, the invaders breaching its defenses. Silence descended, ominous and oppressive. Suddenly, the door to Akira's office began to splinter and buckle under relentless force. His cousins and uncles rose to meet the threat, but their resistance proved futile. Bullets tore through the room, leaving carnage in their wake. Heiki's machine gun nest became a tomb for the fallen, and the once proud Takeuchi mansion echoed with the sounds of tragedy. The leader of the assailants, an enigmatic figure with tar-black skin, strode in with an air of triumph. His words hung heavy in the air, taunting the once mighty clan now reduced to corpses. Akira, driven by a surge of defiance, raised his pistol and fired, only to be met with a hail of bullets that ripped through his abdomen. As Akira stood trembling, blood cascading from his mouth, he clutched at the entrails that spilled through his fingers. A grotesque tableau of mortality unfolded. His final act of resistance was cut short as he collapsed, his eyes closing in a final surrender to the inevitable. The night in the Night District, marked by betrayal and violence, concluded with the fall of the Takeuchi clan. Gaimai emerged from the besieged mansion, the echoes of chaos still lingering in the air. Behind him stood the mysterious warriors of Division Cerberus, shrouded in darkness and anonymity. The night was theirs, and the fallen head of Akira Takeuchi served as a gruesome trophy in Gaimai's grasp. As he stepped into the open, the moonlight revealed an array of ominous vehicles, a fleet of black-clad warriors ready to enforce the will of Division Cerberus. Vans, APCs, and a tank formed a spectral convoy, silent witnesses to the downfall of a once dominant clan. With Akira's severed head held aloft, Gaimai's voice cut through the night. Cerberus has won. The declaration echoed in the darkness, met by the cheers of his enigmatic comrades. A twisted celebration ensued, an eerie juxtaposition against the grim reality of the burning Takeuchi mansion. The head raised high, Gaimai reveled in the triumph of Cerberus. The clandestine division wasted no time. setting the mansion ablaze as if erasing any trace of the once mighty Takuchi clan from existence. Flames consumed the bastion, casting an ominous glow across the scene of devastation. In the midst of the inferno, Division Cerberus melted into the shadows, disappearing into the night like ghosts. The distant wail of police sirens heralded the arrival of the authorities, drawn to the scene by the scent of blood and the remnants of a clan's demise. The night, stained with betrayal and retribution, would forever bear witness to the enigmatic force that was Division Cerberus. Chapter text. Izuku sat back in his bedroom, surrounded by the quietude of the night. His room, a sanctuary within the chaos that unfolded in the Night District, provided a stark contrast to the mayhem his avian scouts had witnessed. The birds, his vigilant patrol in the night sky, had borne witness to the ruthless efficiency of Division Cerberus and the downfall of the Takuchi clan. Initially, horror gripped him as the scenes of carnage unfolded before his eyes. However, as he contemplated the aftermath, a realization dawned upon him. Gaimai, the ancient entity within him, manifested as a chaotic force, had not stooped to the depraved depths of the Takuchi clan's criminal activity. While the method of takeover was brutal, Gaimai seemed to prioritize a different kind of order. A revelation struck Izuku. Gaimai wasn't merely orchestrating chaos, he was beginning a systematic takeover of the criminal world. A subtle understanding settled within Izuku's mind. Gaimai aimed to establish a foothold in Japan, preparing for an impending war that he claimed was on the horizon. It was a war that transcended heroes and villains, a conflict that would reshape the very foundations of society. As Izuku pondered the implications, a small, uncorrupted part within him screamed to intervene, to resist the encroaching darkness. However, as he observed the green flame within him, once a symbol of hope and purity, it morphed into a darker shade. The realization of the strategic advantages of Gaimai's brutal takeover dawned upon him. The need for order, even if born from chaos, held a certain pragmatism that Izuku couldn't ignore. In the recesses of his mind, thoughts coalesced into a plan. Izuku recognized that Gaimai's influence could be harnessed to create safe zones for civilians, shielding them from the impending storm. He decided that, while he might not be a hero in the traditional sense, he could be a force for good within the constraints of Gaimai's intricate game. Tomorrow marked his first day back at UA, and for the moment, Izuku resolved to continue his studies. However, his role had evolved. No longer solely a hero in training, he would now be the observer, searching for weaknesses within the fortress of heroism. Plans formed in his mind as he drifted into sleep, the night enveloping him in a cloak of uncertainty and newfound purpose. Meanwhile, in the newly named Kubo scrapyard, Gaimai sat in his office, bathed in the dim glow of a solitary lamp. The letter from Kubo, though declining immediate participation in Gaimai's plans, hinted at a willingness to join once the war unfolded. Gaimai acknowledged her allegiance with a sense of satisfaction, realizing the importance of having such strategic minds align with his vision. As he contemplated Aya's letter, a sense of grim determination settled over him. The Ben, now bolstered by the destruction of the little cat, had filled its ranks with those who had once suffered under the oppressive regime of the Takuchi clan. The women, forced into prostitution, found an unexpected liberation as they became part of Gaimai's clandestine force. Among them was a daughter of a small clan, the Moriyama clan, residing in the warehouse district adjacent to the Night District. The moment Division Cerberus brought her home, her father, seeking to make amends, pledged allegiance to the cause. The Moriyama clan now stood as one of many within the Ben, their collective strength growing as the alliance expanded. Simultaneously, in Kagoshima, forces from Division Spine, a faction of Army Skull, scouted potential allies and enemies. Gaimai chuckled, contemplating the intricate web of alliances and rivalries shaping up across Japan. In his mind, the outcome was clear. Those who stood with him would survive the impending war, while those against him would meet their demise. The laughter resonated through the office, an eerie symphony accompanying Gaimai's contemplation of the unfolding chessboard. The pieces were set, alliances forged, and divisions defined. As the wheels of fate turned, Gaimai reveled in the knowledge that he was the architect of a new era, one where the strong would prevail, and the weak would be swept away in the tide of change. Chapter text. Izuku sat in the passenger seat of a sleek black Ford Vendome, Gaimai at the wheel. The car smoothly navigated the streets, a protective shield for Izuku on his way to UA. Unbeknownst to his mother, who had arranged for this security after hearing of the Night District massacre, Gaimai was the mastermind behind the brutal operation that ended 30 years of Takuchi clan rule in the eastern part of the district. The truth remained hidden from the oblivious public. Only Izuku and the members of Division Cerberus were privy to the orchestrated chaos. As they rode, the gravity of recent events weighed on Izuku's mind. Tonight, he had decided to align himself with Gaimai's cause, acknowledging the impending war between villains and heroes. However, he had a condition to ensure that innocent lives were not caught in the crossfire. After thinking about it tonight, I think I will join you when this war between villains and heroes comes. But I have one thing that needs to happen. Izuku declared, breaking the silence in the car. Gaimai arched an eyebrow, curious about the condition. And that is, safe zones, Izuku replied. When the war happens, I want at least a few safe places for civilians. Gaimai pondered for a moment, recognizing the practicality of the request. You know what? It does make sense. Can't make an empire of dead people? Huh. Well then, my vessel, we have a deal. With the agreement settled, the car came to a stop just outside the gates of UA. Gaimai spoke, I'll see you later then. Go to the Kubo scrapyard. We'll talk more there. Izuku nodded, stepping out of the car. The sun illuminated his new UA uniform as he gazed at the imposing letters on top of the main entrance. The future, he knew, held the promise of destruction for all of it. With that somber thought, he entered through the main gate, ready to navigate the tumultuous path that lay ahead. As Izuku walked through the halls of UA, he observed the simplicity of the design, finding it straightforward to navigate despite its size. To him, the layout was intuitive, just keep moving forward. Eventually, he reached the imposing door of Class 1A. Although Kendo, Monoma, and Takage were in 1B, he found solace in knowing that Uraraka, a familiar face, was also in 1A. Quietly slipping into the classroom, Izuku's hopes of a smooth entrance were dashed as he stumbled upon a discussion between two students, Ida and Bakugo. While he harbored no active animosity toward Bakugo, he wasn't particularly thrilled about spending the entire school year in the same class with him. Yet, he reminded himself that such concerns were inconsequential. He would soon be aligning himself with a different faction. With a resigned acceptance, Izuku settled into his assigned desk, hoping to remain unnoticed for the time being. As Izuku quietly observed his new surroundings, he was taken aback by an unexpected sight, an yellow sleeping bag with a man inside. Their eyes met, and without exchanging words, the man in the sleeping bag gestured with a finger against his lips. Taking the cue in stride, Izuku responded with a casual thumbs up. Deciding not to dwell on the peculiar encounter, he opened one of his notebooks, delving into research on firearms as he began to plan for the challenges that lay ahead. Ochako Uraraka approached Izuku's desk, identifying him as the military guy Kendo had mentioned. Izuku, slightly amused, responded, Really, military guy? That's what they came up with. Uraraka nervously chuckled at the comment. Meanwhile, the yellow sleeping bag in the corner stood up, unzipped itself, revealing a racer hat. Izuku recognized him by the goggles, scarf, and overall homeless vibe. Aizawa introduced himself as Aizawa Shota, their homeroom teacher. As Aizawa spoke, Izuku was deep in thought, contemplating how to navigate his relationship with this particular teacher in the future. Aizawa emphasized that wasting time on internal conflicts would lead them nowhere in the hero profession. He distributed gym uniforms, declaring they would be undergoing a quirk apprehension test. When Uraraka inquired about orientation, Aizawa dismissed it as a waste of time, emphasizing that at UA, teachers had the flexibility to alter schedules at a moment's notice. Uraraka expressed her surprise, and Aizawa responded sternly, orientation is just a waste of time. And also here in UA, teachers are seen to teach their class as they wish, so things like class schedules could be changed in just a second. Now get dressed. Taking no time to spare, Izuku headed to the box, grabbed a uniform, and made his way outside the classroom. He couldn't help but notice Bakugo's enraged expression as he learned that Deku had successfully passed the exam. Izuku efficiently dressed himself in the gym uniform, utilizing the skills he had acquired through Gaimai's training. As the other male students arrived and engaged in conversations, Izuku, having completed his preparation, headed straight for the training field. Aizawa was already present, waiting for the students to begin the quirk apprehension test. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as the students gathered for the challenging task ahead. Aizawa observed the students as they assembled on the training field. Midoriya Izuku's early arrival caught his attention, and the peculiar quirk he had developed after the UA exams intrigued the homeroom teacher. The ability to tame animals and turn them into soldiers was a unique and potentially powerful skill. As the rest of the students gradually gathered, Aizawa couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration with the notable personalities in his class, particularly Bakugo, Katsuki, and Ida Tenya. Each had their own challenges, and Aizawa prepared himself for the task of molding this diverse group into heroes. The anticipation hung in the air as the students, including Midoriya, stood ready for the quirk apprehension test. Aizawa, with his characteristic scarf and stern demeanor, was prepared to assess their abilities and determine who had what it took to succeed at UA. It took most of you 4 minutes to be ready. In the future, that will have to change. Anyhow, now, the reason for this test is for students to show the limit of their quirk. Aizawa's stern gaze swept across the assembled students. He reached for a baseball, holding it in his hand, and directed his attention to Bakugo Katsuki. Bakugo Katsuki, you were the first on the entrance exam. How much meters was your ball throw? Aizawa inquired, his voice carrying a no-nonsense tone. 75 meters, Bakugo responded confidently. Aizawa hummed in acknowledgement. All right then, Bakugo, could you stand in the white circle on the floor? Bakugo complied, taking his position within the designated area. Aizawa then tossed the baseball at Bakugo. Go throw this as far as you can with the use of your quirk. The challenge was set, and all eyes were on Bakugo as he prepared to showcase the explosive power of his quirk. The tension in the air was palpable, and the quirk apprehension test was officially underway. With a roar, Bakugo screamed, "Die!" The explosive detonation accompanied the forceful throw of the ball, soaring into the distance. Aizawa, ever stoic, observed the display with a critical eye before checking his device. 705.2 meters. Impressive but could be better, Aizawa remarked, his expectations holding a high standard. Bakugo, despite the achievement, scoffed and returned to the line. Various reactions rippled through the crowd of students. Some appeared intimidated. Ada expressed disapproval of Bakugo's behavior, and then there was Izuku. His expression remained largely unimpressed, having witnessed Gaimai's gruesome actions that eclipsed any display of power in the classroom. To him, Bakugo's theatrics were a far cry from the chilling reality he had seen unfold in the Night District. The excitement over using quirks echoed through the class, particularly from a student with pink skin and horns protruding from her head. Her anticipation was evident as she exclaimed, "We get to use our quirks. This is gonna be fun." Izuku raised an eyebrow, somewhat incredulous that these individuals were being trained to become heroes. However, as he pondered the idea, he couldn't help but notice the stark contrast between the apparent joviality of heroes and the grim reality he had experienced. A subtle shift in Aizawa's expression betrayed his annoyance the moment those words left her lips. The hero-in-training atmosphere and the pragmatic reality of their future profession clashed in that instance. "Oh, fun now. Well, how about this? The one that gets the lowest score gets expelled." With that proclamation, the atmosphere in the class became more strained. For Izuku, the idea of expulsion didn't bother him much. He had already chosen his side, and if expulsion came, it might provide him with more freedom. However, he decided not to half-ass the tests just because of this threat. As Aizawa continued with the tests, Izuku observed the reactions of his classmates. One student with half-red, half-white hair and a significant burn scar had a similar nonchalant expression to Izuku's. Another girl with black hair and a ponytail didn't seem too concerned about the possibility of expulsion. During the various tests, Izuku performed averagely. Gaimai's training, resembling a boot camp, had prepared him well, even without relying on his two unique abilities. Instead, he used the opportunity to mentally note the quirks of his fellow students. As the last test approached, the ball throw, Izuku considered his approach. Observing the black-haired girl, he asked, "Hey, can your quirk create whatever you know of?" Getting a nod in response, he turned to Aizawa and asked, "Am I allowed to ask for an item?" Aizawa shrugged, and the girl, apparently unfazed, handed him a leather glove. "Thanks," Izuku said before letting out a loud whistle. A majestic Saker falcon landed on his gloved hand. Izuku handed the ball to the bird, and it flew off. Similar to Uraraka's approach, the device displayed an infinity symbol, signifying the impressive distance achieved by Izuku's unconventional method. Katsuki's eyes narrowed as he observed the green-haired kid in the white circle. The transformation from the last time he saw him, 2 months ago, was startling. This wasn't the same timid Deku from Aldera. His eyes seemed devoid of life, and his demeanor was different, almost unrecognizable. What puzzled Katsuki even more was the revelation that the once quirkless and seemingly useless Deku now possessed a quirk, something inconceivable. The fact that Deku could apparently communicate with animals didn't strike Katsuki as particularly heroic, but it shattered his perception of Deku as a nobody. It implied that all those years, Deku had concealed his quirk, deceiving everyone around him and looking down on Katsuki in the process. Fueled by this realization, Katsuki exploded with anger. "Hey, Deku, you better explain yourself," he bellowed, advancing menacingly toward the now seemingly formidable figure. However, before Katsuki could escalate the situation further, he found himself ensnared in the hobo's scarf. A sudden realization dawned on him. His quirk was being nullified. Aizawa's presence loomed, his eyes ablaze with intensity and his hair standing on end. "This is no time for childish rivalries. You either behave or get an early ticket out of here." Aizawa's voice cut through the tension, commanding attention and compliance. Amidst the chaos, Izuku remained detached, his thoughts elsewhere. He couldn't help but wonder what Gaimai was up to at that moment, imagining that Gaimai was likely having a more enjoyable time than he was. Meanwhile, in Taramizu, within the household of the O'Floin clan, Seamus O'Floin sat at his desk, engaged in conversation with an intriguing figure, William Tarosian. The man held the rank of Staff Sergeant in Division Spine, a branch of Army Skull within the NCC. Seamus, unfamiliar with such divisions, listened intently as Tarosian explained their involvement in the recent massacre of the Takuchi clan in Shizuoka Prefecture. Terosian presented a proposal: the integration of O'Floyn into their leader's organization, an entity willing to absorb any crime family, regardless of size. Simos, sensing the implicit threat, sighed in resignation. Let me guess, if I refuse, my clan will end up like the Takuchi, right? He asked, anticipating the harsh consequences of denial. Terosian merely shrugged, a nonchalant acknowledgement of the likely outcome. Meanwhile, downstairs, Corporal Andrij C. Verbulize, Yuri Kaslow, and Hendrik Vonnegut engaged with O'Floyn members in a spirited rendition of the Dubliners' Whiskey in the Jar. The chorus echoed through the building, blending the camaraderie of soldiers and criminals in a shared moment of song. The scene painted an unusual picture of alliance and cooperation in the midst of uncertainty and potential upheaval. The group of men continued their mission, traversing the streets with purpose. Staff Sergeant William Terosian meticulously checked his list of clan names in Kagoshima Prefecture. Pawowski, a clan with Polish roots, and Hunjo, a Japanese-rooted clan, had both accepted the proposition. However, the Enokoni and Tani clans had declined the offer. Their next target was the Attar clan in Shibushi, known for its Persian origins. Sohail Attar, the clan leader, joined them at a park for the meeting. Sohail, straightforward as always, inquired about their intentions. William offered a succinct explanation, presenting the option to join or decline. "And what if I don't?" questioned Sohail, considering his options. William, maintaining a confident demeanor, replied, "Well, you'll see." Sohail, after a moment of contemplation, shook his head, deciding not to align with their cause. William watched as Sohail walked away, crossing another name off the list. The next target on their list was the Morikawa clan. Corporal Vonnegut extended a handshake to Sora Morikawa, the heir who had agreed to join upon his father's imminent passing. With each successful negotiation, their network of allies expanded, inching them closer to their goals. Upon returning to the makeshift military base, which was essentially a warehouse, Staff Sergeant William Terosian immediately sought out Colonel Ingolfsson, the commander of their base, to provide a detailed report on their finding. The rest of Company 4, Division Spine, mingled in the warehouse, sharing their experiences. Among the squads, Squad 3 emerged with the most success, securing agreements from 6 out of the 10 targeted clans. These included Clan Chiba, Sanada, Humni, Brzezinski, Okimura, and the Tso clan. Squad 1 had the least success, managing to convince only 1 out of the 10 clans to join, the Unger clan. The remaining squads achieved moderate success in securing alliances, contributing to the gradual expansion of their network. As the day concluded, the men regrouped to strategize and prepare for the next steps in their mission. Meanwhile, Kaimai listened to the familiar sounds of Mei working in the background as Izuku entered the office. The young man commented on the place and humorously remarked about Kaimai spending his time there when not in Izuku's mind. Kaimai responded to his comment and then shifted the conversation to their plans. Kaimai outlined his strategy, suggesting they wait for the villains to make a move before forcefully inserting themselves into the criminal world. He considered the Takuchi incident as a test, noting that the world didn't react strongly to their actions. Kaimai advised Izuku to continue his studies for the time being and, if necessary, drop out or leave UA if it became a hindrance. The idea was to let chaos unfold before making their move. Izuku absorbed the information, nodding in understanding. The alliance between Kaimai and Izuku continued to evolve, their paths intertwined with a shared purpose. Chapter text. As Izuku approached the entrance of UA, he noticed a black Mercury Monterey driving away. Today, it wasn't Kaimai who had brought him. Instead, another individual had taken him here. Despite the lack of conversation during the ride, Izuku continued on his way. However, as he drew closer to the entrance, he encountered a horde of reporters swarming any student they could find. Attempting to navigate through the crowd, Izuku found himself targeted by a persistent reporter who thrust a microphone in his face. "Hello, would you have any comment on All Might being a teacher in UA?" Izuku raised an eyebrow and responded curtly, No. He tried to move through the crowd again, only to be bombarded with another question. "Do you have any info on All Might as a teacher?" Izuku shrugged in annoyance. "Haven't seen him teach yet. How should I know? Ask 1B students or something. They've already had a class with him." Just as the questioning persisted, Izuku decided he had had enough. With a swarm of pigeons, crows, house swifts, tree swallows, and other birds, he unleashed his avian allies to chase away the reporters. The chaotic flurry of feathers and chirping successfully scattered the intrusive journalists, allowing Izuku to slip through the crowd and make his way into UA undisturbed. As both Hisashi and I stood at the entrance, fending off the reporters, Hisashi playfully suggested that we could consider them trespassers and knock them out. While the idea had its appeal, I promptly dismissed it, pointing out that freedom of the press was a human right, and I had no intention of becoming a human rights violator just yet. To Hisashi's surprise and my relief, a large number of birds suddenly swooped in, treating the reporters as mortal enemies. The chaos of feathers and flapping wings scattered the intrusive journalists, providing a convenient distraction for us to clear the entrance. Hazashi wondered aloud. Was the noise agitating them or something? I glanced at the commotion with a raised eyebrow. No, there were birds of prey and predators in there, so they would have likely been killing each other. I think it was one of my students' quirks, can tame animals and all that. Hazashi whistled. Must have done a lot of work for so many birds, eh? I hummed in agreement. Probably. Izuku's intuition was telling him that he was being observed ever since he stepped foot into UA. However, it didn't seem like any student was tailing him. That left only one possibility in his mind: Principal Nezu. Nezu, with his unique animal-like appearance and his high-spec quirk, was a highly intelligent creature. His intelligence was a double-edged sword. On one hand, trying to outsmart him was like trying to sneak Himmler into heaven, nearly impossible. On the other hand, Nezu's worldview was strictly based on rationality and chance. Supernatural entities like Gaimai would never register unless they directly manifested. Despite these considerations, Izuku knew he was being watched. So, when he found himself far from any prying ears or eyes, he conjured a house mouse in his hands. Go make father proud, will you? He whispered to the mouse before sending it on a mission to discreetly gather information within UAS halls, reporting back to Izuku anything noteworthy it discovered. As the day unfolded, Izuku attended various classes, paying close attention to the theoretical battle trials and absorbing knowledge about heroics. Meanwhile, his house mouse, Haishi, continued its discreet observations within UA. When English class with present Mike, or Yamada-sensei, began, Haishi eavesdropped on a conversation between Aizawa and Midnight, also known as Nimuri Kayama. So how's the teaching going? Midnight asked Aizawa. Some are headaches, some tolerable. Why? Aizawa replied, expressing the challenges he faced with his students. The conversation then shifted to the upcoming dual-class training session at the USJ. It seemed that All Might had switched classes, leading to the need for a quick adjustment to turn the USJ into a dual training session. Yeah, it's a dual-class training session. Apparently, All Might changed classes last second, so now we had to quickly turn the USJ into a dual training session. Oh well, better to have some camaraderie than rivalry between the classes. If only Kan wouldn't keep trying to create rivalries, Aizawa remarked. Izuku listened attentively through Haishi's ears, absorbing information about the changes in the training sessions and the dynamics between classes. It seemed like the heroes were trying to foster camaraderie among the students, but challenges and rivalries still persisted. As Izuku navigated through the bustling cafeteria crowd, he procured a serving of katsudon from Lunch Rush and sought out a table. To his delight, he was greeted by Kendo's familiar voice, prompting him to join her, Monamo, and Takage at their table. After settling in, Kendo initiated conversation, asking about Izuku's day. He quickly caught up, mentioning the theoretical battle trials conducted by All Might and how he was already familiar with the concept. Curious about All Might's teaching style, Kendo shared that while All Might wasn't the best teacher, he was still tolerable. Takage chimed in, mentioning All Might's rather unorthodox approach to teaching, like reading a teacher guide for dummies during class. Monamo interjected with a playful jab, implying that All Might's presence in 1B meant their superiority over 1A. Izuku brushed off the remark, acknowledging it with a roll of his eyes. Just then, Uraraka joined the table, inquiring about Izuku's abrupt disappearance after the bell. His response was cryptic yet straightforward, attributing his knowledge to a very good teacher. The lunchtime banter continued, with Izuku settling into the camaraderie of his classmates while keeping his thoughts about his unconventional mentor to himself. As the alarm blared through the sirens, signaling a code red, chaos erupted in the cafeteria. Students from the second and third years hastily rushed towards the exits, driven by the urgency of the situation. Amidst the commotion, Izuku remained seated, calmly enjoying his meal. Curious about the code red, he sought information from a senior who explained that it indicated a villain intrusion into the school. Most of his tablemates joined the stampede to safety, but Izuku continued eating. The noise, however, began to grate on his nerves. While Gaimai reveled in the chaos, another part of him decided to intervene. From Takoba Beach, a bald eagle located a specific bird, a Burgess crier rooster perched on a camper. The rooster willingly allowed itself to be picked up, and the pair swiftly made their way to UA High. The bald eagle crashed through a window, placing the rooster on Izuku's table. With a loud crow, the eagle announced its presence, perching on Izuku's shoulder. As the students turned their attention to the unexpected spectacle, Izuku swallowed a bite of his katsudon and addressed the room. There are reporters outside, not villains. Even if there are villains, I thought this was a hero school, not a civilian one. Maybe act like it, he remarked, his tone reminiscent of Gaimai's, resonating with an assertive confidence. Nezu contemplated the information on his screen, finding Izuku's abilities both intriguing and impressive. The young man's knack for taming various bird species, including powerful and challenging ones, added another layer of mystery to his already enigmatic persona. However, Nezu's focus shifted to more pressing matters, such as the recent upheaval in Musutafu's Night District. The Takuchi clan, once a dominant force, had been obliterated in a swift and brutal manner. Junichi Takuchi's demise, with his spine impaled through his lower jaw, served as a grim message from the unknown orchestrators, leaving a power vacuum that the Moriyama clan seemed to opportunistically fill. Nezu suspected that someone else was pulling the strings, using the Moriyama as a front. In the face of this shadowy manipulation, Nezu couldn't help but feel a sense of concern. The ever-growing chaos in the city, coupled with the rise of mysterious figures, presented a challenge that couldn't be ignored. However, the news of this event quickly faded into the background, overshadowed by the widespread reports of villain attacks across the nation. The day at UA had come to an end, and Izuku found himself standing outside the gates, awaiting the familiar sight of the Black Mercury Monterey that signaled Gaimai's arrival. The car, conspicuous amidst the vibrant hues of other vehicles, pulled up, and Izuku slid into the passenger seat as Gaimai took the wheel. "How was the second day?" Gaimai inquired, his voice holding a hint of curiosity. Izuku, nonchalant, simply shrugged. "Good enough. Oh, and I think those villains you keep mentioning are gearing up for action." Gaimai's eyes glinted with intrigue. "USJ, tomorrow," he ventured. Izuku nodded. "Exactly. They're planning something, and I think it might be worth our attention." The corners of Gaimai's mouth curled into a smile. "Well, in that case, I'll have some Cerberus snipers positioned in the building. Taking out a few villains before they strike can't hurt, can it?" Izuku pondered the idea, a mix of caution and curiosity crossing his features. "But won't that risk exposure? If they discover our interference?" Gaimai's smile only widened. "My dear Izuku, I could slip a sleeper cell into Tartarus without anyone batting an eye. Kagoshima is meticulously mapped out, and yet the world remains oblivious. If they find out, it's just a mere scratch on the surface of what we're capable of. Now, let's get to it." Izuku sighed. It was about to be his first experience in such matters. A stranger had been poking around Kubo's scrapyard, and Gaimai saw it as an opportunity for a lesson in the arts of torture and interrogation. As the black car glided through the city streets, an unspoken promise of impending doom seemed to trail behind it. Chapter text. The midnight sky cast a pale glow upon the unforeseen simulation joint, its glassy dome reflecting the moonlight. Adjacent to the facility was a small, intentionally planted forest, meticulously arranged by Nezu, the intelligent creature overseeing UA. The perimeter of the formidable fortress was enclosed by a wall, a protective barrier guarding the heart of heroism. However, on this ominous night, the seemingly impenetrable defenses faced an unprecedented threat. 5 enigmatic figures emerged from the shadows, clad in complete black, their identities shrouded in mystery. Each carried a duffel bag containing carefully concealed camouflage gear. 4 of them shouldered Blazer R93 tactical rifles, lethal instruments designed for precision and silence. The 5th figure bore an Anzio 20mm rifle, a formidable weapon too cumbersome to be slung across the shoulder, hidden in a separate bag. Silently scaling the towering wall that guarded UA, the infiltrators moved with calculated efficiency. The glassy dome, illuminated by the ethereal glow of the moon, loomed above them. With practiced skill, they created an opening in the dome large enough for their entry, attaching ropes for a controlled descent. As they reached the ground, the hole they had made was skillfully concealed, leaving no trace of their intrusion. The infiltrators dispersed, each heading to a different zone within the sprawling facility. Unbeknownst to Nezu, Aizawa, All Might, and the rest of UAS Vigilant Defenders, Division Cerberus had infiltrated the very heart of heroism. The quietude of the night concealed the impending storm, as the shadows within the walls of UA harbored an imminent threat that would soon unfold. The morning sun gently illuminated the cityscape as Izuku woke up, his room bathed in the soft hues of dawn. As he went through his daily routine, he couldn't shake the realization that Gaimai had deployed snipers within UAS unforeseen simulation joint. Despite the seeming incongruity, Izuku understood that Gaimai's unorthodox methods were often grounded in an unconventional wisdom. Dressed in his school uniform, Izuku took a moment to tighten his tie, a skill that Gaimai had imparted, emphasizing the importance of presenting oneself formally. A quick farewell to his mother, and he waited for the familiar car that routinely picked him up. Gaimai was at the wheel once again, driving with an air of nonchalance that seemed to cloak his calculating mind. Gaimai, ever the bearer of surprises, casually revealed a new ability to Izuku, psychotic bloodlust, a name that resonated with its ominous implications. While it heightened senses and physical capabilities, the catch lay in the uncontrollable descent into a psychotic killing spree. A trump card, but one to be used sparingly. The news that there were 5 men infiltrating the USJ, positioned as snipers, didn't faze Izuku. In fact, he took it in stride, understanding that Gaimai's sense of amusement could lead to some unpredictable yet potentially beneficial outcomes. So if the snipers get bored, they'll just end a few villains for fun. Izuku queried, mentally absorbing the information. Gaimai's affirmative nod hinted at the capricious nature of these operatives. They get bored pretty quick. Just be prepared, kid. Your classmates might be in for a bit of a shock. Izuku, ever pragmatic, merely shrugged off the potential consequences. Death is common in the hero world, he mused, his perspective shaped by a reality that often demanded resilience. It'll reveal who can deal with it and who can't. As the car came to a halt, a crow soared ahead, signaling Izuku's departure. Oh, and Izuku, Gaimai called out before the car sped away. Don't be surprised if Kagoshima turns into a war zone. I've got some matters to attend to there. See ya. Left alone on the pavement, Izuku processed the forewarnings and revelations, preparing to navigate the challenges that awaited him at UA, fully aware that the unusual events unfolding around him were but the prologue to a much larger narrative. The morning sunlight streamed through the windows of UA, casting a warm glow on the familiar classroom where Izuku found his seat. As early birds chatted and settled into their places, Izuku took a moment to observe the comings and goings, the ebb and flow of daily life within the institution that molded heroes. Heishi, his ever-loyal scout nestled in the vents and walls, tuned into a conversation between two key figures, Nezu and the deflated form of All Might, Toshinori Yagi. Nezu, the wise and pragmatic principal, seemed to be imparting a crucial lesson to the symbol of peace. Yagi, I've told you time and time again, do not overstep your time limit. While I understand your need to save people, you must put your students before the lives of strangers. That is the job of a teacher. All Might, appearing somber and contemplative, responded to Nezu's admonitions. I get that, but it's just. Nezu's stern shake of the head cut off any further protest. It doesn't matter. So, how is your successor? Meanwhile, Izuku, seemingly engrossed in the conversation happening elsewhere, had a distant look in his eyes. Bakugo, attempting to grab Izuku's attention, stood in front of his desk and bellowed, Hey, Deku, do you think you can just ignore me? Izuku's focus, however, was momentarily elsewhere. Hey, you think you can look down on me, Deku? Bakugo's frustration echoed through the room. Ignoring Bakugo's outburst, Izuku continued to eavesdrop on the conversation between Nezu and All Might. The latter spoke with pride about his chosen successor, Kendo, highlighting her victories over the Zero-Pointer and success in the battle trials alongside Monoma. She does resemble quite some ideals heroism needs, Nezu remarked with a small smile. Well, then let's drink some tea and talk about the past, shall we? Having gleaned enough information, Izuku subtly cut the connection with Heishi. Unbeknownst to him, Bakugo was still standing in front of his desk, fuming with anger. Izuku's response, however, was not directed at Bakugo but rather at the Burgish crowd that had lingered in the room since the cafeteria incident. Bakugo, hands on the desk, shouted, Hey, you think you can look down on me, huh, Deku? Izuku's reply was unconventional yet effective. The rooster responded with sharp pecks to Bakugo's shins. An irritated Bakugo yelled, Og, stupid chicken, I'll make a stew out of you, you little shit. The rooster, unfazed, darted out of the classroom just as Aizawa entered, casting a quizzical glance at the peculiar scene. As Aizawa observed the Burgish Kraher making a sharp turn and disappearing down the hallway, he couldn't help but shake his head. The creature had become an unexpected source of amusement for Nezu. And while it added a quirky touch to the daily routine, Aizawa appreciated that it didn't disturb his precious naps. It seemed the rooster had found a unique way to keep the class quiet, inadvertently making it somewhat endearing, at least in Aizawa's eyes, just below his cat's but above Nimuri. Now standing at the front of the class, he noticed the students hushed in the aftermath of the rooster's brief escapade. Pondering the idea of keeping the rooster around and perhaps giving it a name, Aizawa couldn't deny the entertainment it provided compared to other attempts by teachers to maintain order. Shaking off the distraction, Aizawa refocused on the task at hand, the joint training exercise at the unforeseen simulation joint. Addressing the class, he informed them of the upcoming activity with Class 1B and revealed a set of briefcases and a duffel bag containing their requested hero suits. All right, class, today we will have a joint training exercise with Class 1B at the USJ. Also, he continued, pressing a button that revealed the array of briefcases, and these are the hero suits each of you have requested. Either you take them with you, or you don't. Your choice. Leaving the classroom, Aizawa made his way to the bus outside, where he intended to wait for his students to gather. The USJ awaited them, and the anticipation among the students grew as they contemplated the training exercise and the unique challenges that awaited. Lavrenti Kapinhats, known by his alias Phoenix Shot, crouched in the dense bushes of the mountain zone within the unforeseen simulation joint. Clad in a ghillie suit that blended seamlessly with the foliage, he maintained his silent vigil over the sprawling landscape. Lavrenti, hailing from the divided nation of Georgia, had experienced the turmoil of civil war following the Quirk collapse. Georgia, like many countries, remained fractured into warring factions. As the influence of the National Crisis Committee expanded, reaching even into Europe, Lavrenti's homeland faced a fate akin to Russia and China. Joining the local NCC force in Ushkilai, Lavrenti climbed through the ranks, eventually becoming a sergeant in Division Cerberus, Company 4. Specializing in sniping, he wielded an Anzio 20mm rifle, a formidable tool in his hands. Now, stationed as part of a sniper squad, Lavrenti gazed through the scope of his rifle, patiently awaiting the arrival of potential villains in the USJ. The anticipation hung in the air as he maintained his concealed position, ready to respond with deadly precision when the moment arrived. Izuku Midoriya stood confidently before the waiting bus, his eyes concealed behind shades that added an air of mystery to his appearance. His hero outfit, a stark departure from the traditional UA uniforms, exuded a sense of practicality and readiness for combat. The ensemble included a black blazer and tie, a metallic jawbone mask, black pants, and a bulletproof vest. A belt adorned with pistol holsters, a revolver, and various knives accentuated his utility-focused attire. Strapped to his leg, he had a combat knife, while a machete was holstered on the back of his bulletproof vest. At his side hung a falchion sword, a formidable weapon ready for action. Completing the ensemble, a black combat helmet adorned his head, and he wore a crisp white dress shirt and sturdy combat boots. Slung casually over his shoulder was an AK-205, filled with rubber bullets for training purposes. In a subtle defiance of the restrictions on live ammunition, Izuku had loaded his Colt Diamondback revolver with real .22 WMR rounds, a testament to his preparedness. As he surveyed his peers, it was evident that his approach to hero attire was far more pragmatic and combat-oriented compared to the conventional choices made by his classmates. Uraraka's pinkish space-suit-themed outfit caught Izuku's attention, its futuristic design standing out among the crowd. Ada, on the other hand, sported a suit of armor reminiscent of a knight, complete with exhaust pipes and strategic locations. It seemed that each student had chosen attire that reflected their individual style and abilities. As Izuku surveyed his classmates, he couldn't help but notice the lack of protection against knives, bullets, and other weapons. It was clear that many of them hadn't witnessed the brutality of real combat, their attire reflecting a more optimistic view of heroism. Turning his attention to the bus, Izuku observed Ida's attempt to organize the seating arrangements. However, the unconventional layout of the vehicle made it difficult to adhere to conventional seating plans. With a shrug, everyone found their own spot, and Izuku settled in beside Uraraka. While Uraraka excitedly discussed their upcoming rescue training, Izuku's mind was elsewhere. He focused on deploying his avian allies strategically around the USJ, positioning his pigeons, crows, and black kites in the nearby forest. When the time came, they would be ready to assist him in whatever challenges lay ahead. In the bus, conversations buzzed among the students, their excitement palpable as they anticipated the day's activities. Isui, known for her straightforward nature, posed a question loud enough for most of the class to hear. "So what do you think Midoriya's quirk is?" she inquired, her curious tone cutting through the chatter. Izuku, caught off guard by the sudden attention, raised an eyebrow, wondering why his classmates were fixated on his quirk. Kirishima, seated nearby, chimed in with his own speculation. "Don't know, but it has something to do with birds, I think. Kinda like Koda." Izuku stifled a chuckle at the comparison. His quirk was far more complex than just birds or animals, but he understood their limited perspective. However, Bakugo, ever the provocateur, couldn't resist the opportunity to provoke Izuku. "So what? It's just some stupid birds. Not like that will help you with being a hero." He sneered, his disdain evident in his tone. Isui, unperturbed by Bakugo's attitude, responded matter-of-factly. "And your personality also won't help. Most people will probably just turn away when they see you," she remarked, her words devoid of malice but carrying a certain truth. Before Bakugo could retort, the bus came to a halt, and Aizawa stirred from his slumber, signaling the start of their journey. In the desolate ruins zone, concealed in the remnants of buildings, Diether Bowler patiently observed the central plaza through the scope of his Blazer R93 tactical sniper rifle. A voice crackled over his comms, announcing the arrival of Class 1A and 1B students. A sinister smile crept across his face, anticipating the chaos that would ensue when the villains attacked. Unbeknownst to the students and even their newly appointed squad leader, Izuku Midoriya, Diether awaited the moment when the order to fire at will would be given. He knew his squad, armed with an array of deadly weapons, would unleash their skills upon any untrained villains in the vicinity. While the heavy artillery, an Anzio 20mm rifle, rested in the hands of Sergeant Kapanadze, Diether understood the effectiveness of a well-placed bullet against less formidable adversaries. In the background, the General Director Gaimai Krob had meticulously gathered intelligence about the League of Villains, a rather clever name for their adversary. The League had reportedly recruited 70 villains, mostly low B rank or high E rank threats. Diether remained confident that, In the face of danger, the vessel of Gaimai would unleash a formidable trump card, providing them with a significant advantage. As Class 1 and 1B appeared in his sight, Diether couldn't help but feel the anticipation building. 3 teachers, Aizawa Shota, Kan Sekijiro, and Kurozanen, stood with the students, their current unknown allies. He prepared his sniper rifle, eagerly toggling the safety off, ready to make the first kill in this covert mission. The ruined zone would soon become a battleground, and Diether, hidden in the shadows, was poised to play his part. Izuku stood with his arms crossed, his keen eyes scanning the impressive building they found themselves in. Despite being aware of the formidable skills possessed by Division Cerberus, he couldn't help but be vigilant, looking around for any subtle glimmers of a sniper scope. Unsurprisingly, he found none. These individuals had proven their prowess by dismantling a powerful criminal family, making their covert presence undetectable. While 13 addressed the class, emphasizing the potential lethality of every quirk, Izuku couldn't suppress a cynical thought. No shit, he mused to himself, fully aware of the destructive capabilities inherent in many quirks. Glancing at his classmates, he noticed genuine surprise on some faces. In that moment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of disillusionment with the idealistic view of heroism that many seemed to hold. The reality of the world, especially after Gaimai's unleashed powers, painted a more complex picture. 13 concluded the speech with a reminder of the priority placed on civilians and rescue in their hero training. The words echoed in Izuku's mind, and he pondered the practicality of such an emphasis in a world where villains lurked around every corner. Despite his reservations, he knew he had to play the hero's game, at least for now. The looming threat of the League of Villains added an additional layer of complexity to the situation. As the training unfolded, Izuku remained on high alert, prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead. The warp gate unfolded, revealing a blue-haired villain, his face concealed by a severed head, a grotesque sight that only hinted at the malevolence he carried. Following him was a massive, scar-ridden humanoid monster, a formidable opponent that immediately drew Izuku's attention. As the remaining League of Villains members emerged, numbering around 70, the class found itself in a precarious situation. While chaos ensued in Aizawa, Kan, and 13 took on the initial threats, an Eastern Imperial Eagle perched on Izuku's shoulder, carrying an earpiece and a note. Unfamiliar with this particular bird, Izuku read the note from Gaimai, who detailed the significance of the earpiece, identifying Izuku as the staff sergeant for the snipers. With the instructions clear, Izuku connected the earpiece, issuing a directive for the snipers to stand by until further orders. Meanwhile, Aizawa, Kan, and 13 confronted the villains, and a new figure introduced himself as Kurogiri, an emissary for their leader, Shigaraki Tamura. Before the situation escalated further, Izuku discarded the rubber bullet magazine from his Act 205, loading live rounds. As Kurogiri began his ominous speech, Bakugo and Kirishima initiated an attack, but their blows passed through him, demonstrating his peculiar ability to transform into a smoky, incorporeal form. Taking advantage of the chaos, 13 activated her quirk, creating a black hole to subdue Kurogiri. However, he countered by opening a warp gate behind her, redirecting the effect of her quirk back at her. As 13 fell, injured but alive, Kurogiri expressed his acknowledgement of their abilities. Unexpectedly, a series of warp gates enveloped the students, transporting them to an artificial lake in the flood zone. Izuku found himself on a boat alongside Mainta and Isui. Gazing around at the surreal setting, he muttered, "Well, ain't that a bitch," as he casually slung the Act 205 over his shoulder and conjured an APS rifle. Amidst Mainta's panicked exclamations, Izuku urged him to remain calm, emphasizing the unlikeliness of All Might's demise. As Isui's tongue disciplined Mainta, Izuku delivered a pragmatic reality check. There have been a lot of villains that have claimed to kill All Might, but you know, it would be easier to predict a Black Swan event than to kill All Might. So how about you stop crying, because if you don't, the villains will be the least of your worries. As the shark-like villains in the water attempted to approach the boat, they were met with a barrage of bullets that wounded one of them, forcing a retreat. The villains exchanged mocking remarks about the supposed hero's bloodthirstiness, reveling in the chaos they had caused. Izuku, observing their reactions, understood their expectations well. Jesus, these are supposed to be heroes, one of the underwater villains taunted, met with laughter from his comrades. Izuku, unperturbed, raised an eyebrow at their comments, silently plotting his next move. Turning to Isui, he began, "All right, Sue, could you get Mainta out of here?" Her response was swift, offering a nod of agreement. "Yes, I could wrap him with my tongue and jump to the shore, but what about you?" she inquired. Izuku's smile held a hint of darkness as he reassured her. "I'll be fine. Now go. You do not want to see this," he replied, a sense of determination in his voice. Isui complied, gracefully executing the plan as she jumped and landed safely on the shore, leaving Izuku to confront the villains alone. As another villain attempted to approach the boat, Izuku's response was swift and decisive, bullets punctuating the air with deadly precision. 3 well-placed shots found their mark, causing the villain's face to bear the evidence of their lethal impact. With a dark chuckle, Izuku conjured 10 marbles in his hands, each one a harbinger of impending doom. As he tossed them into the air, their number doubled, revealing their true purpose. The marbles transformed into 20 great white sharks, their core pulsating with dark energy. As the sharks descended into the blood-red waters, Izuku's ominous display of power hinted at the depths of his resolve in the face of villainy. With a swift motion, Izuku conjured another marble, unleashing its power as it struck the water's surface. This time, an LCAC, landing craft air cushion, descended from the sky, landing with precision on the blood-red waters. Without hesitation, Izuku leaped aboard the naval vessel, steering it skillfully towards the shore where Asui and Minto waited. As he rejoined his classmates, Izuku's eyes gleamed with a mixture of determination and defiance. "Hey, you wanted bloodthirsty, right? Well, here, have some more," he declared, his voice cutting through the tension in the air. In his right hand, he formed 5 marbles, each pulsating with dark energy. With a forceful throw, they multiplied into 35, unleashing a swarm of red-eye piranhas into the blood-soaked waters below. The ferocious creatures circled eagerly, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Simultaneously, Izuku's left hand held another set of 5 marbles. With a deft flick of his wrist, he sent them hurtling towards the water, where they multiplied into 15. The marbles transformed into Nile crocodiles, their powerful jaws snapping eagerly as they joined the fray. Turning back to his shocked classmates, Izuku's expression remained resolute, a testament to his unwavering resolve in the face of adversity. As the chaos unfolded around them, he stood ready to confront whatever challenges lay ahead, determined to show these Villians that the heroes were the least of their concerns. Izuku, standing amidst the aftermath, pressed on his earpiece, addressing his unseen snipers. "I need one guy to keep an eye on the flooded zone. If any villain manages to get to the shore, you use lethal force." Only one affirmative response echoed through the earpiece before he closed it once again, focusing on his classmate. Minta, visibly shaken by the brutality, stammered out, "Why, you killed them. You didn't even blink." Izuku met his gaze with an unwavering stare. "Should I feel guilty? Because the moment any of us would have landed in the water, they would have torn you to shreds." Asui interjected, expressing her unease with the situation. "I get where you're coming from, but heroes aren't supposed to do th." Izuku cut her off, his tone cold and sharp. "Oh really? Well, Endeavor has killed more villains than any hero alive. Have you ever questioned his methods of burning people alive while others cheer him on?" Asui fell silent, unable to counter his argument. With a chilling laugh, Izuku continued, "That's what I thought. And hey, who said I even wanted to be a hero?" He tossed the asp to Asui, his indifference evident. "Use it or don't. I couldn't care less. Now go." Asui nodded grimly, leading Minta away from the scene. Meanwhile, Aizawa lay on the ground, incapacitated by the beast. The blue-haired villain taunted him, and from the water emerged a woman, battered and wounded, determined to avenge her fallen comrades. She glared at Izuku and declared, You killed them all. I'll kill you." As she lunged towards him, a deafening gunshot filled the USJ. The woman stopped in her tracks, a gruesome wound where her left eye used to be. Diether, one of the unseen snipers, had made his mark. Pulling the bolt back and forth, he prepared for another shot, marking the first kill from the sniper's vantage point. In the chaos of the USJ, every action had consequences, and the battle was only beginning. The chaos in the USJ escalated as Izuku, fueled by frustration and determination, ordered his unseen snipers to fire at will. The response was swift and deadly, with multiple villains dropping from well-aimed shots echoing throughout the area. Simultaneously, Izuku created marbles in his hands. Throwing them into the air, they multiplied, conjuring forth a force of predatory animals. 10 polar bears, 5 grizzly bears, and 20 Eurasian wolves manifested under his command. A sense of grim satisfaction crossed Izuku's features as he directed his makeshift army. "All right then, kill any villain you meet." The unleashed predators tore through the villains, creating a wave of fear and panic among them. The once confident invaders now faced a relentless onslaught from nature's fiercest creatures. As the snipers continued their deadly precision from afar, the USJ became a battlefield where the line between hero and predator blurred. In this unexpected turn of events, Izuku found an outlet for his frustration, letting the predators roam freely against those who sought chaos and destruction. The unfolding clash revealed a side of him that his classmates hadn't witnessed before, a force to be reckoned with, one capable of harnessing both the ferocity of nature and the precision of a sniper's bullet. Tamura gazed at Aizawa, standing before him, the Namu having efficiently dealt with the hero. With a sinister grin, he taunted Eraserhead. "So, Eraserhead, those screams we hear, think those are your students, eh?" Laughter echoed as Vlad King lay beaten a few meters away, surrounded by celebrating villains. Ha ha, one of the villains chuckled. We really showed those heroes, eh? Another added, yep, serves them right. I wonder how Yokota is doing. The third one chimed in, probably having fun with some of those heroin bitches. You saw the one with black hair, like she was asking for it really. Their vulgar laughter filled the air as they reveled in their perceived victory. Unbeknownst to them, in the mountain zone, Lavrenti Kapanadze aimed his Anzio 20mm rifle, taking aim at the one who made the crude comment. The laughter died abruptly as the villain's left maxilla bone was replaced by a gaping hole, courtesy of Lavrenti's precise shot. The brief moment of celebration shattered under the watchful eye of unseen snipers, turning the villain's joy into a chilling realization of their vulnerability. As if the situation couldn't get any worse for the surviving villains, a deep, menacing roar reverberated through the air. Turning around, their hearts sank as they laid eyes on three massive polar bears stalking toward them. In the wake of these formidable predators, the ground was scattered with the mangled remains of their fallen comrades, evidence of the merciless onslaught inflicted by creatures with no sympathy or restraint. The chilling roars echoed a stark reminder that, in the chaos of their assault on the USJ, the villains had unwittingly unleashed a force far deadlier than any hero they had faced. The screams that had sent shivers down their spines were not those of their adversaries, but the tormented cries of those who had succumbed to the jaws of these relentless predators. In that moment, the surviving villains realized that their ill-fated celebration had placed them at the mercy of a nature far more ruthless than any hero or villain they had encountered. Throughout the USJ, the piercing screams of villains echoed, marking their grim fate at the hands of relentless predators and determined heroes. In the shipwreck zone, the once tranquil waters now ran thick with blood, tainted by the remnants of half-eaten corpses and discarded body parts. Those who had managed to escape the watery trap found themselves greeted by a barrage of bullets, leaving them lifeless on the shore, their bodies bearing witness to the brutality of their failed assault. In the landslide zone, where the remnants of Class 1B and select members of Class 1A had held their ground, camaraderie began to form amidst the chaos. Todoroki and his allies swiftly dispatched the villains, their united efforts laying the groundwork for a bond forged in the crucible of battle. Meanwhile, in the mountain zone, the villains faced a fierce resistance from Camaraderie and his companions. When the villain Tesla attempted to assert dominance, his words were cut short by the swift intervention of an Eurasian wolf, leaving him to meet a grisly end at the jaws of his own demise. In the windstorm zone, Takoyami and Kota found themselves sheltered behind the walls of an apartment building, witnessing the relentless onslaught of their predators. As the grizzly bears and Eurasian wolves tore through the ranks of their assailants, even the formidable villain Yokota met his end in a whirlwind of blood and fur. In the fire zone, Ajiro could only watch in horror as the landscape was consumed by the merciless savagery of the wolves. With unmatched speed and ferocity, the predators turned the tables on their attackers, transforming the once determined villains into nothing more than fodder for the hungry pack. In every corner of the USJ, the unfolding chaos served as a stark reminder of the unforgiving nature of the world they inhabit, a world where survival often depended on the razor's edge between heroism and villainy. Chapter text. Shigaraki's frustration echoed through the devastated USJ as he confronted the unexpected turn of events. The once triumphant atmosphere now hung heavy with the realization that his grand attack had crumbled beneath the claws and fangs of wild predators. Kurogiri observed his young master's tantrum with a resigned air. Young master, it appears that the hero students have devised an unforeseen counter-strategy. The animals you see have single-handedly decimated our forces. The villains were not prepared for such a wild and brutal resistance. Shigaraki, still seething, glared at the lifeless bodies scattered around. Animals, I can't believe it. We lost to a bunch of animals. The irony wasn't lost on him. Villains, armed with quirks and schemes, defeated by the primal force of nature. Aizawa, restrained within the Namu's grip, couldn't help but feel a mixture of relief and horror. Relief that his students were unharmed, but horror at the unexpected and savage nature of their defenders. The realization dawned upon him. Midoriya or Kota, one of his students, was controlling these creatures with ruthless efficiency. Meanwhile, Shigaraki's voice reverberated through the crumbling ruins. What's the point of all this planning if it comes down to wild animals attacking us? His anger was a volatile mixture of frustration and disbelief. The meticulously orchestrated attack had unraveled in the face of a force he hadn't considered. Kurogiri tried to maintain a semblance of composure. Young master, we may need to consider a strategic retreat. Reinforcements are on their way, and we are not equipped to handle these unforeseen adversaries. Shigaraki's scowl deepened. Retreat? No, I won't accept that. I won't let them think they beat us. His hands twitched, the urge to disintegrate something growing stronger. The League of Villains' grand entrance had turned into an embarrassing retreat, all thanks to the intervention of nature's own warriors. As the situation unfolded, Aizawa quietly contemplated the unexpected alliance between his students and the animal kingdom. The chaos of the USJ attack had revealed a new facet of their capabilities, a wild, untamed force that had left the League of Villains reeling. Amidst the ruins, Shigaraki wrestled with the reality that his carefully crafted plan had crumbled beneath the ferocity of animals, leaving him no choice but to face the consequences of a failed assault. The howls and roars of the victorious creatures served as a testament to the resilience of nature against the machinations of villains. Izuku, standing amidst the gathering of predators, felt a surge of determination. The villains before him, perhaps caught off guard by the sudden appearance of this untamed force, now faced an impending threat they had not anticipated. He swiftly turned on his earpiece, a direct line of communication to his tactical team. "Men, I want those with the normal snipers to already leave the USJ. The one with the armor will stay until the ringleader either has retreated, dead, or captured," Izuku commanded with authority. 5 affirmatives resonated through the earpiece, signaling their acknowledgement and compliance. Satisfied with the response, Izuku seized the earpiece, his grip tightening until the device crumbled beneath his fingers. It was a symbolic gesture, severing the link to external orders and fully committing to the battle that lay ahead. As he surveyed the plaza, Izuku's sharp senses detected a lingering threat, a villain attempting to capitalize on the distraction. Swiftly raising his Act 205, he unleashed a barrage of gunfire, the rapid succession of shots finding their mark. The once advancing foe now lay defeated, a testament to Izuku's unyielding resolve and tactical prowess. With the immediate threat neutralized, Izuku refocused on the primary adversaries. His force of bears, wolves, and crocodiles awaited his command, a disciplined and patient assembly of nature's might. The ominous growls and snarls emanating from the animal allies echoed through the air, creating an aura of tension that permeated the battlefield. "Now, all of you, attack the big one first. Now go," Izuku directed with unwavering determination. The predators, responding to their master's command, surged forward as a cohesive unit. The grizzly bears, their massive frames charging with primal intensity, led the charge. The polar bears, sleek and powerful, followed suit, their icy gaze fixed upon the looming abomination. The Eurasian wolves, embodying a collective strength, weaved through the chaos with calculated ferocity. Alongside them, the Nile crocodiles, formidable and ancient, slithered towards the central threat. Izuku, the orchestrator of this natural symphony, moved with purpose, flanking the advancing force of predators. The villains, now confronted by a force beyond their expectations, struggled to comprehend the unconventional assault. The sheer power of the animal kingdom, harnessed and wielded by a hero with a mission, threatened to dismantle their malevolent ambitions. The USJ Plaza, once a battleground, now bore witness to a clash of primal forces, one that would determine the fate of heroism and the resilience of those who dared to stand against the tide of villainy. As Shigaraki's meltdown echoed through the USJ, an abrupt interruption came in the form of gunshots echoing in the distance. The League of Villains leader turned his attention towards the unforeseen threat. What he witnessed left him momentarily frozen. His eyes widened behind the hand mask that concealed his face. The unleashed animals, led by Izuku's strategic command, were closing in, revealing a raw, untamed power that defied his earlier dismissal. Realization struck Shigaraki like a jolt. Perhaps labeling these animals as weak was a grievous understatement. The visceral scene unfolding before him painted a vivid picture of primal dominance. As the beasts closed in on his forces, Shigaraki's earlier arrogance crumbled into a mixture of shock and fear. The initial shockwaves of laughter that had emanated from him were silenced, replaced by an unsettling uncertainty. In a desperate attempt to regain control of the situation, Shigaraki screamed, "Namo! Kill them!" The Namo, an engineered monstrosity designed to take on the symbol of peace himself, responded with a guttural noise. In an instant, it confronted the approaching animal force. The grizzly bears, with their formidable stature, lunged at the Namu, attempting to strike a blow. However, the Namu's lightning-fast reflexes proved insurmountable. Its colossal fist tore through the stomach of one grizzly bear, abruptly severing Izuku's connection to the fallen creature. The second grizzly met a similar fate, followed swiftly by the third. A lone Eurasian wolf leaped towards the Namu, but its fate was sealed as the Namu seized the wolf's head and crushed it with an overwhelming display of strength. Shigaraki, witnessing the annihilation of the animals he had once deemed inferior, erupted into laughter once more. Against normal villains they might have worked, but this one is made to beat all might. You can forget even beating it. Dumbass animals, Shigaraki gloated, his confidence seemingly restored. A Nile crocodile became the next casualty, flattened under the Namu's relentless assault. As a polar bear faced a gruesome demise, Izuku observed the carnage with an unreadable expression. The animals, valiant in their attempt, were falling one by one to the overpowering Namu. In the midst of the chaos, Izuku, acknowledging the inevitability of the animal's defeat, calmly hummed to himself. Psychotic bloodlust loomed as the only viable option against this formidable foe. A strategic decision weighed heavily on his mind. He would wait until every last one of his animals succumbed to the Namu's might. Placing them elsewhere for now seemed challenging. And so the battle of attrition persisted. The Namu stood tall amidst the lifeless bodies of the animal force, a grim testament to the relentless power it possessed. Shigaraki, convinced of his apparent victory, found solace in his deranged laughter as the USJ became a battlefield soaked in the blood of both hero and beast. Izuku surveyed the aftermath with a heavy sigh, acknowledging the inevitability of resorting to psychotic bloodlust. The plaza was now stained with the remnants of the fallen animals and the relentless Namu. A sense of determination flickered in his eyes. Oh well, he thought, embracing the grim reality of what lay ahead, a killing spree. Meanwhile, a group of villains, having successfully concealed themselves during the chaotic onslaught, cautiously emerged from their hiding places, observing the Namu standing amidst the battlefield. They erupted into cheers, their twisted admiration for the creature fueled by the carnage that had unfolded. Their triumphant celebration echoed through the devastated USJ. At the main entrance, the students had regrouped, their eyes fixed on the gruesome scene in the plaza. Gyro's quiet reflection revealed gratitude toward the wolves that had saved them earlier. One of those wolves really saved our asses back at those mountains. Didn't even get to thank it, she muttered, her voice carrying a mix of awe and regret. Shizaki, a student from Class 1B, took a different approach. Deep in prayer, she sought forgiveness for both the fallen animals and villains, a silent plea to a higher power to absolve the sins of both parties involved. As the prayers escaped her lips, the crimson hue of the flooded zone served as a somber backdrop, a reminder of the bloodshed that had occurred. Asui and Minda sat in stunned silence, processing the gruesome spectacle before them. Asui clutched an asp in her hands, trembling slightly, while Minda's gaze remained fixed on the ground. Bakugo, typically unyielding in his demeanor, couldn't help but sneer at the sight. However, Kirishima, ever the empathetic friend, pointed toward the flooded zone, its crimson-red waters visible from their vantage point. They saw it all happen apparently, Kirishima explained, his tone carrying a sense of understanding. The gruesome tableau had left an indelible mark on those who bore witness. Even Bakugo, in a rare moment of self-reflection, felt a twinge of shame and guilt for his earlier callous remarks. The weight of the events unfolding around them pressed heavily on the hearts of the students, a stark reminder of the harsh realities of heroism. Izuku's actions reverberated with a chilling intensity as he discarded his helmet and shattered his mask, revealing a darkness that lurked within him. With a deep introspection, he tapped into the depths of his being until he found what he sought. As he opened his eyes, a sinister transformation took place. The once clear whites turned abyssal black, and a twisted smile crept across his face. With the activation of psychotic bloodlust, the constraints that bound his abilities shattered. The limits imposed on his animal summoner and arsenal powers dissolved into oblivion, no longer constrained by extinction or the confines of legend. Izuku's capabilities surged to unprecedented heights. A single marble materialized in his hand, a harbinger of impending chaos. With a flick of his wrist, he launched it into the air, setting a chain of events into motion that would forever alter the course of the battle. Meanwhile, at the main entrance of the USJ, the atmosphere crackled with tension as All Might, in his formidable buff form, made a resolute entrance. His usual grin was replaced by a stern scowl as his gaze fell upon the scene unfolding in the main plaza. The magnitude of the carnage before him struck him to the core, freezing him in place as his eyes widened with each passing moment. The UA staff, trailing behind him, fell silent in stunned disbelief, their expressions mirroring the shock and awe that gripped them. Back at the plaza, the surviving villains recoiled in fear, their bravado crumbling in the face of an unseen terror. Even Shigaraki, the orchestrator of chaos, bore a flicker of apprehension in his eyes, while Kurogiri trembled with uncertainty. And then, breaking through the eerie silence, the ancient roar of an Allosaurus echoed through the air, its primal call signaling the dawn of an unimaginable reckoning that would reverberate throughout Musutafu and beyond. Shigaraki's trembling voice broke the tension, and in Namu, kill it. The Namu, in a rapid blink, lunged at the newfound threat. However, a shield materialized before it, halting its advance. Ohoho nana no. My friend here is only for the other ones. I'm the one you'll be facing, a cold and dark voice announced. A green-haired teen, clad in military armor, emerged as the wielder of both the shield and a sense of ominous authority. The Namu, determined to obliterate its opponent, shattered the shield with brute force. But in response, a swift slice from the green-haired teen severed the Namu's arm. A subsequent kick to the head made the Namu stumble away. Furui, go deal with the small fry, will you? The teen commanded, obeying without hesitation. The Allosaurus, named Furui, dashed towards the remaining villains, leaving the primary confrontation to unfold. The Namu's armor grew, showcasing its impressive regenerative capabilities. Regeneration. And a bit of shock absorption, it seems. I wonder who made you. The teen's voice, dripping with curiosity, echoed through the battleground. In an instant, Izuku appeared behind the Namu, his falchion and machete stained with purple blood as the hands of the Namu were sliced to bits. Meanwhile, back at the main entrance, Minda was gasping for breath. He can do that. He can do that. Tears streamed down his face as he rocked back and forth. Hound Dog, taking on the role of a counselor, noticed Minda's distress and swiftly approached him, enveloping the small boy in a comforting hug. In a hushed tone, he asked, "Who can do what?" Minda, caught in the throes of panic, mumbled incomprehensibly. However, Asui, gripping the APS rifle like a lifeline, stepped forward and provided the answer, Midoriya. Izuku continued to soar through the sky above the Namu, which was now enduring a relentless assault. In his hand, 3 marbles gleamed ominously. With a triumphant grin, he declared, "Here, I got some more friends for you." As the marbles shattered, 3 dire wolves materialized, showcasing that psychotic bloodlust had a similar effect on his summoned creatures. Inamu, already battered and bruised, faced an onslaught from the newly arrived dire wolves. One of them lunged forward and ripped the regenerated hand from the Namu, while another targeted the calf, tearing into it with ferocity. A third dire wolf set its sights on the beak, biting it off with a vicious snap. The Namu, now overwhelmed by both Izuku and the relentless assault of his predatory allies, struggled to withstand the combined force of man and beast. As the Namu's parts began to regenerate, it seized one of the dire wolves, crushing it with a powerful grip. However, Izuku swiftly changed tactics. In a flash, he transitioned from soaring through the sky to appearing behind the Namu. With a decisive strike, the Namu's head was severed from its body, sent flying into the air where it shattered into a million fragments. Silence enveloped the plaza as Izuku stood amidst the aftermath of the battle. The only sounds that punctuated the quiet were the heavy thud of the now lifeless Namu hitting the ground and the gruesome tearing of flesh as the villain called Minotaurus was swallowed whole by the Allosaurus. The scene painted a stark picture of the brutal conflict that had unfolded, leaving no doubt about the ferocity of the clash between hero and villain. With the Namu defeated, Izuku turned his attention to the remaining villains across from him, a confident smile playing on his lips. "Furui, you've done enough. Why don't you go visit the mind world, eh?" Furui, responding to Izuku's command, disappeared, leaving the plaza. Izuku then flipped the death switch on the remaining dire wolves. "So, I find it very funny that all it took were some predators of Mother Nature to turn your league into nothing but fleshy remains." Izuku's taunting words hung in the air, and Shigaraki, fueled by rage, charged at him. However, before either of them could make a move, Lavrenti Kapinets fired his 20mm caliber rifle. The powerful round tore Shigaraki's outstretched right hand to shreds, and he cried out in pain, falling to his knees. Izuku, now standing over the wounded villain, casually placed the machete against Shigaraki's throat. The moment seemed ripe for a finishing blow, but before Izuku could execute the attack, Kurogiri swiftly warped both himself and Shigaraki out of the building. Izuku clicked his tongue in mild frustration. As his eyes returned to their normal state, exhaustion took over and he collapsed, falling unconscious. The chaotic battle at the USJ had come to an unexpected and tumultuous end. Chapter text. Izuku slowly blinked his eyes open, the harsh glare of the white ceiling causing a sharp pang of discomfort. As awareness gradually returned, he became acutely aware of the restrictive cuff encircling his wrist, suppressing his abilities. His mind raced to piece together the events that had led to his current predicament. With a low groan, Izuku muttered to himself, "What in the flying F happened?" His gaze drifted to the phone that materialized in his hand, a solitary contact displayed on the screen, Gaimai, with a mixture of apprehension and resignation. He initiated the call, his voice tinged with uncertainty as he spoke. "Gaimai," he greeted, his tone carrying a hint of resignation. The response came swiftly, Gaimai's voice calm and collected despite the gravity of the situation. "Ah, Izuku, how's it going?" he inquired, a subtle undercurrent of amusement in his voice. Izuku couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance at Gaimai's nonchalant demeanor. "Well, not good apparently," he replied dryly, his frustration evident. "Got cuffed to a bed." Gaimai's response was laced with a hint of amusement. "Yeah, no wonder," he remarked, his tone betraying a sense of amusement. "Got reports from the Cerberus operatives. You really turned the USJ into a slaughterhouse, eh?" Izuku's expression remained impassive as he absorbed Gaimai's words. The memory of the chaotic battle at the USJ flooded back, the echoes of screams and the clash of steel reverberating in his mind. Despite his efforts to control the situation, the outcome had been nothing short of devastating. "Then I did," Izuku conceded, his voice tinged with resignation. "So, what do I do now?" Gaimai's chuckle resonated through the phone, a sound both reassuring and ominous. "Well, they'll probably bring you to a prison or something," he mused, his tone casual despite the gravity of the situation. "Not that they'll get far." Izuku's brow furrowed in confusion at Gaimai's cryptic remark. The implication hung heavy in the air, hinting at a deeper layer of complexity to the situation. As he pondered Gaimai's words, a sense of unease settled over him, the uncertainty of what lay ahead gnawing at his resolve. Any suggestions? Izuku ventured, his voice betraying a hint of apprehension. Gaimai's response was swift and decisive. Stay calm, for starters, he advised, his tone reassuring yet cryptic. Keep your wits about you, and trust in your instincts. We'll figure out the next steps together. Izuku nodded, his mind racing with a myriad of questions and uncertainties. The prospect of facing the repercussions of his actions weighed heavily on him. Yet a flicker of determination burned within him. He refused to be defined by the mistakes of the past, resolved to confront whatever challenges lay ahead with courage and resilience. As the conversation drew to a close, Izuku couldn't shake the lingering sense of apprehension that lingered in the air. The road ahead was fraught with uncertainty, the path forward shrouded in shadows. Yet, amidst the darkness, a glimmer of hope beckoned, a beacon of light to guide him through the storm. With a steady resolve, Izuku braced himself for the trials that awaited him, determined to face whatever challenges lay ahead with unwavering resolve. The journey ahead would be fraught with danger and uncertainty, but he refused to falter in the face of adversity. As he ended the call, Izuku's thoughts turned inward, a sense of determination coursing through his veins. Whatever trials awaited him, he would face them head-on, armed with courage, resilience, and the unwavering resolve to emerge victorious against all odds. Chapter text. In the heart of Kubo's scrapyard, Gaimai sat amidst the remnants of discarded machinery and forgotten relics. His surroundings, a testament to the passage of time and the cyclical nature of destruction and creation, seemed to mirror the chaos that loomed on the horizon. In his hands, he gripped an FNEVOLYS, a formidable weapon ready to be unleashed. A sudden materialization caught his attention. An old Nokia phone appeared in his hand, a relic from a bygone era. Gaimai's piercing gaze focused on the device as he dialed a number known only to a select few. The connection established, a voice on the other end inquired, "Who is this?" With an air of authority, Gaimai responded, "Order 3, prepare mass deployment." The cryptic exchange held a weight of significance, signaling the initiation of a plan set in motion. The caller on the other end received the terse command, a directive that would set the stage for the unfolding events. As the words hung in the air, Gaimai brought the conversation to an abrupt end, crushing the phone in his grip, severing the connection. Stepping out onto the desolate streets of Kubo's scrapyard, Gaimai's demeanor exuded a sense of calculated purpose. In his hand, a white marble materialized, its seemingly innocuous appearance belying the destructive force it harbored. With a swift, practiced motion, he hurled the marble towards a random building, the impact causing it to crack. As the fissures spread, a surge of energy erupted from the shattered structure, the unleashed power of a Cooper bomb. The building, once a silent sentinel in the urban landscape, succumbed to the devastating force. The echoes of the explosion reverberated through the streets, signaling the commencement of a chain reaction that would ripple through the city. In the wake of the destructive display, the first casualties of the upcoming war were claimed. The building crumbled, its remnants scattered like ash in the wind. The act, a calculated strike, served as both a declaration and a warning, a harbinger of the chaos and upheaval that would soon grip the city. As Gaimai observed the aftermath, the air thick with the acrid scent of destruction, a subtle smile played on his lips. The golden eagle had awakened, its wings poised to cast a shadow over the unfolding events. The stage was set, and the pieces were in motion, each move a calculated step towards an inevitable clash. The city, unaware of the impending storm, continued its rhythmic pulse, oblivious to the machinations that unfolded in the shadows. Gaimai, the orchestrator of chaos, stood amidst the wreckage, a silent harbinger of the tumultuous events that would soon reshape the landscape. The war had begun, and the city would bear witness to the unfolding drama, the first act of a larger narrative yet to be unveiled. Slugger sprinted toward the reported crime scene, driven by the urgency of a villain attack. His determined strides carried him closer to the source of the explosion, the chaotic aftermath looming on the horizon. As he approached, a sudden movement caught him off guard, a ripple in the otherwise tense atmosphere. A voice, cold and taunting, reached Slugger's ears. Well, welcome. You're the first hero here. Not that it'll matter now, then. I have some conditions." The ominous statement hung in the air, leaving Slugger to question the nature of the impending confrontation. Undeterred, he responded with a resolute, "And why would I care?" The air was filled with sinister laughter, a haunting soundtrack to the unfolding drama. As the smoke from the explosion began to clear, Slugger's eyes widened, revealing a scene that froze his movement. Before him stood a man, a chilling figure, holding a child in his hands, a knife pressed against her throat, a cruel instrument of control. The gravity of the situation became palpable as Slugger, now confronted with a life-or-death scenario, struggled to comprehend the unfolding tragedy. His instincts screamed at him, urging him to act, but the mysterious assailant seemed to revel in the power he held. The child, a helpless hostage, became a pawn in a twisted game. In a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, the man's voice sliced through the tension. Well, since you don't care, she's no use to me. The declaration hung in the air, a grim prelude to the impending horror. With a swift, merciless motion, the knife slashed across the child's throat, a brutal act that stained the scene with a stark reality. The abruptness of the violence left Slugger momentarily paralyzed, the weight of the situation sinking in. The child, once an innocent victim, now lay in the clutches of death, the crimson stain of tragedy unfolding before Slugger's eyes. The echoes of the villain's laughter resonated, a cruel soundtrack to the aftermath of a crime that defied reason. As Slugger grappled with the shock and horror of the scene, the villain's cold gaze met his. The conditions laid out before were now rendered irrelevant, as the irreversible consequences of the villain's actions cast a shadow over the hero's resolve. The first responder had arrived, but the cost had been a life, a stark reminder of the unforgiving nature of heroism in the face of malevolence. Slugger, his voice strained with a mix of grief and anger, managed to utter, "You. Why would you?" The villain, seemingly indifferent to the weight of his actions, chuckled in response. Once a leader of a huge country had a quote, "A single death is a tragedy, a million deaths are a statistic." Joseph Stalin, familiar to you? Oh well, let's get going, shall we? Before Slugger could fully grasp the situation, the villain was suddenly in front of him. The speed and precision of the movement left Slugger in a vulnerable position. Without warning, the villain's fist lunged through Slugger's chest, tearing through ribs and lung and exiting through the back. The brutality of the attack shocked Slugger, and he could feel the life draining from him. "Oh my," the villain remarked casually. "Bet you're regretting not caring, eh?" The words hung in the air, a cruel taunt as Slugger grappled with the agonizing consequences of his inaction. The irony of the villain's reference to Stalin's quote underscored the callousness with which he treated life, reducing it to a mere statistic in the pursuit of his twisted objectives. Slugger, now on the verge of collapse, struggled to comprehend the senseless brutality he had witnessed. The child's death, the callousness of the villain, and now his own impending demise painted a harrowing picture of the consequences of apathy in the face of evil. The realization struck Slugger with a bitter intensity, as the world around him dimmed, and the echoes of the villain's laughter became the last sounds he heard before succumbing to the abyss. Gaimai gazed at the lifeless hero sprawled before him. With a casual flick of his wrist, the restraints on his hand dissipated, freeing him from any lingering constraints. He nonchalantly kicked the fallen hero's corpse to the ground, a callous gesture that mirrored his disregard for life. Well, time to go a bit more extreme, eh? Gaimai mused to himself, his eyes scanning the surroundings. His gaze fixated on a nearby establishment, Nico's Coffee Cafe. It seemed like the chosen target for his escalating violence. Another white marble materialized in his hand, and a sinister smile crept across his face. With purposeful intent, he hurled the marble toward the cafe. As the marble soared through the air, it found its mark, crashing through a window and shattering upon impact. However, this time, it carried a far more destructive force, the power of a general-purpose bomb. The resulting explosion engulfed Nico's Coffee Cafe in a blaze of devastation, the flames licking at the structure as debris scattered in all directions. Gaimai, unfazed by the chaos he had unleashed, observed the fiery aftermath with an eerie calm. The once cozy cafe now stood as a smoldering ruin, a testament to the unbridled violence he was willing to unleash. The escalating scale of his actions hinted at a growing malevolence, a force that seemed determined to leave a trail of destruction in its wake. The question lingered. What dark purpose drove Gaimai to such extremes, and what horrors awaited those who stood in his path? Gaimai, undeterred by the lack of response to his previous acts of violence, felt a sinister satisfaction brewing within him. Still no response. Well, more death it is, he muttered to himself with an unsettling calmness. In his hand, a new creation took shape, a white ball resembling a bowling ball, but harboring a far more malevolent purpose. With a swift and deliberate motion, Gaimai hurled the white ball toward a bustling street. As it made contact with the ground, it revealed its true nature, transforming into a cluster bomb. The bowling ball-like object unleashed its deadly payload, scattering a dozen smaller marbles in every direction. The ensuing chaos was swift and merciless. The smaller marbles, like harbingers of doom, careened through the air, finding their unsuspecting victims amid the crowded street. Each marble carried a destructive force of its own, wreaking havoc and sowing panic among the unfortunate souls caught in the crossfire. Screams echoed through the air as the chaotic scene unfolded. The once vibrant street became a theater of tragedy, with people fleeing in terror, seeking refuge from the indiscriminate violence unleashed by Gaimai's calculated malevolence. The aftermath left a haunting tableau of destruction, a stark reminder of the darkness that lurked within Gaimai's actions. As the echoes of the chaos subsided, Gaimai's inscrutable motives remained shrouded in mystery. What compelled him to unleash such brutality, and what sinister purpose lay behind these escalating acts of violence? The unanswered questions only deepened the sense of dread surrounding Gaimai, leaving a city on edge, haunted by the unpredictable horrors that seemed to follow in his wake. Momoko Ito, known by her hero alias Simmer, was part of the Fire Squad, a lesser-known hero team based in Musutafu. Led by Sparks, the team also comprised Blaze and Ignition, each with their own unique abilities. Despite their local fan base, they were ready to face any threat that came their way. Responding to a villain attack, the Fire Squad hurried to the scene under Sparks' leadership. As they approached the site of destruction, Sparks urged caution. Be on guard, he warned, emphasizing the need for vigilance in the face of danger. Standing amidst the chaos, Simmer couldn't shake off a sense of unease. She voiced her concerns to Sparks, questioning whether the reported D-rank villain threat matched the scale of destruction before them. However, Sparks remained resolute, relying on Slugger's assessment of the situation. With determination, Sparks rallied the Fire Squad to action. Fire Squad, attack, he commanded, leading the charge alongside Blaze and Ignition. Simmer hesitated, her instincts warning her of impending danger. Something felt off, out of place, amidst the chaos unfolding before them. Despite her doubts, Simmer knew that she couldn't afford to ignore her team's call to action. With a deep breath, she steeled herself for the battle ahead, ready to confront whatever sinister force lurked behind the facade of the D-rank villain threat. As the Fire Squad plunged into the heart of the conflict, Simmer remained vigilant, her senses sharp and her determination unwavering in the face of uncertainty. Gaimai, the general director, cracked his neck with a sense of amusement. He found the heroes to be quite underwhelming, given the scale of destruction he had unleashed. Adorned in his distinctive uniform, Gaimai wore a black trench coat, pants, combat boots, gloves, and an officer's cap. His appearance exuded a sense of authority and menace, amplified by the Nimcha sword in his hand and a machine gun casually slung over his shoulder. As the heroes of the Fire Squad approached, Gaimai chuckled, realizing that he might have to take matters into his own hands. He had just decimated an entire street of civilians, and only 4 heroes showed up to confront him. The odds seemed laughably in his favor. Gaimai heard approaching footsteps and swiftly dodged a fireball aimed at his face. Although the attack caused a bit of his tar-like skin to melt, it quickly regenerated. Intrigued by the prospect of a real challenge, he addressed the 4 heroes before him. "Ah, finally some action. So, you 4 are?" Gaimai inquired, his tone laced with mocking curiosity. Sparks, the leader of the Fire Squad, stepped forward and confidently declared, "We are the Fire Squad, villain, and will be your doom." Gaimai hummed, seemingly unimpressed. "Never heard of them, but go ahead." Without hesitation, Ignition, also known as Katashi Shiratori, lunged forward with his fist engulfed in fire. However, he missed his punch, and Gaimai responded with a swift kick to his gut. The hero staggered backward, momentarily caught off guard by the unexpected agility and skill of the seemingly formidable villain. Gaimai grinned, relishing the thrill of the confrontation. "Is that the best you've got? This might be more entertaining than I thought." As the Fire Squad prepared for a battle that seemed increasingly one-sided, Gaimai's confidence and sadistic enjoyment of the chaos continued to escalate. The clash between heroes and villain was set, and the outcome remained uncertain in the midst of the chaos that unfolded. Blaze, the fiery member of the Fire Squad, launched beams of fire towards the villain with determination. However, Gaimai's agility proved to be too much, as he effortlessly dodged the incoming attacks. Ignition, undeterred by his previous failure, attempted another punch, but once again, the villain anticipated his move and swiftly avoided it. As the chaotic battle unfolded before her, Simmer, the support role of the Fire Squad, could only watch with a growing sense of unease. Her attention was drawn away from the fight, her eyes fixated on the lifeless body of Slugger, one of their own fallen comrades, lying amidst the destruction. The sight of Slugger's body amidst the devastation struck a chord of grief and anger within Simmer. Her heart pounded with a mixture of sorrow and determination as she realized the true cost of the battle they were facing. Despite her role as a support member, she felt a surge of resolve to avenge Slugger's death and put an end to the villain's rampage. Simmer's gaze shifted back to the ongoing fight, her mind focused on finding a way to turn the tide against the formidable foe they faced. With Slugger's sacrifice weighing heavily on her mind, she knew that they couldn't afford to fail. As the Fire Squad continued to battle against the odds, Simmer silently vowed to honor Slugger's memory by fighting with all her strength until justice prevailed. Gaimai, feeling increasingly bored with the ongoing battle, found himself reminiscing about past encounters and more thrilling challenges, such as the confrontations with the Takuchi clan in the Night District. Despite their outdated weaponry, those battles had provided a certain level of excitement that seemed lacking in the current situation. As he effortlessly dodged yet another attack from Ignition, Gaimai couldn't help but reflect on the contrast between the current engagement and his past experiences. He found himself yearning for the adrenaline rush of those intense battles against formidable adversaries. However, his boredom was soon interrupted by the sound of a feminine voice calling out to Ignition. Gaimai glanced around and noticed that the area was surrounded by police forces, with civilians gathered nearby watching the spectacle unfold. He found it curious that they hadn't been evacuated, considering standard emergency procedures dictated the removal of civilians from potentially dangerous situations. A sly smile crept across Gaimai's face as he realized the opportunity that lay before him. Seizing the moment, he extended his left hand, palm outstretched, and uttered a single word, "Shine." With that command, a dark flame erupted from his palm, swirling into a raging inferno that engulfed the unsuspecting civilians and police officers. The sudden eruption of black flames sent shockwaves through the crowd as panic and chaos ensued. Gaimai observed the chaos with a sense of satisfaction, relishing the havoc he had unleashed upon the unsuspecting populace. To him, it was a reminder of his power and the fear he instilled in those who dared to oppose him. As the flames continued to consume everything in their path, Gaimai's grin widened, reveling in the chaos and destruction he had wrought. For him, it was just another demonstration of his dominance and the lengths he was willing to go to assert his authority. Blaze's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed the unthinkable. The villain had turned his attention to the innocent civilians, unleashing black flames upon them without remorse. The realization struck Blaze like a punch to the gut, and anger surged within him. "What's wrong?" Gaimai taunted, locking eyes with Blaze. "You know it's their own fault. They shouldn't be so close to a fight of life and death. But they played and were rewarded with death." Blaze's scowl deepened, his anger simmering beneath the surface. "They had nothing to do with this." The villain chuckled callously. "Oh really? Well, next time, get them out of here." Without further hesitation, Gaimai launched another attack. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Blaze, and with a speed that defied comprehension, the ninja sword manifested its deadly power. A sideways gash sliced through Blaze's body, and his lifeblood spurted everywhere. Blaze fell to his knees, a pained expression on his face, before finally collapsing onto the ground with a heavy thud. The brutal display left an indelible mark on the hero team, and the weight of the villain's merciless actions lingered in the air. Gaimai, reveling in the chaos he had sown, continued to taunt and strike fear into the hearts of those who dared to oppose him. As the sirens echoed across vast expanses of land, from Siberia to Korea, China, Mongolia, Russia, Belarus, Poland, Finland, the Caucasus, Baltic, and Kaliningrad, the ominous resonance signaled the activation of Order 3. The National Crisis Committee, along with its allies and puppet states, had initiated a mass deployment that rippled through military bases like a foreboding drumbeat. In army bases, soldiers mobilized swiftly, boarding trucks that would transport them to the strategic ports of Siberia, Korea, and China. Air bases buzzed with activity as pilots climbed into an array of planes, preparing for deployment. In Kursk, a squadron from Wing Pitter, designated AZ-9, geared up for a bombing raid on Rasu. 10 Blackburn Rocks and 8 Bristol Blenheims roared to life, engines humming with lethal intent. Naval bases became hubs of movement, with both transport ships and naval vessels readying for deployment. Deep in the Ural Mountains, the labs of the National Crisis Committee Science Corps hummed with activity, churning out hundreds of clones in preparation for the impending war. Vladivostok emerged as a focal point, where soldiers from nearby army bases like Fort Pestcheny, to Friz, Balstoj came in, and others embarked on transport ships. Alongside them, formidable battlecruisers joined the convoy, marking a formidable force gathering in the shadows. Unbeknownst to the world, a clandestine protocol had been activated, Protocol Eagle's Revenge. Japan, unsuspecting and unprepared, would become the first casualty in this unfolding global conflict. The wheels of war had been set in motion, and the world teetered on the brink of an unprecedented and unforeseen cataclysm. Chapter text. Izuku Midoriya found himself back in the hospital, still processing the recent events that had transpired. Dressed in his USJ attire, remnants of the chaotic incident still lingered in his thoughts. Gaimai's surge in power, felt the moment their call ended, left an intriguing impression on him. As he waited, a trio entered the room. Tsukachi Naomasa, a detective from the police force, led the group. Nezu, perched on the shoulder of one of the men, offered an element of familiarity. The third member, Officer Tamakawa, displayed an unusual characteristic with the head of a cat. Midoriya Izuku, Tsukachi began, his tone both authoritative and inquisitive. "I am Tsukachi Naomasa, a detective. Next to me is Officer Tamakawa." Nezu observed the proceedings from his perch. Tsukachi continued, "I will be asking some questions about the events of the USJ. Do you consent? Also, if you do, I must inform you that my quirk can detect lies." Izuku nodded, his gaze steady. "I consent. Ask your questions." Tsukachi leaned in, a serious expression on his face. "What exactly happened at the USJ? Provide a detailed account of the events as you experienced them." Izuku recounted the chaos that unfolded during the USJ incident, describing the villain's intrusion, the ensuing battles, and the aftermath. He spared no detail, offering a transparent narrative of his actions and observations. The detective listened attentively, occasionally exchanging glances with Officer Tamakawa. Nazu, the small yet astute principal, observed the proceedings with keen interest. Once Izuku finished his account, Tsukachi nodded thoughtfully. Your cooperation is appreciated. One last question. Do you have any knowledge of the identity or motives of the villains involved in the USJ attack? Izuku furrowed his brow, deep in thought. No, I'm afraid I don't. They were masked, and their motives remained unclear to me. My focus was on ensuring the safety of myself and my classmates. Tsukachi, satisfied with Izuku's responses, thanked him for his cooperation. If you remember anything or if there's any development, please don't hesitate to inform us. As the detective and officer left the room, Nezu lingered for a moment. Interesting times we live in, Midoriya. Keep your wits about you. Izuku, left to contemplate the interrogation, knew that the shadows of uncertainty and intrigue loomed over his experiences, and he could only brace himself for what lay ahead. Izuku's heart raced as he maneuvered through the hospital corridors, his movements calculated and precise. The weight of the pistol in his hand served as a reminder of the dangers that lurked in the shadows. Encountering an unfamiliar officer guarding the room, Izuku acted swiftly, his training kicking in. With a silent approach, he subdued the officer, his hand muffling any cries for help. The muted sound of the gunshot echoed through the room as Izuku efficiently neutralized the threat. Moving with the grace of a shadow, Izuku navigated the hospital's labyrinthine hallways until he reached the downstairs parking lot. There, amidst the rows of vehicles, stood the familiar silhouette of the ink-black Monterey Mercury, patiently waiting like a loyal sentinel. Without a word, Izuku slipped into the passenger seat, the tension in the air palpable. Across from him, Gaimai sat at the wheel, his presence a silent acknowledgement of the precarious situation they found themselves in. As the car pulled away from the hospital, the night enveloped them like a cloak of secrecy. In the darkness, Izuku knew that their journey was far from over, and the road ahead promised more challenges, more mysteries waiting to be unraveled. With Gaimai by his side, he braced himself for the unknown, ready to confront whatever fate had in store. Chapter text. Officer Junko Idu's heart pounded as she stared in horror at the devastation that engulfed the once bustling city of Rasu. The sunlit morning had quickly turned into a nightmare, with the tranquility shattered by the piercing wail of air raid sirens, a relic of a bygone era suddenly resurrected. Sitting beside her, Officer Shija Maki, her seasoned partner, gripped the radio with urgency, seeking answers in the chaos that unfolded around them. His voice crackled through the static, a lifeline in the tumultuous storm of confusion and fear. The response from Officer Matsuda, a fellow officer, was a chilling confirmation of their worst fears. The ominous presence of planes overhead heralded a relentless onslaught, a merciless barrage raining down upon the unsuspecting city. In a heartbeat, the peaceful coffee shop where they sought solace became a battleground, the tranquility shattered by the deafening roar of explosions and the shrill cries of destruction. Blockbuster bombs and incendiary rounds descended upon the hapless civilians, transforming the once familiar streets into a landscape of ruin and despair. For Officer Idu and Officer Maki, there was no time to dwell on the shock and horror that gripped their hearts. Amidst the chaos, they knew their duty remained clear, to stand firm in the face of adversity, to protect and serve, even as the world crumbled around them. As the echoes of devastation reverberated through the shattered cityscape, Officer Idu braced herself for the trials ahead, her resolve unwavering in the crucible of tragedy. In the darkest hour, amidst the ruins of Rasu, the spirit of resilience burned brightly, a beacon of hope in the shadow of despair. Squadron AZ-9 soared through the skies over Mount Rasu, the jagged peaks below reminiscent of the familiar Himalayan mountains that held memories of Senior Airman Sergio D'Onofrio's hometown in Sicily. As a machine gunner stationed in the dorsal gun turret of the Bristol Blenheim bombers, Sergio's gaze lingered on the mountainous terrain. Sergio's journey to the NCC-controlled territory was driven by the turmoil in Sicily, where the region was split into three factions engaged in constant warfare. Rather than becoming entangled in the strife among his fellow Italians, he chose the path of migration to Poland, an NCC ally. Over the years, Sergio had risen through the ranks to become a senior airman, reflecting his dedication and skill. As Squadron AZ-9 cruised through the airspace, the multicultural composition of the team symbolized the convergence of diverse backgrounds under the banner of the NCC. Together, they navigated the skies with a shared purpose, united by the refuge and opportunities their adopted home had provided. In the cockpit, Benjamin Laska maintained focus, steering the aircraft through the airspace with precision. The Heblean-like mountains below stood as a testament to the geographical diversity within the NCC-controlled territory, a landscape that mirrored the resilience of its people in the face of adversity. As the squadron continued its flight over Mount Rasu, the crew members embodied the collective strength forged from their varied origins. In the skies above, they carried not only the weight of their personal histories, but also the shared responsibility of safeguarding the NCC's vision of stability in an ever-changing world. Hideyoshi Yoshino, also known as Electro Rock, sat at his desk in his vibrant agency atop Mount Rasu. The building, with its electric and watery theme, housed his hero operations. Hideyoshi's quirk, Wet Volt, allowed him to generate electric water from his palms, nose, ears, and mouth. Leading a team of psychics and 2 third-year interns from Asakawa Hero University, Electro Rock's group worked diligently to maintain the safety of Rasu and occasionally Shibutsu. His psychic team consisted of Aquashock, Dripper, Weller, Hydro Hose, and Charge Up. The third-year interns, Voltage and Volt Tide, provided additional support and learning opportunities for the aspiring heroes. Together, they formed a formidable team capable of handling various threats. As Electro Rock wrapped up paperwork for a merch deal, Aiko Tekuchi, also known as Weller, burst into the room in a state of distress. Normally on relief duty due to personal matters, Weller appeared agitated and exhausted. Between deep breaths, she conveyed urgent information about a villain attack in Rasu, signaling a rank threat with involvement of planes. Before she could elaborate further, exhaustion overcame her, and she fell unconscious. The alarm blared, indicating a serious situation unfolding in Rasu. Electro Rock and his team sprang into action, ready to face the imminent danger. The news of an rank villain attack involving planes heightened the urgency of their response. Meanwhile, in the skies above Mount Rasu, Lieutenant Colonel Torbjorn Algren led Squadron AZ-9, escorting the bombers towards their target. The squadron leader's voice crackled over the radio, directing the fighters to clear the way for the bombers. Benjamin Laska, piloting one of the Bristol Blenheim bombers, received the signal to release the payload. With a click of a button, Benjamin unleashed the payload on the designated target, a distinctive yellow-blue building. The mission was underway, and the heroes on the ground, including Electro Rock and his team, faced the challenge of confronting the rank villain threat head-on. Ken Hashimoto, also known as Charge Up, rushed outside the building where he was stationed. The chilling breeze atop Mount Rasu carried a foreboding sense of danger. As he looked skyward, he identified 18 planes, a menacing formation of 10 smaller ones and 8 larger ones. In a sudden and horrifying turn of events, one of the larger planes released a bombing run on the Electro Rock agency. Reacting swiftly, Ken gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. He glanced behind him at the now devastated building. The once 7-floor structure had been reduced to 5, with the 7th floor obliterated and the 6th reduced to rubble. The gravity of the situation hit him, and he knew immediate action was required. Activating his quirk, Storm Control, Ken manipulated the weather, causing rain to pour and thunder to roar in the surrounding area. Meanwhile, in one of the Blackburn Rock's dorsal turrets, a clone identified as A1-1007 sat, part of the first generation of clones under Project Ural by the National Crisis Committee Science Corp. This clone, devoid of real emotions, fulfilled its duty with utmost precision. The pilot, A1-1409, shared the same clone origin. The generations of clones improved with each iteration, creating a force that required no sleep, food, or other human necessities. Regardless of the generation, when given a mission, they executed it diligently and to the fullest extent of their capabilities. Charge Up, determined to retaliate, closed his eyes and channeled his powers to target one of the enemy planes with a lightning strike. The crackling bolt hit one of the smaller planes, severing its right wing and sending it hurtling down to the ground. In the Blackburn Rock, A1-1409 observed the loss of the right wing and calmly transmitted a report. Plane NC $7,888,903 Canadian dollars OI going down. One of the enemies can control weather. Suggest retreat. A1-1007, in the same aircraft's dorsal turret, comprehended the situation, focused on the people below, some of whom were heroes from the targeted building. It unleashed rounds from the M1919 Browning machine guns with precise accuracy. With unwavering determination, A1-1409 steered the Blackburn Rock directly into the Electro Rock agency. The impact unleashed a burning inferno, and in that moment, both clones met their end, soaring no more through the skies. Torbjorn Algren surveyed the skies from his cockpit, witnessing the loss of one of his planes. He acknowledged, through the transmitted report, that it was a first-generation clone plane. Most of his squadron consisted of these clones, and despite their lack of emotions, they efficiently fulfilled their roles. Clones were now integral to the NCC's new approach to warfare, as BGMI Krob's abilities allowed the creation of any weapon imaginable, and the NCC possessed an endless arsenal of advanced weaponry. The NCC had expanded its influence across China, Russia, Korea, Mongolia, and Europe, establishing dominance through a combination of strategic acquisitions and technological superiority. The new tactic involved deploying weaker weapons initially, gradually escalating to more advanced ones. This strategic approach forced the enemy to deplete their resources against the weaker weapons, only to face exponentially stronger ones later on. As another NCC plane went down, bearing the designation Encone 109,998 Canadian dollars apiece and manned by clones 1A 2003 and 1A 1998. Algren expressed his frustration. All planes, pull up. They can't hit what they can't see. The order aimed to minimize the risk of the enemy hitting their aircraft, emphasizing the advantage of aerial maneuverability. Charge Up witnessed the aftermath of his retaliation against the enemy planes. Although he successfully hit 2 of them, the consequences were severe. One of the enemy planes, presumably manned by loyal or fearless individuals, crashed directly into the Electro-Rock Agency. The impact caused the building to collapse, further worsening the destruction. The 7th, 6th, and 5th floors, already in disarray from previous bombings, now crumbled entirely. Despite the chaos, most of the agency's occupants managed to evacuate. Electro-Rock, displaying heroism, rescued an accountant and weller, ensuring their safety. Unfortunately, others within the building succumbed to the bombings and the subsequent crash. Fujisawa Rikudo, a civilian employee, wielded a satellite phone, desperately attempting to contact the Hero Public Safety Commission. His aim was to provide information and alert them to the dire situation unfolding on Mount Rasu. The hope was that the HPSC could coordinate a response to the ongoing villain attack. The operator at HPSC Civil Service listened attentively to Fujisawa's urgent report. "Hello, this is HPSC Civil Service. How can I help you?" Fujisawa quickly relayed the distressing information, detailing the villain attack on Rasu and Mount Rasu, the unexpected use of planes, and the destruction of the Electro-Rock Agency. He emphasized the casualties and injuries, concluding with a plea for reinforcements. The operator processed the information, her expression tense. "There's been a bombing run on Rasu, and Hero Agency has been brought down, but the status on Rasu itself is unknown. They need assistance immediately." The operator reported urgently to her supervisor, a sense of desperation in her voice. The gravity of the situation prompted her to act swiftly to ensure a prompt and effective response. Torbjorn Algren, in his Blackburn Rock, transmitted orders to his squadron. "We're going back to Kurilsk. All the bombers have let their payload loose. Turn back." The squadron swiftly executed a U-turn, their planes gracefully wheeling around as they departed from the Japanese mainland. The damage was done. A city lay in ruins, casualties left behind, and the NCC forces retreated, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The echoes of the air raid sirens and the aftermath of the bombing run hung heavy over Rouse chapter text. In the center of Tokyo, a towering skyscraper with 73 floors served as the headquarters of the Hero Public Safety Commission. The bustling metropolis below was a stark contrast to the somber atmosphere inside one of the dozen meeting rooms. Seated at the expansive table were key figures, including Miho Shimizu, renowned as Madam President and the head of the HPSC. Beside her sat Henry Nervwell, the chief of security, and to her right was Shohei Machizuki, the Minister of Defense. Around the table, high-ranking military personnel were present, including Nobutsu Tsukuda, Chief of Staff of the Japan Self-Defense Forces. Law enforcement was represented by Kenji Tsurugami, the Chief of Police, while political leadership included the Prime Minister, Rokuro Higashi, and members of both the lower and upper houses. Nezu, the principal of UA, added an educational perspective. The meeting room also hosted some of the most prominent pro-heroes, featuring All Might, Endeavor, Hawks, Best Jeanist, and Yoroi Musha, among others. Notably absent was Miroku, one of the top 10 heroes, who was occupied elsewhere. The atmosphere was tense, as the gathered individuals awaited Madam President's opening remarks. The events at Rasu and Mount Rasu had triggered this emergency meeting, and the ramifications of the unfamiliar attack were yet to be fully comprehended. The fate of Japan hung in the balance, and decisions made in this room would shape the nation's response to the unprecedented threat. Prime Minister Higashi's voice cut through the tense air of the meeting room, his tone cold and matter-of-fact. "If I am correct, this attack has been classified as an A-rank incident, causing only minimal damage. So if I might ask, why was I summoned here?" General Tsukuda, his expression a mix of frustration and disbelief, responded sharply, "Minimal damage. A whole city has been bombed to dust and ruins. You call that minimal damage?" The Prime Minister's response was calculated, his demeanor unwavering. No, perhaps before the era of quirks, such an attack would have indeed been considered catastrophic. However, in today's context, yes, it is minimal. The only concerning aspect is the damage to a hero agency, and even that can be rectified without the need for my direct involvement. Chief Tsurigami, his voice laced with urgency and concern, interjected, "With all due respect, sir, more than 3,000 lives have been lost, and 5,000 more have been displaced from their homes. The casualty count is alarmingly high." The Prime Minister acknowledged the chief's words with a nod, his demeanor unyielding. "I understand the gravity of the situation, Chief Tsurigami. However, it's important to note that more than 10,000 individuals lose their lives each month due to villainous activities across Japan. In the grand scheme of things, 3,000 casualties may pale in comparison. Moreover, the displacement caused by hero-villain clashes often results in prolonged homelessness. This attack, while tragic, is relatively minor compared to many others in Japan's history." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room before continuing with conviction. "As for the perpetrators, while their identities may currently elude us, it shouldn't be difficult to trace the origins of the planes used in the attack. The purchase of such aircraft will undoubtedly stand out, providing us with a clear lead in our investigation." The exchange highlighted the complex dynamics at play, where differing perspectives clashed amidst the backdrop of a nation grappling with the aftermath of a devastating assault. As discussions continued, the urgency of the situation underscored the need for swift and decisive action to ensure the safety and security of Japan and its people. Madam President Shimizu observed as Prime Minister Higashi announced his departure, a significant number of attendees from both houses following suit. Nervewell, the chief of security, remained composed, casually taking a sip of coffee before addressing the room with a calm demeanor. "He'll be coming back soon. Might take a few months. But, well, I guess it is to be expected," Nervewell remarked. The departure of the Prime Minister seemed to carry an air of inevitability. Now, while some people here might think similarly to Prime Minister Higashi, I'll say this once. It isn't because of the attack itself that you all have been summoned. No, it is because of a pattern. The room fell silent, the weight of Nervewell's words lingering in the air. Madam President Shimizu leaned forward, her gaze fixed on Nervewell as he continued, unfolding the layers of intrigue and concern that surrounded the unfolding situation. Nervewell's measured voice resonated in the tense silence of the room. "You see, there were contacts in Europe who had gone silent some years ago. Initially, many of us attributed it to the rampant civil wars that had gripped the continent. However, recent developments suggest a more ominous reality. Upon revisiting the last transmission from an agent stationed in Le Mans, France, a few troubling reports surfaced. With a click of a button, a screen illuminated, displaying a comprehensive report with certain words strategically highlighted. Nervewell continued, guiding the attention of the room toward the unfolding revelations. "Now, for those who might still be unclear, let me elaborate. France found itself embroiled in a five-sided civil war during the agent's last active years. The initial attacks involved biplanes, reminiscent of the World War I era. However, within 3 months, the conflict escalated to World War II-era bombings. Subsequently, it progressed through the Cold War and finally reached the modern era." The concluding lines of the report state, "The skies are filled with Chengdu J-22s, A-10 Thunderbolts, and many more I do not recognize. Missiles, cluster bombs, anything that can explode, has been used. The city of St. Saturnin and its surroundings lie in ruins. Last I heard, tanks of all sizes have invaded Paris and nearby Orleans. I fear this is the last report I will send." Martin Perrault. The gravity of the situation hung heavily in the room, the shared silence amplifying the impact of the report. Nervewell's revelation painted a grim picture, linking the European devastation to an ominous force that appeared to have now set its sights on Japan. As the attendees absorbed the shocking details, the realization dawned that the events unfolding in Japan might only be the beginning of a coordinated, global offensive. The strategic use of outdated and progressively modern weaponry in Europe foreshadowed a meticulous plan orchestrated by a force with formidable capabilities. In the wake of Martin Perrault's final words, the room grappled with the weight of the impending threat, recognizing the need for collective action and a unified response to safeguard their nation against an adversary whose motives and origins remained shrouded in mystery. Nervewell's resonant voice filled the room once more, cutting through the heavy atmosphere. "Now, it appears that it was World War II-era planes that bombed the town, presenting us with two distinct possibilities, each one more dire than the other. The first scenario aligns with the Prime Minister's perspective, a small-scale attack orchestrated by villains who chose to unleash chaos upon the town for reasons yet unknown. Should this be the case, our immediate concern would be identifying the perpetrators responsible for this act." Pausing for emphasis, Nervewell continued, his expression gravely serious. "However, the second option, and in my opinion, the more ominous one, suggests that this was merely a preliminary move. They may not see the need to reveal the full extent of their plan just yet, and in a matter of months, genuine threats could be looming in the skies above us. The implications of Nerval's words hung in the air, heightening the tension in the room. The prospect of a delayed, more substantial assault hinted at a strategic patience on the part of the mysterious adversary. As the assembled figures contemplated the unfolding threat, a sense of urgency enveloped the room, pushing them to consider the implications and prepare for the looming storm on the horizon. All Might, his voice carrying the weight of years of heroism and wisdom, interjected, "Mr. Nerval, with all due respect, it seems to me that this incident in France was an isolated event. Therefore, I am inclined to believe that this recent attack falls under the category of the first option." Nerval nodded, acknowledging All Might's perspective before responding. "Your observation holds merit, Mr. Yagi. However, the significance of Perrault's report lies in its detailed nature. We cannot afford to dismiss it as an isolated incident when there are similar accounts emerging from other regions." As the room fell silent, Nerval's authoritative tone filled the void. "Consider Terrazas Nicolas in Spain, stationed in Madrid during the civil unrest. His final transmission paints a harrowing picture, the escalation from antiquated aircraft to the deployment of heavy artillery, reminiscent of the Schwerer Gustav, and the devastation wrought upon cities like Madrid, Toledo, and Valladolid. The abrupt end of his message, cut off by the destruction of his outpost, speaks volumes about the severity of the threat we face." The gravity of Nerval's words weighed heavily on the assembled leaders and heroes, underscoring the urgency of the situation. The parallels between the reports from France and Spain hinted at a coordinated effort, one that transcended national borders and posed a formidable challenge to global security. As the implications sank in, the necessity for swift and decisive action became ever more apparent, driving the conversation toward strategies for countering the looming threat. Nezu's small, furry form leaned forward, his eyes sharp with curiosity. "Are there any other reports about this seemingly endless force?" Nerval nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. "Most reports share a consistent message. They indicate that once this force initiates an attack, they show no intention of stopping. In Ionia, Greece, Agent Kakino's Karelia reported encountering soldiers bearing a flag depicting a golden eagle against a blackish-blue background. In other instances, the symbols varied. Skulls, spines, and even the heads of Cerberus were observed." The assembled figures absorbed this information, realizing that the force in question possessed a level of organization and symbolism that hinted at a broader, more intricate plan. The revelation fueled a sense of urgency as they grappled with the implications of an unstoppable force descending upon the world, leaving destruction in its wake. Nezu's keen intellect mulled over the potential connections between these symbols, seeking patterns that might provide insights into the motivations behind this relentless onslaught. The aftermath of the meeting saw the participants dispersing, each tasked with specific responsibilities to confront the impending threat. Heroes returned to their agencies, ready to fortify and strategize against the unknown force. Generals left the meeting room with plans to evaluate the military's readiness for a potential invasion, while Nezu, the principal of UA, departed with a USB flash containing vital information from HPSC agents stationed in Europe. The chief of police immediately set to work in his office, coordinating efforts to ensure law enforcement was prepared for any potential crisis. Nerval and Shimizu, driven by a shared determination to uncover more information, directed their respective teams to scour archives and databases for any clues that might shed light on the mysterious force and its intention. In the looming shadows of uncertainty, the collective efforts of heroes, military leaders, and intelligence experts aimed to decipher the cryptic signs of an approaching storm. Their collaboration a testament to the gravity of the situation and the necessity of unity in the face of an unforeseen threat. Meanwhile, Mirko, the renowned hero known for her agility and strength, bounded through the cityscape of Kagoshima in pursuit of criminal activity. Unbeknownst to her, the warehouse she targeted concealed a much more sinister operation than she anticipated. With her characteristic boldness, Mirko crashed through the window, ready to confront the perceived criminals within. To her surprise, she found herself facing not petty thugs but a formidable force of 40 men clad in heavy armor, accompanied by what appeared to be trained wolves. The gravity of the situation dawned on Mirko as she realized the magnitude of the threat before her. Unfazed by the overwhelming odds, Mirko raised her fists, prepared to confront the adversaries that stood in her path. Little did she know that she had unwittingly stumbled upon the covert base of Company 4, Division Spine of Army Skull, a revelation that would test her courage and skill like never before. Chapter text. In a dimly lit chamber, buried deep underground, a solitary figure occupied one end of the room. Izuku Midoriya, clad in his customary military attire, stood with a drawer-light machine gun slung over his shoulder, its metallic glint catching the sparse light from a solitary lamp. His face concealed behind a menacing metallic skull mask. He leaned casually against the wall, exuding an aura of quiet confidence. Opposite him sat his enigmatic mentor, Gaimai Krob, surrounded by a formidable assembly of figures. Arrayed around Gaimai were the admiral commanders of the various armies comprising the NCCAF. Each one bore the weight of their respective commands, their presence a testament to the gravity of the gathering. Among them stood Nikolaus Reuter of Army Forest, Akihiko Morisada of Army Nuremberg, Tisvetin Mihailov of Army Hibachi, and a host of other distinguished leaders, each representing a vital facet of the NCCAF's military might. Beside the admiral commanders stood the wingman generals of the National Crisis Aerial Defense. Stalwart guardians of the nation's skies, Stavros Demetriou of Major Command Defense, Goncalo Franco of Major Command Invasion, and Constant Van Dale of Major Command Training stood poised for action, their unwavering dedication to duty palpable in the air. Completing the assembly were the Grand Fleet Admirals of the National Crisis Committee Naval Defense, including Stojko Atanasov of Grand Fleet Sturmer, Oliver Cook of Grand Fleet Header, and Matthew McPhee of Grand Fleet Harp. Their commanding presence underscored the importance of maritime defense in the face of looming threats. Head researcher Baron Kez of the National Crisis Committee Science Corps and Chairman Tomislav of the National Crisis Border Patrol units added their expertise to the mix, their contributions crucial to the nation's security and stability. Alongside them stood the commanders of the Army divisions, naval fleets, aerial wings, and border patrol units, each one a seasoned leader entrusted with the defense of their respective domains. The room resembled a gathering of strategic minds akin to those seen in NATO headquarters, where alliances were forged and plans laid to confront the ever-present specter of global threats. In this chamber, where shadows danced and whispered secrets lingered in the air, the fate of nations hung in the balance. The assembled leaders, bound by duty and resolve, prepared to confront the challenges ahead with unwavering determination and unity of purpose. In this room, from the icy expanses of Siberia to the sun-kissed lands of Iberia, each of you holds a critical role in the unfolding conflict. Gaimai Krob's voice reverberated with a steely resolve, commanding the attention of all present. The first moves of Protocol Eagle's revenge have been set into motion. And though we bide our time, the seeds of chaos have been sown. A palpable tension filled the air as Gaimai's words hung ominously in the chamber. The League of Villains, under the sinister leadership of All for One, loomed as a dark specter on the horizon, their potential for devastation a harbinger of dire times to come. While the heroes and government officials stand vigilant, their defenses will falter within a month's time, Gaimai continued, their tone laced with calculated anticipation. The veneer of heroism and villainy has weakened Japan's defenses, leaving it vulnerable to the impending storm. Grim determination etched itself onto the faces of those gathered, each one understanding the gravity of the situation. Gaimai's words painted a stark picture of the harsh reality they faced, a world where survival reigned supreme, and allegiances shifted like sand in the wind. The moment our NCC troopers set foot on Japanese soil, they will act as the antibodies to purge the infection of heroism and villainy. Gaimai's voice resonated with unwavering conviction. The world has forgotten the primal truth of survival, but we shall remind them, my friends. We shall remind them with the force of our resolve and the clarity of our purpose. A solemn silence enveloped the room, broken only by the weight of Gaimai's proclamation. In the crucible of uncertainty, the resolve of the assembly hardened like tempered steel, their hearts set ablaze with the fire of purpose. For in the shadows of impending conflict, they stood united, a formidable force ready to reshape the destiny of nations and usher in a new era defined by the uncompromising pursuit of survival. Chapter text. Yumseki found herself in the confines of her modest room within Ikeda Labs, a space that offered a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere she had endured in Keed's house. Despite its simplicity, the room provided a bed, a desk with a chair, and a nightstand, basic amenities that felt like a luxury compared to her previous living conditions. It was a sanctuary within the enigmatic facility that housed her newfound protectors. Having just savored the last morsel of a surprisingly palatable meal delivered by a diligent soldier, Yume decided it was time to venture beyond the confines of her room. The anticipation of exploration fueled her curiosity, and she wondered what secrets Ikeda Labs held beyond the confines of her temporary abode. As she approached the door, Yume could feel a mix of excitement and trepidation. Slowly, she creaked it open, revealing a vast hallway that stretched out before her. The corridor beckoned, enticing her to embark on a journey of discovery within the labyrinthine complex. With each step, Yume navigated the maze-like halls, occasionally pausing to hide behind walls or other discreet corners whenever soldiers passed by. Surprisingly, her presence seemed to go unnoticed, as if the soldiers were accustomed to the presence of civilians roaming the facility. Her exploration led her past a colossal room filled with an array of towering computers, intricate buttons, and other technological marvels. The hum of machinery and the distant chatter of soldiers indicated that this was a hub of intelligence operations. Hume deduced this as she overheard snippets of conversations, catching wind of a meeting being relayed to a higher authority. The enormity of the room fascinated her, and she couldn't help but marvel at the sheer complexity of the equipment that surrounded her. Soldiers, busy with their tasks, paid little attention to the unassuming girl weaving through the sea of technology. She continued her journey, absorbing the sights and sounds of Icta Labs. The facility seemed like a hive of activity, with each corridor leading to new wonders and mysteries waiting to be unveiled. Yume's exploration not only allowed her to familiarize herself with the layout of the facility, but also provided glimpses into the intricate workings of the organization that had rescued her from a life of captivity. As she delved deeper into the heart of Icta Labs, Yume wondered about the motives and goals of the enigmatic group that had taken her in. The meeting she had overheard hinted at a level of coordination and strategy that piqued her curiosity further. Little did she know that her journey within the facility was just beginning, and each step would unravel more layers of the clandestine operations at play within its walls. Yume continued her exploration of Icta Labs, and to her surprise, she stumbled upon a lounge room tucked away from the more utilitarian sections of the facility. The room buzzed with the chatter of soldiers, their conversations creating a backdrop to the clinks of coffee cups and soda cans. It was a space where the guardians of Icta Labs could unwind, share stories, and perhaps find solace in the midst of their covert operation. As Yume entered, she noticed the familiar atmosphere of camaraderie among the soldiers. Some were engrossed in discussions while others enjoyed moments of respite, sipping on coffee or soda. Amidst the murmur of voices, one distinct tone caught her attention, a voice she recognized from the past. Ijan, as a Fagil, the voice spoke Hungarian, echoing through the room. Yume's ears perked up as she realized it belonged to the man who had kicked down the door during her rescue. Curiosity compelled her to investigate further. Approaching a couch in the corner, Yume saw two individuals seated there. The first was the familiar face, the man who had played a pivotal role in her liberation. Next to him sat someone unfamiliar, a figure with green curly hair clad in a black military uniform, a stark contrast to the grayish-white attire worn by the soldiers in the room. However, what captured Yume's attention was the unsettling metallic skull covering the lower part of his face, leaving only his dark green eyes exposed. Eager to unravel the conversation, Yume discreetly listened as the teen, still flipping through a file, spoke, Erdem Akar Mejek. The other man acknowledged him, and with that, the green-haired individual left the room. Seizing the opportunity, Yume decided to approach the man she recognized. As she passed by the mysterious green-haired figure, she received only a passing glance, seemingly unperturbed by her presence. Silently, she took a seat next to the familiar man, who greeted her with a warm smile while leisurely sipping his coffee. In that moment, a silent understanding seemed to pass between them. Yume, driven by a mix of gratitude and curiosity, felt a connection with these individuals who had, in their own way, become her unlikely saviors. The lounge room, with its blend of conversation and quiet camaraderie, became a space where Yume, once a captive in the clutches of the Takuchi clan, found herself on the periphery of a world filled with enigmatic individuals and covert operations. Chapter text. Stepping out of Fort Gate, Izuku faced his first mission, the dismantling of the Shai Hasekai. It loomed before him like a formidable challenge, but he embraced it with a determination born from his experiences. While Cerberus operated independently under Army Undead, Izuku recognized the invaluable assistance they could provide in terms of intelligence and surveillance. Delving into the organizational intricacies of his forces, Izuku made a strategic decision. Despite Cerberus not officially being part of his army, he enlisted their support, aligning them with Division Fisher. Within this division, he meticulously selected 3 companies to join the mission: Company A, Company B, and Company Y. This calculated move resulted in a deployment of 750 men, each soldier representing a crucial piece in the intricate puzzle of dismantling the Shai Hasekai. As Izuku prepared for this daunting endeavor, he couldn't help but draw parallels to the past. The name Takuchi echoed in his mind, reminiscent of challenges faced and overcome. This mission, Takuchi 2.0 as it seemed, invoked a sense of purpose and resolve. The weight of responsibility bore down on Izuku's shoulders, but with his chosen forces and newfound strategies, he approached the task with an air of confidence, ready to face whatever challenges awaited him in the pursuit of justice. Standing resolute in the harbor of Teichama, Izuku surveyed the intricate ballet of troop deployment. The moon cast a silvery glow on the restless waters as massive ships, shrouded in darkness, strategically positioned themselves out of sight. A carefully orchestrated dance unfolded in the dead of night, with smaller vessels discreetly ferrying soldiers to the shore. Accompanying this covert operation were formidable war machines, a fusion of eras as 4 Mark II tanks, 3 ARDV divided by 4, and 5 M1917 light tanks stood poised for action. The sheer audacity of utilizing relics from the Great War intrigued Izuku, a testament to the unconventional methods devised for the mission. As if stepping through the annals of history, These machines, though outdated, were ready to leave their indelible mark on the present. Despite the historical throwback, Izuku found solace in the fact that the soldiers donned modern armor, offering a semblance of familiarity amid the temporal dissonance. The weaponry, a mix of FNP 90 seconds, franchise SPAs 12 seconds, and AAI ACRs, provided a bridge between eras, seamlessly blending the contemporary with the remnants of the past. Izuku grappled with the surreal nature of his mission. The dichotomy of ancient war machines juxtaposed against soldiers armed with weapons from a semi-modern era added layers of complexity to the narrative. Yet, amidst the temporal melange, Izuku's determination remained unwavering, a beacon guiding his forces through the uncharted waters of Operation Taitama Landing. Chapter text. Tamura Shigaraki reclined in a dimly lit booth at the heart of the League of Villains base, their notorious bar. Behind the counter, Kurogiri, the loyal servant, meticulously cleaned a glass. Meanwhile, Tamura's gaze fixated on what once was his right hand, now replaced by a cold, metallic prosthetic. The fateful sniper shot had mercilessly torn through most of it during the unsettling events at the USJ. In the quiet solitude of the bar, Tamura grappled with the stark reality that he could only satisfy the persistent itch on his neck using his left hand. The physical manifestation of his past encounter served as a constant reminder of the challenges and setbacks he faced. As the leader of the League of Villains, disappointment lingered like a haunting specter, a testament to the harsh toll exacted by their ongoing conflict. Sensei's voice echoed through the confines of the League of Villains base, emanating from the television. Tamura, do not mope around with your hand. If you have a setback, you must find a way to overcome it, Sensei's commanding voice advised, cutting through the dim atmosphere of the bar. The reminders were clear. Failure was not merely a dead end but a chance for growth. And while the USJ was a failure, it was also a success, as the heroes have lost a valuable ally. The words hung in the air, both a rebuke and an encouragement. Tamura, still grappling with the physical reminder of his defeat, absorbed Sensei's wisdom. The line between success and failure blurred in the complex dance of their ongoing conflict. And Tamura found himself at a crossroads, contemplating the path forward for the League of Villains. What do you mean, Sensei? Tamura questioned, seeking clarity in the cryptic message. Sensei, ever enigmatic, leaned into the explanation. What I mean is, the one with the animal quirk has seemingly defected. When they held him trapped in a hospital to arrest him, he managed to escape. So, while he might not be a current League of Villains member, maybe in the future he will prove to be a valuable asset. The revelation added a layer of intrigue to the situation. A potential ally, once deemed an adversary, was now on the loose, and Sensei saw an opportunity in this unexpected turn of events. Tamura pondered the possibilities, his mind weaving through the intricacies of alliances and betrayals that define the volatile world of villains and heroes. As Sensei spoke, Tamura's mind involuntarily connected the dots. He knew exactly who his master was referring to. That boy, Midoriya Izuku. A surge of emotions swept over Shigaraki, emotions he had long buried beneath layers of disdain and apathy. However, this time, a new and unsettling feeling emerged from the depths of his consciousness: fear. The name echoed in his mind, a reminder of an encounter that left an indelible mark on Shigaraki. The boy with a tenacious spirit and a power that defied the norms had not only thwarted their plans but had also managed to elude capture. The unpredictable nature of this unexpected adversary sent a chill down Shigaraki's spine, awakening a sensation he hadn't experienced in a long time. The prospect of facing Midoriya Izuku again brought forth an unsettling realization. The League of Villains might have underestimated the gravity of their encounter with the young hero. Sensei's voice, laced with a mix of disappointment and anticipation, continued to reverberate through the bar. But now we must seek newer members. How did the talk with Stain go? Kurogiri, maintaining his composure, responded, "Not good, sire." His view would make him side with the heroes if it really got that far. A heavy sigh emanated from Sensei, acknowledging the setback. As expected, so he's back in Hasu, right? The question hung in the air, the implications clear. Stain, the once considered ally, had become an unreliable asset, leaving the League of Villains in a precarious position. Sensei's pursuit of recruiting like-minded individuals faced yet another obstacle, one that required a strategic reevaluation of their plans. Chapter text. First Sergeant Major Andrej C. Verbulize, now elevated in rank due to the proliferation of 5th, 6th, and 7th generation clones, found himself alongside Sergeant Stanislav Liepa and Master Sergeant Mihail Zegaldis, all hailing from Latvia's Kulga. Their shared history, reaching back to childhood, offered little explanation for the surreal scene before them. What, you may wonder, provoked such bewilderment? None other than the presence of the 5th-ranked heroine, Mirko, securely bound before them. It appeared she had stumbled upon a hidden warehouse, attempted to single-handedly confront a formidable force of 40 armed men, and unfortunately, met with failure. Now, the trio of Latvians faced the unusual task of standing guard over the captive heroine. The room echoed with an awkward tension as the Latvian soldiers exchanged uncertain glances. The captured Mirko, her indomitable spirit undiminished despite her predicament, glared defiantly at her captors. It was a scenario none of them had anticipated, and the responsibility of detaining a prominent hero weighed heavily on their shoulders. As they stood sentinel in the makeshift confinement, the trio reflected on the absurdity of the situation. How had they, soldiers from a distant land, found themselves guarding a superhero in a clandestine encounter? The circumstances prompted a flood of unanswered questions, but duty demanded their focus. Mirko's attempts to free herself were met with stoic resilience from the Latvian soldiers, their duty overriding any personal sentiments. The warehouse, dimly lit and filled with an air of secrecy, held an atmosphere that seemed incongruent with the heroism and villainy typically associated with Mirko's exploits. Meanwhile, Chiharu Honjo, known as Miss Honjo in the criminal underworld, was the sole leader who had personally aligned with the Ben. The others had opted to send emissaries to represent their interests. Before them unfolded a display of power and unity. 5 different companies from Division Spine, operating under the banner of Army Skull. The arsenal at their disposal included tanks, APCs, artillery, and even horses, illustrating the comprehensive nature of their military force. As Seema surveyed the scene, he couldn't help but marvel at the convergence of diverse clans under the Black Eagle network. The air crackled with anticipation and a sense of historic collaboration, transcending regional and familial boundaries for a shared purpose. The representatives, standing shoulder to shoulder, exchanged nods and subtle gestures, silently acknowledging the gravity of their decision. The harbor, once a symbol of trade and commerce, had transformed into a staging ground for a formidable alliance. The soldiers, clad in the distinct insignia of Division Spine, moved with practiced precision, a testament to the training and discipline instilled in them. The acceptance of the clans into the Ben represented not only a consolidation of power, but also a strategic alliance capable of influencing the delicate balance of power in the criminal underworld. Seema's O'Floyne, patriarch and key player in this intricate game, felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. The choices made in the coming days would shape the destiny of not just the O'Floyne family but the broader Black Eagle network. As the representatives conferred and strategized, the harbor echoed with the sounds of military preparations, boots on the ground, the rumble of engines, and the occasional whinny of horses. Seema's O'Floyne, surrounded by allies and newfound partners, braced for the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead in this unprecedented chapter of the criminal underworld's history. In the midst of the unexpected tableau, the soldiers couldn't help but ponder the intricacies of the global conflicts they found themselves embroiled in. Their service, initially rooted in the defense of their homelands, had evolved into a complex web of alliances, conspiracies, and encounters with extraordinary individuals. As the hours passed, the room remained a tableau of contrasts. The Latvian soldiers, symbols of disciplined order, juxtaposed against the bound hero, a symbol of unconquerable will. The trio continued their duty, mindful of the responsibilities bestowed upon them, yet unable to shake the surreal nature of the circumstances they found themselves entangled in. Company F, Company G, Company H, Company J, Company K, and Company L. The authoritative voice of Command Sergeant Major Reed Christophers reverberated across the assembly. The soldiers, bearing the insignia of Division Spine, snapped to attention, their focus undivided as they awaited their orders. "We are here for one thing and one thing only," Christophers declared with unwavering determination, "to pave the way for the National Crisis Committee's armed forces to take over. Army Skull, under new command, now has more than 1 million soldiers to its name. Division Fisher is holding Shizuoka, with Division Cerberus, under Army Undead, aiding them. But us, Kagoshima is ours." The weight of the mission hung in the air as Christophers outlined their purpose in Kagoshima. The soldiers, a formidable force, were entrusted with a pivotal role in the larger strategy of the National Crisis Committee. Christophers, a seasoned leader, conveyed the urgency and significance of their mission with every word. As he spoke, the soldiers felt a surge of collective purpose. They were not just participants in a military campaign. They were the vanguard of an organization with grand ambitions. The mention of Army Skull's expanded forces emphasized the scale of their operation and the impact they could wield on the unfolding events in Japan. The soldiers, clad in their uniform bearing the mark of Division Spine, exchanged determined glances. Each company understood the gravity of the situation, and the responsibility that came with being the spearhead in Kagoshima. Christopher's words echoed in their minds as they prepared to embark on a mission that would shape the course of their future and the destiny of the National Crisis Committee. Amidst the charged atmosphere, Command Sergeant Major Reed Christophers led the soldiers forward, signaling the commencement of their march. The harbor, once a scene of alliance building and strategic maneuvering, now witnessed the disciplined and purposeful advance of Division Spine towards Kagoshima, a critical juncture in the unfolding narrative of the National Crisis Committee's influence in Japan. The criminal families have long reigned over Kagoshima, unchecked by heroes who stand idly by, with the police taking no action and the HPSC even aiding some of them. The time has come to purge Kagoshima's criminal underworld. We have gathered 30 to 40 men who have gone around recruiting any clan willing to accept our cause. Those who reject us, well, that's precisely why we're here, isn't it? Command Sergeant Major Reed Christopher's voice boomed with conviction as he addressed the assembled soldiers. The atmosphere was charged with a sense of purpose, the soldiers readying themselves for the task ahead. Christopher's continued to rally them, igniting a fervor among the ranks. Everyone, ready your weapons. Prepare your vehicles. Kagoshima will witness that no one will protect the criminals any longer. Yura! The rallying cry echoed through the harbor as the soldiers, now fully mobilized, geared up for their mission. Each soldier carried the weight of their duty, the responsibility to bring justice to a city plagued by criminal influence. Christopher's words resonated with the collective determination of Division Spine, and the march toward Kagoshima had begun, a resolute force intent on bringing about a reckoning in the heart of the criminal underworld. As Sima surveyed the unfolding scene, a sense of gratitude washed over him, and he couldn't help but feel relieved that he had accepted the offer. The harbor of Tarumizu buzzed with activity as soldiers, representatives of various clans, and the formidable companies of Division Spine prepared for the decisive mission ahead. The acceptance of different clans into the Black Eagle network marked a significant shift in power dynamics. The Ofloin, Pawowski, Honjo, Chiba, Sanada, Humni, Brzezinski, Okimura, So, Unger, and Bodolo clans had come together under a common cause, aligning themselves with the National Crisis Committee's armed forces. Representatives of these clans, including the formidable Chiharu Honjo, stood alongside Sima's, united in purpose. The sight of the gathered forces, complete with tanks, APCs, artillery, and even horses, underscored the gravity of their commitment. Command Sergeant Major Reed Christopher's impassioned speech resonated across the harbor, reaffirming their shared mission to cleanse Kagoshima of its criminal elements. Simas felt a surge of pride knowing that he was part of a force capable of making a real difference. As the soldiers readied themselves, Simas knew that the path ahead would be challenging, but the camaraderie among the clans and the might of Division Spine instilled confidence. With Kagoshima as their target, he braced himself for the unfolding chapters of this operation, ready to play his role in reshaping the destiny of the city and securing a future free from the shackles of criminal influence. Chapter text. The once thriving city of Kanoya lay in ruins, a testament to the destructive force unleashed upon it. Clan Anakoni, which had long held dominance over the city, now faced an unprecedented onslaught. In the wake of the merciless artillery barrage, Kanoya had been reduced to a chaotic landscape of destruction. Amidst the remnants of what was once a bustling metropolis, Daiki Shimada, the son of Yuzuru Shimada, found himself confronted with the cold barrel of a gun. Before he could utter a word, the deafening sound of a gunshot resonated through the air. The bullet tore through his frontal lobe and exited through his cerebellum, silencing any potential resistance. Around him, the lifeless forms of his father, cousins, and fellow clan members lay scattered, victims of the ruthless assault. The devastation extended beyond the Anakoni clan, affecting the smaller Kuroiwa, Yoshinaga, and Shimada clans that had coexisted in Kanoya. The once diverse and vibrant community now lay in ruins, its streets stained with the blood of those who once called it home. The origin of this catastrophic event could be traced back to 5, the moment when the first artillery shell had mercilessly struck Kanoya. The precision and scale of the attack left no room for escape, obliterating entire clans and reducing the city to a somber testament of ruin. As the echoes of destruction lingered in the air, Kanoya stood as a haunting symbol of the price paid in the pursuit of power and control. The once mighty clans now lay vanquished, their legacy erased amid the debris of a city that had become a mere shadow of its former self. Commander Florian Neman of Division Cerberus, stationed in Ikeda Labs, received a seemingly straightforward order that carried far-reaching consequences. His mission: sever the communication lines linking Kyushu Island to the mainland. With a simple press of a button, Neman executed the command, plunging Kyushu into a sudden and eerie silence. The effects were immediate and widespread. Hospitals found themselves without power, unable to communicate crucial information. Airports were paralyzed, unable to coordinate with incoming and outgoing flights. The once connected region now stood isolated, cut off from the rest of Japan. The strategic significance of this action went beyond mere disruption. by disabling communication lines. The local branches of the HPSC, heroes, police, and military in Kyushu were rendered voiceless. Their ability to coordinate responses, share intelligence, and seek external assistance came to an abrupt halt. The city of Kagoshima, nestled in the heart of Kyushu, felt the impact most profoundly. As the rest of Japan remained in the dark about the sudden blackout, the local population grappled with the immediate consequences of the communication blackout. Uncertainty loomed large, and the true extent of the situation would only become clear in the ensuing months. The decision to sever the communication lines was not just an act of disruption. It was a strategic move with implications that would reverberate across the nation. Only time would reveal the full extent of the repercussions, leaving Japan to grapple with the aftermath of a covert operation that had plunged one of its key regions into isolation and uncertainty. In the bustling harbor of Taipei, a formidable invasion force was assembling, marked by the imposing presence of battlecruisers from Fleet H-1A, the flagship being NCV Keelan. The fleet was a sight to behold, a mix of modern and inter-World War-era naval power, showcasing the versatility of Grand Fleet Heart. Transport ships laden with historic Citroën Quirks M23s and tanks from a bygone era stood ready for deployment. Among them were modern aircraft carriers carrying a fleet of biplanes and inter-World War-era planes, representing a unique blend of technology spanning different eras. The troops assembled for the impending invasion hailed from Division Honeybee and Digger B of Army Nuremberg. These seasoned soldiers, well-trained and equipped, prepared to embark on a mission that would soon see them landing on the shores of Kagoshima Prefecture. While the larger fleet H-1A focused on Kagoshima, a smaller but equally determined fleet, H-2A, set its sights on the Okinawa Islands. Consisting of sloop of war, man of war, and age frigates, this auxiliary force aimed to secure the surrounding islands and complement the main invasion effort. As the naval forces readied themselves in the harbor, the tension in the air was palpable. The impending invasion promised to reshape the strategic landscape, marking a significant chapter in the unfolding conflict. The combination of historical and modern military elements underscored the gravity of the operation, as both Grand Fleet Harp and Army Nuremberg prepared to project their might onto the shores of Kagoshima. The massive battlecruiser, NCV Shengman, slowly began to raise its anchor, a colossal piece of machinery creaking against the weight it held. The surrounding ships, equally imposing in their stature, followed suit. The sea beneath them seemed to hum with anticipation as the formidable fleet H-1A commenced its journey towards the distant Kagoshima Prefecture. The naval convoy, a mix of sleek modern vessels and echoes of bygone naval eras, set forth with a purposeful and determined demeanor. The wake left in their path marked the beginning of a mission that would unfold on the shores of an unfamiliar land. As the fleet sailed through open waters, the crew aboard each ship engaged in their respective duties. The rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the hulls accompanied the low hum of engines, creating a symphony of motion that reverberated across the fleet. On board the NCV Shengman, officers and sailors worked in harmony to ensure the vessel's readiness for any encounter that might arise. The ship's commanding presence sliced through the waters, leading the charge with an air of authority. The journey ahead held uncertainty, and the fate of Kagoshima Prefecture hung in the balance. Fleet H-1A, with its diverse assembly of ships, moved forward as a unified force, propelled by the collective determination of its crew. The horizon, once an expanse of endless sea, now framed the promise of a significant military engagement. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the decks of the naval convoy, as they sailed steadily towards their destination, ready to unfold the next chapter in the ongoing conflict. The city of Hyoki, once a bustling urban center, now bore the scars of war as the echoes of artillery fire faded away. The streets, once filled with the sounds of daily life, were now eerily silent, disrupted only by the distant howling of wolves. Company J of Division Spine had rolled through the city with an imposing display of military might. Panzer IIIs, Volkswagen Kubelwagens, and SD, KFC, 2 seconds rumbled through the streets, their presence evoking memories of a bygone era. The unmistakable clatter of wartime machinery filled the air as soldiers in period uniforms and gear patrolled the city, their faces concealed by helmets reminiscent of World War II. In a surreal twist, more than 200 Alexander Archipelago wolves, a formidable addition to the invading force, moved alongside the military convoy. Their presence, a testament to the unorthodox tactics employed by the new Admiral Commander Midoriya, added an element of primal intimidation to the unfolding scene. Survivors, their homes reduced to smoldering ruins, watched helplessly as the heroes who had valiantly tried to resist lay lifeless amid the wreckage. The police and the remnants of the local military, no match for the overwhelming force that had descended upon them, had retreated to the relative safety of the police station, desperately barricading themselves against the impending onslaught. The once vibrant city had fallen silent, the weight of the invasion casting a shadow over its streets. The invaders, with their mix of modern and historical military assets, pressed forward with a cold and calculated determination, leaving the fate of Hyoki hanging in the balance. As the city's skyline crumbled, the invaders tightened their grip on Kagoshima Prefecture, setting the stage for a chapter of chaos and upheaval. The atmosphere in Class 1 was unusually solemn as they awaited the start of the UA festival. 2 empty desks stood as stark reminders of absences. One belonged to Minoru Mineta, who had dropped out following the USJ incident, and the other belonged to Izuku Midoriya, whose reason for absence remained a mystery. As Shota Aizawa, still bearing the scars of his recent battles, entered the room, the students watched with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Momoye Urazu, ever the voice of reason, was the first to raise her hand, her concern evident in her expression. As sensei, why is Midoriya absent from class? She inquired, her voice betraying a hint of unease. Aizawa's response was measured, his weary eyes betraying the internal struggle he faced. He requested leave of absence for personal reasons, Aizawa replied, his tone grave. Though his words seemed straightforward, a shadow lingered in his eyes, hinting at a deeper truth hidden beneath the surface. Unbeknownst to the class, the reality of Midoriya's absence was far more sinister. The Hero Public Safety Commission had deemed him too dangerous to remain free after his actions during the USJ incident. Plans were in motion to transport him to Tartarus, a high-security prison for superpowered individuals. However, mere hours before the scheduled transfer, Midoriya managed to evade capture. Using a concealed pistol, he broke free from his restraints and escaped into the night. A mysterious black Monterey Mercury whisked him away, his current whereabouts shrouded in uncertainty. As the class grappled with the news of Midoriya's disappearance, they couldn't help but wonder about the true nature of his personal reasons and the implications of his sudden departure. The UA Festival, meant to be a celebration of their achievements, now carried an undercurrent of uncertainty and concern, casting a shadow over the proceeding. In a dimly lit room stained with the lingering scent of fresh blood, Izuku Midoriya sat in a cold, contemplative silence. The room bore witness to a gruesome scene, and the atmosphere hung heavy with tension. The only solace in the room was a flickering cigarette, its ember casting an eerie glow on Midoriya's face. Addressing the other occupant of the room, he spoke with a chilling calmness. Nemoto Shin, I suggest you speak now, before the real torture begins. His words resonated with a sense of foreboding, setting the stage for a dark confrontation. Nemoto Shin, a man strapped to a chair with his wrists confined by unforgiving metal constraints, remained silent, his stoic facade betraying no signs of fear or compliance. The air thickened with an unspoken challenge. Well then, don't say I didn't warn you, Midoriya murmured, his tone devoid of emotion. The room descended into an oppressive silence as he reached for a scalpel, a sinister instrument in the dance of intimidation. With methodical precision, Midoriya began to make small, deliberate cuts on Nemoto Shin's hands. The metallic tang of blood filled the air as the scalpel danced, leaving a macabre trail of crimson in its wake. The Yakuza member, bound and subjected to the unrelenting torment, maintained a stoic silence, refusing to yield to the pain. As each cut marked a moment of brutality, the room bore witness to a clash of wills, Midoriya's relentless pursuit of information against Nemoto Shin's unwavering resolve. The shadows in the room seemed to grow darker, mirroring the depths of the darkness that had consumed Midoriya's soul. The fate of Nemoto Shin hung in the balance, entwined with the enigmatic circumstances surrounding Midoriya's sudden disappearance from UA. The consequences of this twisted interrogation promised to cast a long shadow over the unfolding events, leaving a trail of unanswered questions in its wake. In the aftermath of the grim interrogation, Izuku Midoriya found himself immersed in a web of intrigue. The report in his hands unveiled a disturbing revelation: bullets crafted with the blood of a child, capable of erasing quirks. The cruel ingenuity behind this sinister creation echoed the depths to which the Yakuza had sunk. The child's quirk, labeled Rewind, held the potential to undo the very fabric of existence. As Izuku delved into contemplation, his mind wrestled with the implications of his own abilities. BGMI, the enigmatic force that propelled him beyond the realm of humanity, possessed powers that transcended quirks. The revelation that there might be more to his abilities than initially perceived left Izuku grappling with a new layer of uncertainty. The report not only provided insights into the drug-erasing bullets but also unveiled the location of the Shai Hasekai compound. Armed with this crucial information, Izuku knew that the time for decisive action had come. His phone, gripped tightly in his hand, became a conduit to unseen forces as he dialed a singular number, that of Command Sergeant Major Herbert Konigsman, the leader of the formidable Company A, B, and Y. As Konigsman's voice resonated through the line, Izuku's command was clear and resolute: Konigsman, ready the forces for a raid. Its urgency and his tone conveyed the gravity of the impending mission. The clash between Cerberus and the Shy Hasekai, each harboring their own shadows and secrets, promised to unravel a saga of darkness that had remained hidden for far too long. The stage was set for an encounter between the relentless force of Cerberus and the insidious machinations of the Shy Hasekai. In the shadows of their looming clash, the fate of many hung in the balance, and the echoes of the impending raid resonated in the night, a symphony of unseen forces converging for a reckoning that would pierce the veil of secrecy and reveal the true nature of the darkness that lurked within. Chapter text. Nezu, the perceptive and intelligent principal of Yume, found himself confronted with a perplexing puzzle. Seated in the conference room with his trusted staff, he observed a screen displaying an unsettling sequence of events involving Izuku Midoriya. The footage captured Midoriya waking up in his hospital bed, engaging in a mysterious conversation over the phone, and swiftly dispatching an officer with a concealed pistol. The revelation that a small mouse had been covertly listening in from the vents of Yume added an additional layer of intrigue. The possibility of a traitor within the walls of Yume itself cast a shadow over the institution's security. Nezu couldn't dismiss the notion that Midoriya might have been privy to sensitive information, raising questions about his connections and loyalties. To further complicate matters, Midoriya's childhood dream of becoming a hero clashed with the ruthless actions he had taken against villains. The incongruity between his aspirations and recent deeds left Nezu and the staff grappling with uncertainty. In an effort to unravel the enigma, Nezu had conducted a thorough interrogation with Midoriya's mother, hoping to glean insights into the young man's motivations. However, the information only deepened the mystery, leaving Nezu to ponder the complex web of deception that surrounded Midoriya. As the staff contemplated the implications of these revelations, the specter of a traitor within Yume and the conflicting nature of Midoriya's actions loomed large. The shadows of uncertainty stretched across the once hallowed halls of Yume, and Nezu knew that untangling this web of deception would require more than just keen intellect. It demanded a confrontation with the elusive truth that lay at the heart of the enigma called Midoriya Izuku. So what? It was probably just an act, scoffed Vlad King, known to family as Sekijiro-kan. Eraserhead, or to friends, Shota Aizawa interjected. Apparently, he had always, since he could talk, wanted to be a hero, and doing an act at age 3 or 4 would be very unlikely. Vlad King sneered. So, he probably changed somewhere between life before Yume. He was quirkless for most of his life, right? So that means that he probably had something happen to him that made him go to Villians. And he's a teenager, it wouldn't be very hard to catch him, right Nezu? Nezu was dead silent, and Sekijiro's face began to fall a bit. Unfortunately, Nezu began, the police have searched the entire Musutafu, and with his abilities to create birds, he would see any threat coming from miles. Not only that, but we don't know the driver of the car that drove him away. The room was filled with a heavy silence as the implications of Midoriya's disappearance and the uncertainties surrounding his allegiance hung in the air, casting a pall over the once confident educators of Yume. All Might, or Toshinori Yagi, sighed deeply. It's such a shame to see such great potential go to villainy. Nezu shook his head and then spoke. According to the testimonies of both Asui Tsuyu and Mainta Minoru, when both students asked why he had so ruthlessly killed the water villains by making the waters infested with sharks, piranhas, and crocodiles, Asui stated that heroes aren't supposed to do that. He replied with a simple "Who said I wanted to be a hero?" So it appears that Kan's perspective does hold some truth. The weight of disappointment and confusion lingered in the room, leaving an uneasy atmosphere among the gathered heroes. This time present Mike, or Hisashi Yamada, spoke up, but at the exams, he was doing his best, not forced best. Why would he do that? Nezu then answered. That raises our third issue. After seeing how he talked to Shigaraki or treated the other villains, it has been concluded that he doesn't work with the League of Villains. Now then, the problem is that we are not sure who he would be siding with, but there is one suspect, and after today, believed to be the main cause of Izuku's change of heart, a man by the name of Krob Gaimai. On the screen came a photo of the supposed suspect. The man's notable features were ink-black hair, the whites of his eyes void black, his irises bright white, a smile that seemed to carry a tone of danger. But the most notable of them all was his skin made of tar, not just the color, but seemingly composed of actual tar. The photo showed him from the head to the shoulders, wearing a white shirt with a black tie and a tan campaign hat. Nezu continued, this man is the founder of multiple small companies, all under one conglomerate, Eagles Incorporated. He owns a weapons company called Krob Weapons Industries, a few scrapyards under the name Rosenfeld Scrap Dealers, and multiple stores under Badger Everyday Store, all located in the Night District. And do you want to know an interesting detail? He is a cousin to Midoriya's father and, therefore, an uncle of Midoriya, one whom Midoriya met just before the UA exams. Now that isn't the main issue, Nezu continued. However, there was a villain attack in the Night District a few minutes before Midoriya escaped, and who might have done that attack? A new photo is shown. This time it's a blurry one. Right before the camera was a black blur. Those are flames. The man who took this photo is dead. But the phone survived. Now, let's take a closer look. Just in the corner of the camera was another blur. It was a figure. The skin of this figure was tar black. Glowing white dots were all that was seen of the eyes, and his left hand was aimed at the camera. And with that, the pieces fell into place for most of the people present. He's the one who did the attack, right? Yagi asked. Nezu nodded. He's the main suspect. Now, when the police tried to find his house, nobody was there. After a few hours of searching, a gas leak blew up the house, taking the investigators with it. All his assets were to be seized, but they were all already empty. Not only that, but a day before the first day of UA for the first years, a criminal clan that ruled the eastern part of the Night District was brutally killed, while the real perpetrators of the massacre are still unknown. There are witnesses who claim they saw one of the men without a mask. That man had ink black skin, and his eyes seemed to glow, indicating that BGMI is also the main suspect in that case. Midnight, or Nimari Kayama, sighed deeply, the weariness evident on her face. So, we have one student who dropped out, another defected to a villain, an unknown villain who just made himself known, and reporters demanding an explainable story. This isn't how I imagined the new year to start. Eraserhead, also known as Shoda Aizawa, added his thoughts, and I still need to tell the students the real story. For now, I've informed them that Midoriya is on requested leave, and that will only last 2 weeks. Nezu hummed thoughtfully, his tiny form seated at the head of the conference table. We have a news conference tomorrow. I believe it's best to explain anything non-classified there. While this may look somber, the students still rely on us, Aizawa and Kan. I want you two to start encouraging some students to seek counseling with Hound Dog to help them deal with emotional scars. To the rest of you, ensure that the other students in the general department don't engage in anything idiotic. I wouldn't want to suddenly get swarmed by a bunch of people when I just saw a classmate slaughter a group of villains with no mercy. Now then, this meeting is finished, Nezu continued. But if anyone thinks they have a lead, report it to me first. You all are dismissed. And with that, the meeting came to an end, leaving the staff members to grapple with the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter text. The atmosphere in the hallway grew tense as Aizawa left the room, leaving Night Owl, the substitute, to take charge. The bell signaled lunchtime, prompting the students to rise and head for their much-needed break. However, their progress was abruptly halted by a gathering of students from the general department, support course, and even some from the management course. The encircling crowd created a sense of entrapment, causing unease among the hero course students. Bakugo, ever quick to voice his opinions, spoke up amidst the encroaching crowd. These people are seeking out competition for the sports festival, and they want to scrutinize the students who survived a villain attack. Seems like 1B is dealing with a similar situation. He sneered. Indeed, the students of Class 1B found themselves surrounded by peers from other courses, amplifying the tension. Out of the way, shitbags. Bakugo's declaration reverberated through the hallway. Murmurs and hushed conversations followed. Some expressed surprise at finding someone with such an attitude in the hero course. Others questioned whether the hero course was truly filled with such disdainful individuals. Amidst the commotion, a purple-haired student stepped forward, offering a cryptic piece of advice. Well, can't say I'm surprised, but you all should make sure that you don't lose that position. Confusion swept through Class 1 until Momoye Irazu provided clarity. He's talking about replacing us. In the sports festival, if a general education student is deemed to perform better, they can remove one of us and replace them with that student. Fear crept into the hero course students as the ramifications of potential replacements sank in. Whispers of concern echoed through the crowd. However, one voice spoke out against the audacity of the situation. The nerve, muttered someone in the crowd. The purple-haired student, catching wind of the comment, attempted to respond, but before he could finish his sentence, a swift tongue slap from Tsuyuasui silenced him. You don't know anything, she exclaimed, leaving a stunned crowd in her wake as she stormed off. As the students who had surrounded Class 1 had dispersed to tend to their hunger, the hero course students made their way to the cafeteria. Fate, it seemed, had dictated that only 2 tables were unoccupied, forcing the first-year hero classes, 1A and 1B, to sit adjacent to each other. Despite the tension from the earlier confrontation, some students found solace in engaging conversations with their counterparts from the sister class. At the right corner of the table, Tsuyuasui sat in silence. Numerous attempts were made to inquire about her well-being, but she remained tight-lipped. The students at the table, however, sensed the weight of her trauma. As one of the closest witnesses to Midoriya's rampage, Asui had endured the horrifying spectacle alongside Mind. The latter had chosen to drop out, but Asui persevered, concealing her emotional wounds behind a stoic facade. The visceral images of villains meeting gruesome fates, devoured by crocodiles and sharks while piranhas nibbled at the remains, had undoubtedly left an indelible mark on her psyche. an experience that set her apart in terms of trauma among her peers. Amidst the clatter of trays and the chatter in the cafeteria, unspoken understanding rippled through both Class 1A and Class 1B. As they savored their meals, the realization dawned upon them that, come the sports festival, a segment where multiple teams would be assembled could potentially pit them against the collective might of other classes. It was a fundamental concept that bore the weight of impending challenges, hinting at a future where alliances forged during this seemingly ordinary lunch might determine their fate in the competitions ahead. The unspoken agreement lingered in the air, setting the stage for a clash that could shape the course of their Hero Academia journey. Chapter text. Izuku found solace in the vast expanse of the farm fields surrounding Musutafu, the golden hues of the crops swaying gently in the breeze. Seated next to a freshly dug hole, he cradled a Colt M1911 in his hands, its cold metal offering a stark contrast to the warmth of the countryside. As he patiently awaited the approaching vehicle, the promise of confrontation loomed in the air. With the distant hum of an engine drawing nearer, Izuku retrieved another cigarette, the tendrils of smoke mingling with the anticipation that hung around him. A black car emerged on the horizon, and with a calculated certainty, he extinguished the cigarette, turning his attention to the gun in his hands. Sliding the barrel back and forth, he loaded the weapon with the practiced ease of someone who had walked a darker path. The car came to a halt, and 3 soldiers disembarked, escorting a man with a badge shrouding his identity. With a swift removal, the bag revealed Yu Hojo, a member of the notorious 8 Precepts of Death. Quirk-suppressing cuffs adorned his wrists, a feeble attempt to contain the potential threat he posed. "I presume you're acquainted with the 8 Precepts of Death, Mr. Hojo." Izuku's voice cut through the air, cold and unwavering. The restrained man feigned ignorance, uttering a denial that Izuku was quick to dismiss. "Your associate Nemoto," he spilled the details. "Now, you have a choice. Enlighten me on how to infiltrate the Shai-Hasekai compound, or suffer the same fate as your unfortunate friend here." In the beam of a soldier's flashlight, the lifeless form of Nemoto Shin was revealed in the hole, a chilling testament to the consequences of defiance. Izuku locked eyes with Yu Hojo, the unspoken threat hanging in the air as the farm fields whispered secrets only they could comprehend. The choice lingered in the balance, an unspoken negotiation amid the tranquil backdrop of the countryside. The man's derisive scoff echoed through the fields, a testament to his defiance in the face of impending consequences. "Always knew he was a rat," he sneered, his tone laced with disdain. "And no, you can go F yourself." Izuku's laughter cut through the tension, a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation. "Oh well," he remarked nonchalantly. "Not like it matters much. An explosion can always break through. And if that isn't enough, well, I'll just get some more. And hey, at least you won't be able to help your boss." Hojo's expression shifted, a mixture of confusion and disbelief contorting his features. Beheld as that his words were abruptly cut short as Izuku's resolve found its mark. In a swift and decisive motion, the Colt M1911 discharged, the bullet finding its home in Hojo's forehead. The man's body slumped to the ground, the weight of his defiance silenced in an instant. Izuku's gaze shifted to one of the soldiers, a faceless figure with the designation B3-1778. "Name?" he inquired, prompting the soldier to respond with military precision. "B3-1778, sir. Rank private." Izuku acknowledged the information with a thoughtful hum. "A clone? Huh. All right, could you bury the bodies then? Also, one of you, radio the signal for the attack. When you're done, make your way to the Yakuza compound." The clone promptly saluted, a testament to the discipline instilled in its creation. With determined efficiency, it began the solemn task of burying the fallen, carrying out its orders in the eerie quietude of the fields. Izuku, unfazed by the grim aftermath, approached his vehicle, a sleek BMW R25 motorcycle. The engine roared to life as he kicked it into gear, the powerful machine ready to carry him to the next phase of his mission. With a twist of the throttle, he maneuvered out of the desolate scene, leaving behind the clandestine echoes of his pursuit. With that single gunshot, the fate of 2 of the 8 bullets was sealed, their allegiance to the Shai-Hasekai forever severed. In the quiet expanse of the farm fields, the echoes of the gunshot lingered, a haunting reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the tranquil facade of rural life. Chapter text. The day of the UA Sports Festival had finally arrived, bringing a palpable mix of excitement and tension to the air. The expansive stadium buzzed with energy as students from various courses gathered to showcase their talents and compete against one another. Banners adorned with the UA logo fluttered in the wind, setting the stage for a spectacle that would captivate not only the students but also the spectators filling the stand. In the hero course waiting area, Class 1A and 1B stood side by side, their anticipation evident in the animated chatter that echoed within the designated space. Aizawa, now recovered from his injuries, kept a watchful eye over his students, while the substitute hero, Night Owl, maintained an air of vigilance. The first event was the obstacle course, a challenging race designed to test the agility, speed, and strategy of each participant. The air crackled with an amalgamation of quirks as students prepared to showcase their abilities. In the midst of the crowd, Midoriya's absence lingered as a silent reminder of the recent upheavals. The buzzer sounded, and the students burst into action, navigating through swinging pendulums, collapsing bridges, and various obstacles that pushed their limits. Bakugo led the charge with explosive bursts, closely followed by Todoroki and other familiar faces. The Hero Course students showcased their prowess, determined to maintain their reputation. Meanwhile, Class 1B's Monoma, fueled by an unyielding desire to prove his class's worth, strategized and mimicked quirks to gain an edge. The course unfolded as a battleground of wits and powers, each student carving their path amidst the chaos. As the dust settled and winners emerged, the collective gaze shifted towards the next event, leaving an air of anticipation for the battles that awaited in the festival's subsequent stages. The sports festival had begun, and UAS aspiring heroes were ready to leave an indelible mark on its storied history. The next event in the sports festival was the Cavalry Battle, a team-based competition that required strategic alliances and clever use of quirks. The students huddled with their teammates, formulating plans to secure points and advance to the next round. Class 1A, driven by a mix of camaraderie and determination, devised a strategy that involved Midoriya's quick and agile mobility. However, his absence left a void in their plan. As they adapted on the fly, they relied on the explosive power of Bakugo, the ice manipulation of Todoroki, and the speed of Ida to maintain their competitive edge. On the other side, Class 1B embraced Monoma's tactical approach, mimicking a variety of quirks to gain versatility. While some students questioned the absence of Midoriya, others were focused on proving their individual strengths and the prowess of their class. As the cavalry battle commenced, the arena became a flurry of action, with students jockeying for position and forming alliances on the fly. Quirks clashed, strategies unfolded, and unexpected alliances formed and dissolved in the blink of an eye. In the midst of the chaos, a mysterious figure observed from the shadows, hidden among the spectators. Clad in a dark hood and obscured by the bustling crowd, the observer's gaze focused on the unfolding events with an intensity that hinted at a deeper interest in the proceeding. The buzzer sounded, marking the end of the cavalry battle. Class 1 and 1B reflected on their performances, strategizing for the upcoming one-on-one battles. Little did they know that the sports festival held more surprises and challenges, setting the stage for unexpected encounters and tests of strength and resilience. The air was thick with anticipation as UAS aspiring heroes readied themselves for the next phase of the competition. In the heat of the cavalry battle, alliances shifted like sand in a desert storm, and clashes between teams were as unpredictable as the quirks themselves. Class 1 found themselves entangled in a skirmish with a team from the support course, led by Mei Hatsume, the eccentric inventor known for her gadgetry prowess. Her team's contraptions added a layer of complexity to the battlefield, forcing Class 1 to adapt quickly. Bakugo, fueled by his explosive temper, led the charge, unleashing blasts of fiery explosions to create chaos among their opponents. Meanwhile, Uraraka utilized her gravity manipulation to disrupt the support course's gadgets, sending them spiraling off course. At the same time, Todoroki and Ida worked in tandem, their teamwork as seamless as a well-choreographed dance. Todoroki's ice-encased opponents, creating obstacles that slowed their progress, while Ida's swift movements allowed him to navigate the battlefield with unparalleled speed. As the dust settled, Class 1 emerged victorious, their teamwork and adaptability proving to be their greatest assets. Yet, their triumph was short-lived as they found themselves face-to-face with a formidable opponent, Class 1B, led by the strategic mind of Monoma. Monoma's team, comprised of individuals with unique quirks, posed a formidable challenge. They moved with precision, exploiting weaknesses and capitalizing on opportunities with calculated efficiency. The clash between Class 1 and Class 1B was intense, each side pushing themselves to the limit in pursuit of victory. Mid-battle alliances formed and dissolved, as students sought to gain the upper hand in the chaotic melee. Amidst the chaos, Midoriya's absence loomed large, leaving Class 1 at a disadvantage. Yet, they refused to yield, drawing strength from their bonds and determination to prove themselves as worthy competitors. The cavalry battle raged on, a testament to the tenacity and spirit of UAS aspiring heroes. With each clash, they honed their skills and forged bonds that would carry them through the challenges yet to come in the sports festival. The cavalry battle continued to unfold with relentless energy and unpredictability. As Class 1 clashed with Class 1B, the arena became a battlefield of quirks, strategies, and alliances. Ida, with his incredible speed, zipped through the chaos, dodging attacks and attempting to snatch headbands from unsuspecting opponents. He raced against Class 1B's Juzo Honuki, whose softening quirk proved to be a clever defense against Ida's speed. Meanwhile, Bakugo, never one to back down from a challenge, faced off against Tetsu, whose steel-hardened skin could withstand Bakugo's explosive blasts. The clash of explosions and metal echoed through the arena, each determined to outmaneuver the other. Midway through the battle, an unexpected alliance formed between Takoyami of Class 1 and Oase of Class 1B. Their quirks complemented each other well, Takoyami's dark shadow providing a formidable offense, while Oase's wild quirk mended their defenses. The dynamic shifted again when Monoma, with his quirk copy, temporarily mimicked Uraraka's gravity manipulation. The sudden change caught Class 1 off guard, leading to a momentary scramble to adjust their tactics. As the dust settled and the battle reached its climax, the intensity of the competition heightened. Class 1A, with their resilience and adaptability, managed to secure a commendable position, but the challenges were far from over. The sports festival continued to unfold with thrilling battles, showcasing the diverse talents and strategies of UAS aspiring heroes. With each match, the students gained valuable experience and faced the growing pressure to prove themselves in the eyes of their peers, teachers, and the watching world. The dust settled, and the echoes of the intense cavalry battle slowly faded away. The air was filled with anticipation as the loudspeakers crackled to life, announcing the results and the students who would advance to the next stage of the sports festival. Attention, everyone. After a fierce battle, we now have the results of the cavalry battle. The teams that will advance to the next round are as follows. The tension in the arena reached its peak as the names were about to be revealed. The crowd held its breath, eager to see which teams had demonstrated the most skill, teamwork, and strategic prowess. The announcer continued with a dramatic pause. In first place, we have Class 1A, led by Tenya Ida, followed closely by Class 1B, led by Juzo Honuki in second place. And in third place, it's Class 1A's Katsuki Bakugo. Cheers erupted from the stands as the names were announced. Class 1A celebrated their success, while Class 1B acknowledged their respectable performance. The students who secured a spot in the next round wore determined expressions, knowing that the challenges ahead would only intensify. The crowd eagerly awaited the subsequent events of the sports festival, ready to witness more thrilling battles and impressive displays of quirk ability. The competition was fierce, and the students were determined to prove themselves as the future heroes of UA. The stadium buzzed with energy as the final event of the sports festival was about to begin. The remaining contestants, fueled by the spirit of competition, gathered on the arena floor, ready to showcase their skills in the one-on-one battles. The loudspeakers echoed through the stadium, announcing the commencement of the one-on-one matchups. The tension rose as the first pair of competitors stepped forward, facing each other with unwavering determination. First up, from Class 1A, we have Shoto Todoroki. The crowd erupted in cheers as Todoroki, with his distinctive heterochromatic eyes and half hairstyle, entered the arena. His opponent, a student from another class, stood across from him, prepared for the impending clash. The battle unfolded with a display of incredible quirks, strategic maneuvers, and intense combat. Each successive match brought new surprises and showcased the diverse talents of UAS aspiring heroes. As the battles continued, certain contestants emerged as standouts, capturing the audience's attention with their unique quirks and tactics. Midoriya, who had been absent from the festival, remained a mysterious figure, leaving the spectators curious about his fate. The clashes became more intense with each passing moment, and the stadium's atmosphere crackled with excitement. Heroic aspirations clashed, and rivalries intensified, creating an unforgettable spectacle that would be etched into the memories of both students and spectators alike. The final event of the UA Sports Festival proved to be a thrilling showcase of talent, determination, and the indomitable spirit of the aspiring heroes. As the day concluded, the stage was set for the next chapter in the journey of these young students, each striving to become the symbol of peace and justice they aspired to be. With a casual click, the television screen went dark in the League of Villains hideout. Shigaraki, tasked with monitoring the UA Sports Festival, had neglected his duty, and now he found himself catching up on the highlights. Restlessly scratching his neck with his left hand, he absorbed the crucial information. Stain's location had become a priority. Although they knew he was in Hasu, the exact whereabouts remained elusive. In a few days, the League of Villains planned to launch an attack to capture the infamous hero killer. Kurogiri, coffee, Shigaraki barked, and with unwavering loyalty, Kurogiri, the ever-present bartender and portal master, promptly fulfilled the request. The tension in the hideout hinted at the impending clash between heroes and villains, each side preparing for the next phase of their ongoing struggle for dominance. Chapter text. As the trucks rumbled through the streets of Musutafu, a mysterious cargo hidden beneath wrappers and sheets, a sense of anticipation hung in the air. The convoy came to a halt near a seemingly ordinary compound, office buildings surrounded by a protective fence. Vans, joining the procession, disgorged the formidable 250-man-strong company of Division Fisher. The unveiling began as the sheets covering 5 imposing M1917 tanks were removed, revealing the roaring behemoths beneath. The soldiers, some equipped with riot shields, formed a protective line in front of the tanks. Simultaneously, Company Y orchestrated a similar unveiling, showcasing their 4 Mark II tanks. Meanwhile, Company B split into 2 groups, prepared to serve as backup with 30 Kodiak bears each. Gas masks adorned every soldier's face, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. A soldier armed with a grenade launcher fired a shot, launching a canister of tear gas through a window, signaling the commencement of their operation. The streets of Musutafu were now caught in the crosshairs of a meticulously planned military maneuver. The deafening explosion echoed through the air as one of the tanks from Company A strategically blew up an entrance, creating a breach for the operation. The smaller-sized tanks, designed for agility, led the charge as they smoothly entered the compound. Following closely behind, the well-trained troops from Company A flooded in, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The Shai Hasekai compound, once a fortress of secrecy, was now exposed to the relentless advance of Division Fisher. In Eri's small room, the alarms had finally ceased, but an eerie tension lingered in the air. Trembling with fear, she hid under her bed, the unfamiliar noise unsettling her. Moments later, Overhaul entered, bringing a directive that disrupted the relative calmness of her hidden sanctuary. "Eri, come out now. We're going on a small trip," Overhaul commanded. Fearful of the consequences of defiance, Eri reluctantly emerged from her hiding spot. She took the hand offered by the imposing figure, unaware of the chaos unfolding above ground. On the surface, the Shai Hasekai compound had turned into a battleground. Kendo Rappa, once a formidable force, found himself overwhelmed by the sheer strength and ferocity of 4 Kodiak bears. Toya Satsuno, targeted by a sniper, suffered a fatal bullet wound to the head. Rikiya Katsuki fought valiantly against the joint force of Mark II tanks and Kodiak bears, but the odds were slowly turning against him. Soromitsu Tabe writhed on the ground, affected by the tear gas canister he had unwittingly encountered. Deidoro Sakaki met his demise when a shell from a Mark II tank found its target. Hekeji Tengai's once formidable barrier began to crack under the relentless assault of 3 M1917 tanks. The battlefield, a gruesome tableau of fallen Yakuza and NCC soldiers, bore witness to the violent clash between Division Fisher and the Shai Hasekai. In the dimly lit underground passages, Chronostasis confronted the infiltration team from Company B, led by none other than Izuku himself. The air was thick with tension as the clash between the Yakuza henchmen and the NCC soldiers unfolded. "Heroes," Chronostasis declared, a smirk playing on his face. "You'll get no further." The irony of the title wasn't lost on Izuku, who found it amusing given the circumstances. Determined to deal with the underlings first, Chronostasis unleashed his hair, resembling arrows, aimed at the soldiers. 2 members holding riot shields managed to keep the hair at bay, but they noticed their movements slowing down as a result. Izuku suppressed a chuckle, realizing the peculiar nature of the situation. "Everyone, don't let the hair hit you. In fire," Izuku commanded. The soldiers, those still capable of moving efficiently, began to shoot at Chronostasis. The Yakuza member dodged the gunfire skillfully, narrowly avoiding getting hit. In retaliation, Chronostasis released his hair once more, managing to strike another soldier, Clone B Formanus 567, in the side of the neck. "Man down," one of the soldiers called out, as Chronostasis continued to weave through the onslaught. His hair striking with precision, Izuku observed the situation. A strategic insight struck him. "Keep him moving. He won't be able to use his quirk that way," Izuku ordered. The soldiers, quick to adapt, continued their relentless assault. If one needed to reload, another seamlessly took over the gunfire. Chronostasis, now constantly in motion, found it challenging to unleash his hair effectively. However, Chronostasis wasn't solely reliant on his quirk. With swift and calculated moves, he took down 2 more soldiers. But Izuku had an ace up his sleeve, a quirk of his own. 10 marbles slipped between his fingers, and with a throw, 10 brown hyenas materialized, ready to join the underground fray. The trio of Eri, Overhaul, and Mimic navigated the labyrinthine hallways, slowly making their way toward the surface. As they emerged into the open air on the other side of the compound, they remained oblivious to the unseen threat looming in the shadows. High above, a sniper patiently observed their movements, evaluating the situation. A radio transmission crackled to life, providing a directive: "The man, make sure to just kill him. His quirk is too dangerous. And for the girl, leave her alone for now." "All right," the sniper responded, aligning the crosshairs on Overhaul. With a measured breath, they took the shot. The bullet soared through the air, a deadly trajectory aimed at the Yakuza leader. The outcome of this single moment would have profound consequences for the unfolding conflict within the Shai Hasekai compound. The first bullet tore through the air, finding its mark on Overhaul's shoulder. The Yakuza leader grimaced in pain, dropping to a knee as he instinctively clutched at the wound. Before he could peel off his glove to trigger his quirk and mend the injury, a second shot rang out. This time, the bullet struck with deadly precision, penetrating Overhaul's forehead. The force of impact sent him sprawling backward, lifeless. The sniper, hidden in the shadows, had successfully neutralized the formidable figurehead of the Shai Hasekai. The consequences of this decisive act rippled through the compound, setting the stage for what would unfold in the wake of Overhaul's demise. Amidst the chaos, Mimic's desperate plea for Eri to reverse Overhaul's fate went unanswered. The sniper, Able, remained hidden, claiming his second victim with a calculated shot that silenced Mimic forever. Meanwhile, Chronostasis, overwhelmed by the relentless assault from the soldiers and their animal allies, suffered a gruesome demise. A brown hyena tore into his arm. Another blow came in the form of a shotgun shell to his stomach. And the final stroke was delivered by Izuku, who swiftly dispatched him with a fatal gunshot to the head. The once formidable enforcer of the Shai Hasekai fell to the combined might of the invaders, leaving the underground compound in turmoil. Gaimai, unfazed by the carnage that lay before him, strode into the battlefield with an air of calculated composure. Surveying the wreckage of the once mighty tanks, he nonchalantly flicked his finger. And with a mere gesture, the discarded machines vanished into the ether, leaving no trace of their former presence. However, the corpses of the fallen soldiers remained as stark reminders of the brutal conflict that had unfolded. Out of the 750 men who had embarked on the raid, only 233 emerged from the chaos unscathed. The toll exacted by the Yakuza was significant, a testament to their formidable resilience and tenacity. Despite the staggering losses, victory had been achieved, albeit at a steep price. None of the Yakuza members had survived the onslaught. Those who managed to cling to life were swiftly met with justice in the form of execution. The decisive battle had brought an end to the reign of the Shai Hasekai, marking a pivotal moment in the struggle for control over Musutafu's underworld. Izuku observed the small, horned girl sitting amidst the aftermath of the violent clash. Two high-ranking Yakuza members, felled by a sniper's bullet, surrounded her. Despite his lack of emotional connection to her, he felt a certain responsibility. It didn't sit right to leave her alone in this gruesome scene. Kneeling down to her eye level, he gently addressed her. "Hello, Eri, I presume." The girl, hidden behind a red blanket, nodded in acknowledgement. Sensing the trauma she endured, he delicately broached the subject. "I'm guessing that the one with the bird mask didn't do good things to you, correct?" Eri flinched but affirmed with another nod. "Would you want to go somewhere where you won't be hurt like that?" Izuku inquired. Eri, cautiously peering from behind her blanket, nodded again. Extending his hand, he presented her with a choice. "Well, I think I know a place. It's your decision. You can come with me, or you can go with the police and heroes when they arrive here." Confused but curious, Eri asked, Sir, what is a hero?" Izuku contemplated his response, deciding on a simple explanation. "They are people who claim to save others." Her eyes brightened a bit at the thought. When she questioned if he was a hero, Izuku shook his head. "No, far from it. Heroes don't kill other people." "I do." Eri's gaze saddened, but before they could dwell on it further, another voice disrupted the moment. "Well, then, I suggest you two make a decision. Stage 2 of the plan will begin soon." Gaimai's voice echoed, signaling that the situation required immediate attention and action. Eri nodded, acknowledging Gaimai's plan to take her to Aikta Labs for safety. Gaimai assured Izuku, "Well, then, I'll get her to Aikta Labs. She'll be safe there. Now, we'll see each other in a few weeks in Tartarus. Now go. The police should be here any second." Izuku nodded, offering reassurance to Eri. "Well, Eri, that man in black, you can trust him. He won't do any harm." Eri, while cautious, slowly approached Gaimai. He opened a portal to Fort Gate, also known as Aikta Labs, and as they both went through, the portal closed behind them. With the distant wail of approaching police sirens, Izuku took a moment. He sat on his knees, hands on his head, contemplating the events that transpired. The second stage of his plan loomed ahead, involving the recruitment of certain individuals. Some would be receptive, others resistant, but they all shared one common destination, Tartarus. Chapter text. Izuku focused on his task, meticulously planning his recruitment strategy for Tartarus inmates. In the dimly lit cabin on Mount Kita, he studied a pinboard adorned with a simple yet crucial plan. His first target, Lady Nagant, also known as Kiana Tsutsumi, presented a challenge. Having already been utilized by one organization, she might be reluctant to join another. Izuku acknowledged the difficulty but decided to prioritize other potential allies for now. One such candidate was Ludger Bar, infamously known as the Butcher. Originally hailing from Schladming, Austria, Bar found himself in Japan. His quirk, the Butcher's Pride, fueled his desire to inflict harm on various beings. Skilled with a cleaver, Bar had a dark history of killing at least a dozen people. Despite his disturbing nature, Izuku saw potential in leveraging Bar's lethal capabilities. Next on the list was Moonfish, or Koji Ono, infamous for his cannibalistic tendencies. Izuku acknowledged that most of the individuals he sought were indeed nutcases. Nevertheless, he found utility in their predilections, especially when directed toward his enemies. Rianamita, known as Puppet Master, possessed a unique quirk named Puppeteer. With the ability to control people using strings from her fingertips, she offered a potent asset. While she, too, had a history as a serial killer, Izuku remained pragmatic, recognizing the potential these individuals had when given a specific target. As he delved into the details of each potential recruit, Izuku understood the risks involved in his plan. It required precise execution, starting with the imminent raid on the Yakuza compound. His path was set: prepare for the raid, get captured, and navigate the challenges that awaited him in Tartarus. The success of his plan rested on his ability to turn these formidable individuals into allies, each with their own dark inclinations. Present in the interrogation room, Izuku found himself handcuffed to a table, facing an HPSC interrogator. The agent wasted no time in laying out the demands, seeking information about how Izuku had amassed his forces, acquired equipment, details about his affiliations, and his recent activities. Izuku, displaying a calm demeanor, challenged the agent's expectations. "What if I don't spill the beans?" Izuku asked defiantly. The agent sighed, presenting an ultimatum that seemed almost reasonable, offering the prospect of a career as a hero under the Hero Public Safety Commission if Izuku cooperated. However, if he chose silence, Tartarus awaited him for a lifetime. Unfazed, Izuku hummed dismissively, "Welp, guess I ain't saying shit." The agent, taken aback by Izuku's lack of compliance, attempted to reason with him, acknowledging that they were willing to overlook some of his actions. They urged him to cooperate, emphasizing the potential for a lighter sentence. Izuku, however, shook his head, fully aware of the limitations they faced. "We both know you can't do that," Izuku retorted calmly. "It's the decision of the jury. Right now, I'm looking at about 50 to 60, maybe even 71 first-degree murder charges. Maybe second. To make it easier for you, I confess. I got some mercs, paid them, got in contact with a weapons dealer, got enough weapons, attacked a Yakuza hideout, and all that. So now you can't really change anything." His words hung in the air, a testament to his unwavering resolve and the complexities of the situation. The agent, perplexed by Izuku's apparent indifference, pressed further, questioning his knowledge of Tartarus and expressing concern about his affiliation with the League of Villains. "Why would you do that? You do know what Tartarus is, right?" the agent inquired. "Of course, I really couldn't care less where you send me. Nothing will really stop what's happening. Maybe delay it a bit," Izuku replied cryptically. He dropped a hint about the League of Villains, enough to make the agent suspicious. "So, you work for the League of Villains?" the agent probed. Izuku maintained his silence, allowing the agent's imagination to wander. Who knows? I know this is getting recorded, so you all have enough evidence to put me away, right?" Izuku asked rhetorically, confident that he had sowed enough doubt. "I mean, yes, we do," the agent responded. "All right then, there's no reason to continue this. Bye-bye," Izuku concluded, leaving the agent with a mix of confusion and frustration. 2 police officers entered the room, escorting Izuku to the holding cell. Surprisingly, he complied without resistance, leaving the agent to puzzle over the enigmatic suspect's true motive. Izuku, now sentenced to life imprisonment, donned the standard prison attire. The harsh reality of his situation became more palpable as he received the identification number 877,821, a stark reminder of his new life behind bars. The familiar sound of cuffs echoed in the air as he was restrained, and he was ushered into the armored transport van that would take him to his new confined existence. The heavy door closed, sealing his fate within the confines of the correctional system. Izuku, seemingly indifferent to the harsh conditions, anticipated that his stay in Tartarus would be short-lived, perhaps no more than a month. As the transport vehicle navigated the path to Tartarus, the prison guards exhibited their authority with stern demands. Izuku, however, remained unfazed, cooperating without protest. Upon arrival, he underwent a thorough search, and his cell, surrounded by impenetrable armor, became his new temporary abode. An ankle bracelet laden with quirk suppressors encircled his leg, though it was mere theatrics, as Izuku intended to play along. Seated on his bed, he bided his time, patiently waiting for what would come next. Meanwhile, the Coast Guard members near the Kagoshima coast were taken aback by the unexpected sight on the horizon, a colossal aircraft carrier. Perplexed by the absence of prior information from the JSDF High Command, they watched in astonishment as the massive ship loomed on the seas. Meanwhile, aboard the NCVI Hajirika, preparations were underway. Squadron At-11 of Wing Ardle readied its aircraft, comprising 22 planes, including 10 Heinkel He-52s and 12 Halberstadt CL. Eyes, the squadron geared up for action. The roaring engines and spinning rotors signaled the launch, with the planes setting their sights on an unsuspecting small boat. The Heinkel He-52s lined up for a dive-bombing mission, ready to unleash their payload. "Hey, Iwasaki, do you think those planes are getting too close to us?" one Coast Guard member asked his partner. Iwasaki responded nonchalantly, "Nah, probably just part of an air show or something." Unbeknownst to them, 3 Heinkel He-52s from the squadron initiated their dive, releasing their bombs. Suddenly, Iwasaki's realization struck. "Shit, Shinoda, get off the..." he began before the bombs hit their mark, causing an enemy vessel to sink. The Coast Guard members were left in shock at the unexpected attack. Shinoda swiftly grabbed his radio, urgency in his voice. Ensign Shinoda Hayate reporting. "We've just been attacked by what appeared to be biplanes. Our vessel sustained damage and requires immediate repairs. We may need backup." However, there was only silence in response. Shinoda's concern grew as he realized the line to home base was dead. "Iwasaki, the line to home base is dead. Is that normal?" he asked, turning to his partner for answers. Iwasaki's response was grim. "No, it isn't," he said, seizing the radio. "This is Lieutenant Iwasaki Noriaki. We are under attack by biplanes and urgently request backup." Still, there was no reply. "Damn it, are the batteries dead or something?" "All right, everyone, man your stations. Shoot down those planes," Iwasaki ordered, rallying the remaining Coast Guard members. Meanwhile, Ensign Fukuiyu managed to take down one of the He-52s using the Oerlikon 20mm cannons on the patrol ship. However, their victory was short-lived as a Halberstadt CL. 2 broke formation, its observer swiftly retaliating with the Parabellum MG-14 and taking out Ensign Fukuiyu in a matter of moments. The situation grew increasingly dire as the enemy planes continued their assault. Lieutenant Colonel Recep Tilke, the squadron leader of At-11, gazed on with a stoic expression. Every man in his squadron was a second-generation clone, and Tilke himself had long lost any desire to preserve his life. "All men, get ready. This ship must sink at all costs. If we can't sink it, then damage it so the next squadron can take over," he commanded, and with that order, the planes descended upon the ship. A He-50 dove in, releasing its bomb, but was met with gunfire and eventually crashed into the water. Tilke, determined, aligned a shot, managing to bring down 2 assailants and tearing them to shreds with his LMG-8 divided by 15. The enemy soldiers fell lifeless on the ship. Tilke pressing forward with his mission. As the battle raged on, most planes from At-11 were gradually shot down, plummeting into the water below. However, the last He-50 managed to deliver the finishing blow. With a final strike, the ship began to sink, succumbing to the relentless assault. Amidst the chaos, the 6 surviving aircraft from At-11 turned back, making their way back to the aircraft carrier. Their mission was accomplished, leaving behind a scene of destruction and turmoil on the open seas. As the surviving aircraft returned to the carrier, the absence of Recep Tilke among them was evident. His plane, along with the others, sank to the bottom of the ocean, leaving behind a lingering sense of sacrifice. The mission had been completed, but at a heavy cost. A-9881 disembarked from his plane, holding the position of flight lieutenant within his squadron. Following protocol, he made his way to report to the designated superior officer. With a crisp salute, he addressed the colonel, "Colonel Miyuz, sir." The colonel surveyed the returning aircraft, a question in his eyes. "Lieutenant Colonel Tilke," he inquired. A-9881 delivered the somber news, "Dead, sir. He perished after enemy fire brought down his plane." Colonel Miyuz nodded gravely. "Very well. Congratulations, you are now Lieutenant Colonel. Henceforth, your official name will be Wessel Dijkstra. How does that sound?" "Sir, yes, sir," responded the newly appointed Lieutenant Colonel Dijkstra with another salute, before returning to his squadron. Back in the prison cafeteria, Izuku sat alone at a table, observing the dynamics of the room. Cliques formed naturally, with some inmates keeping to themselves while others gathered in groups. His gaze swept across the space, recognizing faces and potential recruits among them. Kiana Tsutsumi sat solitary, and he decided against approaching her for now, respecting her space. Instead, his attention settled on Ludger Bar, who occupied a table mostly to himself with only a few others in his company. Nearby sat Moonfish, Mita, and Akabe, individuals Izuku considered as potential allies in his future plans. Choosing the end of their table, Izuku settled in, adept at blending into the background thanks to his experiences in Aldera. Amidst the mundane routine of prison life, he partook of the unappealing prison fare, biding his time for what lay ahead. Mita was the first to notice Izuku's presence, giving him a casual glance. On the other hand, Bar, with a gruff demeanor, questioned, "And who are you? New around here?" "Well, I don't blame you for taking a seat at an empty spot." But next time, find somewhere else, alright. Only killers sit here. Izuku nonchalantly responded. Do 71 first-degree murder charges count? Mita chuckled, intrigued. Wow, what happened to cause so much death? Izuku hummed. Oh, just a villain attack at my school. I unleashed my quirk, which ended up taking care of a lot of them. Akabe whistled, asking, what kind of quirk do you have then? Izuku replied casually, I can summon any animal. In that situation, I unleashed some wolves and bears, and they took care of the rest. Akabe raised an eyebrow and asked, and you're called? Izuku casually swallowed a piece of his food, replying, Midoriya Izuku. Don't think you would recognize it anyway. Moonfish remained silent, twitching occasionally, while Bar seemed lost in thought. Bar then exclaimed, oh, you're the arrested hero student. Yeah, when the news played a bit in the courtyard. There was a conference about some hero school or something. Apparently, some student had gone bonkers and killed a whole lot of people. So, any normal hero student wouldn't be talking to maniacal killers. What's the difference? Izuku shrugged. I think I recognize you. Oh yeah, Butcher was it. Killed about 40, maybe 50 people. I killed more, so there's no real difference between us. And why would I care? I'm locked in here for life anyway. Wouldn't want to be scared of people who I will see for the rest of my life in here. Mita then spoke, and would you know who I am? Izuku calmly grabbed his water cup, taking a sip before responding, Puppeteer Master. You killed 78 to 83 people, stringing their bodies up with strings as if they were puppets. You got captured by Yoroi Musha and then sentenced to life here, right? She nodded and giggled a bit. Kid knows his stuff. What about my buddy, Koji, over here? She asked as she placed a shoulder over Moonfish, who once again didn't say anything, only giving a small growl. Moonfish cannibalized a family of 5. Only the daughter of the family survived, bearing bite marks on her neck. I don't remember who took him in, though. And shot, was the only thing Moonfish said, before returning to his subdued state. Mita sighed. He's still salty about how he didn't manage to eat the poor girl. Oh well, not like he'll be able to eat anyone again soon. He's going to the chair in a few months. Aren't you excited, Koji? She giggled, almost like a girl in a candy store. As the meal continued, Izuku observed the interactions around him. The prison cafeteria buzzed with subdued conversations, and the atmosphere remained tense. It looked like Izuku had identified 3 potential recruits for his plan. Chapter text. Izuku moved silently through the prison courtyard, his presence unnoticed by most. He had cultivated an unusual camaraderie with a group of notorious inmates, Bar, Mead, Akabe, and Moonfish. Although the connection was more strategic than genuine, it served his purposes well in this unforgiving environment. Leaning against a cold metal wall, Izuku heard a voice he recognized but hadn't expected to encounter so directly. I know you're watching me. If you have something to say, say it, Kiana Tsutsumi remarked, her voice tinged with a mix of curiosity and defiance. Izuku's response was measured. Not here to offer compliments, just observing. Someone close to me had a lot to say about you. It's intriguing to finally meet the real person behind the stories. Kiana raised an eyebrow, skeptical of Izuku's interest. Most people wouldn't bother with a fallen hero in prison. What's your angle? Izuku explained. It's not about heroism or villainy. More about how you managed to outmaneuver someone he considered competition. Kiana's expression shifted as she processed Izuku's words. And who would that be? I've crossed paths with many adversaries. Izuku's response was blunt. Nishiyama Washi, the 41st president of the HPSC. Kiana's features tightened, a mixture of surprise and irritation. The commission keeps its secrets well hidden. How would you know about that? Izuku's tone remained neutral. Family ties. My uncle, who I mentioned earlier, harbors a deep resentment towards the HPSC. It's resulted in some significant repercussions for the commission. Kiana's lips quirked into a wry smile. So, you're kin to a terrorist. That certainly piqued my interest. Izuku chuckled. Terrorist is quite the heavy label, don't you think? I prefer to see him as a well-informed member of society. Kiana snorted in response. Sure, kid. So, how did you end up in this lovely establishment? Izuku nonchalantly shrugged. Got a task from my uncle, and I'm just carrying it out. Kiana's eyes narrowed. Very enlightening. Ignoring the sarcasm, Izuku continued, I try my best. Anyway, ever heard of the NCC? Kiana looked genuinely puzzled. Can't say I have. Izuku smirked. Well then, it seems you're in for quite a story. Kiana couldn't deny her intrigue with the kid. He had been observing her from the moment he arrived, and their initial conversation left her with mixed feelings. There was something distinctly different about him compared to the typical teenagers she had encountered in prison. Firstly, he didn't exhibit the usual behaviors she experienced from others, no lecherous glances or inappropriate comments. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on her eyes. Second, while most young people idolized heroes, he expressed admiration for a military organization with destructive plans for Japan, coupled with a disdain for the Hero Public Safety Commission. Thirdly, his composure was uncanny. in a facility housing individuals who had wiped out entire cities. He displayed an unusual calmness while engaging in conversations with them. And lastly, the kid had an eccentric uncle teaching him about weaponry, poison, and an array of other subjects. All in all, Kiana found herself both puzzled and intrigued by the enigmatic teenager. Kiana found herself seated at the same table as the peculiar kid, surrounded by an assortment of other criminals, each with their own dark tendencies. Mita, the white blonde woman, was currently engrossed in a conversation about inflicting mass harm. Bar, a brown-haired man with red eyes, chimed in with his thoughts on torture, while Moonfish, or Ono, simply muttered about eating flesh. Akabe offered a more direct approach, lighting up a public gathering. The conversation then turned to the kid, Midoriya, and his perspective. He responded with a calm, contemplative hum, suggesting cutting off the electricity grid in a densely populated area as a means of causing widespread chaos. He continued with various suggestions, including derailing a bullet train and deploying sarin gas grenades, all delivered in a seemingly absent-minded mutter. Kiana observed how Mita enjoyed these peculiar musings, seemingly the only one understanding the intricate details of his thoughts. The kid's mind worked in a way that both fascinated and disturbed her. "Ben, I think I remember a briefing about something like that. Was it Black Eye Network or something?" Izuku shook his head. "Black Eagle Network. I think my uncle knows 3 members of that thing: Profiler, Smiles, and Contractor. Wouldn't know where they are, though." Kiana hummed, "HM. So kiddo, you're very familiar with the criminal world." "Why would that be?" Izuku chuckled. "Wanted to be an underground hero. My uncle said it was best to know a lot about the underground," quoting Sun Tzu while he said it. As the days passed, Kiana didn't realize it yet, but she found herself getting excited about something to look forward to. Her time in Tartarus had made her forget that feeling, but slowly she began to get used to her new acquaintances in the prison. Chapter text. A few months had passed since Izuku's entrance into the confines of Tartarus, and in that time, he had meticulously crafted a small group, comprised of individuals he deemed valuable for his plans. Although he refrained from explicitly stating they were a group, the members naturally gravitated towards each other, a subtle influence exerted by Izuku. As the group solidified, Izuku recognized that it was time to extend his offer, to gauge which among them would be willing to join him in his intricate plan. Gathering mead, now known as Riene, Ludger, Moonfish, and Akabe, Izuku prepared to present his proposal. "All right, I have something to tell you all," Izuku began. Riene, with her seemingly cheerful demeanor, inquired, "Oh, and what would that be, Izuku-chan?" Izuku, however, remained vigilant, having received lessons in manipulation from Gaimai. He responded with a polite smile. "I have an offer for each of you. Are you interested?" Ludger, ever direct, prompted Izuku to reveal the details. "Well, tell us what it is first." Sensing the opportune moment, Izuku looked around and smirked as the cameras mysteriously went offline, a calculated move signaling the imminent unveiling of his proposal. "Well, you see, I have this little plan that would truly disrupt the prison. With its success, I could easily make my exit. However, I also have job opportunities for a select few. You see, I'm a part of an organization with a lofty goal that involves eliminating a significant number of people. I'm here to recruit individuals who might be intrigued by such a proposition." Riene, always quick to embrace the unexpected, declared, "Count me in." Ludger, displaying his nonchalant attitude, remarked, "Not like I have something else to do." Moonfish, with a low growl, conveyed his agreement. Riene interpreted, he said sure in his own way. Most members had willingly agreed to Izuku's proposal, except for Kiana, who displayed uncertainty. "Miss Tsutsumi," Izuku addressed her, acknowledging her past experiences. "While I know of your history, you're not obligated to join. You could simply escape and go your own way." Kiana, after a moment of contemplation, reluctantly voiced, "Fine, but it better not turn out like the last time I joined a group." Izuku chuckled, easing her concerns. "One of the goals of this group is to dismantle the commission. Don't worry, they may be many things, but hypocrites isn't one of them." As the individuals within this unlikely alliance aligned themselves with Izuku's plan, the intricate web of relationships, motivations, and secrets continued to unfold within the confines of Tartarus. The offer had been extended, and the consequences of their choices would undoubtedly shape the trajectory of the unfolding narrative. Several more months had passed within the confinements of Tartarus, and the prison population had seen some addition. Stain, the notorious hero killer, had been apprehended by Endeavor, narrowly avoiding killing one of Izuku's former classmates. Muscular, affiliated with the League of Villains, had found his way into Tartarus after his assault on the summer camp, adding a surreal twist to the situation. All for One now occupied a few cells downward. The presence of such a powerful and infamous villain within arm's reach was both unsettling and intriguing. It seemed like Gaimai's foresight had proven accurate, predicting the influx of notorious individuals into Tartarus and the potential chaos that could ensue. According to Gaimai's guidance, the League of Villains would orchestrate a plan to break out their true master, all for one. In the ensuing chaos, Izuku's small group of recruits would seize the opportunity to escape, aided by the formidable division Cerberus. The prison environment had become a volatile mix of formidable individuals, each with their own dark histories and motivations. The looming presence of All for One added an extra layer of tension to an already unpredictable situation. As the narrative continued to unfold within the prison walls, the dynamics between the characters and the impending events hinted at a tumultuous future. Chapter text. In the quiet confines of his cell, Izuku was on the verge of sleep when the blaring alarm shattered the tranquility. Simultaneously, the cell lights flickered off and the doors swung open. It was an anticipated event for Izuku, and he moved calmly toward the designated meeting area. Unbeknownst to him, his quirk-suppressing bracelet had quietly fallen off. Above ground, in the presence of All for One and members of the League of Villains, Izuku awaited the arrival of those who had accepted his offer. Lodger Bar, Riinamida, Moonfish, and Hiroto Akabe were present, but Kiana Tsutsumi had yet to appear. Patience prevailed as Izuku lingered, watching for her eventual arrival. When Kiana finally joined the group, a nod from Izuku signaled that it was time to proceed. Well then, let's get going. With that, a member of Division Cerberus materialized, revealing a hole in the prison wall. On the other side, more Division Cerberus soldiers awaited, and in the distance, the sea glistened with the promise of escape. A small boat patiently bobbed in the water, ready to ferry them away. The assembled group, now the new members of Army Skull, embarked onto the waiting boat. As it sailed away, leaving Tartarus behind, the prisoners within the once impregnable walls roamed free. With a sense of purpose, they marched towards the city, marking the beginning of a new chapter in their unpredictable journey. In his military uniform, the black body armor and metallic lower skull mask completing the ensemble, Izuku stood in anticipation, surrounded by the motley crew that had successfully broken out of Tartarus. Each member sat in standard-issue uniforms, a mix of conversations and activities filling the room. Rihanna animatedly chatted away to a disinterested Moonfish. Kiana sat in contemplative silence, and Lodger sharpened his new cleaver with focused intent. Moonfish retained his jacket vest, a choice not questioned by Izuku, who understood that certain preferences remained unchanged. The room's atmosphere shifted as the awaited figure, the man Izuku had been waiting for, opened the door to the safe warehouse. Gaimai, in his customary uniform, greeted them with a resonant voice. "Izuku, long time no see. So, how did the plan go?" Izuku responded with a contemplative hum. Most agreed, but some chose the path of the villains. Gaimai chuckled knowingly. It was to be expected. Now, Kagoshima has been properly invaded. Fleet H-1A has already landed, and the airports and harbors have been repurposed for military use. Half of the Miyazaki prefecture has fallen. We're still utilizing World War I and II era weapons, but that's because the enemy is blissfully unaware of the war raging on Kyushu. We need to prepare for the deployment of Cold War-era weapons. Riene, showing her ever-present curiosity, spoke up, "And who might you be?" Gaimai responded with a measured introduction. "Gaimai Krob, just call me Gaimai. I'm the leader of the NCC, not that you could have heard of it." As the pieces of the grander narrative fell into place, the group found themselves aligned with the enigmatic Gaimai, leader of the National Crisis Committee. The stage was set for a conflict reminiscent of historical wars, with the promise of evolving weaponry and strategic maneuvers shaping the unfolding events on Kyushu. Now, Gaimai continued, his voice carrying authority, "The full deployment of Army Skull is needed. I hope you know how to lead the army." Izuku responded with a confident nod. "Of course, I managed to lead a few companies into the Yakuza compound. This should be similar." Gaimai remained silent, offering no immediate response. But he did say, "We'll see." Now then, for the first act of deployment, the Miyazaki prefecture is being handled by 2 divisions of Army Nuremberg. It's best that you focus your forces onto Kumamoto prefecture. Izuku absorbed the information, nodding in acknowledgement. "All right, so when will the full force get here?" Gaimai answered with a hint of strategic foresight. "In a few weeks. The transport fleets are being made ready in Dalian, China, but the full force of Division Spine has already been deployed." The weight of responsibility settled on Izuku's shoulders as he prepared to lead Army Skull into a larger-scale conflict. The mention of divisions and transport fleets hinted at the intricate planning and coordination required for the upcoming operations. The unfolding events painted a picture of a strategic military engagement, with the fate of Kumamoto Prefecture hanging in the balance. As the narrative progressed, the challenges and complexities of leading an army in a time of crisis would undoubtedly test Izuku's abilities and resilience. Chapter text. It was 3:12 p.m. on a serene Sunday. Across mainland Japan, the war between the Paranormal Liberation Front and the combined forces of the police, military, heroes, and law-abiding citizens raged on. However, the island of Kyushu remained relatively untouched. Villains attempting to cross the sea were thwarted, and communication with the heroes mysteriously ceased. The residents remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding conflict between villainy and heroism. Unbeknownst to the authorities, fate had presented another threat, an invasion force that had recently integrated Kagoshima into its march of vengeance. Now, it sought to conquer Miyazaki and Kumamoto. In Miyazaki, the southern part under the Hidetsus River had succumbed to those bearing a golden eagle on their flag. In Kumamoto, the invaders crossed the border, with different companies of Division Spine advancing toward strategic locations. Company 1, 2, 9, and O were marching to Nagashima. Company 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, H, C, P, and Z were headed to Minamata. Company 8, 10, 13, 18, 22, V, B, S, and E were moving to Hiroyoshi. The division was divided into 3 groups, each equipped with a range of tanks, from Vickers MKE to T-44 second, and artillery pieces including 21cm Morser 16, cannon to 155mm GPF, 7.7cm FK-16, and K-44. The arsenal comprised vehicles and weaponry dating from 1900 to 1950. As the groups advanced, the outdated military equipment seemed formidable against a city devoid of defenses. The only military posts on the island were in Fukuoka and Saga prefectures. Group 2, marching towards Minamata, reached the city outskirts, setting up artillery posts on hills. M18 howitzers and various artillery pieces were loaded and aimed at strategic targets: the police station, hero agencies, hospitals, and other civil services. The objective: disable defenses and divert attention, ensuring that the invaders had the upper hand in this unexpected assault on Kumamoto. The initial artillery salvo, propelled by a 10.5cm Lef H-18, marked the commencement of the assault on Minamata. The first shell, not hitting any intended targets, struck an office building, causing a devastating explosion. The impact on the 16th floor turned the once 20-story structure into a 15-story ruin, its upper floors crashing down in a cascade of destruction. Following this chaotic prelude, the lines of M18 howitzers, M101 howitzers, M1937 howitzers, and other artillery pieces opened fire. This time, the barrage was directed at specific targets: police stations, hero agencies, hospitals, and other civil services. The shelling persisted for 3 hours, from 3:17 to 6:20, wreaking havoc on Minamata. As the echoes of artillery subsided, the motorized infantry took center stage. Panzer IVs, BT-7 seconds, and an array of other vehicles descended from the hills into the city. Some brave police cruisers attempted to form a blockade, but their efforts were short-lived. An FCM 2 degrees Celsius, a formidable armored vehicle, unleashed its firepower, causing the police cars to explode. With the makeshift blockade obliterated, the tanks effortlessly rolled over the debris, clearing the way for the infantry advancing from behind. The invasion of Minamata was underway, leaving destruction and chaos in its wake. The radio transmissions painted a grim picture of Minamata's descent into chaos. Officer Kimura Tetsuya's urgent call for backup near Tojajsen was abruptly cut off by an explosion, leaving the fate of those officers hanging in uncertainty. The hero Infernal's distress call from the Yudo fishing port was met with the disheartening sounds of machine gun fire, followed by ominous silence. A civilian's desperate plea for help, reporting individuals with skull masks, ended abruptly with the sound of an unknown disturbance. Taniguchi Makoto, an 110 phone operator for the police, found himself overwhelmed by the relentless stream of distress calls. Every report indicated escalating violence and casualties, with heroes and police already stretched thin across the city. He attempted to contact assistance from Tsunagi, but the lines were dead, cutting off any hope for external support. In the midst of this chaos, Makoto's own reality took a tragic turn. The door to his refuge was violently kicked open, and before he could comprehend the situation, bullets from an STG-44 tore through him. The operator's life was abruptly extinguished, leaving the communication hub in eerie silence, mirroring the unfolding catastrophe in Minamata. Private Helmarsson's voice cut through the radio waves, reporting to Izuku from Company 6. The news was grim. The emergency call center had fallen, and the last operator had been silenced. Izuku, seated under a makeshift command post near the artillery lines, listened intently to the report. Around him, the group majors held their respective ranks, each overseeing a specific group within the operation. Kiana Tsutsumi, now a group major with a gold class rank, sat in silence, her gaze fixed on the ruins of the city. Her expression remained unreadable as the devastation unfolded before her. Ryanamid, a GM with a bronze class rank, seemed to be caught in a frenzy of emotions, reacting passionately to the unfolding tragedy. Ludger Bar, a GM with a silver class rank, found a moment of diversion by playing cards with some of the artillery crew. In the midst of this, Moonfish, opting to be addressed by his code name rather than his real name, maintained the rank of major. Overseeing Company Z, he had joined his company within the city, seeking the satisfaction of his peculiar desires. Izuku, acknowledging his unconventional request, had granted Moonfish the liberty to indulge in his gruesome pursuit. The city's chaos reflected in the dynamics among the officers, each dealing with the grim reality in their own way as they navigated the complexities of the unfolding invasion chapter text. Following the swift fall of Minamata, Group 2 wasted no time in advancing towards the next target, Tsunagi, a city merely 5.3 kilometers away. As they approached, the decision was made to subject Tsunagi to prolonged shelling, a strategic move to maximize the impact of their formidable ammunition reserves. The relentless bombardment was set to endure for 3 consecutive days. The initial target of the shelling was Shuram Hospital, situated on the outskirts of the city. The strategic positioning allowed for a relatively uncomplicated takeover. From this vantage point, the invaders set their sights on the town hall and its surroundings, initiating the assault with a calculated and relentless barrage of shells. The city of Tsunagi became the next battleground, engulfed in chaos as the invaders executed their systematic plan of invasion and conquest. Company 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 had successfully reached Minamata Marina, a strategic port located in close proximity to Tsunagi. Although relatively small, the port provided a crucial vantage point for the invaders. Utilizing the location, they set up smaller artillery guns, including the QF 18-pounder gun and the Cannon .75 Model 1897, which commenced shelling the city. The impact of the shells was immediate, causing sirens to wail throughout Tsunagi. Attempts by a flying hero to intervene were swiftly neutralized by Infla K-37, leaving the hero's body to sink into the waters of the port. As chaos unfolded in the city, Izuku summoned a formidable force of 200 predators, comprising Siberian and Bengal tigers, Barbary lions, and, with the newly acquired ability to summon extinct species, American lions. Tasked with sowing chaos, the predatory force entered the city amidst the shelling. Their mission was simple: create as much disorder as possible. The shelling temporarily ceased to avoid harming the summoned predators. Once the force of large cats either met its end or successfully completed its mission, the artillery barrage would resume, further intensifying the invasion of Tsunagi. As Izuku studied the map of Kumamoto, he received word that Group 1 had successfully secured Nagashima, albeit at a heavy cost. Companies 1 and 2 within Group 1 had suffered substantial casualties, with 20% of soldiers losing their lives and an additional 30% sustaining various injuries. The Nunatos Bridge, connecting Showa Island to Nagashima, had been intentionally destroyed by a collaboration of hero and police forces, presenting a significant obstacle. A similar situation occurred on Ikara Island. Acknowledging the need for reinforcements, Izuku instructed Group 1 to hold their position in Nagashima while awaiting the arrival of additional Army Skull members. To support the defense, he decided to dispatch an animal force of 600 creatures, constituting a new company, Company CH1, to reinforce Company H. This force included tigers, bears, lions, and wolves of various species. With Company CH1 and H en route to assist Group 1, Izuku shifted his attention to Group 3. The team assigned to Hideyoshi had successfully taken control of the city with only a 10% casualty rate. Notably, they had also secured Sagara, and as Group 3 divided into 2 subgroups, Group 3A and Group 3B, they planned to lay siege to Kuma and confront the forces in Nishiki, respectively. Contemplating the map, Izuku acknowledged that challenges persisted, but he felt a sense of assurance that they had overcome some of the initial hardships in their campaign. The fate of Kumamoto remained uncertain, but the tide seemed to be turning in favor of Army Skull. Chapter text. As the campaign in Kumamoto unfolded, Tengu Bridge near Hideyoshi became a pivotal location. Group 3 successfully crossed the Kuma River, unifying their forces after the fall of Kuma. On another front, Group 2 managed to take control of Ashikita, albeit at the cost of losing Company 5 during a month of intense fighting in the city. The depleted company was replaced with the newly formed Company CH2. However, Group 1 faced challenges in Nagashima. Despite a minor success in capturing Takeshimao Bridge and securing Take Island, the division was largely stuck in the city. Division Spine had reached its limits, and the waiting game had begun. Fortunately, the first wave of reinforcements landed in Akyun, marking a turning point for Army Skull. The additional forces, spanning from Company 23 to 43, were divided, with Company 23 to 30 joining Group 1, and Company 31 to 43 reinforcing Group 2. This influx of new soldiers injected fresh blood into the campaign. Moreover, news arrived that new clone companies, the 15th generation clones, Company SPA, SPB, and SPC, had been created and were en route to Kumamoto from Vladivostok. The deployment of these clone companies signified a strategic move to bolster Army Skull's strength. Although the equipment remained rooted in World War-era technology, plans for the integration of Cold War-era weaponry were in the pipeline. hinting at an impending evolution in their military capabilities. The fate of Kumamoto was still uncertain, but the arrival of reinforcements and the promise of new units marked a shift in the tide of the conflict. Seated in an office building in Ashikita, Izuku found himself deep in thought, attempting to formulate a strategic plan for the ongoing campaign. The group majors of Group 2 surrounded him, awaiting his decision. Kiana was the first to voice her opinion, suggesting a week of rest for the groups to recover and regain their strength. Izuku pondered her proposal, recognizing the wisdom in allowing time for healing. Rione, on the other hand, had a different perspective. Why not keep pushing forward? We've been on a winning streak, she suggested, displaying her characteristic enthusiasm for action. Ledger, however, interjected with a more cautious approach. As much as I enjoy a good fight, cutting off enemy communications has played a significant role in our success. With refugees spreading the word, we might face coordinated resistance soon. Finally, Izuku shared his thoughts on the matter. We'll wait for now. Once another division of Army Skull lands in the annexed territory, we can resume our advance. Despite the enemy's potential to build defenses, we need more manpower. Losing a company, and possibly two in Group 1, emphasizes the importance of waiting until we have a substantial force. Well then, you are all dismissed. The directive provided a clear course of action, balancing the need for recuperation with the anticipation of reinforcements to bolster their ranks. Chapter text. Izuku sat atop a skyscraper in Minamata, a cigarette dangling from his mouth as he gazed at the ruins below. Memories of his desire to be a hero flashed through his mind, acknowledging that circumstances had led him down a different path. He had no intentions of changing it, and once Kyushu was under control, it would become a haven for civilians, keeping out both villains and heroes. The door to the rooftop opened, and Kiana Tsutsumi stepped out, leaning against the exit wall. They both sat in silence for a moment before Tsutsumi addressed him. Midoriya, I recognize that expression. You're grappling with regrets, she remarked. Izuku responded with a thoughtful hum. In a way, I guess. But dwelling on regrets only keeps you stuck. I'm sure you have your own share, so why not share them? Kiana frowned slightly, contemplating her words. I feel like I'm going in circles, joining one corrupt organization after another, she admitted. Izuku nodded slightly before turning to face her directly. Well then, you're free to leave. Neither I nor Gaimai will force you to stay here. We only want people who genuinely want to be part of this. She sighed, expressing the difficulty of her situation. It's not that simple. For every bad thing the NCC has done, there's another act of good that balances it. Every time I think I've found a reason to leave, I find one to stay. I'm just not sure. Izuku crushed the cigarette under his boot and looked at her intently. Well, I suggest you find clarity in your mind. Soon, you might fall into a rabbit hole, and getting out won't be easy. I'll be seeing you at the main encampment. The conversation had laid out the crossroads before her, emphasizing the importance of finding her own path amidst the complex situation. Kiana watched as Midoriya's figure disappeared down the stairs. The conversation had taken an unexpected turn. She had anticipated either a defense of the Crisis Committee's actions or an attempt to coerce her into staying, reminiscent of President Nishiyama's tactics with the HPSC. However, Midoriya did neither. He presented her with a choice, a decision she would have to make for herself. Her logical side leaned towards leaving. She knew her departure wouldn't significantly alter the course of the NCC's action. Yet, an inexplicable feeling lingered, a sense that leaving might be a mistake. She had witnessed the motivations behind this takeover. While Gaimai held no intentions of being a beacon of light, Midoriya had strategically orchestrated a situation where, once the island was under complete control, civilians wouldn't be threatened by the PLF and heroes engaging in a civil war. Despite her reservations, she decided to stay. Loyalty wouldn't be directed towards the General Director, but rather to the Admiral Commander of Army Skull. Deep down, she believed he retained some level of morality, and that, she thought, was better than none at all. In the remote region of Bolshoi Shantar, Siberia, Gaimai sat behind a desk within the headquarters of the National Crisis Committee, following a meeting with Baron Kez of the NCCSC. He had received intriguing information about a new weapon discovered in the old labs of the Institute for Scientific Research in Viruses. Vials labeled C58 were uncovered, containing a virus with unique properties. This particular virus could spread through the air in a gas-like form. A Dr. David Moss had tested it in 1962, and the results were promising, causing skin irritation, infection, and a peculiar attack on the nervous system, particularly the optic nerve, leading to blindness. Now under the control of the NCCSC, Gaimai saw the potential of this biological weapon. He had always held a fascination for such tools. They brought indiscriminate death to both combatants and non-combatants alike, much like his own methods. With the addition of this new weapon, the arsenal of the National Crisis Committee would become deadlier than ever, promising even greater destruction. Chapter text. An albatros sea. IV soared through the sky, its distinctive engraving reading WJJ099830, marking its place in Wing Jingle Squadron Joe 99. The aircraft glided over the Mizukami village hall, where the last defenders, consisting of police officers, Coast Guard ensigns, and local heroes, valiantly held their ground. The town hall was under siege, surrounded by the remnants of the once thriving village. Artillery fire had decimated any hope of retaliation, turning the situation into a waiting game that the town hall was destined to lose. As the Albatros Sea, IV circled around Mizukami, anticipating the moment the NCC flag would replace the last vestiges of resistance. Its pilot, Bert Moore, spotted an intriguing sight in the distance. A convoy of police cruisers, around 20 of them, was approaching Mizukami from what seemed to be the direction of Shiba. Yet, what truly caught Moore's attention was the armored car accompanying the police force, unmistakably from the Special Assault Team. Intrigued, Moore swiftly radioed in the information. From 142, it appears, Bert replied. All right then, guess we'll have to deal with that. You should go to your superior then, advised Group Major Butkus. With that, Moore's Albatros C. IV executed a turn, heading back to the airstrip built at Issa. K-Stas Butkus, recently promoted to Group Major Gold Class of Group 3, had set up his command post in a house in Mizukami. He patiently awaited the outcome of the siege, ready to either witness the last defenders surrender or the walls breaking down under their relentless assault. However, news of Japanese reinforcements en route prompted him to take decisive action. Recognizing that he lacked the time to confront the incoming forces with his ground troops, Butkus quickly reached for his transmitter. He called upon a bomber squadron stationed in Hideyoshi, under the command of Wing Commander Jackie Savage. The squadron, now part of Wing Generis with 20 squadrons at their disposal, included 2 bomber squadrons among them. Wing Commander Savadier responded promptly, assuring Butkus, "We'll get there as soon as we can, but do try and block them in somehow." Determined to impede the Japanese reinforcements, Butkus ordered an artillery strike on the road leading from 142. The cannons roared, and just as the police convoy passed Mizukami Produce Market, the leading police cruiser took a direct hit, erupting into a fiery explosion. The resulting wreckage effectively blocked the road, hindering the convoy's progress. Meanwhile, shells rained down around them, making any attempts to escape even more challenging. Back in Hideyoshi, a squadron of 24 planes prepared for action. 14 bombers, short Sterling modules, and 10 Brewster F-2A Buffalo modules were ready for takeoff. Squadron GA-12, led by Wing Commander Savadier, ascended into the skies, heading swiftly towards Mizukami to engage the approaching Japanese reinforcements. The policemen found themselves in a state of disarray, their plans unraveling unexpectedly. Originally intending to retreat to Kumamoto, regroup, and prepare for a counteroffensive, their journey on Road 142 was abruptly halted by the relentless artillery fire. As they scrambled to adapt to this unforeseen situation, Officer Iwamoto Juru caught sight of a foreboding silhouette in the sky. Dread gripped Juru's gut as he realized the impending danger. He attempted to warn his fellow officers, but before the message could spread, the ominous shapes above released their payload. The bombs descended, and in a deafening explosion, the once promising police convoy was transformed into discarded and twisted metal strewn across the road of Mizukami. The NCC forces, with their strategic artillery strikes and air support, had effectively neutralized the approaching reinforcements. Chapter text. In the quiet town of Dolinsk, Guy Microb sat in his office, methodically organizing paperwork. The room, filled with the muted sounds of shuffling documents, held an air of calculated calmness. The man at the desk, seemingly unperturbed by the chaos beyond Dolinsk, was orchestrating moves of his own. Guy Microb, adopting the guise of Yasuke, had successfully navigated the bureaucratic intricacies of the Japanese government. His company, now under the name of his own alter ego, had managed to slip through the cracks of official scrutiny. The government, preoccupied with the PLF and other pressing matters, had little bandwidth to delve into the intricacies of corporate dealings. As Gaimai continued his administrative tasks, a soft sound disrupted the otherwise serene atmosphere. Uri, the young girl with temporal manipulation abilities, lay peacefully asleep in his lap. Her presence in Dolinsk was a result of the strategic relocation of Division Cerberus away from the front line. Gaimai couldn't help but marvel at the twist of fate that had transformed Uri's perception of him and Midoriya as her saviors. When he initially placed her under the care of Icade Labs, fear had gripped her. However, with the emergence of the Paranormal Liberation Front, Gaimai had decided to move Division Cerberus to Dolinsk, a relatively peaceful town far from the immediate threats. Eri, with her newfound trust in him, insisted on seeing Gaimai every day. The peculiar bond that had formed between Gaimai Krob and Eri amused him. Despite the complexities of their roles and the uncertainties of the ongoing conflict, a sense of connection had emerged. As he glanced down at the sleeping child, a hint of a smile played on Gaimai's lips. In the midst of chaos, Dolinsk became an unlikely haven, and Eri's presence a reminder that even in the darkest times, unexpected connections could bring solace. The clock on the wall ticked away, marking the passage of time in Dolinsk, a town unfamiliar to many, yet now holding a unique place in the unfolding narrative of the National Crisis Committee's ambitions. Within the fortified walls of an office building in Arrow, Izuku's gaze lingered on the map, the commanders of Army Skull's divisions surrounding him. Toshiro Anakoro led Division Spine. Kikairu Chujitoa commanded Division Fisher, Lawrence Morris took charge of Division Wormfesser, and Elmer Shaboxy steered Division Magi. Months had elapsed since their arrival on Kyushu Island, and their calculated efforts had led to the conquest of Arao to Nakatsu, securing Kumamoto, Miyazaki, and the Oita Prefecture. The government's response and the reaction from villainous factions had been remarkably subdued. A brief siege endured on Shishi Island for 2 months, a mere inconvenience vanquished with artillery precision. Now, Izuku's contemplative gaze shifted to the next target on the map, Fukuoka Prefecture, a strategic imperative, but awaiting the impending arrival of Division Vertebral and Ulna was paramount. Patience became the order of the day, an acknowledgement of the synergy needed for the forthcoming campaign. In the hushed atmosphere of the command center, Izuku accepted the directive to wait. The dynamics of war unfolded on the map before him, and as the pieces fell into place, Fukuoka would soon become the next pivotal chapter in the unfolding saga on Kyushu Island. Chapter text. Gaimai gradually opened his eyes, finding himself in a room that bore the semblance of an office, a stolid desk positioned before him. As the room materialized, a man entered, clad in an M36 uniform. General Lieutenant Gerber, sir. The soldier saluted crisply. Gaimai's mind sifted through the memories. Gerber, a name he had assumed from 1942 to 1944 during his historical past. Observing himself in a mirror, he noted the attire, a Waffenrock with a skirmunzi, a human disguise, complete with normal skin and eyes. Unteroffizier, Gaimai inquired, prompting the corporal to respond. Unteroffizier Johann Abeln, sir. Gaimai acknowledged with a nod. What is it, Unteroffizier Abeln? He further inquired. Abeln conveyed the situation. There was a group of Soviet partisans captured, sir. We are wondering what to do with them, sir. Gaimai contemplated the information. Very well. Where are these partisans, Unteroffizier? He queried. Abeln promptly responded. At the farmer's field outside, sir. Gaimai rose from his seat. Lead the way. Let me see these partisans, he commanded, a sense of authority resonating in his tone. The echoes of a distant memory stirred within him as he prepared to confront the complexities of wartime decisions. Gaimai's gaze surveyed the kneeling partisans before him, 6 individuals whose fate hung in the balance. 3 young boys, aged between 14 and 17, a girl of approximately 16, and 2 older men, each appearing to be in their 60 seconds or 65 seconds. The atmosphere was charged with uncertainty, and Gaimai took a moment to assess the situation. So, these are the partisans. Are you certain? Gaimai inquired, seeking confirmation from Abel. The corporal nodded in response. Yes, General Lieutenant, sir. They were attempting to sabotage some of the Sonderkraftfahrzeuge 250 tracks, hindering our movement to the front line. Gaimai clicked his tongue, his eyes focused on the captives. German? He asked, receiving no reply. Switching to Russian, he posed the question again, prompting one of the older men to nod. So, I believe we all know what is going to happen now, right? The older man nodded once more. Well, nothing personal. Fire. Before the imaginary gunshots could pierce the air, Gaimai found himself abruptly pulled back to reality, seated at his desk in Dolinsk. The echoes of a haunting memory lingered briefly. Eri had been sent to her room a few hours earlier. Gaimai chuckled at the whims of dreams. It's been a long time since I had a dream. Oh well, maybe next time it will be about that time in Poland. Oh, what fun that was. The somber recollection dissolved in the wake of waking life, leaving Gaimai with the present and the weight of his past. Gaimai surveyed his reflection in the mirror, witnessing the transformation back to his tar-like visage, eyes returning to the void with snow-white pupils. The shifting appearance signaled the resumption of his true form. Cracking his neck, Gaimai acknowledged the shift with a silent determination. It was time to assess the situation and consider deploying additional divisions in Japan. The reports scattered across his desk detailed the current military presence. From Army Nuremberg, Division Honeybee and Digger Bee were available. Army Skull boasted a formidable lineup with Division Fisher, Spine, Magi, Wormfesser, Vertebral, and Ulna, accompanied by Company 1 and a from Division Cerberus. In addition, smaller wings provided air support throughout the occupied territory, and various clans within the Black Eagle network contributed manpower to maintain peace on the front lines. Considering the strategic landscape, Gaimai decided to reinforce their forces. Division Horsefield from Army Nuremberg would be deployed as well. He swiftly penned the order, summoned a pigeon, and entrusted the message to the bird for delivery. As the pigeon took flight, carrying the directive to its destination, Gaimai reclined in his chair, contemplating the unpredictable twists awaiting them in the ongoing war chapter text. Terentius stood before the portal, the gateway that would transport them to their nemesis. The assembly consisted of the 12 unbeatable angels, with Terentius being one of the originals. Alongside him were Domitius, Duilius, Lucilius, and Traianus among the males. The female members included Drusa, Marina, and Therapia. Petronia and Herminia had fallen victim to it, their replacements being Calpurnia and Ursus. The new recruits, Caius and Honorius, completed the group. Each face bore a solemn expression. The murder of Petronia and Herminia awaited on the other side of the portal, a foe they were determined to confront. Though the one responsible for Apavatara's demise resided elsewhere, this marked a crucial beginning. Therapia, now the leader, took a deep breath and addressed the group. I understand the gravity of the situation, but we are not undertaking this journey for ourselves. The planet Earth is in dire need of intervention. It is there, and we must halt whatever malevolent plans it has. Now, onwards, she declared, rallying the team for the mission that held the promise of retribution. Back on Earth, Gaimai enjoyed the calmness of his office until an unexpected portal disrupted the tranquility. With a raised eyebrow and a sigh, he muttered, "Oh, what is it now?" What emerged from the portal, however, was beyond his expectations. Figures from Ashad Gra. Therapia, visibly perturbed, entered the room, and as she did, a growl of disdain escaped her lips. "You," she uttered, fixing her gaze on Gaimai. Perplexed, Gaimai responded, "Me." Lucilius followed Therapia through the portal, his eyes widening at the sight before him. "Antija," he muttered, and Gaimai's curiosity deepened. "Antija, haven't heard that in a long time. Now, seeing how both of you look ready to kill me, could you refresh my memory of who you bunch are?" Gaimai inquired. The full assembly of the 12 angels stepped out of the portal, and Drusa, with intensity, replied, "Apavatara Atma. Remember that name." Gaimai's smile faded, and he stared at them. He then clicked his tongue and remarked, "Really, you bunch? Last I heard, Earth was off limits to your phony kind." Duilius shook his head. "So, what does it matter what's off limits? If it wasn't allowed, we wouldn't be able to do it." Gaimai snorted, retorting, "If that were true, the Creator would have long stopped me." "So," Gaimai started, "you're all here to kill me." Traianus shook his head and replied, "We can't kill you, but we can certainly restrain you." Gaimai chuckled. "Oh, you mean like last time? That worked out splendidly, didn't it? But here's the deal, you all go back to Basilos, Ashad Gra, or wherever you came from, or I'll deal with the entirety of the Atma family once and for all." Marina scoffed. "We're not afraid of you, Antija. You may have changed your name, but you're still the same entity we sealed away." Gaimai grimaced. "Antija is a name I left behind a long time ago. I've moved on from the Dare family. It's Gaimai now. But if you're so eager to challenge me, then let's settle this once and for all." With tension thick in the air, the angels summoned their weapons, ready for the confrontation that was about to unfold. Gaimai gave a dry chuckle. "Wrong move." As he spoke, the walls of the room began to morph, transforming into black slime, and the floor followed suit. From the oozing substance, demonic creatures slowly materialized, their grotesque forms emerging into the room. In Gaimai's hands, a Maiado materialized, gleaming ominously. "Looks like I'll be calling in some old relatives of mine." Ursus spoke up nervously. Therapia, you mentioned that all the members of the Demona clan besides Antija were dead, right?" Therapia nodded, her expression grim. "Yes, but there was one other, the one who killed Apavatara." Then, both Gaimai and Therapia uttered in unison, "Jugia." A second demon emerged, resembling Gaimai but with 2 black horns adorning his head. This one, however, had a different aura, exuding an air of darkness. He spoke, "It's Mick now, Gaimai. Like you, I've moved on from my roots." Gaimai chuckled. "Ah, Mick, fancy some fun with Apavatara's spawn." Mick cracked his neck with a wicked grin. "Oh, you know it." A battle rapier materialized in Mick's hand, ready for the impending confrontation. Therapia spoke first, her voice commanding authority. "Terentius, Domitius, Lucilius, and Traianus will fight with Jugia. Duilius, Drusa, Marina, and I will deal with Gaimai, while Caius and Honorius will handle the smaller demons." Everyone got the plan. The angels nodded in agreement. "Well then, attack," Therapia commanded. And with that, the battle erupted. In Therapia's hands appeared the holy rapier, a weapon of divine power. Gaimai, however, wasted no time and struck first, slashing at Drusa's neck. Reacting swiftly, Drusa summoned the righteous longsword, blocking Gaimai's attack just in time. The battle unfolded in a chaotic symphony of clashes and shouts. Terentius, Domitius, Lucilius, and Traianus engaged Jugia, their weapons gleaming with celestial light. Terentius wielded the heaven's halberd, its blade infused with the power of the cosmos, while Domitius brandished the divine bow, raining down arrows of holy fire upon their foe. Lucilius summoned the thunder hammer, crackling with divine energy, while Traianus unleashed the sacred spear, its tip shimmering with divine radiance. Meanwhile, Duilius, Drusa, Marina, and Therapia faced off against Gaimai, their weapons ready to defend against his onslaught. Duilius wielded the shield of the ancients, its surface reflecting the power of the heavens, while Drusa gripped the righteous longsword, its blade cutting through the darkness with divine precision. Marina conjured the frostbow, its arrows freezing the air around them, while Therapia brandished the holy rapier, its point radiating with divine righteousness. The battlefield echoed with the clash of steel and the roar of demons as the two sides clashed. "Stay focused," Therapia shouted, parrying Gaimai's strikes with her rapier. "We mustn't let him gain the upper hand." Gaimai laughed darkly, his eyes gleaming with malice. "You angels always underestimate the power of darkness," he sneered, striking out with his Myodao. But the angels fought with unwavering determination, their weapons glowing with divine power as they pushed back against the forces of evil. The battle raged on, each side locked in a deadly dance of blades and magic, determined to emerge victorious. "Hey Gaimai," Mick's voice boomed over the chaos of battle as he deftly dodged an arrow launched by Domitius. "Remember the power Yelub gave me?" Gaimai smirked, his eyes darting across the battlefield as he parried Therapia's thrust with his Myodao. "Ah, yes, a watered-down version of his power, wasn't it?" Mick chuckled, his movements fluid as he evaded a strike from Duilius. "Not quite," he replied. "It's called Demon's Serpent's Creator. Yelub had Demona Creator. And while I might have left the dare name behind, ever heard of Delks?" Gaimai rolled his eyes, sidestepping another attack from Drusa. "Mick Delks, what a peculiar name." Mick shook his head, frustration evident in his expression. "No, Mick Wilders. I'm just the head of the Delks family," he clarified, his voice tinged with annoyance. "And where are they active?" Gaimai inquired, his curiosity piqued. Mick's expression softened slightly. "In Brazil and Peru. I'm staying away from your turf if you're doubting it." Gaimai raised an eyebrow, considering Mick's words carefully. "Even Mexico?" Mick nodded, his gaze steady. "Yes, even Mexico. Anyway, it would be quite fancy if we could even the odds a bit, right?" Gaimai chuckled, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Sure, go ahead. But you know what? Let me bring in some of my own." With a flick of his wrist, a bright white flash appeared in Gaimai's hand. He grinned mischievously, then shouted, "Hold on." And in the blink of an eye, the entire building collapsed in a blinding white flash, engulfing the battlefield in chaos. Humanoids with reptilian features materialized, each wielding a melee weapon, while shadowy figures emerged from the rubble. Honorius muttered, "Hey guys, I think they got reinforcements." Therapia nodded grimly. "It appears they have." Without hesitation, Drusa launched herself at Gaimai, her movements swift and determined. There was a sickening splat, followed by smaller thuds, and then a louder one. Drusa's head soared through the sky as Gaimai's Myodao blade was stained with yellow blood. Gaimai grinned, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "So, who's next?" Duilius's eyes widened in shock. "Drusa," he muttered. "You bastard." Drusa shot 3 arrows in quick succession, but Gaimai effortlessly cut them down with his blade. "Oh, what's wrong? You all think I'm still the young demon you faced 4.867 billion years ago. Well, sorry to bust your bubble, but I've evolved since then. I discovered the power that Yelub gave me when he created me." In a blink of an eye, Gaimai stood behind Marina and swiftly stabbed her from the cerebellum to the frontal lobe, ending her life in an instant. The air crackled with tension as the battle raged on, with Gaimai and his allies proving to be formidable opponents against the Angles and their reinforcements. As the battle continued to unfold, Mick, also known as Jugia, lunged forward with his rapier, clashing against the blades of Terentius and Traianus. The clang of metal reverberated through the air as sparks flew with each strike. Meanwhile, Therapia, fueled by rage and determination, engaged in a fierce duel with Gaimai. Their swords clashed with tremendous force, sending shockwaves through the surrounding. Gaimai's demonic minions, summoned from the depths of the abyss, joined the fray, overwhelming the Angles with their relentless onslaught. Domitius and Lucilius faced off against the demonic creatures, their weapons slicing through the air with deadly precision. Despite their valiant efforts, they found themselves outnumbered and struggling to hold their ground against the relentless assault. In the midst of the chaos, Honorius and Caius confronted the shadowy figures emerging from the rubble. With skillful swordsmanship, They fought back against the dark forces, their determination unwavering even in the face of overwhelming odds. The battle raged on, each side unleashing their full strength in a desperate bid for victory. The clash of steel, the roar of demons, and the cries of combat echoed through the shattered remains of the building, a testament to the ferocity of the conflict unfolding before them. Therapy as frustration mounted as the battle took an unexpected turn. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. They were meant to seal away Gaimai once again and then return to Ashad Gra, victorious. But instead, they were losing ground, slowly but steadily. It was a dire situation, and Therapia felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on her shoulders. In the heat of the moment, she made a critical mistake, leaving herself vulnerable to Gaimai's attack. With a swift and precise movement, Gaimai slashed her wrist, causing her to cry out in pain. Before she could react, his blade found its mark, piercing her gut with a sickening thud. Therapia gasped, her strength faltering as pain coursed through her body. Gaimai's twisted grin taunted her, mocking her defeat. Despite her best efforts, she had fallen into his trap. And now she paid the price. As darkness threatened to engulf her consciousness, Therapia clung to the flicker of hope that her comrades would prevail, even in her absence. With ruthless efficiency, Gaimai dispatched the fallen leader of the 12 unbeatable angles, kicking her lifeless body aside without a second thought. As he turned to face Chaos, the would-be attacker found himself swiftly impaled by a humanoid Komodo dragon wielding a deadly spetum. Chaos's body convulsed in agony before falling silent, his life extinguished in an instant. Honorius watched in horror as his comrades fell one by one, powerless to intervene. Before he could react, another monstrous creature, a hybrid of snake and lizard, delivered a fatal blow, cleaving his head in two with a merciless swing of its machete. Trajanus met a similar fate as Mick's strike found its mark, severing his throat with lethal precision. The once formidable group of Angles now lay defeated, their bodies scattered across the battlefield, a testament to Gaimai's overwhelming power. With the last of his enemies vanquished, Gaimai stood amidst the carnage, his expression devoid of remorse or mercy. Victory was his, but the cost had been high, and the echoes of battle still reverberated in the air. The surviving members, Terentius, Domitius, Lucilius, Ursus, and Calpurnia, gazed solemnly at the fallen bodies of their comrades. Calpurnia wasted no time in opening a portal, urging the others to hurry through. "Quickly, time to go. We lost and need to regroup," she exclaimed before rushing into the swirling vortex. Terentius cursed under his breath, but Domitius understood the urgency. "She's right," he agreed. "We need to reorganize our forces before it's too late." With a nod from Ursus, they followed Calpurnia into the portal, leaving behind the scene of defeat. Lucilius, however, hesitated, offering to hold off their enemies for as long as possible. Terentius insisted he go, forcefully pushing Lucilius through the portal before it sealed shut. Now alone, Terentius faced the overwhelming forces before him, his sword drawn in a last stand. But his defiance was short-lived as a swift strike cleaved him in two, ending his life in an instant. Standing behind the fallen angel was another figure, with 4 white wings extending from his back, adorned in a white robe with yellow lines, and a halo hovering above his head. Gaimai's laughter echoed through the air as he recognized the celestial being. "Hackdoll, never thought I would see you again," he remarked with a smirk. Hackdoll sighed, a sense of resignation in his voice. "My grandfather would have wanted it if he was still alive." "Well then, Antija, I will see you another time." With a flap of his wings, Hackdoll ascended into the sky, leaving Gaimai behind to contemplate their encounter. Chapter text. Naobotan prided himself on his honesty. As a construction worker at Owashima Constructions, he took pride in his workmanship. His family, his wife, Ikikawa Eiko, and their 2 children, Inao Benjiro and Chibai, were his pillars of support. While his parents resided outside the prefecture and much of his family remained distant, he found solace in his circle of friends. Yet, as he gazed into the eyes of the jaguar looming over the lifeless body of a coworker, his usual certainty wavered, uncertain of how to respond to the harrowing scene before him. The sound of boots echoed through the room as a figure emerged, clad in a gray uniform. A metallic skull mask glinted in the dim light, casting an eerie shadow over the scene. Atop his head sat a field gray Berndorfer helmet, lending an air of authority to his presence. In his hands, he held a Fusil Model 1935 rifle with practiced ease. "Well, looks like you've encountered the reinforcements," he remarked, his voice muffled by the mask. Botan remained silent, his gaze still fixed on the departing jaguar. "That's the spirit," the figure quipped, commanding the jaguar to vacate the premises. Leaning casually against the wall, he continued, "So, this is a construction project?" Botan nodded hesitantly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Yes, it was meant to be an apartment complex named after Prince Higashikuni Naruhiko," he explained, his words trailing off. The figure nodded in understanding, his expression unreadable behind the mask. "The name's Gunter Friberg." "Oh, I mean Friberg Gunter," he corrected himself, acknowledging the Japanese naming convention. Botan responded with a hesitant nod, introducing himself as Anao Botan. Gunter let out a chuckle. And would you happen to know who we are? He inquired. Botan shook his head in confusion. No, he admitted. Gunter laughed softly. Well, I can't say I'm surprised. Have you ever questioned why there was a blackout a few months ago? Botan once again shook his head, prompting Gunter to continue. You see, Division Cerberus, though I doubt you're familiar with them, severed the communication lines from Kyushu to the mainland. As a result, they're in the dark about what's happening here. Not that they could do much even if they knew. They're too preoccupied with the paranormal liberation front and all that. Botan's confusion deepened. Paranormal what? He asked, his brow furrowing in bewilderment. Gunter let out a weary sigh. I keep forgetting that Kyushu is out of the loop on that matter too, he muttered. There's a full-blown civil war raging on the mainland between villains and the government. Anyway, you should probably head home and wait it out. There's a larger force en route here. Nodding in understanding, Botan wasted no time in fleeing the building. Gunter hummed a tune to himself as he followed suit, the Jaguar trailing behind obediently. Izuku surveyed the devastated city of Omuta, the first casualty in Fukuoka Prefecture's invasion. Meanwhile, in Yoshitomi, Division Horsefield, along with Honeybee and Diggerbee from Army Nuremberg, were pressing into and securing the surrounding territory. Within Omuta, Division Ulna, Vertebral, and Spine of Army Skull were consolidating their hold, while others were already making moves toward Miyama. With a distant, almost vacant expression, Izuku took in the scene before him. Omuta wasn't the first city to fall, nor would it be the last. Chapter text. Izuku paced around the modular map of the Fukuoka Prefecture, his thoughts weighed down by the daunting task ahead, stopping intermittently. He would gaze at the map, grappling with the enormity of the challenge. Kumamoto had fallen relatively easily, a systematic approach of capturing cities one by one, with relentless bombardment for those under siege, had proven effective. But Fukuoka demanded a different strategy. The previous method was too time-consuming, and Izuku couldn't afford to let this campaign drag on. Just then, the door swung open, and Gaimai strode in. If it isn't my protege, how's the campaign progressing? He inquired. Izuku sighed heavily. It's progressing, but too slowly. I can't afford for this to last more than a year. We've already spent too much time in Kumamoto, 6 months just to traverse from Minamata to Yamaga, and another 2 to reach the border of Oita. Yet somehow, Oita fell within 2 months. It's been 10 months, and Nagasaki is still beyond our reach. Gaimai observed in silence, his expression unreadable. Finally, he spoke. So, you need a new tactic, is that it? Gaimai chuckled, his eyes glinting with wisdom accumulated over centuries. Lucky for you, I've been around longer than the Earth itself, so I've seen countless tactics come and go. So, if I understand correctly, the issue lies in the campaign dragging on for too long, he summarized. Izuku nodded eagerly, eager to hear Gaimai's insights. Indeed, Gaimai continued, let me offer you a couple of ideas. Firstly, the sluggish pace of the divisions can be attributed to their sheer size. They're marching as massive units, slowing each other down in the process. My suggestion is to divide them further, even down to the company level. Izuku absorbed Gaimai's advice, contemplating its implications. Having a sizable army is advantageous when facing an equally formidable foe. However, with the police and military receiving minimal funding due to the rise of heroes, and with no army bases in Kyushu, save for a few Coast Guard outposts, which we've already neutralized, a smaller, more agile force might prove more effective. Gaimai nodded in agreement before delving into his second point. Secondly, morale plays a crucial role in warfare. The more you can undermine the morale of the civilians or enemies, the less inclined they'll be to resist. While broadcasting news of our exploits across the region is impractical, given the communication challenges, we can still leverage word of mouth. Allowing some individuals to escape and spread tales of our conquests will instill fear and uncertainty in neighboring cities. When we approach, they may raise the white flag before a single shell is fired. Izuku's mind churned with newfound determination as he focused on the map before him, piecing together the elements of his evolving strategy. Gaimai, satisfied with his contribution, cracked his neck in a casual manner. Well then, I'm off. There are matters to attend to beyond this war room, he announced. Izuku nodded absent-mindedly, his attention consumed by his plans. Sure, not that I could care, he replied dismissively. Gaimai chuckled at Izuku's retort. Well then, enjoy yourself, he quipped before exiting the room. As the door closed behind him, Izuku was left in solitude once more, the weight of his ambitions pressing upon him in the quiet of the war room. Izuku's gaze shifted from the map to the radio resting on the table, a tool of communication that could potentially unlock new avenues of support. His attention then turned to a list detailing the extensive resources at his disposal within Army Skull. With over 40 divisions available, only a fraction had been deployed thus far. It dawned on him that reallocating additional divisions to the campaign could significantly bolster their efforts. Next, his eyes fell upon the notation of a small fleet of battleships in the vicinity. Although the National Crisis Committee Armed Forces and the National Crisis Committee Maritime Defense operated independently, there was potential to leverage the naval capabilities of the Crisis Committee's Navy. Contemplating these possibilities, Izuku made a mental note to explore the option of enlisting the assistance of the Crisis Committee's Navy, recognizing the potential strategic advantage it could offer to their campaign in Fukuoka. Colonel Mainrand sat stoically at his station, his expression betraying none of the turmoil that churned within him. The order crackled through the transmitter, commanding the mobilization of soldiers from Division Krupel, Reiter, Napalm, Carnies, and Blood for deployment to various strategic locations: Vladivostok, Nakodka, Changchun, Wonsan, Pohang, Busan, Shanghai, and Qingdao, for onward shipment to the Kyushu campaign. It was a call to action that Senft had anticipated, yet its arrival filled him with a sense of grim resolve. With a heavy sigh, he acknowledged the order by pressing the appropriate button on the transmitter. Affirmative, he responded tersely, his voice steady despite the weight of the task ahead. Turning his attention to the control panel, Senft activated the alarm system of Fort Luchagorsk, the stronghold where the 299th and 300th Infantry Regiments of Division Napalm were stationed. It was imperative that his colleague, Colonel Werner Schenk, received and acted upon the same directive without delay. In times of war, every moment counted, and Senft was determined to ensure that their forces were prepared for the challenges that lay ahead. Staff Sergeant Morris Van Volksem sat at the rear of a Studebaker US-6 truck, the rumble of its engine reverberating through the convoy. Behind them trailed a procession of SD, KFZ, 6 seconds, BMW R75S, and an assortment of other transport vehicles. Ahead, the road stretched out, flanked by comrades in similar trucks, while formidable T-18 seconds, T-28 seconds, and SMKs led the way. Together, they formed the 150th Mechanized Infantry Regiment of Division Blood. Hailing from Fort Jixi and bound for Vladivostok, Van Volksem couldn't help but glance back once more, where he spotted another convoy merging with theirs from Fort Uajinka. It was the 121st Field Artillery Regiment of Division Carnies, their presence adding to the imposing spectacle of military might snaking its way across the landscape. Captain Shachar Pelig of Fleet S-20, commanding the battleship NCV John Vereker, stood poised on the deck as his vessel prowled the coastline of the Chikujo district. Through his binoculars, he surveyed the desolate beach, his gaze unwavering despite the emptiness before him. Suddenly, a sailor approached, his urgency evident in his stride. "Captain Pelig, sir," he saluted crisply. Pelig turned his attention to the sailor, acknowledging his presence with a nod. "Report," he commanded. "There's been an order from the flagship to bombard the cities of Busan, Chikujo, and Koj, sir," the sailor relayed. Pelig's expression remained impassive as he absorbed the directive. "Very well. Prepare the crew for action," he instructed calmly. "Sir, yes, sir," the sailor responded, snapping off another salute before darting off to carry out his orders. With steely determination, Captain Pelig braced himself for the impending assault, his resolve unshaken as the NCV John Vereker prepared to unleash its formidable firepower upon the designated targets. As the naval guns of the NCV John Vereker, NCV Alfred Solwachter, and NCV Francis Goulden thundered to life, shells streaked through the sky before crashing down along the shoreline, unleashing devastation upon the designated targets. Meanwhile, on land, the various companies of Division Spine were executing their assigned maneuvers with precision. Company 5, 6, 7, H, and P advanced through Chikugo, while Company 10, V, B, and CH9 secured remaining corners of the city. Simultaneously, Company A, N, L, 18, and 9 pushed towards Oki, supported by tanks from Company O, U, 13, and 14, which advanced through Akawa towards the Chikugo River lift bridge. In the midst of the chaos, soldiers of Division Fisher's Company 3 paused to capture a moment in front of the Okawa Shiritsu Seriki Museum. Elsewhere, soldiers of Division Magi, led by Commander Shaboxi, hoisted a NCC flag over the Furigu Shrine, a grim scene with the bodies of fallen police officers scattered about. In Hirakawa, a crew of an M24 Chaffee tank observed as Division Ulna's Company V, C, D, and 24 passed by, some pausing to document their progress near the Kirum Country Club. The theater of war unfolded on multiple fronts, each movement and action contributing to the unfolding narrative of conflict in Kyushu. Amidst the chaos engulfing Kirum, plumes of smoke billowed into the sky, casting a grim shadow over the once vibrant city. Above, a Focke-Wulf Ta-152 soared gracefully, its pilot surveying the scene of destruction below. Skyscrapers burned fiercely, casting an eerie glow against the darkening skyline. Beneath the plane, a small skirmish unfolded. Police officers, hunkered down behind their cruisers, exchanged gunfire with soldiers of Division Vertebral's Company 5. The relentless barrage slowly whittled away at the police force, one officer falling after another. Near the Daihonzan Zendoji, a squad of soldiers from Company 7 stood sentinel, their presence a stark contrast to the tranquility of the temple grounds. Amidst the turmoil, a corporal paused to capture a photograph, a poignant reminder of the stark realities of war. Elsewhere, near Cosmos Park, a machine gun nest manned an M1918 Browning automatic rifle, its deafening roar cutting through the air as it mowed down civilians attempting to navigate the ruins. In the heart of Kurum, the brutality of conflict spared no one, leaving destruction and despair in its wake. From Agori to Kanda, the relentless march of destruction swept through cities and towns alike, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. The once bustling skylines were now shrouded in thick plumes of smoke, a grim testament to the ferocity of the assault. In Kitakyushu, a hero known as Wooly looked on in horror as the chaos unfolded before him. As a rescue hero, he was accustomed to rushing in to aid those in need, but the scale of this attack left him feeling powerless. Alongside another hero, they stood on the rooftop of a skyscraper, their hearts heavy with the weight of the unfolding tragedy. Though they could only see the billowing smoke in the distance, they knew that the reality on the ground was far worse than they could possibly imagine. Despite their heroic instincts urging them to act, they were forced to confront the harsh reality that some battles could not be won through bravery alone. In the face of overwhelming destruction, they could only watch and wait, hoping for a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. Chapter text. As the sun rose over Anojo, a deceptive calm settled over the town. Yet, beneath the surface, anxiety simmered among its inhabitants. They had witnessed the ominous plumes of smoke darkening the sky the day before. They had heard the deafening explosions of shells and the distant echo of gunfire. They had felt the ominous rumble of engines approaching. And now they waited, knowing that the same fate that had befallen Sasaguri would soon visit their doorstep. And then it happened. Shells rained down from the sky, tearing through buildings and shredding everything in their path. Tanks rumbled through the streets, crushing all who dared to resist beneath their tracks. The stench of death hung heavy in the air, mingling with the acrid scent of burning rubble. The assault swept relentlessly from Anojo to Fukuoka City and beyond, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. Idashima, Shingu, Shime, the names of once thriving communities now synonymous with destruction and despair. Even the Hakata ward, once a bustling hub of activity, lay in ruins, reduced to nothing more than a graveyard of broken dreams. In the span of mere hours, the landscape had been transformed into a wasteland of rubble and ruin. And as the smoke cleared and the dust settled, the true extent of the devastation became painfully clear. Kitakyushu, Fukuoka, and everything in between lay in ruins. In a makeshift command post tent pitched on the outskirts of Idea, Izuku sat surrounded by his commanders, each one a crucial piece in the intricate puzzle of war. Alongside him were his three group majors, Kaina Tsutsumi, Rian Amid, and Ludger Bar. However, there had been significant changes in their ranks since their last meeting. Kaina, previously of Gold Class, now commanded her own newly formed division, Division Zinc of Army Skull, the 43rd one to be exact. Rihanna had ascended to Silver Class, while Ludger had risen to the prestigious rank of Gold. The shifting dynamics within their ranks reflected the fluid nature of their roles in this ever-evolving conflict. As they gathered within the confines of the command tent, their faces etched with determination, it was clear that they were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, united in their resolve to emerge victorious. In the confines of the command tent, Rione's playful inquiry about Koji's promotions drew a shake of the head from Izuku. No, Moonfish remains a major, with control limited to Company Z of Division Spine, he informed the group. Turning to the pressing matter at hand, Izuku shifted the conversation to defensive strategies. Do any of you have ideas on how to establish a defensive line? He queried, met with silence until Ludger raised his hand. I received basic training at an army officer training academy in Austria during my youth, Ludger offered. Izuku nodded approvingly. Very well, Ludger, you'll oversee the defense of Kyushu Island. It's imperative that we secure what we conquer, he affirmed. Kaina interjected, raising concerns about Nagasaki and the Saga Prefecture, which remained unconquered. Izuku sighed, revealing Gaimai's decision to deploy his personal army in those regions. We'll have to bide our time until he's finished, Izuku explained, a hint of resignation in his tone. Kaina's discomfort was palpable. She understood the ruthless nature of the general director, yet felt powerless to intervene. In the face of such decisions, her hands were tied, and all they could do was wait for the inevitable outcome. Chapter text. Gaimai gazed out at the distant cityscape of Nagasaki, now nothing but a sea of rubble and desolation. From Minamishimabara to Tajitsu, his grasp extended, leaving behind only ruins and the stench of death lingering in the air. Behind him, his army loomed ominously, a force unlike any seen before. They were not beholden to the National Crisis Committee or the Black Eagle Network. They were something else entirely. Gaimai pondered what to name this formidable assembly, settling for now on the Rot Legion. Why? Because among its ranks marched demonic entities and the reanimated remains of the deceased, a chilling testament to his power. He chuckled darkly as his formidable force swept past him, a towering humanoid figure leading the charge. Standing at a daunting height of 8 feet, the demon possessed the same eerie black, slimy tar-like skin as Gaimai himself, its massive frame wielding a poleaxe now tainted with the crimson of battle. Silently, the demon positioned itself next to Gaimai, its raspy voice breaking the silence. "Sir, what is our next destination?" it inquired. Gaimai pondered for a moment before replying, his voice filled with an unsettling calmness. "Nagasaki first. Then we advance to Amura. I'll dispatch a smaller force to Seikai." "Sir, what is my name?" the demon inquired, its voice echoing with an otherworldly resonance. Gaimai paused, considering for a moment before responding. "Jaza." "Yes, let's go with Jaza." Jaza nodded, a sinister grin spreading across its face, revealing rows of sharp teeth. "Jaza it is then. I shall see you in Nagasaki," it declared. Gaimai returned the nod. "Indeed. Now, off you go." With that, Jaza and its fellow soldiers marched forward, ready to unleash their terror upon Nagasaki. Gaimai chuckled darkly, a cold glint in his eyes. He knew that the remaining residents of Nagasaki Prefecture would have little choice but to flee or face certain death. But such concerns were beneath him. Morality was a concept foreign to his very being. While his vessel may cling to its remnants of morality, Gaimai himself was born without such constraints. And as for Izuku, Gaimai relished in the thought of edging him ever closer to the murky line of morality. Perhaps one day, he would succeed in pushing his vessel over that precipice, unleashing untold darkness upon the world. Several months had passed since Gaimai's conversation with Jaza, and in just 2 of those months, he had seized complete control over Kyushu. The entire campaign had spanned over a year and 2 months, with the final 2 months dedicated to subjugating the Saga Prefecture. Now, under the cover of darkness, a trio of base boats silently glided towards the shores of Honshu, near Shimonoseki. On board were 15 men from Division Bloodhound of Army Skull, a small platoon tasked with scouting the mainland. These men were the eyes and ears of Gaimai's forces, venturing forth to witness firsthand the devastation wrought by the Paranormal Liberation Front upon the mainland. Their mission was vital, their presence a grim reminder of the ever-looming threat of Gaimai's influence. Chapter text. The dark cloak of night enveloped Fujigatani, casting an eerie glow upon the densely forested area of Shimonoseki. Once a bustling hub, it now lay abandoned, its streets devoid of life as fear gripped the hearts of its residents, cowering within the safety of their homes. The city had fallen into the hands of villains, and even the Paranormal Liberation Front deemed it unworthy of their attention. Yet, amidst the shadows, figures moved with purpose, their presence a harbinger of impending conflict. Clad in heavy armor, some of these mysterious individuals wielded Lewis guns, their imposing frames hinting at their formidable firepower. Others, adorned only in bulletproof vests, carried an assortment of weapons including the AEK 971, AK-19, Heckler & Kochum, and MAS-36, each one a lethal instrument in the hands of these shadowy operatives. These soldiers belonged to Division Fisher, specifically the 11th Heavy Infantry Regiment of Company 90. Clad in sleek black uniforms, they donned combat helmets equipped with see-through face shields, obscuring their identities behind menacing gas masks. Each member of Division Fisher exuded an aura of lethal efficiency, their movements calculated and purposeful as they advanced through the shadows. Some of them carried flashlights attached to their weapons, casting intermittent beams of light through the darkness, while others preferred to rely solely on the cover of night. Ahead of them, scouts from Division Bloodhound operated with a lighter touch, armed with the Moss and Nagant rifles and donning the iconic metallic skull masks synonymous with Army Skull. These scouts, clad in the distinctive black uniform of their regiment and equipped with HMWZ 28 helmets, served as the eyes and ears of Division Fisher, relaying crucial information about any enemy activity spotted in the vicinity. Private Gillies Bergstrom stood vigilant amidst the darkness, his hands firmly gripping a pair of night vision binoculars. Beside him stood his trusted companion, a clone designated A-133, affectionately referred to as Compys by Bergstrom. Compys, wielding a Nagant Mawson rifle equipped with a modified thermal scope, scanned the surrounding terrain with precision. "Any movement?" Bergstrom inquired, his voice barely above a whisper. Compys paused, his gaze unwavering as he surveyed the area. "No," he responded after a moment. "Only some deer." Despite the tranquility of the moment, tension hung thick in the air as Bergstrom and Compys remained ever vigilant, their senses attuned to any sign of approaching danger. A faint crackle emanated from the small transmitter and receiver, the voice barely audible amidst the night silence. "This is Corporal Beck with Private Holmgren. We've spotted human activity, unknown if civilian or combatant. Stay alert," it murmured. Compy's keen senses immediately picked up on the movement. "I've got movement, 1 o'clock. 2 humanoids," he informed Bergstrom. Bergstrom clicked his tongue in acknowledgement. Maintain your aim, but hold your fire. Anyone in a tree position? He inquired. A response crackled through the receiver. This is Specialist Shaw. Affirmative. I believe I have eyes on the two. Appears to be a male and female, Specialist Shaw reported. Compies turned to Shaw's voice. Any chance you can identify them as enemy or civilian? He asked eagerly. Shaw took a moment to assess the situation. Let me take a closer look, he replied, his voice determined despite the uncertainty lingering in the night air. Enemies confirmed. They bear the logo of the PLF on their attire, Specialist Shaw's voice announced over the receiver. Compies wasted no time in seeking approval. Permission to engage, he requested. For a tense moment, silence reigned. Then, a voice broke through the stillness. This is Colonel Dobry Daskalov of the 11th Heavy Infantry Regiment of Division Fisher. Do you have any suppressors? Affirmative, Compies confirmed. In that case, you have permission to engage. Colonel Daskalov granted, his authorization setting the stage for imminent action. Compies held his breath, his focus unwavering as he muttered the words, Eat lead, Hira. His sights locked onto the female figure, who leaned against a tree, entwined in an intimate embrace with her companion. With steady precision, he aligned the crosshairs of his scope with her head, his finger gradually applying pressure to the trigger. A single shot pierced the stillness of the night, the bullet finding its mark as it tore through the side of the female's head. She crumpled to the ground, life extinguished in an instant. The male, startled by the sudden violence, recoiled in shock as he witnessed his lover's demise. In desperation, flames erupted from his hands, but Compies remained calm and collected, swiftly cycling the bolt of his rifle. With a steady aim, Compies dispatched the male assailant with another shot, adding 2 more notches to his rifle as he ended their lives in swift succession. The echoes of gunfire faded into the night, leaving behind only the grim aftermath of the confrontation. As the sun rose, casting its golden rays upon the tranquil landscape of Hikishima Minami Park, the Paranormal Liberation Front outpost remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger lurking in the shadows. Unbeknownst to them, a formidable force had infiltrated the city under the cloak of darkness. Approximately 400 heavily armored soldiers, accompanied by 22 lightly armed operatives, had stealthily made their way into the heart of the city. Taking refuge within the confines of abandoned buildings and the labyrinthine sewers below, they lay in wait with bated breath, poised to execute their orders at a moment's notice. Their presence, concealed from the prying eyes of the PLF, was a silent testament to the meticulous planning and unwavering resolve of their commanders. Patiently biding their time, they awaited the signal that would unleash their fury upon the unsuspecting enemy, ready to spring into action and tip the scales of battle in their favor. Chapter text. Izuku stood somberly at the airfield in Fukuoka, his gaze empty as he watched the pilots prepare to board their planes. The once dormant airfield had been resurrected into a bustling hub of activity, transformed into a functioning base of operations. Among the aircraft lined up for deployment were several Ilyushin DB-3 bomber planes, accompanied by Bf-109 seconds, their engines humming with anticipation. These planes were destined for a grim task, to rain destruction upon Shimonoseki, reducing it to rubble with a relentless barrage of bombs. Meanwhile, the infiltration force lay concealed deep within the city's sewers, poised to emerge once the bombing ceased, ready to execute their mission. As Izuku observed the pilots entering their cockpits, his eyes devoid of emotion, a sense of resignation washed over him. More death awaited, another chapter in the endless cycle of violence. But to him, it no longer held any significance. In the grand scheme of things, it mattered little. Hayato Yuhara sat at his station in Shimonoseki, his frustration simmering beneath the surface. He had joined the Meta Liberation Army during the reign of Redestro, drawn by the promise of revolutionary change. But with Shigaraki's ascension to power, everything had changed. No longer on the front lines where he felt he belonged, Hayato found himself relegated to an outpost in a seemingly inconsequential location. Shimonoseki, a city shrouded in silence for the past 2 years, offered little in the way of action or excitement. Yuhara couldn't fathom why he had been stationed there. What threat could possibly emerge from Kyushu to warrant their presence? It was all too absurd, a waste of his talents and ambitions. As he stewed in his discontent, Hayato couldn't shake the feeling that the Meta Liberation Army, now rebranded as the Paranormal Liberation Front, had lost its way. In his eyes, it had been tarnished and diminished, a mere shadow of its former self. But for now, all he could do was bide his time and await whatever fate had in store for him in this forsaken outpost. As Hayato Yuhara cursed Shigaraki's name, fate swiftly intervened in the form of blaring air raid sirens. Initially dismissing it as yet another drill, his complacency was shattered by the trembling ground and the shattering of the outpost's windows in a crimson flash. Momentarily blinded, he struggled to regain his bearings as smoke engulfed his surroundings. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, disaster struck. With a deafening roar, the roof above him collapsed, showering him with debris. Pain lanced through his legs as they were pinned beneath the rubble, leaving him helpless and trapped in the chaos unfolding around him. As the dust settled and the realization of his dire predicament set in, Hayato could only curse his luck and brace himself for what lay ahead. Deep within the labyrinthine sewers of Shimonoseki, members of Division Fisher and Bloodhound waited in tense anticipation as the tremors subsided. With weapons at the ready, they emerged from their hiding places, moving swiftly to the exits scattered throughout the city. Simultaneously, across the urban landscape, multiple manholes were flung open, unleashing a torrent of soldiers who spilled out onto the streets. The sound of boots hitting pavement echoed through the air as the combined force of Division Fisher and Bloodhound mobilized for action. Leading the charge, a formidable convoy of tanks rumbled forward, a mix of T-28 seconds and T-18 seconds from the 150th Mechanized Infantry Regiment of Division Blood, supported by a fleet of St. KFC 251 seconds and Stu GIIs. Behind them, a vast infantry contingent of 2,000 armed men marched in lockstep, their determination palpable in the air. But it was not just human soldiers that accompanied them. Among their ranks were 300 steppe wolves, 120 Eurasian wolves, and 30 polar bears, fierce allies ready to lend their strength to the cause. With the Kamen Bridge in their sights, this formidable force prepared to cross the threshold into enemy territory, their resolve unshakable as they advanced towards their objective. A lone soldier from Division Fisher trudged through the desolate streets of Shimonoseki, his weary footsteps echoing in the silence left behind by destruction. As he reached the edge of the city, he found himself standing at the foot of the Kamen Bridge, gazing across the expanse of water towards the distant shores of Kyushu. With a heavy sigh, the soldier reached for a cigarette, his fingers fumbling slightly as he pulled off his gas mask. Lighting the tip with a flick of his lighter, he took a long drag, the smoke mingling with the cool breeze that swept through the air. His eyes wandered to the sky, where seagulls soared gracefully overhead, a stark contrast to the chaos below. Suddenly, a faint rumble broke the tranquility, drawing the soldier's attention towards a nearby building with a collapsed roof. Exhaling a resigned breath, he stamped out the cigarette under his boot and made his way towards the source of the disturbance, bracing himself for whatever challenges lay ahead. The soldier, his Mass 36 trained on the doorway, braced himself before kicking down the door and entering the building. At first, the interior appeared empty, but his attention was soon drawn to a figure lying on the floor amidst the rubble. The person's legs were trapped beneath the debris. Approaching cautiously, the soldier nudged the figure with his foot, eliciting a cry of pain. Your name and allegiance," he demanded. The figure, identified as Yuhara Hayato, spoke with a strained voice. "Yuhara Hayato." The soldier hummed thoughtfully. "And what were you doing under the rubble, Yuhara?" Hayato kept his face downturned, unable to see the soldier clearly. "I was keeping guard on the orders of the PLF higher-ups. But the roof collapsed," he explained, his voice tinged with frustration and pain. The soldier swiftly relayed a message in Polish through the transmitter on his vest, receiving a response shortly after. With a nonchalant shrug, he muttered, "You're pretty lucky. Or more unlucky. Not really my problem." Hayato, bewildered by the cryptic remark, pressed for clarification. "What does that mean?" he inquired. But before he could receive an answer, he was met with the metallic tip of the soldier's boot crashing against his forehead, sending him into unconsciousness. Another soldier arrived at the entrance, joining Bronis in the dimly lit space. "So, where's the unlucky bastard who's going to be used for the broadcast, Bronis?" the newcomer inquired. Bronis gestured towards the pile of rubble where Hayato lay trapped. "He's here, under the rubble, Zemoit," Bronis replied. Zemoit nodded in acknowledgement. "Well then, let's get him out," he declared, his tone resolute as he prepared to assist in freeing their captive from his precarious predicament. A few hours later, in the secluded cabin atop Mount Hiko, Hayato found himself bound to a chair, still unconscious, with a bag covering his head. Gaimai entered the room, flanked by heavily armed soldiers, and took a seat at the head of a table adorned with 3 chairs. Across from them, a camera stood poised to broadcast their message to the world. Taking his place in the center chair, Gaimai wore his usual attire, now accompanied by a wooden mask embellished with 2 golden dots and a line forming a smile. The mask, a striking navy blue, obscured his features, adding an air of mystery to his presence. To his left sat Hayato, still unconscious and restrained, while an unknown figure occupied the chair to his right, similarly bound and masked. 2 soldiers stood silently behind Gaimai against the wall, their faces concealed from view, while another stood behind the camera, ready to capture the unfolding events. With the stage set, Gaimai prepared to deliver his message to the world, his intentions veiled behind the enigmatic facade of his wooden mask. As the lights flickered in Nezu's office, casting an eerie glow, the TV screen suddenly sprung to life, illuminating the room with its faint glow. At first, only darkness greeted Nezu's gaze, but soon the image sharpened, revealing 3 figures seated before him. 2 of the figures were bound and restrained, their identities obscured by the shadows cast by the dim lighting. But it was the figure in the middle, sitting calmly with hands resting on the table and fingers intertwined, who commanded attention. His demeanor exuded a sense of eerie tranquility, belying the gravity of the situation. Behind him stood 2 armed men, their faces intentionally obscured from view, adding to the aura of mystery surrounding the scene. Nezu watched in rapt attention as the unfolding events unfolded before him, his mind racing with the implications of this unexpected intrusion into his sanctuary of order and security. In the dimly lit cabin atop Mount Hiko, Gaimai cleared his throat, commanding the attention of all present. "Good day, people of Japan," he began, his voice carrying a weight of authority. "I hope all of you are in good health as you watch this broadcast." Pausing for emphasis, Gaimai's gaze seemed to pierce through the camera lens, as if directly addressing the viewers on the other side. "Now, some of you may try to turn the screen off or change the channel, but that won't work," he continued, his tone unwavering. "Now then, you all might have some questions, and some may be answered, some maybe won't. But I could care less about that." As the tension in the room mounted, Gaimai proceeded with his message, undeterred by any potential resistance. "Some may wonder who I am, but it won't matter," he declared, his words carrying an air of finality. "What does matter is what I'll tell you all and why I am doing this." With a gesture, he commanded the soldiers to unbag the figures seated beside him. As the light flooded their faces, Hayato winced while the other figure cursed. And who was this mysterious individual? None other than Rumi Uzujiyama, better known as Maruko, who had been missing and pronounced dead for a year now. "Now, the man with the light pink hair here," Gaimai began, gesturing towards Hayato, was a soldier of the PLF. He was stationed in Shimonoseki, the same city that is now filled with the twisted corpses of his fellow comrades, as the bombs that blew them all to shreds did their jobs well. So well, in fact, that he is the only survivor of that attack. With a solemn tone, Gaimai continued. "Now, you may all think that Shimonoseki was the first city to fall, but no. My armies had spent 1 year and 2 months conducting a campaign in Kyushu. You all might think that the PLF did that, seeing how there had been no word out of the island. But no, it was my order to cut the communication." His words hung heavy in the air, a chilling revelation of the extent of his influence and the calculated nature of his actions. As the implications of his message sank in, the gravity of the situation became all too clear to those watching, both within the cabin and beyond its confines. As Gaimai continued his chilling monologue, the weight of his words hung heavy in the air, amplified by the sinister presence emanating from behind his wooden mask. "As for the other one here," he continued, gesturing towards Maruko, "a lot of you will know her as Maruko. You see, a while back she stumbled upon a warehouse where a scout force was located. She was captured, and now we are here." Leaning back in his chair, Gaimai's demeanor remained unsettlingly calm as he addressed the captive audience. "But why does this matter? Well, this is a message, of course." With a flick of his wrist, a pistol materialized in his hand, sending a shiver down the spines of all those present. "A message that will instigate a lot more," he declared ominously, his intentions veiled behind the enigmatic mask that concealed his features. Across Japan, reactions varied among the populace. Nezu, back in his office, wore a mask of uncertainty as he processed the unfolding events. Marcus Nervwell, the new head of the National Security Force, watched in horror as a new threat emerged, while Prime Minister Rokuro Higashi maintained a stoic expression from his office. Meanwhile, many heroes experienced a range of emotions, from confusion and fear to uncertainty and disbelief. Some disregarded the broadcast as fake, while others braced themselves for the impending chaos. With an unsettling calmness, Gaimai pressed the pistol against Maruko's head, his expression betraying no hint of emotion as he posed his question. "Any words of encouragement to your colleagues?" he inquired, his voice devoid of empathy. In response, Maruko growled defiantly, her words laced with venom. "Goita de, you maniacal F." She spat, her defiance unwavering even in the face of impending doom. With a resigned sigh, Gaimai pulled the trigger, extinguishing Maruko's life in an instant. The light faded from her eyes as the bullet found its mark, leaving behind only the eerie stillness of death. Not that encouraging. But oh well," Gaimai remarked dismissively, his indifference chilling to the core. "Now, to anyone watching this, may you be villain or hero, woman or man, young or old, it all will not matter. Because in the end, I'll kill most of you." With a finality that sent shivers down the spine of all who bore witness, Gaimai delivered his ominous ultimatum. "In a few minutes, missiles, artillery, and bombs will rain down on every city that is in PLF or NSF hands." And with that chilling proclamation, the unknown man took aim at the camera and pulled the trigger, abruptly ending the live stream and plunging the world into darkness once more. The implications of Gaimai's words hung heavy in the air, casting a shadow of dread over all those who had borne witness to his terrifying declaration of war. Chapter text. As Izuku quietly navigated the dimly lit alleyways of Musutafu, a sense of urgency gnawed at his insides. It had been a few minutes since his mentor's chilling broadcast to Japan, yet the promised bombs had yet to drop. Perhaps there was still a sliver of time left before the devastating onslaught began. Racing to Musutafu the moment he caught wind of Gaimai's message, Izuku's mind raced with conflicting emotions. This was not what they had agreed upon. In fact, it was far worse than anything they had anticipated. But now, with the wheels of destruction set in motion, there was little he could do to stop it. All he could hope to do was to get the people he loved out of harm's way. He had messaged his mother, urging her to meet him near their old house. It was a desperate plea, a last-ditch effort to persuade her to leave with him before it was too late. With each passing moment, the weight of responsibility bore down on Izuku's shoulders, driving him forward with a sense of determination tempered by the looming threat of impending catastrophe. As Izuku's gaze fell upon the familiar outline of the apartment he hadn't seen in a year, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. The memories of happier times threatened to engulf him, but he knew he couldn't afford to dwell on them now. There were more pressing matters at hand. Pulling out his phone, Izuku quickly composed a message to Gaimai, his fingers trembling slightly with anticipation. He needed to know how much time they had left before the bombing of Japan commenced. The response came swiftly, indicating that the onslaught was still a few hours away. Relief flooded through Izuku's veins at the news. Though time was short, it was enough for him to put his plans into action. With renewed determination, he pushed aside the tug of nostalgia and focused on the task at hand, ensuring the safety of his loved ones before it was too late. As minutes ticked by, Izuku's nerves began to fray at the edges. What if she didn't come? What if his message hadn't reached her in time? The uncertainty gnawed at him, threatening to unravel his carefully constructed facade of composure. But then, he heard the faint sound of footsteps echoing through the alleyway, and his heart leapt with hope. Turning towards the sound, Izuku's eyes widened as he caught sight of the silhouette of his mother emerging from the shadows. For a moment, they simply stood there, locked in a wordless exchange of emotions. Relief washed over Izuku's features, mingling with the lingering traces of anxiety that still lingered beneath the surface. Inko's expression, meanwhile, betrayed a mixture of nervousness and uncertainty as she gazed upon her son, her heart heavy with concern for his well-being. As Izuku and his mother stood in the alleyway, unaware of the impending confrontation, a sense of foreboding hung heavy in the air. Little did they know, Inko's decision to seek help from the principal of Yue had set into motion a chain of events that would only escalate the situation. In the shadows nearby, a team of heroes lay in wait, their resolve steeled for the impending confrontation. To them, Izuku held the key to stopping the impending bombing of Japan, and they were determined to extract whatever information they could from him. But as fate would have it, their intervention would only serve to make matters worse. Unbeknownst to them, Izuku was already grappling with his own moral dilemma, torn between his loyalty to his mentor and the desire to prevent further destruction. As the heroes emerged from the shadows, poised for action, the stage was set for a confrontation that would shape the fate of Japan and its people. But little did they know, the true battle lay not in the physical realm, but in the hearts and minds of those caught in the crossfire of their conflicting ideals. Meanwhile, as Gaimai stood on the beach of Himeshima, gazing out at the crashing waves with a pipe clenched between his teeth, he was not alone. The presence of Commander Tsutsumi, though initially concealed, was soon revealed as she emerged from the bushes with a determined expression. "I can sense you, Commander Tsutsumi," Gaimai remarked calmly, the smoke from his pipe billowing into the air. "Hiding won't do you any good." Kiana sighed heavily as she stepped forward to confront him. "You know why I'm here, correct?" she questioned, her tone tinged with a mix of frustration and resolve. Gaimai snorted dismissively, his lifeless white irises glowing faintly in the fog that enveloped the sandy shore. "Of course, to try and stop me," he replied, his gaze unwavering. "However, it won't really work," he continued, his voice tinged with a hint of amusement. "The missiles are on a timer, the planes are already in the air, and the artillery already manned. So why did you still come, Commander?" Kiana's frown deepened as she braced herself for the confrontation ahead. "To make sure you die with them," she declared firmly. "But before I do that, I'll ask you this. Why did you allow Midoriya to leave? You know damn well that the heroes just set up a trap to capture him, right?" Gaimai hummed thoughtfully, his expression betraying a hint of introspection. "Of course, I know that," he acknowledged. "But that is the plan." Kiana's eyes widened in disbelief. "So you're just going to let him be captured?" she demanded incredulously. Gaimai sighed, a sense of weariness creeping into his demeanor. "You're not seeing it, so I'll explain it to you," he replied cryptically. "Izuku wanted to be a hero ever since he could speak. So even my corruption wasn't enough to completely change his heart. I would have allowed him to be a hero, knowing that he would eventually meet his end between the ages of 50 to 70, and I would be free to do what I wanted. Or at least, that was the plan when I couldn't corrupt him fully." His tone grew more somber as he continued, revealing a glimpse into the complexity of his motivations. "But it changed somehow. I needed to follow a mission, let's say, from a higher being," he concluded cryptically, leaving Kiana to ponder the implications of his enigmatic words. Gaimai's words hung heavy in the air, carrying with them the weight of his twisted logic. So I chose another option, he explained, his voice tinged with a sense of conviction. You see, there is a scale of heroic hearts. On one side, you have the golden heart, the hero who will do anything to save anyone, be it civilian or villain. It doesn't matter to them. Then, on the other side of the spectrum, you have the dark hero heart, the one that's as black as charcoal. He paused, allowing his words to sink in before continuing. But in the center, there is still a little bit of gold. And because of that, they are able to commit evil. But in their mind, they have a goal that, in the end, will save the most people. And I changed Izuku's heart into that. Gaimai's voice carried a hint of remorse, as if grappling with the implications of his actions. Yes, he would command the bombings that would kill hundreds, if not thousands. But once in his control, he could shelter millions. His words painted a chilling picture of moral ambiguity, highlighting the complex interplay between good and evil in the pursuit of what one believes to be the greater good. As Kiana listened, she couldn't help but feel a sense of unease at the depths to which Gaimai was willing to sink in pursuit of his twisted vision of salvation. Gaimai's words echoed across the desolate beach, carrying with them a chilling sense of finality. And that was his ideal, he continued, his voice tinged with a mixture of bitterness and resignation. That was the thought that kept him going. But that wasn't my end goal. He paused, his gaze fixed intently on Kiana, as if daring her to challenge his resolve. You see, the order I received was simple. If humanity was to ever fall to darkness and corruption so far that they all would end themselves, I am to wipe out at least 70% of them. And in exchange, I get to die. I get to rest, and I'll never have to do anything for anyone again. As his voice rose in intensity, Gaimai's emotions boiled to the surface, his words ringing out with a fervor bordering on desperation. Not for Yeleb, not a Pavatara, and not any fake angel ever again, he exclaimed, his tone laced with bitterness and resentment. The Creator promised me that at least. He took a moment to compose himself, his breathing heavy with emotion. And so I had to find a way to make my vessel either understand that or agree. Or else I wouldn't be able to do this, he confessed, his voice tinged with a sense of urgency. That's why none of the missiles have even hit yet, because I can't give the order. A manic laughter bubbled up from within him, echoing across the empty expanse of the beach. But it seems I've been given a chance to push that charcoal heart into the void, he declared, his eyes gleaming with a newfound sense of purpose, to make sure that the tar disease takes it over, pushing him out of the gray shade of the world right into the black, right into the psychotic, deranged, and maniacal side of the world. He laughed, the sound reverberating with a haunting resonance. Nothing hurts more than betrayal, Miss Tsutsumi, he confessed, his voice filled with a sense of bitter irony. Even more when it has been happening all his life. And so when the person he sees is good enough to save, the person he sees as the only one that cared for him, helps in making an ambush and actively partakes in it, well, that will. He trailed off, leaving the ominous implication hanging in the air. Kiana's eyes widened in realization as the gravity of Gaimai's words sank in. That will break him, she finished, her voice barely a whisper, her heart heavy with the weight of their impending confrontation. As Gaimai's demented chuckle filled the air, Kiana's senses were overwhelmed by a sudden surge of terror. Before she could even comprehend what was happening, two large, black demonic hands materialized out of thin air, seizing her head in a vice-like grip. With a sickening twist, her neck was forcibly twisted a full 180 degrees, the sound of bones snapping echoing across the desolate beach. A strangled gasp escaped Kiana's lips as her body went limp, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. In an instant, her life was extinguished, her once indomitable spirit silenced by the merciless hand of fate. As her lifeless form crumpled to the ground, a sense of finality descended upon the beach, shrouding it in an eerie silence. Gaimai's twisted laughter echoed in the stillness, a haunting reminder of the depths of his depravity. With a callous flick of his wrist, he dismissed the lifeless corpse before him, his gaze fixed intently on the horizon. And that will mark the end of the age of heroes and villains, he declared, his voice filled with a chilling certainty, as the world will have to heal from the consequences of turning into corruption itself. With a malevolent grin, Gaimai turned away from the scene of carnage, his mind already set on the next phase of his grand design. The echoes of his laughter lingered in the air, a grim portent of the darkness that lay ahead. Chapter text. Izuku's mind raced with fury and disbelief as he stared at the assembled heroes before him. How could they have known about his message? The only explanation that made sense was that they had somehow coerced or forced the information out of his mother. The thought filled him with a seething rage, fueling his determination to protect her at all costs. With a grim resolve, Izuku activated his quirk, summoning 20 Kodiak bears to surround him, their imposing forms standing as a formidable barrier between him and the approaching heroes. He gripped his combat knife tightly, his knuckles whitening with the intensity of his emotions. Among the heroes stood formidable figures such as Endeavor, Hawks, Best Jeanist, Ryukyu, and many others, their presence serving as a stark reminder of the imminent confrontation ahead. Despite the odds stacked against him, Izuku knew that he had to act swiftly to ensure his and his mother's safety before the bombs descended upon Musutafu. He clicked his tongue in frustration, realizing that he may not emerge victorious from this encounter. But in that moment, winning the fight mattered little to him. All that mattered was getting himself and his mother out of harm's way before it was too late. With a steely determination, Izuku prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead, ready to confront the heroes and carve out a path to safety amidst the chaos of impending destruction. As portals crackled open nearby, a dozen members of the PLF emerged, accompanied by an equal number of fearsome Namu creations. Izuku's heart pounded with apprehension as he watched the unfolding confrontation, his nerves tingling beneath the metallic mask that concealed his lower face. This was not the scenario he had anticipated, and the sudden appearance of both villains and Namu only served to heighten the tension in the air. Among the PLF ranks stood their leader, Shigaraki, perched upon a raised platform with a commanding presence. His voice reverberated across the battlefield, laced with a simmering anger that sent shivers down Izuku's spine. "So, remember me, Midoriya," Shigaraki declared, his tone laced with bitterness. "Remember how your men blew off my right hand?" Izuku's eyes narrowed behind his mask, his mind racing as he processed Shigaraki's words. The memories of their past encounters flooded back to him, each one marked by violence and confrontation. He braced himself for what was to come, knowing that Shigaraki's thirst for vengeance would be relentless. "It was my surprise when some spies in UA said that the heroes had you cornered," Shigaraki continued, his voice dripping with malice. "Well, don't worry, I'll deal with them first." A surge of adrenaline coursed through Izuku's veins as he prepared to face off against both the heroes and the PLF. With enemies on all sides, he knew that he would have to fight with all his strength and cunning to emerge victorious. But as the tension reached its peak, Izuku remained steadfast, ready to confront whatever challenges lay ahead in the chaotic battlefield before him. Amidst the chaotic clash between heroes and villains, Izuku found himself thrust into the heart of battle. Namu and PLF warriors clashed with relentless ferocity against the valiant defenders of justice, leaving chaos and destruction in their wake. As the heroes fought to maintain their ground, Izuku swiftly dodged a vicious attack from one of the villains, countering with a swift strike that incapacitated his assailant. His gaze darted around the battlefield, scanning for any opportunity to escape the escalating violence. Spotting his mother amidst the chaos, Izuku made a desperate attempt to reach her, grasping her sleeve in a frantic bid to flee the fray. However, his mother recoiled, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and sorrow. "Mom, we have to go now," Izuku urged, his voice choked with emotion. But his words fell upon deaf ears as his mother withdrew, her trembling form a stark testament to her inner turmoil. Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke, her voice heavy with anguish. "Izuku, this isn't you. You're not the son I raised." The weight of her words bore down upon Izuku, threatening to crush his resolve. Memories of past pain and suffering flooded his mind, each one a painful reminder of the hardships he had endured. Among them, a particularly cruel memory resurfaced, transporting him back to his days in junior high. He found himself cornered by Katsuki and his cronies, subjected to their relentless torment. In a moment of merciless cruelty, Katsuki had taunted him with words that cut deeper than any physical blow. "You know, Deku," Katsuki had jeered, his voice dripping with contempt, "I find it weird that you still choose to live and hurt your mother. If I were as useless as you, I'd have long died somewhere to at least spare my parents that burden. I mean, in the end, she probably wishes you would." The memory stung Izuku like an open wound, the scars of Katsuki's cruelty etched deep within his soul. As Izuku grappled with the weight of betrayal in the shadows of his past, a haunting flashback pierced through the tumult of his thoughts. In the recesses of his mind, Gaimai's voice echoed with a chilling reminder, "You must trust no one you meet. Everyone can betray you, be it a colleague, a friend, or a relative. In the end, you can only trust one kind of person, the ones you've seen die for you." The memory unfolded like a specter, casting a pall of darkness over Izuku's consciousness. Gaimai's words reverberated with a disquieting truth, leaving Izuku to confront the harsh reality of his existence. Emerging from the depths of his mind, Gaimai materialized before him, a sinister presence cloaked in darkness. With an air of malevolence, Gaimai circled Izuku, his words dripping with venomous mockery. "So, my vessel," Gaimai taunted, his voice laced with derision. "Everyone in this world, even the person who loved you so, will betray you in the end. Does it hurt? Do you feel sadness, anger, or numbness?" A bitter laugh escaped Gaimai's lips, a haunting echo in the void. "Oh, what a beautiful world we live in," he mused, his laughter tinged with madness. "How you must yearn for it all to be blown away. Oh well." With that, Gaimai's form dissolved into the darkness, leaving Izuku alone with his thoughts once more. In the silence that followed, Izuku grappled with the unsettling truth of his reality, a solitary figure amidst the shadows of betrayal and uncertainty. As the echoes of laughter reverberated in his mind, both past and present, a sinister whisper crept into Izuku's consciousness, kill ... kill them all. With a chilling snap, the once green internal flame that burned within him turned an ominous shade of black, a manifestation of his burgeoning darkness. In that moment, a twisted laughter erupted from within Izuku, a stark contrast to the despair that gripped his soul. His mother, recoiling in fear, took another step back, her eyes wide with disbelief and horror. With a sudden, decisive motion, Izuku seized a flare gun from his bulletproof vest and aimed it skyward. The deafening roar of the gun echoed through the night, a stark beacon of his descent into madness. The white flare illuminated the darkness, casting an eerie glow over the desolate alleyway. In its stark brilliance, Izuku stood, a solitary figure consumed by the shadows of his own making. The laughter, once a mere whisper, now echoed in the night, a chilling prelude to the darkness that awaited. As Gaimai stood atop the skyscraper, a silent observer to the chaos unfolding below, the true extent of his meticulously orchestrated plan began to reveal itself. From his vantage point, he watched as the PLF and NSF forces clashed in a brutal struggle for dominance, unaware of the impending onslaught about to be unleashed upon them. In the buildings surrounding the battlefield, a formidable array of weaponry lay in wait, poised to rain destruction upon the unsuspecting combatants below. Machine guns, assault rifles, bolt-action rifles, SMGs, autocannons, and miniguns stood ready, their cold metal gleaming in anticipation of the impending violence. Beneath the streets, the Rot Legion, sinister entities lurking in the shadows, awaited their moment to strike, their malevolent presence a harbinger of doom for those above. In the skies above, a fleet of aircraft hovered ominously, their engines humming with lethal intent. Douglas AC 47 seconds, Lockheed AC 130 seconds, Fairchild AC 119 seconds, and countless others formed a menacing squadron, their payloads primed and ready to unleash devastation upon the unsuspecting battlefield below. But they were not alone in the heavens. 2 Pulovs, MiGs, Eurofighters, Panavias, A-10 Thunderbolts, B-1 Lancers, B-2 Spirits, B-52 Stratofortresses, F-15EX Eagles, F-16 Fighting Falcons, F-35 Lightning IIs, and a multitude of other aircraft joined the fray, their menacing silhouettes blotting out the sky with an ominous presence. At lower altitudes, HH-60 Pave Hawk helicopters, Mi 24 seconds, and SA 330 Pumas circled ominously, their rotors slicing through the air with lethal precision. Together, this formidable arsenal stood poised to unleash hell upon the battlefield below, a symphony of destruction orchestrated by Gaimai's twisted hand. As the tension mounted and the chaos reached its crescendo, the stage was set for a cataclysmic showdown of epic proportions. As the battlefield braced for the impending onslaught, a few kilometers away, an array of devastating artillery pieces stood poised for action. Self-propelled artillery such as the formidable 2S-35 Kolitsia SV and the versatile K-9 Thunder, among many others, were primed and ready to unleash their deadly payloads. In addition to these formidable artillery units, other heavy hitters such as the Barat-52, GC-45 Howitzer, M777 Howitzer, and ATAGS were brought into position, their massive barrels pointed ominously towards the horizon. But it wasn't just conventional artillery that stood ready to rain devastation upon the battlefield. The BM-27 Uragan, M31 GMLRS, TOS-1 AMRL, and a host of other rocket artillery systems were also brought to bear, their payloads ranging from conventional explosive warheads to devastating thermobaric munitions. And as if this weren't enough, the full might of missile technology was brought to bear, from precision-guided munitions to intercontinental ballistic missiles. The arsenal at Gaimai's disposal was staggering in its destructive potential. From the smallest shells to the most devastating nuclear warheads, every missile known to humanity was poised to unleash its fury upon the unsuspecting battlefield below. As the tension mounted and the countdown to destruction continued, the stage was set for a cataclysmic confrontation of unparalleled proportions. The battlefield trembled with anticipation, awaiting the inevitable storm of fire and fury that was about to be unleashed. As Izuku's laughter echoed through the chaos of the battlefield, a singular black marble materialized in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, he threw it into the sky, and in an instant, it multiplied into 1,000 more. From these ebony orbs emerged creatures of untamed might and ferocity. Among them, majestic lions roared with primal fury, while wolves prowled with predatory grace. Bears stood tall and formidable, while leopards moved with lethal precision. Cougars and dogs joined the fray, their instincts honed for battle. But the animalistic onslaught didn't stop there. Crocodiles lurked in the shadows, ready to strike with deadly jaws, while Komodo dragons unleashed their venomous wrath. Tigers stalked their prey with silent intensity, while snakes and scorpions slithered and scuttled across the battlefield. As if summoned from the depths of history itself, long-extinct creatures also emerged from the darkness. Megatherium lumbered forward with prehistoric power, while Arctodus unleashed primal aggression. Megalania, and Spinosaurus struck fear into the hearts of their enemies, while velociraptors hunted with ruthless efficiency. Even the mighty titan Aboa, a serpent of colossal proportions, slithered forth to join the fray. With this formidable menagerie at his command, Izuku stood poised to unleash untold devastation upon the battlefield, his laughter echoing like a harbinger of doom amidst the chaos of war. Villains, heroes, bid farewell to the world as you once knew it. Daimai's voice echoed across the chaos, punctuated by the deafening roar of gunfire and explosions. In mere moments, the streets of Musutafu and cities worldwide became brutal battlegrounds. Buildings crumbled under the onslaught, and the air was thick with the sounds of screams, roars, and the relentless cacophony of war. Amidst the chaos, Izuku's animals, imbued with unnatural strength by his fractured psyche, unleashed untold devastation. Tigers, lions, bears, and other creatures tore through both heroes and villains, their primal instincts driving them forward without mercy. Meanwhile, demonic entities, summoned forth by Gaimai's dark power, added to the carnage. Jaza, one of these infernal creatures, shredded a Namu with savage ferocity, while polar bears and Bengal tigers alike tore through the ranks of PLF members with ruthless efficiency. Above the fray, NCC soldiers positioned in the buildings rained down gunfire upon unsuspecting heroes, further adding to the chaos and destruction. In this maelstrom of violence, the boundaries between hero and villain blurred, replaced by the harsh reality of survival amidst the madness of war. As the chaos of battle raged on, another dimension was drawn into the fray. Through a shimmering portal emerged figures resembling angels, though they were far from divine. These beings hailed from Biselos, their leader Lucilius at the forefront, his voice ringing out amidst the tumult. "Gaimai, you'll pay for what you've done to us." Lucilius's cry echoed across the battlefield, filled with righteous fury. Gaimai's response was as cold as it was defiant. "Good luck. I'll bury you along with this world." With that, the phony angels surged forward, their intentions clear, to exact vengeance upon Gaimai and his forces, even if it meant joining the chaotic clash unfolding before them. "Jugia, Hackdoll, could you two come to help a bit?" Gaimai's voice cut through the chaos, summoning his two remaining relatives to his side. Jugia, emanating a menacing aura, materialized with an army of humanoid lizards at his command. Meanwhile, Hackdoll, exuding an angelic presence, arrived accompanied by a band of similar beings. "These are the children of Thagir," Hack explained solemnly. "Ever since he died, they have pledged their loyalty to me." Gaimai nodded in acknowledgement. "Well then, I wish you both the best of luck on the battlefield. You both know who the enemy is." With their forces assembled, Jugia and Hackdoll prepared to join the fray, each with their own motivations and alliances guiding their actions amidst the chaos of war. Chapter text. Amidst the chaos and carnage that engulfed the streets of Musutafu, the clash between the remaining factions intensified. Bodies of fallen heroes, police officers, PLF members, and nomes littered the ground, a grim testament to the ferocity of the battle. The once bustling cityscape now lay in ruins, with buildings reduced to rubble and streets stained with blood. The sounds of gunfire, clashes of blades, and roars of combatants reverberated through the air, creating an atmosphere of dread and despair. In this maelstrom of violence and death, only the most determined and resilient continued to fight on. The PLF, bolstered by their Namu forces, clashed with the NCC soldiers and demonic entities, while the humanoid lizards and fake angels added to the chaos. Every hero who had bravely stood against the tide of darkness now lay fallen, their sacrifices in vain as the forces of destruction continued their relentless onslaught. Even the Japanese army, though they had attempted to intervene, found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the devastation. As the battle raged on, it seemed that there would be no end to the bloodshed and destruction. Yet amidst the chaos, a glimmer of hope remained for those who still dared to resist the encroaching darkness, for even in the darkest of times, the light of courage and defiance still burned bright. "Near of there, we'll meet again," Gaimai's voice rang out, his tone eerily calm amidst the chaos. With a swift motion, he plunged his knife into the neck of a villain, silencing their struggle with ruthless efficiency. "Don't know when, don't know where," he sang softly, his movements fluid as he dispatched another enemy with lethal precision. Black flames erupted from his palms, reducing a Namu to ash in moments, the heat of his power scorching the air around him. "But I know we'll meet again," Gaimai continued, his eyes cold and determined as he surveyed the battlefield. With a touch, he disintegrated the flesh of another Namu, leaving only a slimy residue in its wake. "Some sunny day," he concluded, his sword slicing through the air as he moved with deadly grace, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake. Around him, the ground was littered with the bodies of those who had dared to challenge him, their attempts futile against his overwhelming strength and resolve. A little to the right, amidst the chaos of the battle, the sound of mad laughter echoed. It emanated from Izuku, who stood with a knife clenched in one hand and a pistol in the other, surrounded by a grim tableau of blood, fallen heroes, and defeated villains. As he faced off against a formidable opponent, A girl with messy blonde hair tied in 2 buns, clad in a battered middle school uniform. Izuku's eyes glinted with a deranged intensity matching her own. With deadly precision, they exchanged blows, each maneuvering to gain the upper hand in the frenzied combat. The girl wielded 2 knives with skill, her attacks swift and relentless, while Izuku deftly dodged and countered, his movements calculated and efficient. "You're quite skilled," Izuku remarked amidst the clash of blades, acknowledging his adversary's prowess even in the heat of battle. But in a moment of miscalculation on her part, she left herself vulnerable, overextending her reach. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku swiftly ducked under her arm and delivered a precise strike, driving his knife into her side with lethal accuracy. As she coughed and spluttered blood, Izuku wasted no time. With a cold determination in his eyes, he pressed the muzzle of his gun against her forehead and pulled the trigger, ending her life in an instant. The laughter that followed was not one of triumph, but of a mind consumed by darkness. As Izuku stood amidst the carnage, a solitary figure in a world descending into chaos. As Izuku surveyed the chaotic scene around him, his gaze fell upon a figure that sent a surge of grim satisfaction through him, his mother, somehow still clinging to life amidst the devastation. But in that moment, any semblance of maternal connection or sentiment was eclipsed by the darkness that consumed him. With a cold smirk, Izuku raised his pistol, leveling it at his mother, who met his gaze with wide, terrified eyes. There was no hesitation as he squeezed the trigger, the sound of gunfire cutting through the air with chilling finality. One shot tore through her gut, followed by another and another, until a fatal bullet pierced through her frontal lobe. As she crumpled to the ground, lifeless, Izuku remained unmoved, devoid of any hint of remorse or regret for his actions. For in his eyes, she was but another casualty in the relentless march of his descent into darkness, a sacrifice to the twisted path he had chosen to walk. Izuku trudged wearily toward his mentor, the weight of his actions heavy upon him. As he reached Gaimai's side and holstered his pistol, a sense of resignation settled over him. With their plans in ruins and death looming on the horizon, he found himself adrift, uncertain of what lay ahead. "So, was this your plan all along?" Izuku ventured, his voice tinged with resignation. Gaimai regarded him with a knowing smile. "Not exactly, but close enough," he admitted. Izuku nodded, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. "And what about you? Do you believe you'll survive this?" A chuckle escaped Gaimai's lips. "Indeed, nothing humanity has devised can bring about my demise. Even the most formidable weapons, like those pitiful Namu, would fail to leave a scratch on me." Izuku's gaze drifted upward, following Gaimai's, as the ominous sky loomed overhead. "But there's someone you made a deal with, isn't there? Someone who holds the power to end even your existence." Gaimai's smile widened, tinged with a hint of darkness. "Indeed, my dear pupil. And when the time comes, I shall meet my fate with open arms." As Izuku surveyed the dwindling chaos of the battlefield, the realization of their impending doom weighed heavily upon him. With each passing moment, the relentless onslaught of destruction drew near, leaving little hope of survival in its wake. With a heavy heart, he made a solemn decision. Grabbing his pistol, Izuku methodically loaded a fresh magazine, his movements tinged with a sense of resignation. "I'd rather not be incinerated by a nuclear blast and feel every moment of it," he muttered, his voice tinged with grim determination. "I think I'll take matters into my own hands." Gaimai offered a nonchalant shrug in response. "Suit yourself. If that's what you choose, then so be it." As Izuku pressed the barrel of the pistol against his temple, a wave of bittersweet emotion washed over him. "You know," he began, his voice wavering slightly, "despite everything, I'm grateful for the time we've spent together. You've shown me a side of myself I never knew existed." Gaimai let out a low chuckle, a hint of nostalgia coloring his tone. "Likewise, you've proven to be quite the intriguing host, my dear pupil. Perhaps our paths will cross again one day, or perhaps not. Regardless, know that if they do, I'll stand by your side." A tear trickled down Izuku's cheek as he mustered a genuine smile, a flicker of warmth amidst the encroaching darkness. With a steadying breath, he closed his eyes and squeezed the trigger, bringing an end to his tumultuous journey. Gaimai watched in silence as his pupil's lifeless form crumpled to the ground, a sense of finality settling over the battlefield. With a wistful sigh, he prepared to meet his own end, the echoes of their shared experiences lingering in his thoughts as he embraced the inevitable. Deep underground in the labyrinthine passages of Siberia, a figure clad in the uniform of Division Spine of the NCC approached a looming screen. With deliberate movements, the soldier removed their helmet and skull mask, revealing a face marked by the weight of their duty. It was Andrej C. Verbulize, a name destined to fade into obscurity, yet his actions would echo throughout history. As he drew near to the button, a solemn air hung heavy around him. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Andrej gazed at the simple yet ominous device before him. The button, bathed in yellow light, bore a chilling inscription, "Protocol Armageddon." With a heavy heart, Andrij muttered a quiet oath and pressed the button. Across vast expanses of Siberia, China, Korea, and Europe, 1,000,000 intercontinental ballistic missiles surged into the heavens, each armed with the devastating power of the Tsar Bomba, with the weight of his actions bearing down upon him. First Sergeant Major Verbilize raised his Webley revolver to his temple, the cold steel of the barrel pressed against his skin. As he cocked the hammer back, a solemn refrain escaped his lips. Proudly above us the blue flag is waving. Out with old slavish and cowardly fears. See where our leader strides boldly before us, loyal to all in the trust that he bears. Steadfast and calm and brave he will old Ireland save. Rush to his banner all good men and true. Now we resound the call. There will be room for all who stand by our country, O Duffy Abu. With those haunting words lingering in the air, Andrij closed his eyes and pulled the trigger, his sacrifice sealing the fate of nations as the world plunged into darkness. Deep underground in the labyrinthine passages of Siberia, a figure clad in the uniform of Division Spine of the NCC approached a looming screen. With deliberate movements, the soldier removed their helmet and skull mask, revealing a face marked by the weight of their duty. It was Andrij Verbilize, a name destined to fade into obscurity, yet his actions would echo throughout history. As he drew near to the button, a solemn air hung heavy around him. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Andrij gazed at the simple yet ominous device before him. The button, bathed in yellow light, bore a chilling inscription, Protocol Armageddon. With a heavy heart, Andrij muttered a quiet oath and pressed the button. Across vast expanses of Siberia, China, Korea, and Europe, 1,000,000 intercontinental ballistic missiles surged into the heavens, each armed with the devastating power of the Tsar Bomba, with the weight of his actions bearing down upon him. First Sergeant Major Verbilize raised his Webley revolver to his temple, the cold steel of the barrel pressed against his skin. As he cocked the hammer back, a solemn refrain escaped his lips. Proudly above us the blue flag is waving. Out with old slavish and cowardly fears. See where our leader strides boldly before us, loyal to all in the trust that he bears. Steadfast and calm and brave he will old Ireland save. Rush to his banner all good men and true. Now we resound the call. There will be room for all who stand by our country, O Duffy Abu. With those haunting words lingering in the air, Andrij closed his eyes and pulled the trigger, his sacrifice sealing the fate of nations as the world plunged into darkness. As the sun rose over Musutafu, casting its light upon the devastated cityscape, Gaimai stood tall amidst the chaos. His tar-black form began to crack and disintegrate, carried away by the gentle breeze like ashes scattered by the wind. With a smirk upon his face, Gaimai raised his arms to the heavens, his voice echoing across the desolation. All those who fought alongside me, I offer my gratitude, he proclaimed, his words carrying a weight of finality. My wish is about to be granted. And as a token of appreciation, I offer you all a piece of advice. The air crackled with tension as those who remained listened intently to his words, knowing that the end was near. For those who wish to avoid a painful demise, the only option is to take matters into your own hands, Gaimai declared, his voice resonating with grim certainty. To those who opposed me, may our paths never cross again. I bid you farewell and wish you luck in navigating the challenges of nuclear winter. With his final words spoken, Gaimai's form dissolved completely, leaving behind only the memory of his presence and the aftermath of his actions. As the light enveloped him, Musutafu fell silent, bearing witness to the end of an era and the dawn of a new, uncertain future. As the remaining soldiers of the NCC made the fateful decision to end their own lives, Hak, Jujia, and their respective followers departed, leaving behind the carnage and destruction of the battlefield. For those who remained, there was little time to spare as the nuclear missile hurtled towards Musutafu, sealing the city's fate. In the final moments before the detonation, those who sought shelter in the tunnels beneath Yue were the only ones spared from the devastating blast. As the mushroom clouds rose into the sky, signaling the beginning of a new era, the world plunged into a nuclear winter. The future of human civilization hung in the balance, shrouded in uncertainty and darkness. But amidst the chaos and despair, there remained a glimmer of hope, a possibility of redemption and renewal. The story of this shattered world would continue, a tale of survival and perseverance against all odds, waiting to be told in the chapters yet to unfold. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.